Suna is a time traveler who has unexpectedly found herself in the world of Harry Potter, albeit with an unusual landing point in May. Now that she has arrived, she might as well pursue her studies. After 7 long years, the system finally arrives, albeit belatedly, with the announcement, "Please become a bardic wizard." Bard. Wizard? Well, without a clear objective, she wanders aimlessly for a decade until she receives a letter from Hogwarts. Huh. The Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts? Isn't that a fleeting position? Absolutely not. Ding. Suna, fine, I'll go. Gritting her teeth, Tom. Pack your bags. Chapter 91. Misfortune, misfortune, misfortune. After Suna and Tara flew beyond the boundaries of Hogwarts, they used apparition to hasten their journey, arriving in Iraq by nightfall. Despite the late hour, their destination was ablaze with lights, guarded by Muggle forces, with wizards mingling among the crowd. Upon witnessing this, Suna recoiled. Tara, something feels amiss. Why are Muggles involved? Tara produced a mask for Suna, stating they have unearthed the tomb of Gilgamesh here, containing some extraordinary artifacts, prompting a collaboration between Muggles and wizards. Yet, even with this alliance, they cannot maintain control. You mean the treasures within have stirred factions from all over the world? Precisely. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought your assistance. Suna swiftly returned the mask, exclaiming, "Who signed me up for this? I just remembered I left water boiling on the stove. I must check on it, oh dear." Tara grasped Suna by the neck and pulled her back, forcing the mask onto her face. "It's too late to leave now. Can you sense the magical fluctuations around us? If you depart now, you'll become a target. Who would believe someone left without possessing something of value?" At a loss for words, Suna blinked in frustration at Tara, feeling as though she was being dragged onto a pirate ship against her will. Tara smirked, planting a kiss on Suna's cheek. "What can I say? I trust only you, my dear." A shiver ran down Suna's spine as she twisted free from Tara's hold. "Since you didn't forewarn me about the task's difficulty, I demand an additional 30%. Agreed. Tara readily acquiesced, and seeing that Suna had resigned to stay, she produced a scroll, preparing to enter the tomb. The number of individuals entering had increased. They needed to hurry. What on earth has been unearthed to incite such frenzy? Do you recall the legendary herb Gilgamesh possessed? Eaten by a serpent, indeed. The latter part of the tale speaks of Gilgamesh confronting death calmly. However, within the tomb, they discovered a mural depicting the process of Gilgamesh's rejuvenation. Suna stood upright in astonishment. What? Are you suggesting that Gilgamesh actually acquired the herb? Not quite. The mural depicts Gilgamesh capturing the gluttonous serpent and seeking assistance from his mother, the goddess Ninsun, to aid Gilgamesh. Ninsun pilfered a drop of primordial water to sprinkle on the serpent's remains, causing the herb to sprout anew. Gilgamesh indeed did this, and the herb did regrow, but not as a single stalk. Rather, it proliferated. The serpent had consumed a portion of the herb's power, and the regrown herb only allowed Gilgamesh to regain his youth, akin to a reversal of time, allowing him to return to his prime, a form of immortality. However, as time passed, as he transitioned from youth to elder, Gilgamesh grew weary of this cycle. He aspired to remain eternally at his peak, thus bequeathing his city to the next king, while the rejuvenating herb was entombed in a grave he had long prepared, leaving his subjects believing he had truly passed. Sigh. Suna inhaled sharply, realizing that Voldemort had indeed taken a misguided path. No wonder those people are going mad. There's more. Reliable sources indicate that May intends to instigate war and seize control here. Do you understand my urgency now? Suna nodded. Such was the style of May. Tara slashed an opening with her knife, pulling Suna inside. The ancient tomb resembled a vast subterranean city, complete with houses, gardens, streets, and a complex system of canals, all disproportionately large, as if giants once inhabited this space. The two of them sought refuge in a mud-brick dwelling, where the domestic items were made of earthenware, their colors still vibrant despite their prolonged burial. Suna measured a bowl on the table, remarking it must be at least 3 meters tall. Legend says Gilgamesh stood at 17 feet. Then we're in the Ganges. Tara scrutinized the map in her possession, procured at great expense from her employer, and the seller was one of those archaeologists outside. Meanwhile, Suna remained on high alert, noting that in just a brief moment, 4 or 5 other factions had entered the tomb. Indeed, Gilgamesh could not have anticipated such commotion. Tara, you truly shouldn't have brought me here. Why do you say that? Do you recall that old man who accompanied Dumbledore? Tara pondered for a moment and nodded. It feels perilous. And that's exactly the point. Had you brought him along, this would have been a simple matter. If Grindelwald knew of this treasure, he could easily reorganize his followers and ignite chaos in Paris. But that would invite numerous unforeseen complications, wouldn't it? Suna shrugged. Her instincts as a hunter were invariably accurate. We must reach the central palace. Gilgamesh's false tomb should lie there. To get there, we must navigate through a labyrinth teeming with magical creatures, which explains why the Muggles sought the wizards' collaboration. Suna craned her neck to glance at the dark, convoluted maze, her lips twitching. Is this abstract art? There's no choice. The cartographer was unable to enter, and the palace's central location is merely conjecture. Come, we face yet another fierce battle. Suddenly, gunfire erupted just outside the room. Tara immediately extinguished her wand, casting a concealment charm for both herself and Suna. The tumult of combat surged closer, accompanied by gunfire, cannon blasts, and the incantations of wizards. At this moment, the statute of secrecy was hardly a concern. Indeed, those contraptions were anything but essential. A powerful explosion rattled the room, causing debris to rain down. Suna and Tara exchanged glances at the ceiling, hoping it wouldn't collapse. Boom! A griffin soared through the window, demolishing the ceiling. Following closely were 4 or 5 hand grenades. By Merlin. Suna and Tara cursed under their breath, disregarding the possibility of being discovered, donning multiple layers of protective charms before leaping through the window. The force of the blast sent them rolling twice upon landing, stripping away 2 layers of their protective spells. Upon looking up, they found themselves face to face with 6 submachine guns and 4 wands. What unfortunate timing! Suna and Tara obediently raised their hands, recognizing from their attire that they were members of the German Ministry of Magic. How very unfortunate! Grindelwald, we could really use you here. Behind those individuals, a battered griffin rose, its massive scorpion tail glinting ominously. Chapter 92. Entering the labyrinth, surrender your wands, commanded the leading wizard from across the way, approaching with the intent to disarm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Suna instinctively uttered the only phrase she knew in German, Yasa Baba Babahe, Yanga 11 Taiyang Babahe. The opposing party was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "What?" Tara rolled her eyes in disbelief, gesturing towards their rear. Seizing the opportunity as they turned, she deftly dropped a smoke bomb, allowing herself and Suna to slip behind another room. Before long, the smoke was filled with the sounds of gunfire and anguished cries, culminating in a resounding explosion that silenced everything. Without exchanging glances at the fate of their adversaries, Suna and Tara turned and sprinted toward the labyrinth. The underground city resembled a replica of Uruk, and Suna mused that Gilgamesh and Qin Shi Huang would find much to discuss. On their way, Suna spotted Lockhart, the very same who had failed to become the defense against the dark arts professor, and frequently penned her provocative letters. His distinctive attire and strikingly large white teeth made him unmistakable. His Zorro-like mask barely concealed his identity. He was engaged in a rambling monologue with his companion about his inadequacies, but upon noticing Suna's gaze, he broke into an exuberant grin. Suna sensed the exasperation radiating from his escort, who likely hadn't anticipated that the illustrious Lockhart was, in fact, a complete buffoon. With a playful glint in her eye, Suna winked at Lockhart before surreptitiously casting an explosion charm in his direction. After a moment's hesitation, his companion chose to retreat, leaving the flying Lockhart to his fate. At last, they arrived. The labyrinth's walls towered over 3 meters high, devoid of any seams, as if hewn from a single block of stone, rendering any sound within utterly muffled. The entrance loomed dark and foreboding, akin to a monstrous beast with its jaws agape, awaiting its prey. Many who had reached this point were in a state of cautious observation, remaining vigilant against other competitors. Suna's gaze swept over the crowd, landing on 2 striking elderly gentlemen. One, with slightly curled hair, averted his eyes in anxiety when he sensed others scrutinizing him, clutching a suitcase. The other, with a meticulously slicked-back hairstyle, exuded an imposing presence. Although his hands were casually tucked into his pockets, the surrounding individuals dared not underestimate him. Suna longed to write to Dumbledore, exclaiming, "Look at these men! Even at their age, they dare to seek adventure." She could just imagine him thriving in such a moment. However, she speculated on their identities, pondering the spectacle that would ensue if Grindelwald were to arrive. These thoughts did not escape Theseus, who caught Suna's glance but dismissed it with a fleeting look, noting the 2 wild hunters without concern. Had it not been for Newt's incessant insistence to join, he would be at home in the cabin, reading with his grandson. With a sigh, Theseus shot a disapproving glance at Newt, who scratched his chin and surveyed the surroundings, feeling disgruntled that he was being blamed for wanting to come along. Truly, it was as irksome as ever, he thought. Impatience was palpable among some, as they began to attempt to breach the walls or cheat in other ways, only to be consumed by the labyrinth. Their magical prowess proved ineffective here. Tara also attempted a spell from her scroll, but as expected, it yielded no results. She shook her head at Suna, indicating that they would have to navigate the labyrinth the conventional way. Suna reached into her magically expanded backpack, retrieving a length of red thread, snipping a portion from the top, and tying the ends around their wrists. The thread then vanished from sight, yet Tara could feel a subtle connection pulling her along. Newt glanced at Suna as she employed her enchanted backpack, then absently touched his own suitcase. No longer hesitating, Su-na and Terra donned protective charms and ventured into the labyrinth. As they stepped into the inky darkness, they found themselves at a fork in the path. With nothing but cold stone walls behind them, Su-na felt the surface, realizing it was not a hidden entrance like one might find at a station. It appeared that the previous area had been a teleportation spell, randomly transporting those who entered. To the onlookers outside, Su-na and Terra seemed to vanish into the shadows. Theseus pondered for a moment, then grabbed Newt by the arm. Newt struggled against his grip but resigned himself to being led inside by his brother. The sight of two groups entering spurred the others to follow suit. Meanwhile, Su-na and Terra remained at the entrance, confronted by the dilemma of which path to choose. Terra glanced at the square space between the walls, muttering a few incantations. Words materialized on her face, flowing down like water and pooling at their feet, transforming into several black wolves. Terra communicated with them in an indigenous tongue, and soon the wolves split into two groups, venturing into the forks of the path while Su-na and Terra waited patiently. After nearly 10 minutes, more words appeared on Terra's face, and she pointed to the left, indicating that they should proceed that way. With the black wolves scouting ahead, the journey remained relatively uneventful, and they were able to dispatch the occasional lurking creature with ease. However, the unyielding darkness of the underground made it difficult to gauge the passage of time. How much longer will this endure? Su-na lamented after vanquishing another batch of bird-headed spiders. She felt exhausted and hungry, missing Tom. Let us take a moment to replenish. Terra too exhibited signs of fatigue. Her repeated use of the black wolves had drained her magical reserves. Su-na eagerly awaited this acknowledgement, unbothered by the potential mess, and promptly retrieved various items from her backpack, igniting a pot to fry spider legs. Terra grimaced at the sight of the slain bird-headed spiders surrounding them, baffled by how Su-na managed to be both whimsical and utterly nonchalant. They found themselves in a modest square space, with one entrance and one exit, alleviating any fears of ambush. Leaning against Su-na's back, Terra closed her eyes to rest while waiting for Su-na to finish preparing the spider legs. "Are you certain we won't be poisoned?" she inquired. "Just eat," Su-na replied, shoving a piece of spider leg into Terra's mouth. Once they had sufficiently feasted, Su-na gathered some bird-headed spider remains, knowing they would fetch a good price when sold to Snape, as such creatures were unseen outside. The clock struck 2 in the morning, and the extent of their journey through the labyrinth remained uncertain. "Su-na took a revitalizing potion, declaring, 'Let us hope we move faster now.'" Having cleaned up their traces, the duo proceeded towards the exit, the path narrowing and the towering stone walls imposing a psychological sense of dread. Su-na attempted to send a signal upward, but it vanished upon reaching the height of the wall. Gilgamesh had truly accounted for every possibility. Perhaps this was a punishment for intruders. Chapter 93. Do you think I believe you? Neither Su-na nor Terra wished to linger in such a stifling environment. With no forks in the path, they sprinted forward along the route, only to collide with the Scamander brothers upon exiting. Both parties instinctively raised their wands, for here, everyone was an adversary. It was unclear what the brothers had encountered, as their attire was now less pristine, and their breaths were uneven. Su-na pressed down on Terra's wand, stating, "There were no other paths when we came." Theseus glanced back at the route behind them, and all eyes turned to the third exit within the space. "Quickly, let us go," Theseus urged, barely having time to utter the command before he dragged Newt toward the third exit. Su-na thought little of it, pulling Terra along in hot pursuit, when suddenly an intense chill descended from behind them. Su-na glanced back and gasped, "Whoa, what a sight!" A horde of spectral wraiths, reminiscent of Dementors, pursued them from behind. Their faces were shrouded in a haze, their garments tattered and torn, revealing the ghastly white bones beneath. Most terrifying of all, these phantoms were adorned with writhing crimson tendrils, which upon closer inspection, revealed themselves to be serpentine spirits emerging from their ethereal bodies, each writhing in a sinister dance. Su-na attempted to fend them off with a spell, but it merely passed through without inflicting any harm, elucidating why the Scamander brothers had fled in such disarray. However, misfortune compounded, for 3 griffins emerged ahead, poised to attack the 4. These creatures launched their assault without hesitation, prompting Theseus to retaliate swiftly. Could they dance? The griffins were hardly akin to scorpion-tailed beasts. Newt cast a sidelong glance at Theseus, surprised that he remembered that incident. The accursed skeletal figures were on their way. Theseus dispatched one griffin with a spell and turned to Su-na, declaring, "In this dire situation, cooperation is our only recourse. We can use the Patronus charm to hold off those wraiths for a spell. Let us first vanquish these 3 scorpion men." Su-na exchanged a glance with Terra, who nodded in agreement, signaling her consent to Theseus's proposal. Which of you can conjure a Patronus? We require at least 2. Upon hearing this, Tara approached Theseus, clearly indicating that it was up to Su-na and Newt. Newt averted his gaze from Su-na, nodded to her, and then summoned his Patronus, a Niffler. Su-na followed suit, conjuring her own Patronus, Tom, who emerged striking a dashing pose. Yet upon beholding the terrifying wraiths before them, he promptly scurried behind Su-na, trembling uncontrollably. Oh dear, I forgot Tom was timid. Tom, we need you now. Tom bit his claws, his legs quaking in fright. He glanced at the ghastly wraiths, shaking his head. The kitty cannot do it. Tom. Newt looked toward Su-na and her Patronus. But the presence of the wraiths compelled him to concentrate on defending against them. With a resigned sigh, Su-na removed her mask and employed a charm of allure. My Tom is the bravest, most formidable kitty, isn't he? As she spoke, she bestowed a fragrant kiss upon him. My Tom is so powerful, so handsome. Tom, overwhelmed by Su-na's praise, grew increasingly upright, filled with newfound vigor. He retrieved a baseball bat from behind him, exchanged a determined glance with Su-na, and hurled Newt's Patronus, the Niffler, aside before charging forward with the bat raised high. The wraiths dismissed Tom entirely, one even extending a hand to mock the audacity of the Patronus. Tom approached face to face with the specter, and in a fit of anger, struck it on the head with the baseball bat, leaving it dazed. The wraiths were left bewildered. Is this reasonable? With a friendly smile, Tom pointed at the wraith, as if to say, is this all you've got? Then, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending the wraiths into a panicked retreat, their serpentine companions shedding tears as they scurried back into the shadows. The sudden turn of events felt akin to a horror film shifting into a comedic farce. Newt observed the atmosphere here and compared it to that near Theseus. Indeed, this side was unusual. Once he confirmed that Su-na could fend for herself, he retracted his Patronus, casting a curious glance at Su-na before turning to assist Theseus. Meanwhile, Tom grew emboldened in battle, and the wraiths, realizing they could not overpower him, shifted their focus to Su-na. One stealthily approached, glancing back to ensure that Tom was preoccupied with his fellow specters. Feeling reassured, it turned back to Su-na, attempting to ingratiate itself with a smile, extending its hands as if to offer her a massage. Tom, hands on hips, regarded the wraith with skepticism. The wraith gulped, realizing it lacked any such ability to swallow. It stepped back cautiously, but Tom seized the opportunity, yanking it back and delivering a resounding slap that sent the wraith spinning. Grasping the wraith by the neck, Tom swung it around like a whirlwind, sending it and its companions crashing into the ground. One by one, the wraiths fled, muttering in their ancient tongue. If Su-na could comprehend, she would realize they were beseeching the underworld Queen Ereshkigal for aid, lamenting, "Oh my deity! A monstrous cat is tormenting us." Tom approached Su-na, seeking praise, and she of course lavished him with compliments. The flattery caused Tom to sprout wings, floating upwards until he collided with a barrier set by Gilgamesh, resulting in a painful bump on his head. Clutching his head in annoyance, Tom angrily pointed skyward, voicing his displeasure. Amidst the chaos, a shimmering figure seemed to sense something, opening its eyes and following the feeling. Meanwhile, Tara and the others had dispatched their griffins, leaving the four in silent contemplation. Ultimately, it was the socially anxious Newt who broke the silence. "Are you Su-na?" Su-na stiffened. How had she revealed herself? Upon witnessing her reaction, Newt deduced he was correct. "Dumbledore wrote to me about your pet Tom, describing him as a rather extraordinary cat. Just now, I saw your Patronus, also named Tom, and indeed, quite remarkable." Tara turned her gaze toward Su-na, who with a resigned sigh, removed her mask to greet the Scamander brothers. What a coincidence. Mr. Scamander. Newt and Theseus explained Su-na's background, and Theseus regarded her with a much gentler expression. Tara interjected, "So, it appears I am the extraneous one." Chapter 94. Gods and Wizards. Since they were all acquaintances, the four decided to journey together. "Mr. Scamander, are you also here for herbs?" Upon hearing Su-na's inquiry, Tara subtly touched the dagger at her waist, while Theseus glanced at Newt, who had accompanied him. The centenarian bravely ventures into ancient tombs. I never would have imagined. Herbs. No, I do not believe in such things. What draws me here are the creatures, like the griffins and wraiths we just encountered. They exist in myth. Beyond understanding them, I yearn to explore the connection between gods and wizards. Newt, gazing at the ground, continued, the origins of wizards have always been a mystery. In certain religions, wizards are viewed as challengers to divine authority or as adversaries to the gods, with their actions often deemed blasphemous. Are you familiar with the witch hunts? Suna nodded, frowning. That was merely the fear of ordinary people toward the power of wizards. But it served as an excellent pretext. Newt sighed, resuming, however. Many wizards perceive themselves as independent, deriving their power from nature, spirits, or personal discipline, unrelated to the divine. They neither serve nor oppose the gods. And some even surpass them, like Merlin. This notion has gained widespread acceptance, particularly in the East. My encounters with wizards there revealed their unique perspectives. A blend of reverence and defiance toward the divine, with certain beliefs that are truly astounding. Suna nodded knowingly, fully comprehending the essence of the matter at hand. Each child of Huaxia is imbued from a young age with the tenet of self-reliance. While the divine may be revered, they must not instill fear. After all, if one traces their lineage back, who among them is not a descendant of Yan and Huang? It could be posited that Voldemort has indeed misdirected his ambitions. Had he been born in Huaxia, he would find himself inconsequential. Yet there exists a minority who believe that the powers of wizards stem from the divine. As certain mythologies recount deities creating humanity, and subsequently mingling with mortals to birth individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, such as the illustrious Gilgamesh. The information was overwhelming for Terra and Theseus, their minds struggling to process it all. Suna, however, pondered deeply. In ancient Babylonian myth, humanity was fashioned from the blood of the god King Marduk mixed with clay to better serve the gods. In those times, humans enjoyed long lifespans. Yet Marduk soon discovered that his creations were prone to conflict and chaos, resulting in a polluted land. In response, he unleashed various punishments in a bid to eradicate humanity. Yet, an unexpected ally emerged among the gods. Marduk's father, Ye, perhaps out of a grandparent's affection, secretly aided humanity in evading punishment, and even provided forewarnings to escape the cataclysmic flood. Eventually, Marduk, perplexed by his inability to extinguish human existence, found himself at a loss as to where the fault lay. Fearing discovery, Ye proposed an alternative method of punishment, leading to the gradual shortening of human lifespans. This explains why the demigod Gilgamesh is unable to attain immortality. Thus, the assertion that wizards are descendants of the divine is not without merit, especially considering the plethora of stories intertwining wizards and deities. Without venturing too far into the past, one could mention the well-known Deathly Hallows. In Norse mythology, Hel, the goddess of death and daughter of the trickster god Loki, has her fate left ambiguous after Ragnarok. Could it be that she embodies the very essence of death in these tales? The legend states that gathering the Deathly Hallows grants one mastery over death. Yet the narrative suggests that the Hallows serve more as a mockery of three ignorant souls, resonating with Hel's character. Furthermore, the mention of Jormungandr in Dumbledore's notes alludes to a profound connection between wizards and the so-called gods. Suna? Suna? Ah. I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. Newt shrugged nonchalantly. It's all right. I occasionally find myself in such a reverie. Were you contemplating something? Suna reflected for a moment before sharing her theories regarding the goddess of death and the Hallows with Newt, who furrowed his brow in response. After Ragnarok, the surviving gods and humanity united to reconstruct the world, erasing the distinctions between divine and mortal, thus intertwining their fates. Newt, a proponent of the notion that wizards are independent entities, felt a flicker of uncertainty, but soon shook his head. No, if Hel is still alive, then the surviving gods must also endure. Hence Suna shrugged. The origins of species remain an eternal conundrum. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, can we perhaps shift our discourse? It would be far more enjoyable to discuss lighter topics in such a somber environment. Theseus interjected, eager to break the cycle of chaotic divine discussions. Suna nodded in respect to the elder's sentiment, while Newt turned away, dismissing his brother's interruption. Theseus moved closer, attempting to embrace Newt, who recoiled as though confronting something terrifying, wriggling away like a slippery piglet. His eyes darted nervously to Theseus. You can speak without the need to hug. What's with the embrace? Embarrassed, Theseus withdrew his arms, glancing back at Suna and Terra, who exchanged furtive glances, signaling their pretense of ignorance. Frustration gnawed at Theseus. Even his brother remained unaccustomed to his displays of affection after all this time. As their journey continued, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive due to the dwindling number of companions. Encounters with magical creatures fell into two categories: those to be slain for Suna to collect, and those to be subdued for Newt to secure. The mantra was one of thorough extraction, leaving no trace behind. Griffin, being half-human, was equally shunned by both Suna and Newt. The quartet navigated the labyrinth for 5 days, during which Newt transitioned from resisting the consumption of acromantula legs to engaging in discussions with Suna about which magical creatures were fit for sustenance. A smooth transformation indeed. No badger could ever resist a delectable feast. In the midst of their monotonous ordeal, Newt released his niffler, ensuring it wouldn't wander astray or find anything shiny to pilfer, offering him a sense of reassurance. As for the niffler, it was enamored with the soft fur of Suna, who cradled it contentedly, delighting in its velvety texture. I must apologize, Tom, but this little fellow is simply too adorable. I have succumbed to the folly that all owners inevitably encounter. With no shiny treasures in sight, the niffler fixated on the gem adorning Tara's dagger. Suna gently redirected its attention. Not that one. The niffler, dissatisfied, began to paw at the ornaments on Suna's attire, clearly unimpressed by the lack of shiny objects. Seeing its pitiful demeanor, Suna yielded and produced a galleon, which sparked a gleam of excitement in the niffler's eyes. It swiftly snatched the coin and tucked it away, gleefully patting its treasure. Newt called out, but the niffler buried its head into Suna's embrace, feigning ignorance. It's quite all right, Mr. Scamander. It's rather endearing. With Suna's endorsement, Newt refrained from insisting that the niffler relinquish its prize. There's no need for extravagance, Suna. This creature has amassed quite the collection. Do not be deceived by its appearance. The niffler miffed turned its back to Newt. Suna's thoughts drifted to her treasure-loving Tom, pondering how he fared during her absence. Presumably under Professor McGonagall's watchful eye, she wondered if the professor could keep him in check. Noticing Suna's sudden melancholy, Newt inquired, "Did I say something amiss?" "Ah. No, I was merely thinking of Tom. It's the first time he has been away from me for so long, and I find myself a bit worried." As she spoke, she shot a sideways glance at Tara, who responded with a playful kiss. "Tom has described you to me, Dumbledore. He is quite the mischievous one." Suna chuckled lightly. Now with Jerry added to the mix, he is beyond mere mischief. "By the way, your Patronus is also named Tom. It seems the resemblance is uncanny, albeit a bit of a tongue twister. Yet it truly is fascinating how he deals with the specters of the underworld." Newt bashfully gestured towards the space above Suna's head, admitting he had never encountered such a remarkable creature. Professor McGonagall explained that our bond is profound. When I first beheld my Patronus, I felt a tinge of disappointment. You two indeed share a strong connection. Newt nibbled on his lip, his gaze flitting around nervously as his empty right hand fidgeted with the hem of his clothing. After several attempts to gather his thoughts, he finally posed a question that had lingered in his mind for quite some time. "When this is all over, may I visit Hogwarts to meet Tom?" "Of course, if you deem it inappropriate, I shall understand." It appeared that social anxiety does not vanish with age. Newt stood as a prime example. Of course, as long as you do not come to regret it." Socially anxious Newt versus the extroverted cat-mouse. She had struck a chord. What then was Tom up to during this time? The timeline shifts back to the day Suna was taken, where chaos reigned in the headmaster's office. The trio engaged in a cacophony of accusations, while Lupin attempted to console the distraught Miss Black, suggesting they seek Severus Snape's assistance, for he was the nearest master of potions. Upon hearing that Snape was to be enlisted for assistance, Sirius Black paid no heed to his prior melancholy. He placed his hands on his hips, his expression radiating a blend of pride and disdain. "Begging him? The moon-face one would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to mock us incessantly, perhaps even spreading the tale throughout all of Hogwarts." "Absolutely not." Remus, faced with the transformed demeanor of his brother, felt somewhat unsettled, and could only implore in an even gentler tone than usual, "What will you do then? You still have to meet Harry shortly to escort him back to his Muggle relative's home. You know the situation." Remus gestured, hoping Sirius would not be too proud to reconsider. But did Sirius heed him? Of course not. "Remus, whose side are you on? As for Harry, having both a godfather and a godmother will surely bring him joy." The more Sirius spoke, the more convinced he became, even feeling a surge of eagerness to seek out Harry and witness his reaction. Remus resigned himself to Sirius's happiness and, thus, found himself being dragged along to find Harry. When Harry finally laid eyes on Sirius, his expression was one of surprise, while Ron's countenance mirrored confusion. Meanwhile, the trio of Tom, Jerry, and Dumbledore decided to take turns caring for them. After Hogwarts had closed for the holidays, it was just the four of them: Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Filch, and Hagrid left behind in the school. Filch was utterly ineffectual at managing Tom and Jerry, and he had plans to meet Grindelwald to gather information about Voldemort. Professor McGonagall was preoccupied with administrative duties and tending to the young Muggle wizards, making the notion of sharing the burden rather tenuous. Ultimately, it seemed that he would have to leave them in Hagrid's care for a couple of days. Dumbledore pondered this with a sigh, secretly wishing for Cinna's swift return. In the initial days, Tom and Jerry seemed rather despondent due to Suna's absence, occasionally perching on the windowsill to gaze longingly into the distance. However, by the 5th day, the two had reverted to their usual carefree selves. Coincidentally, that was the day Dumbledore planned to take them out, a prospect that filled him with trepidation. The day prior, he had taken the precaution of securing valuable items around the house, and had sternly instructed the portraits to keep a vigilant watch over the two. Jerry, still miffed at Tom for not rescuing Suna, chose to isolate him while playing with a chocolate frog and fox. Tom sat sulking in a corner, contemplating ways to join in the fun. Yet, each time he hatched an idea, he would glance at Dumbledore and be dissuaded, ultimately resigning to lie on the carpet with his hands under his head, intently observing the merry trio. Dumbledore was engrossed in his correspondence when one letter caught his attention. It was intelligence from his informants at the Ministry of Magic. In an effort to prevent a recurrence of incidents akin to Sirius's case, they had re-evaluated the prisoners confined in Azkaban, excluding a few diehard Death Eaters. This review had yielded troubling insights, particularly regarding young Barty Crouch Jr., who had been accused of driving the Longbottoms insane, and a house elf named Hoki, who had been implicated in the murder of her master. The cell meant for young Barty contained nothing but a skeleton, but it belonged not to an adult male, but rather to a middle-aged woman. The Dementors confirmed that they had witnessed a healthy individual and a dying one entering, and the same when they departed. Thus, a reasonable suspicion arose that old Barty Crouch had switched places with his son. When they confronted old Barty, young Barty seized the opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, Hoki's earlier testimony had begun to raise doubts, yet due to the passage of time and the triviality of a house elf's plight, the Ministry had seemingly decided it was more expedient for her to perish in Azkaban, and indeed, Hoki was not expected to last much longer. Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeply. These revelations were undeniably significant. With Voldemort lurking in the shadows, young Barty might very well be aligning himself with the Dark Lord, plotting in secrecy. As for Hoki, he sensed an intrinsic connection to Voldemort's machinations. A meeting with her was imperative. However, first he needed to ensure Tom was entrusted to Hagrid, while Jerry, under Fawkes's watchful eye, was unlikely to cause much trouble. Chapter 96, Iconic Scene. Hagrid, Dumbledore called, and Hagrid emerged from within, promptly inquiring, "What brings you here, Professor Dumbledore?" "I have a rather pressing matter to attend to, and Minerva has gone to escort the young wizards, returning only in the afternoon. Therefore, I must impose upon you to look after Tom for a while." Tom's face contorted in distaste as he glanced up at Hagrid before turning away with a silent sigh. Very well, Hagrid hesitated momentarily but ultimately acquiesced, though he harbored concerns about Yaya being led astray. Yet he could not deny Dumbledore's request. After handing Tom over and offering a few words of caution, Dumbledore departed, leaving Hagrid and Tom exchanging glances. Hagrid ushered Tom into the house and presented him with a lizard tail he had roasted that morning. "Care to try some of this venomous lizard tail?" Tom, with his hands behind his back, shook his head and hunched over to claim his own small blanket, curling up like an elderly man indifferent to the world around him. Hagrid exchanged an awkward glance with Yaya, simultaneously relieved that as long as Tom did not engage in mischief, this arrangement sufficed. Hagrid then took Yaya out to the yard to tend to the garden and gather some food for the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Upon returning indoors, he found Tom in a deep slumber, and fatigue soon overcame him as well. After feeding Yaya, he settled down for an afternoon nap, soon snoring loudly. Yaya, finding herself with nothing to do, wandered around the house for a bit before curling up in her bed and joining in the slumber. Tom, one eye peeking open, noticed Hagrid was sound asleep. With a spring in his step, he tiptoed over to the bed and placed noise-canceling earmuffs on both Hagrid and Yaya. Testing the waters, he attempted to make some noise, and upon receiving no reaction, he felt emboldened to venture outside. With hands on his hips, he approached the castle's foot and gazed at the headmaster's window, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Inside, Fawkes and the trio were also napping. Fawkes rested on his perch, while Jerry nestled in a candy box, sleeping soundly beside a chocolate frog. Even the paintings on the walls appeared to be dozing off. Everything seemed idyllic, until an unexpected hook appeared. "No, a hook?" Fawkes glanced down at the hook snagged on himself. Before he could call out, he was yanked out the window, colliding face-to-face with a half-climbing Tom. "Oops." Tom chuckled awkwardly, tumbling to the ground and creating a significant hole in the grass, the noise startling Jerry awake. After surveying the area and finding no immediate danger, Jerry tucked the chocolate frog back in and resumed his slumber. Meanwhile, Fawkes, enraged by Tom's ambush, swooped down and snagged at Tom's head, leaving him with a bald patch. feeling the cool breeze brush against his scalp. Tom touched it only to find it as smooth as a pebble, his anger directed squarely at Fox. The phoenix, nonchalantly shedding cat hair, seemed to dismiss the incident entirely. Tom, incensed by Fox's demeanor, drew forth a slingshot he had prepared in advance, aiming it at the phoenix. With a swift whoosh, Fox dodged the shot. Undeterred, Tom transformed into a veritable Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage of projectiles with such rapidity that Fox struggled to evade them, while the castle behind him bore the brunt of the chaos, glass shattering and the walls peppered with small holes. The cacophony of breaking glass roused Jerry and the paintings from their slumber. The latter, desperate to avoid the flying debris, wished for legs to escape their frames. What is happening? Surely no one is attacking the school? I reckon it's far more likely to be Tom. Jerry darted to the window, and at a glance, he saw Tom pursuing Fox. In a fit of terror, he covered his face, glanced around, and snatched a small blanket to use as a parachute before leaping down. Fox, having noticed Tom's destruction of the castle, led him away in another direction while deftly evading Tom's stones. What a calamity! Jerry, arriving to assist, positioned himself in Tom's path and extended his righteous foot. Oblivious to the obstacle, Tom barreled forward, hitting the ground headfirst, plowing through the earth for 2 miles. Not even aware of where his slingshot had gone, Tom rose, spitting out dirt, and promptly resumed his chase after Jerry. Fox, glancing back, saw Tom bullying his little companion, and seized a massive rock, launching it toward Tom with the roar of a bomber, ready to bombard him. Upon hearing the sound, Tom looked up just in time to see the stone hurtling directly at him. He ran desperately, only to ultimately surrender, digging a pit and standing by its edge to light a cigarette. Whoosh! Thud! Tom collapsed into the pit, the stone fortuitously serving as his gravestone. Fox whisked Jerry up to a tree, while Tom emerged from the pit, searching for a stick, intending to leap high enough to catch Fox and Jerry. Fox flew into Hagrid's yard, commandeering a small cart. Tom thrust the stick into the cart, and due to inertia, he, along with the stick, slid toward the castle. Tom stared blankly at the retreating figures of the 2 small ones, then flew through the window of the headmaster's office and out the other side of the castle, still wrapped in curtains. Observing the dark red fabric around him, Tom devised a brilliant idea. He tied the curtains around himself, and leaped from the highest observatory, transforming into a flying cat. Tom laughed heartily as he charged toward Fox and Jerry, who were taken aback. Fox snatched Jerry and fled. They all were in a frantic escape. Ultimately, Tom accelerated and caught Jerry, while Fox skidded to a halt, catching up and unleashing a fiery breath that incinerated the curtains adorning Tom. Sensing something amiss, Tom exchanged a terrified glance with Jerry, then glanced at his barren back, flailing his arms in panic, but ultimately succumbing to gravity. Thus, he reenacted the classic scene of splitting his trousers against a tree. Tom successfully transformed into a creature with legs below the neck, eliciting joyous laughter from Fox and Jerry. Meanwhile, the split tree toppled perfectly onto Hagrid's hut. Boom! A war. Hagrid emerged cradling Fong, his face still bearing the remnants of slumber and trepidation. Was there an earthquake? Tom shrugged, closed his eyes, and lay down on the ground, feigning death, requesting no disturbance. When Dumbledore and McGonagall returned, they found Hagrid, holding Fong, seated on the doorstep, utterly aggrieved. Beside him lay the pretentiously deceased Tom, along with the guilt-ridden Jerry and Fox. Wait, Fox! Dumbledore's temple throbbed. He sensed an ominous premonition. When Hagrid led him to view the shattered remains of his hut, the battle-scarred exterior of the castle, and the dilapidated 4th floor, Dumbledore nearly fainted once more. Merlin's tattered trousers. Achoo! Achoo! Meanwhile, trapped in the labyrinth, Suna sneezed twice, wondering if Professor McGonagall was thinking of her. Chapter 97 Waiting. Sniffles, come back. Sniffles shook his head, retreating into Suna's embrace, refusing to return to the suitcase. The incident stemmed from Newt having rescued a litter of magical creature pups the day before, resembling horses with dog heads and rabbit ears, and being herbivorous. Their mother had been killed by someone else, and Newt, feeling compassion, took them in. However, on the first day, they revealed their true nature, incessantly making noise, much to the dismay of Sniffles, who refused to return to the chaos. As they neared the exit of the labyrinth, Newt worried that Sniffles might run amok. But Sniffles stubbornly refused. He certainly did not wish to be among a throng of large-eared, braying creatures. If he couldn't return, so be it. Observing Sniffles' pitiful demeanor, Suna began to understand the feelings of Professor McGonagall and Flitwick, so this was the sentiment. Newt swayed for a moment before placing Sniffles into Theseus' arms. Best to let Theseus keep an eye on him. He was unable to manage. Suna extended her hand, gazing longingly at Sniffles, akin to a pair of separated companions. Tara unceremoniously pressed Suna's hand down, chiding her for being so theatrical. The pleasant atmosphere shattered. Suna stuck her tongue out at Tara, who snorted dismissively before unleashing the black wolf once more, this time returning with good news. Just 10 more minutes, and they would be free. There were no ambushes outside. Hurrah! Suna cheered, and the Scamander brothers exhaled in relief. They had remained vigilant, sleepless for days, relying solely on potions to stay alert, feeling spirited yet mentally fatigued. Leading the way, Tara guided the trio from the labyrinth. As they emerged, the exit behind them transformed into a wall, inscribed with the number 42. The labyrinth's center housed a mysterious and solemn palace, surrounded by numerous exits, some of which had already become walls like theirs, marked with numbers. Theseus surveyed the area, mentally calculating, stating, "There are approximately 60 exits here. The other side remains unknown, but including our exit, 10 have already been sealed." The Sumerians considered 60 to be a significant number, employing a base 60 system, which was unsurprising. However, Suna hesitated, remarking, "If all 60 exits are sealed, those remaining within the labyrinth, or those who enter subsequently, may find themselves eternally trapped." Truly a hero's insight, Theseus mused, tightening his grip on Sniffles to ensure everything was fine, before proceeding toward the palace. They approached from the side rear of the palace, requiring a lengthy detour to reach the grand entrance, which was positioned atop steep steps guarded by 2 sphinx-like creatures on each tier. Gilgamesh's ambition was unmistakable. How so? Newt pointed at the palace's main entrance. In Uruk, during the era of human-divine coexistence, every city would honor temples. To distinguish them from royal palaces, temples were designed to be significantly different. To assert divine authority, temples needed to be elevated, compelling worshippers to ascend step by step, a testament to their reverence. Conversely, while imperial palaces also featured steps, their height was limited, unable to surpass that of temples, signifying a subordinate status. Yet, the palace constructed by Gilgamesh amalgamated the temple and the imperial palace, with 2 lamasa guarding every step. This indicates that Gilgamesh did not perceive himself as lesser than the gods as the king of Uruk. He sought to stand equally alongside them. It could be said that he truly lived up to his name. Suna shook her head, reflecting on Gilgamesh's entire life, realizing he never held much reverence for the divine. His own strength had led the gods to target his lifespan, instilling fear within him, but did he genuinely fear them? The palace before her answered that question. Casting aside distractions, Suna followed the others step by step up the stairs. The incline of the palace steps was steeper than normal, forcing climbers to hunch over to maintain balance. From above, they resembled kneeling pilgrims. All of Gilgamesh's cunning seemed to be invested in this design. Suna scoffed, wiping the sweat from her brow, only to glance up and see numerous steps still ahead. Overwhelmed, Suna contemplated giving up and refusing to continue. Tara, aware of Suna's thoughts, approached and said, "Shall I provide you with some motivation?" At her words, Suna nearly transformed into a racing car, eliciting laughter from the Scamander brothers. Later, Suna was utterly exhausted and could no longer walk. Tara, resigned to her fate, tugged her along, prompting Suna to lament how splendid it would have been if Tom had accompanied them. Frustrated, Tara nearly considered tossing her down the stairs for some peace. Upon reaching the platform, Tara released Suna and discreetly stepped aside, unwilling to acknowledge their camaraderie. The platform was crowded with people, some seated and others standing, waiting in small groups of 2 or 3. They glanced at the newcomers before redirecting their attention back to the grand entrance of the palace. An hourglass adorned the door, and as Suna and her companions arrived, 4 grains of sand fell in unison, suggesting they must wait for it to empty before the door could open. Finding a secluded corner, the 4 of them began to regroup and awaited the arrival of the others. Each individual represented a grain of sand, necessitating a harmonious coexistence to expedite the opening of the door. Tara mingled with familiar wild hunters to exchange information, while 2 elderly men leaned against each other, feigning sleep. Suna, feeling bored, rested her chin on her hand, observing the incoming crowd. It appeared that various factions were represented, including some official delegates who, buoyed by their strong backing, did not conceal their identities with masks. To her surprise, she spotted a familiar face, a senior from her academy at Ifa Moni, 3 years her elder, who had joined the Ministry of Magic after graduation. Suna had no intention of approaching him. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary entanglements, especially given the cunning nature of political players. Her gaze shifted away, fearing her senior might notice her. only to lock eyes with an Egyptian wizard who seemed to be scrutinizing her group. Perhaps they were perplexed by the presence of the elderly. Yet they did not underestimate anyone who had made it this far. Suna rubbed her nose, recalling the lost mummy. She refused to shoulder the blame for Tom's misadventures. Tara returned after a round of discussions, eager to share the news she had gleaned. Once they entered, they would need to be opportunistic, due to the enchantments in place. Everyone had to act in unison. When the door opened, chaos was likely to ensue. Tara planned to hold the line while Suna ventured inside to gather as much as she could, ideally securing everything in one fell swoop. Suna widened her eyes at Tara's audacity. "Are you not concerned about something more pressing?" she inquired. "What?" Tara replied, puzzled. "How do we escape once we acquire the herbs?" Suna gestured toward the dark labyrinth below, which was entirely sealed off. "Do not worry, there will be a way." Tara reassured her, declining to elaborate further. Suna, sensing Tara's confidence, refrained from pressing the issue, resolving to simply try the random door option if necessary. She then conferred with the Scamander brothers, and as the sand in the funnel dwindled, the atmosphere on the platform grew increasingly tense. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes fixated on the last grain of sand. With a thunderous rumble, the door swung open. Chapter 98. The Stone Pillars. All eyes turned toward the interior of the palace, where a dazzling spectacle of gold greeted them. Indeed, it was a sight to behold, glistening gold. One could only wonder about Gilgamesh's peculiar tastes, as the tiles were interspersed with gold dust, and the Sheeta statues flanking the palace entrance were adorned with golden filigree. Not to mention his own statue, which Suna suspected might be solid gold. Niffler was the first to spring into action, irresistibly drawn to the shimmering treasures. Neither Theseus nor Newt could restrain it, and the little creature dashed eagerly toward the palace. Niffler. Newt's call resonated like a battle cry, prompting everyone to spring into motion. Some wizards, fearing Niffler would seize the opportunity, even resorted to offensive spells. Niffler deftly dodged their attacks while racing toward its source of joy. Seeing Niffler in peril, Newt rushed to its aid, with Theseus providing cover. Tara summoned a black wolf, charging into the throng behind them, while Suna, adhering to their agreement, pursued Newt, scattering seeds into the crowd. The magically enhanced seeds instantaneously transformed into vines, ensnaring the distracted wizards like bundles of rice. An Indian wizard, witnessing his comrade ensnared by Suna's magic, unleashed a shadow viper from his bamboo basket, commanding it toward Suna with his voice. The shadow viper, native to the Amazon, bore an uncanny resemblance to ordinary venomous snakes, its sleek black form rendering it nearly invisible in the shadows. It was an exceedingly agile killing tool, classified as a high-level danger, and many nations prohibited its entry. Upon sensing danger, Suna cast a glance and spotted the shadow viper weaving through the shadows among the crowd, occasionally lunging to bite. The afflicted wizard's veins would darken to a purplish hue, the venom spreading visibly beneath their skin, with a swift onset of symptoms within a minute. The Indian wizard, skilled in snake manipulation, had unwittingly brought this menace into the fray. "Mr. Scamander, be cautious. There is a shadow viper." Newt's expression turned grave upon hearing this. In such chaotic circumstances, the emergence of such a creature posed a formidable threat. "Use alcohol. It detests the scent of liquor." "Alcohol?" Suna rummaged through her magically enhanced backpack, producing a bottle of high-proof vodka, which she hurled skyward. With an explosive charm, she shattered it, releasing a rich aroma that permeated the air. The shadow viper, unable to resist the stimulus, broke free from the Indian wizard's control, and a wild hunter swiftly dispatched it. Niffler's eyes were fixated on the enormous Gilgamesh statue, drawing nearer, closer. "I'm coming for you, glorious gold." Niffler leaped onto the fallen wizard beside it, using the momentum to propel itself through the flurry of spells toward the temple. Bang! Niffler collided with the barrier inside the grand entrance, sliding down to the floor with a thud. Dazed, it shook its head, frustrated that the shimmering gold remained just out of reach. Angrily, it pounded on the barrier, attempting to create an opening to slip through. Behind it, 6 stone pillars emerged, trapping it between the door and the pillars, though it seemed indifferent to its predicament. Newt and Suna hurried over, realizing the pillars were enchanted and could not be destroyed or traversed. The only way to dispel them was to answer the questions inscribed upon them. Furthermore, they could only proceed to the next question after correctly answering the previous one. The consequences of a wrong answer were unknown. Newt anxiously raked his fingers through his hair, regretting not having confined Niffler back in his suitcase. "Calm down, Mr. Scamander. We should answer the questions first. Niffler is not in immediate danger." Niffler, unable to enter, sat on the ground, drooling at the statue of Gilgamesh. Newt nodded, recognizing they were at the third pillar, having completed the first two. Observing Suna and Newt standing idle, others called out, "Oi, don't just stand there. Hurry up and answer the questions." The crowd nodded in agreement, reassured by the simplicity of the first two questions. The first question was, who is the greatest king of Uruk? The second, who is Gilgamesh's best friend? Having grasped the situation, Suna rolled her eyes. 666. This is hardly a challenge. After exchanging glances with Newt, they turned their attention to the third question, their expressions mirroring one another. Noticing their stillness, someone approached and urged, "Can you two answer? You're blocking the way." Suna and Newt graciously stepped aside, with Suna offering an encouraging pat on the stranger's shoulder. "You've got this. I believe in you." The individual rolled his eyes dismissively before directing his gaze towards the third question. The kingdom of Uruk often faces issues with crop shortages, floods, and droughts. Propose corresponding solutions. Realizing the nature of the inquiry, he silently stepped back, conceding, "I admit, I am not up to this challenge." Every individual who arrives at the third pillar does so with an abundance of confidence, only to depart engulfed in existential doubt, culminating in a collective silence among the onlookers. Are you able to do it? You cannot. If you cannot, then how could I? A remarkable scene unfolds upon the platform. Those behind are engaged in a fervent brawl, while a cluster in front is seen scratching their heads in perplexity. Ultimately, it is an Egyptian sorcerer who, drawing upon his national context, provides an answer. The pillar vibrates slightly, signaling acceptance, and the fourth pillar illuminates. Upon glancing at it, the crowd resumes their anxious scratching. Oh, why is today's itch so persistent? The fourth question, divine authority versus royal power. This time it transforms into a matter of free interpretation, contingent upon the examiner's perspective. In such circumstances, none dare to venture a guess, for the consequences of a wrong answer are shrouded in uncertainty. Others wish to respond yet hesitate, while Newt and Suna engage in hushed discussion. Why, do you suppose Gilgamesh poses such questions? Suna's expression is one of intrigue. The first two inquiries reflect narcissism, the third indicates a king's inherent responsibilities, and the fourth she casts a knowing glance at Newt, who blinks in response. His gaze fixed on the glittering sniffler. Perhaps he is probing whether attendees lean towards divine or royal supremacy. However, given the palace's ambience, he seemingly favors royal authority. Yet it remains uncertain whether Gilgamesh is alive. The leniency of this open-ended questioning is debatable, compelling one to observe others first. Others share this sentiment, resulting in a stalemate. The brawl continues unabated, with Theseus, the former chief orar, effortlessly dispatching multiple foes, while Terra, adept in both magical and martial arts, complements him without issue. At last, one sorcerer, unable to contain himself, steps forward to jot down what he believes to be the answer. The pillar quivers and a golden spear materializes, piercing the sorcerer through, leaving him lifeless. A collective gasp reverberates through the crowd, dissuading those who had contemplated answering. Chapter 99. Is this correct? The number of fighters behind diminishes. Eventually, some inaudible exchange occurs, prompting the remaining individuals to cease hostilities and seek out their companions to express grievances. Have you ever fought desperately for someone in your lifetime? Yes. Indeed, far too often, including brawls. Newt, unusually concerned for Theseus, observes as Theseus feigns injury, savoring Newt's attention with nonchalance. Such camaraderie. Suna interjects, declaring her intention to bow in respect. Terra, stained with the blood of her adversaries, irritably wipes it away. Why is the stalemate persisting? Suna pouts, indicating that Gilgamesh is not behaving with propriety. Terra, upon gaining insight, finds herself at a loss for words. Surely he could devise some mechanisms or magical creatures, but instead, he opts to torment intruders in this manner. Just look, there's a layer of hair strewn across the ground. Subsequently, 4 or 5 more lives are claimed, and the fourth pillar is deciphered by a sorcerer from Suar. Yet the fifth pillar's inquiry remains dismissive of humanity. As the crowd ponders answers, they discreetly handle their opponents. Should they be caught, they swiftly retreat to resolve their issues without disturbing others. The atmosphere is oddly harmonious. However, when the sixth pillar's question emerges, many begin to curse audibly, the air thick with expletives. The sixth question. How to slay a god. Suna, upon witnessing this, can only utter, "Let us sleep." In dreams, all things are possible. Yet, this query may well be one that has long preoccupied Gilgamesh, for despite his legendary life, he has not escaped the mockery of the gods. First, Enkidu was created to slay him, Yet they became steadfast friends. Then, upon rejecting the goddess's advances, he incurred her family's wrath, leading to Enkidu's exile to the underworld and instilling in him a fear of death. Ultimately, after much effort to obtain the herb of immortality, it was stolen by a great serpent, and upon regrowing it, he found himself ensnared in the cycle of aging. Su-na is skeptical of divine intervention. As the astute king of Uruk, it seems likely Gilgamesh has come to comprehend this, which explains his disdain for divine authority. If Voldemort were to serve as Gilgamesh's subordinate, one might say Voldemort's vision remains limited. While Su-na indulges in her musings, other factions remain vigilant, each vying to be the first to enter the temple, yet none desire to be the unfortunate soul to perish. Terra, feeling restless, recalls her other mission. This prolonged delay is untenable. Su-na, engaged with the system, ultimately places an order for a golden body and beckons Terra and the Scamander brothers over. Shortly, I will answer the sixth question. You shall follow closely behind me. If I answer correctly, rush through the door. If I err, swiftly pull me back. Both Terra and the Scamander brothers express their disapproval, with Terra explicitly stating, "There is no need, Su, you are merely here to assist me. This is unnecessary." Su-na raises her hand to interrupt, declaring her desire to conclude matters swiftly. She has lingered here long enough and misses Tom and Jerry. Who is Jerry? Terra and Newt glance at Theseus, questioning whether this is truly the time to ponder such queries. Theseus offers an awkward smile, and gestures for them to continue. Even if we are prepared, evading that light spear is not guaranteed. Although Newt is anxious to rescue the Sniffler, he does not wish for Su-na to take such risks. Fear not. I possess an item that will allow me to evade that damage. But it is a one-time use only. The three share a knowing glance. It appears this is the only course of action. None move, remaining in this standoff, uncertain of what complications may arise. The four, having deliberated their approach, converge at the sixth pillar, prompting others on the platform to withdraw their wands and gravitate toward the entrance. Su-na and Terra exchange glances before etching their answer upon the sixth pillar. Grant the gods a health bar. Terra and her companions are left perplexed. Even the pillar seems to pause for a few seconds, its light flickering as if contemplating the meaning behind the response. Su-na anxiously clutches her golden form. Should any issue arise, she will transform into a little golden figure. Yet, the sixth pillar merely trembles slightly and then extinguishes, signifying that Su-na's answer has been accepted. Has it truly passed? The six pillars slowly descend, and before Su-na can fully comprehend the situation, she is whisked away by Terra toward the entrance. Simultaneously, as the barrier dissipates, the Sniffler soars toward the statue of Gilgamesh, with Newt, aided by Theseus, leaping to grasp the Sniffler, and Su-na follows closely behind, being thrust into the fray. Oh, I am going to Su-na believes she is about to crash into the ground. And just as she opens her mouth to utter a traditional exclamation, murky river water floods into her mouth. Upon opening her eyes, she wonders what has befallen her. Soon, a large hand pulls her from the water, and though the language spoken is foreign to her, she miraculously understands. Su, why did you venture beneath the water? The speaker is a robust adult male, with prominent brows and eyes, protruding cheekbones, a broad nose and light brown skin, exuding a rugged handsomeness. When did she become acquainted with such a handsome fellow? Su. The man waves his hand in front of Su-na, puzzled by her dazed expression. Su-na regains her senses. No, she almost lost herself in his allure. Surveying her surroundings, she realizes that she and the man are not alone. Others bear similar appearances, seemingly partaking in a bath. As she lifts her hand from the water, she finds her skin to be the same shade as theirs. Is this an illusion? Su-na pinches herself. Ouch, that hurts. She wonders if Newt has entered as well, for he had been ahead of her with the Sniffler. The man cast a curious glance at Su-na and inquired, "Are you unwell? Or perhaps frightened by the vengeful spirits in the river? Allow me to escort you to the priest for an examination." Su-na shook her head, assuring him, "I am fine. I merely emerged from the water, and feel a bit disoriented." His concern for her sparked a thought. Could there be something special between them? Akka. Must you hover around Su constantly? Can't you leave her be for even a moment? The others nearby, noticing Su-na and the man named Akka whispering, began to tease them, causing Akka's face to flush with embarrassment. Su-na widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Why are you blushing?" misinterpreting her silence as shyness. Akka swam over to the man who had teased them, playfully choking him into submission. Misunderstood, Su-na urged, "Speak on my behalf. Defend me." Uncertain whether this was an illusion or reality, she refrained from acting impulsively, resorting to feigned ignorance to navigate the other's inquiries. Whenever she faltered, Akka would come to her rescue, intensifying the ambiguity in the gazes of those around them. After indulging in their aquatic revelry, the group returned to the shore to dress. The men donned short skirts, while the women wore sleeveless dresses crafted from wool, which despite their thinness, felt stiflingly warm. Suna, unaccustomed to the attire, tugged at her collar and followed the others to a temple, kneeling in prayer. May the deities punish the tyrant Gilgamesh. Suna, bewildered, raised her head, questioning Bushkaman. Is this correct? Akka, noticing her raised gaze, hurriedly pulled her down, pressing her forehead to the ground, instructing, do not look up, Su. We must not gaze upon the divine countenance. Divine countenance? Suna lowered her head, straining to lift her eyes slightly, producing only a furrowed brow. What could she possibly see from this angle? Why were they denouncing Gilgamesh? Akka cast her a puzzled glance and replied, you seem unusually peculiar today. Because he rules with tyranny, abusing his power to oppress the people, he is unworthy of being Ensi. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Her unease soon materialized as a squad of Mashkim charged towards them, led by a Legalarim. Approaching, he declared, you farmers dare to slander N before the temple, tarnishing his image? You are sentenced to death. Suna's heart raced. Death sentence? Bushkaman, I just arrived. Where is my backpack? My wand? My gold body? Release me. I am not mad. Despite her protests, the well-equipped Mashkim overpowered her, pinning her to the ground. Akka attempted to resist, writhing and shouting that Gilgamesh deserved his fate. Suna, exasperated by her reckless ally, pondered her escape. Her magic still lingered within her, but without her wand and faced with extraordinary adversaries, she felt trapped. This was the era when humans coexisted with gods, and everyone possessed some special abilities. Just as she awaited an opportunity to flee, a net descended upon her, weighted with heavy stones. After an hour, she found herself back at the starting point. On the shore, the Legalarim prayed for Gilgamesh, telepathically informing him of the completion of their task and offering blessings. Had she been on dry land, Suna would have spat at him, drawing upon her dwindling magic. She cast a bubblehead charm and used her remaining power to sever the net with a cutting spell. After swimming a considerable distance, she dared to surface, only to witness two giants in combat. Suna's lips twitched in disbelief. What now? Is this era truly so perilous? Concealed beneath the water, she observed, one clad in golden armor, strikingly handsome, and the other bare-skinned yet still somewhat appealing. Was this scene the legendary battle between Gilgamesh and Enkidu? Had time advanced so swiftly? Losing interest in the brawl between the two men, she yearned only to find a way back. Yet, it seemed Gilgamesh had noticed her. Casting a glance in her direction, amusement flickering in his golden eyes. Terrified, Suna swiftly submerged, holding her breath as best as she could. However, her endurance was limited, and she eventually let her nostrils breach the surface, convinced she could evade detection. Then, she heard a soft chuckle, melodious yet unnerving, echoing right beside her. Through the river's depths, a figure sat at the water's edge, gazing at her with a jester's demeanor. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Suna reluctantly emerged from the water, finding Gilgamesh, moments ago engaged in battle, now adorned in a linen robe, a golden belt intricately embroidered at his waist, a golden crown atop his head, and jewels adorning his ears, neck, wrists, and ankles. An opulent sight, made even more striking by his handsome visage. Under the weight of his golden gaze, Suna felt an overwhelming pressure, as if he could peer through her very soul. Uncomfortable, she hugged her arms, pondering her next move. What was she to do in such a predicament? She urgently needed Tom. Gilgamesh leaned his head upon his hand, his casual glance sweeping over Suna, yet his words sent shivers down her spine. Greetings, outsider. Startled, Suna turned to face Gilgamesh, realizing he was aware of her origins. This meant he was both the past and future Gilgamesh. Voldemort, come quick. Here lies the secret to immortality. Isn't it astonishing? The gods reacted similarly upon witnessing it. What a pity. Gilgamesh trailed off, leaving Suna pondering his unvoiced lament. With a flick of his finger, the scenery around them blurred, and they found themselves within a resplendent palace. Suna was surprised to find herself clad in a pure white gown, still of wool, yet much more ornate than her previous garments. Gilgamesh sauntered into the inner chamber, his resting place, carelessly tossing his crown onto a table, the sound revealing its solid gold composition. Suna blinked, yearning for it but hesitating. Gilgamesh lounged in a chair and invited, take a seat. Scanning the room, Suna noticed only a soft cushion. She approached and knelt upon it, prompting a glimmer of satisfaction in Gilgamesh's eyes. Tell me, how does the future world unfold? Are you not already immortal? You could explore it yourself. My descriptions pale in comparison to first-hand experience. A flicker of anger flashed in Gilgamesh's eyes before it swiftly vanished. I cannot venture outside. Immortality comes at a cost. Cannot venture outside? What cost? Suna, cautious, refrained from probing further. Although curiosity gnawed at her, her life was paramount. She was not Enkidu, who could forge a friendship through equal strength. Gilgamesh was a king, a self-absorbed monarch. Her best strategy was to indulge him. Thus, Suna began to narrate the progression of the world to Gilgamesh, who listened intently, his eyes half closed. Upon learning that no gods existed in any world, he erupted into mocking laughter. During this exchange, Jemu served Suna juice and fruit, for she feared her throat would surely succumb without refreshment. Not only did Suna recount the tales of ordinary lives, but she also shared insights from the magical realm, emphasizing Voldemort's significance. Yet Gilgamesh dismissed it all, leaving Suna feeling somewhat regretful. She had been eager to witness the golden figure thrashing the egg. You seek the herb of immortality, do you not? Suna nodded obediently, sensing that honesty was her safest course of action. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Gilgamesh's eyes. The bait had been set for an extended period, and the fish he caught was quite to his liking. When you depart, I shall grant you the herbs. Thank you, Enkidu. Something feels amiss. Is the bait referring to her? Gilgamesh spoke with a teasing tone. Only those who have answered the sixth stone pillar may arrive here. Suna. Chapter 101, finally obtained. Gilgamesh retained Suna within the palace, for to acquire the herbs, he must await the unfolding of events until he could obtain them. Who would have imagined that he had concealed the remaining herbs in the past? Each day, Gilgamesh would either cultivate his relationship with the past Enkidu or engage Suna in discussions about the future. Yet, what weighed most heavily upon his mind was the method of slaying the gods. Beneath his calm facade lay a tempest of fury, as he yearned to drag the deities of the divine court down from their lofty heights. Suna pondered whether she was permitted to overhear this. Nonetheless, whether she should or should not listen, she found herself compelled to offer Gilgamesh her counsel. What is a health bar? After much deliberation, Gilgamesh remained fixated on the response to the sixth stone pillar. Suna hesitated, grappling with how to articulate such a profound concept. Noticing Suna's silence, Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes, and Suna's sixth sense blared alarmingly. Think, you dullard, think. A health bar represents the tangible manifestation of a living being's life, a concept of mortality, perhaps? Mortality? Gilgamesh remained perplexed, prompting Suna to scratch her chin and shift her approach. This can be likened to a set of rules. Under these rules, the vitality of all beings becomes quantifiable, hence the health bar. Beyond vitality, their offensive capabilities are also subject to quantification. For instance, if I were to be quantified by this rule, my life might translate to a health bar of 500, with various attacks marked by different numerical values, 60, 30, and so forth, allowing me to ascertain how many strikes it would take to deplete my health bar, which, when emptied, equates to death. Under these rules, all shall perish. As Gilgamesh contemplated Suna's words, his eyes began to shine with understanding. Rules, the principle of universal assimilation, seemed to resonate with him. Suna, with an expression of naive clarity, questioned, "How do you understand this?" "I have barely grasped what I said." But Gilgamesh was already on the move, leaving Suna to scratch her head, pondering if there was truly no significant issue. In the past, Suna experienced neither fatigue nor hunger. Each day was spent conversing with Gilgamesh, occasionally visiting the ancient city-state of Uruk. Alas, these experiences could not be inscribed in her writings, lest they invite trouble. When Gilgamesh reappeared, it marked the beginning of the narrative where he confronts Humbaba. The NPC Enkidu was prepared, merely casting a glance at Gilgamesh and Suna without further comment. Upon seeing Enkidu, a wistful glint crossed Gilgamesh's eyes, but as his gaze fell upon Humbaba, the warmth in his expression turned icy. He snorted disdainfully, clenched his right fist, and condensed his divine power into a shimmering golden spear. With a gentle toss, the spear pierced Humbaba's body, eliciting a pained scream from the creature. Wow! Such a striking technique. Isn't that the spear emitted from the stone pillar? Yet in comparison, Gilgamesh's execution is far more potent and aesthetically pleasing. Would you care to learn? Suna's eyes brightened. Is it possible? Gilgamesh smirked. You shall not succeed. Oh, perhaps it's not as impressive as it seems. Gilgamesh unsheathed his sword, advancing alongside Enkidu to subdue Humbaba. As Humbaba fell, the cheers from the city resounded, and in that moment, Gilgamesh appeared even more regal and divine amidst their adulation. Suna blinked and upon looking back at Gilgamesh, found him unchanged. Furrowing her brow, she began to speculate on how Gilgamesh ascended to divinity. After vanquishing Humbaba, the narrative continued with the goddess Inanna being smitten with Gilgamesh, subsequently descending into darkness when her affections were unreciprocated. Inanna, the goddess of love and fertility, had several husbands prior to Gilgamesh, none of whom met a favorable fate. Legend holds that Gilgamesh rejected her due to his close bond with Enkidu, but Suna could not discern the veracity of this tale. Regardless, Gilgamesh barely acknowledged Inanna's presence. Suna cautiously concealed herself. The unfolding drama was captivating yet perilous. Once Inanna departed, Gilgamesh led Enkidu and Suna back to the palace. The ensuing events chronicled Gilgamesh's slaying of the Bull of Heaven, Enkidu's demise at the hands of the gods, and the palpable despair that engulfed Gilgamesh. Though merely a recollection, the inability to save his dear friend remained a profound anguish throughout his life. For the past few days, Suna had been striving to diminish her presence. Just hold on. This dreadful period shall soon conclude. On the day of Enkidu's departure, the rain fell heavier than the day Gugalana was slain. Dark clouds loomed, and thunder rumbled ominously. Oh dear. Suna sighed at the sky, turning to find Gilgamesh seated in her chamber. Due to the fierce winds, she had refrained from lighting candles, leaving the room in oppressive darkness. Are you well? I have lost him once more, right in my embrace. I thought I could remain indifferent to the whims of the gods, Gilgamesh scoffed. I find myself growing impatient. Gilgamesh's eyes radiated with golden light, and Suna was compelled to shield her gaze. When she lowered her hand, she had been transported to a cavern, where Gilgamesh rested in a lake. His garments strewn upon the shore beside a glowing plant of immortality, its blue-hued leaves serrated. Suna longed to observe it up close, but Gilgamesh's voice halted her. Do not disturb. Oh. Suna sulked, perched upon a stone as she witnessed a snake devour the plant, only to be struck dead by Gilgamesh's fist. He took the snake and Suna back to the temple, where the herb, sown the day prior, sprouted overnight. The resurrected plant gleamed emerald green, its serrated leaves intricately detailed, glistening with dew from the primordial waters. Gilgamesh casually plucked a leaf and consumed it, as time seemed to reverse for him, transforming him from a handsome man of middle age into a youthful beauty. He then tossed 5 herbs to Suna, saying, Here, this is your dew. The herbs possessed a peculiar smoothness, with dew droplets unperturbed by the tossing, and lacking a bag to carry them. Suna clutched them in her hands. Are these herbs available to others, or are they solely mine? Gilgamesh rolled his eyes. If you do not want them, return them. Of course I want them. I want. Suna hastily embraced the herbs, realizing that only those who ventured into the past could obtain them, or rather, only those whom Gilgamesh permitted could depart with the herbs. Enough. You must take your leave now. As Suna's body began to dissipate, she felt a tug on her soul. Farewell. Golden Glimmer. In that moment, she dared to jest. And Gilgamesh, upon hearing Golden Glimmer, paused before uttering something, but due to poor reception, Suna could not discern his words. Be wary of the snake. What? Gilgamesh was uncertain whether Suna had comprehended him, closing his eyes, and when he reopened them, his consciousness returned to his body, surrounded by a tranquil void. Above him, a radiant sphere of divine energy nurtured the rules, and after a moment of contemplation, Gilgamesh conjured a spear of light, breaking through the chaos and soaring forth. Another force of divine power emerged from the void, attempting to intercept the spear of light, but was repelled by Gilgamesh's divine might. The void and chaos once again succumbed to tranquility, as Gilgamesh let out a cold scoff, proclaiming that their doom was nigh. Chapter 102. When Suna regained consciousness, she found herself in Gilgamesh's temple, with the previous occupants nowhere to be seen, leaving only the weary Tara and her companions awaiting her. Upon Suna's appearance, the trio sighed in relief. Tara's gaze fixed intently on Suna's right hand, where lay 5 precious herbs. Newt and Theseus exchanged a glance, astonished that Suna had indeed succeeded. As Suna collected her thoughts, she followed their gaze to the herbs in her hand and pondered, how shall we divide these? Ultimately, adhering to the spirit of sharing, Suna bestowed one upon Tara, fulfilling their agreement. She also offered one to the Scamander brothers as a gesture of gratitude for their assistance. The Scamander brothers protested vehemently, insisting that it was unacceptable to accept what she had fought so valiantly to obtain. Take it. We shall meet again. And I would feel remiss if you did not accept, Theseus insisted, as Newt attempted to decline but was intercepted by his brother, who slipped the herb into Newt's pocket. Very well, let it be a personal favor owed by the Scamander family. This herb symbolized both goodwill and a form of hush money, as Theseus was yet to establish a family, but Newt's grandson was still studying at Hogwarts. Suna smiled as she placed the remaining 3 herbs into her enchanted backpack. Relishing the ease of dealing with astute individuals. Let us depart before others take notice, Tara declared, her spirits buoyed by the successful completion of their task. I have a way to leave, but we must exit the temple. As the 4 made their way to the exit, it felt as though those who had entered before them had simply evaporated, leaving them to wonder if they had been expelled, or would remain here indefinitely. If it were the latter, various factions would suffer greatly. By the way, you all. Suna intended to inquire about their experiences within the temple, but a sudden rush of air interrupted her thoughts. A chill gripped her heart as she glanced down to see Gilgamesh's spear of light aimed at her. The others were momentarily stunned by the unexpected scene. Suna. She turned back, managing only a brief word to Gilgamesh's statue before the overwhelming information in her mind rendered her unconscious. Gilgamesh, you wretched lord. The 3 hastily moved Suna aside. Though her chest bore no blood from the wound, her vital signs plummeted. Newt opened his suitcase, half his body diving in to retrieve an assortment of potions and herbs, pouring them onto Suna's injury, but to no avail. Theseus repeatedly cast healing spells, yet the divine corrupted wound refused to mend. Tara's expression darkened as she utilized her family's magic to channel life force into Suna, but it merely slowed the inevitable decline. Curse it! Tara glared fiercely at Gilgamesh's statue, tearing apart the recently acquired herbs and forcing them into Suna's mouth. She then found water in her enchanted backpack, using her own mouth to help Suna swallow the herbs. Meanwhile, a drop of phoenix tears sent by Dumbledore tumbled across the ground to Newt's feet, and he recognized it instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he dripped 2 drops of phoenix tears onto Suna's chest, combining their effects with the herbs, and Suna's wound began to heal slowly. Seeing Suna's condition stabilize, Tara resolved to move her from this place. Newt retrieved the niffler that had escaped, and the trio shielded Suna as they departed. Suna felt as though she had traversed a long, surreal dream, one in which she had glimpsed her great-grandmother. The spear used by Gilgamesh was known as the Spear of Judgment. How Suna knew this was due to the information that had clouded her mind just before she fainted. Yes, Gilgamesh had imparted a peculiar skill upon her in an unusual manner. Suna felt utterly exhausted and, once her mind cleared, she opened her eyes to behold a sky filled with stars. Oh, I have finally escaped that accursed place. She raised her hand to her chest, recalling the piercing wound, astonished to find herself unharmed. You're awake? Suna turned to see Tara tending a campfire, her gaze fixed upon the flames. How long have I been asleep? Sleep. Fainted would be more accurate. Just half a day. And the others? Tara gestured to the side, where Theseus cradled Newt, both deep in slumber. Newt in his dreams furrowed his brow as if attempting to flee but found himself unable. They certainly are affectionate, Tara mused, rolling her eyes. She approached Suna, extending her hand without meeting her gaze. Now that you're awake, you should bind the herbs. What herbs? When you were on the brink of death, we tried everything to save you, and in a desperate bid, we fed you my share of herbs. That Scamander even used the phoenix tears from your belongings. Suna's eyes widened in realization. She had truly ventured to meet her great-grandmother. Thank you all so much. You are good people. Here, take your herbs back. Suna promptly handed over 2 portions of herbs to Tara, who stiffened, returning the excess to Suna while keeping her rightful share and retreating to the campfire, not casting a single glance at Suna throughout the process. Why are you being so formal with me? You won't take what I've offered? Tara shook her head vigorously, as if rejecting something terrifying. Suna sensed something was amiss, a deep unease brewing within her. Why do you avoid looking at me? Tara finally met Suna's gaze for a fleeting moment before quickly averting her eyes, clearing her throat. Cough, cough, you should take a look in the mirror. Suna produced a mirror, illuminating it with her wand, and gasped in horror. Newt jolted awake, bewildered, while Theseus swiftly drew his wand. Are there enemies? There are no enemies. But who is this purple potato? Suna, in utter despair, pointed at herself, her exposed skin resembling that of a high manganese dye. Newt couldn't help but laugh, though he quickly suppressed it. Ahem, I apologize, Miss Suna. I usually do not laugh in such circumstances. Theseus, struggling to maintain composure, averted his gaze, unable to contain himself. I can't go on living like this. Suna buried her face in her hands, overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. Just then, a fragment of a conversation with Gilgamesh resurfaced in her mind, where he had failed to hear her clearly due to poor reception. This herb of immortality, having grown upon the snake, absorbs its essence and may contain toxins. Exercise caution. Your signal surely leaves much to be desired. The herbs appeared to carry potent toxins, though the phoenix tears had mitigated some of the effects. ensuring that while it posed no lethal threat, it would manifest on the surface. Suna crouched in a corner, consuming antidotes from her system in handfuls. Is it safe for me to consume them this way? Theseus shrugged. Who knows really? Suna continued until she felt overly full and turned to them with hopeful eyes. What's the situation now? In their minds, Tara and the others simultaneously recalled a line from a song. Beyond the mountains and the seas, there lies a group of Smurfs. Chapter 103, Digging Graves. Suna, feeling wronged, hugged herself and wept alone in the evening breeze. From a beautiful maiden to an avatar, this was no laughing matter. Sobbing ensued. Will you still accompany me on that other task? Suna suddenly spun around, pointing at herself. How could I go with you? Do you want everyone to see my new skin? Tara pouted. Well, if you wish to, it wouldn't be impossible. Absolutely not. I refuse to let anyone behold my avatar-like appearance. Suna concealed her face with her hair, burdened by the weight of her idol's persona. Who is Avatar? These words lingered in the air as Theseus fell silent under Newt's reproachful gaze. His curiosity piqued. You can obscure your face just as you are now, he remarked. Suna turned her head with anticipation, only to hear the three of them stifling their laughter, prompting her to cry out in indignation. You can seek the assistance of a master potioneer, Newt suggested. I can even recommend someone. He averted his gaze, forcing himself not to laugh too loudly. A master potioneer? Suna contemplated Severus Snape. Despite his irascible temperament, his skills were unparalleled. Yet, did this not amount to an unwelcome chapter in her history? No, that simply wouldn't he do. Seeking help from anyone else was equally unappealing, as she did not wish to owe favors, and one could never be certain of their discretion. Especially regarding the matter of the longevity herb. After much internal turmoil, Suna resolved to ask Snape for assistance, considering their familiarity. No worries, I know a master potioneer. I shall set off to find him shortly, Newt affirmed with a nod. That sounds splendid, but about that individual. He clearly referred to issues related to herbs. Suna reassured them. In this era, Snape was indeed quite reliable. The quartet took turns resting for a while before the brightening sky signaled their departure. The Scamander brothers headed home, while Newt and Suna arranged to visit Hogwarts to see Tom upon the commencement of the school year. Meanwhile, Tara was off to another location to seize the Sunstone Pillar, as two rivers meandered through the region. One a river, the other also a river. The task points conveniently split across both sides. What a pity I cannot accompany you, Sue, Tara remarked, patting Suna's shoulder, her playful spirit subdued by Suna's current appearance. With an air of lament, Suna retorted, You fickle woman. Had you retained your former self, I would have bestowed upon you a grand kiss. Tara feigned anger, but still embraced Suna. I am truly sorry. It's not your fault, Tara, Suna reassured, her heart expansive enough not to blame Tara. For none could have anticipated Gilgamesh's treachery. If anyone were to shoulder the blame, it would be Voldemort. This perilous venture was undoubtedly due to his curse. Upon returning, she resolved to confront him. Provoking her would be akin to kicking a beehive. Thus Suna, on her way back, made a detour to Little Hangleton, locating the grave of old Tom. Since Voldemort had exterminated Tom's family, the graveyard lay neglected, desolate and forlorn. It was indeed unfortunate for old Tom. First, he fell victim to an unfamiliar witch's love potion, abandoning his devoted fiancée and family, and after finally breaking free to resume a normal life, he was brutally murdered by his own son. What a series of misfortunes. Suna approached Tom's gravestone, bowing thrice before declaring, Surely, you do not wish to become a tool for that man's resurrection. I will take you away from here, liberating you from him. A gentle breeze stirred the fallen leaves atop the gravestone, as if to signify agreement. Suna retrieved a shovel from her enchanted backpack, cleared her throat, and set to work. With excitement gleaming in her deep blue visage, she experienced the thrill of grave digging for the first time. She unearthed old Tom's remains, carefully placing them in a bag, intent on relocating him to a more picturesque setting. Subsequently, she extracted several pig bones from her backpack and cast a spell to restore the site. Suna placed Tom's remains upon a flying carpet, but as she stepped forward, she hesitated. What if it were Riddle? Would that not be a most troublesome blunder? Resolutely, Suna hoisted the shovel once more, excavating the entire Riddle family plot, making a note of the names, regardless of the bones' condition, tossing them into the bag as she went. She aimed to ensure that by the time Voldemort arrived, not a single complete skeleton would remain. With the Riddle clan in tow, Suna soared to another city, seeking a secluded forest. This will do. It has mountains, water, and trees, an exquisite environment, far superior to the last. She could even frolic with the woodland creatures. Seeing no objections, Suna began laboriously digging a grave. In the depths of the forest amidst the fog, the scene, digging, remains, a blue-faced figure, unfolded. A hunter, venturing into the woods, witnessed this bizarre sight and nearly soiled himself, thinking, "Is that an alien?" Paralyzed by fear, he clamped his hands over his mouth and cautiously retreated, until he was far enough away to scream, "Help! Help! There's an alien!" Suna, in the midst of her excavation, paused. What was that noise? From that day forth, the forest became rife with tales of a blue-faced alien wildman devouring humans, the legend growing ever more exaggerated, unbeknownst to Suna. Once she had buried the entire Riddle family. She set off to find Snape. With him on holiday and absent from the school, she made her way to Spinner's End, donning a wide-brimmed hat, a mask, and sunglasses to avoid alarming anyone. Spinner's End was even more dilapidated than she had imagined. Growing up in such a place surely twisted one's psyche. She followed the street to the last house, where the stench of refuse wafted from the nearby river, and the factory's chimneys belched black smoke. Sensing the presence of magic, she knew she was in the right place. Raising her hand, she knocked. Heavy footsteps echoed from within, and a greasy-faced man opened the door. Failing to recognize Suna and dismissively stating, "You've got the wrong house," before slamming the door shut. How she adored this brusque man. Suna removed her disguise and knocked once more, this time with added flair. "Snape, open the door. You have the audacity to snatch men. Surely you can open the door. Don't hide in there, I know you're home." Snape, having just picked up a stirring rod, stiffened at the sound of her voice, realizing it was Suna outside. What is she doing here? How unfortunate. Yet he could not feign ignorance, for Suna was likely to persist in her calls. She had already demonstrated her willingness to break down the door. Quickly composing himself, Snape gritted his teeth and brandished his wand as he strode towards the entrance. The moment he opened the door, he raised his wand, intending to thump her on the head and discover what lay within. However, upon seeing Suna's face, he froze in place. Initially perplexed, he tilted his head, squinted to scrutinize her closely, and upon confirming it was indeed Suna, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time Suna had witnessed such a range of expressions on Snape's face. "Hello." Bang. The door slammed shut once more. Is this plastic friendship truly so fragile? Creak. The door swung open of its own accord. Snape, with a calm demeanor, brandished his wand. "Suna?" "Indeed." Suna crossed her arms, wearing a disdainful expression reminiscent of Neza. "Are you considering a change of species? You've certainly grown taller." Suna gave a half-hearted smile, finding the jest rather unamusing. "I've been poisoned and require your assistance." "It is quite evident," Snape replied, maintaining an inscrutable expression, clearly reluctant to invite Suna inside. "If you do not help me, I shall perish." How unfortunate. Though Snape uttered these words, his expression betrayed a different sentiment. Unfortunate? He wouldn't even set off a couple of firecrackers without considering their so-called friendship. "If there's nothing further, I shall take my leave. I am quite busy," Snape declared, attempting to shut the door. "By the way, step back a bit." Bang. Suna retracted her earlier sentiment about Snape's reliability. Suna, in a fit of anger, sat on the steps, wishing fervently to seek out Newt and borrow two large-eared creatures to incessantly bray in Snape's ear, driving him to the brink of madness. Had Suna truly given up? Absolutely not. The venom coursing through her veins was a matter of life and death. Social death. Thus she rose, hands on her hips, inhaling deeply, preparing herself. Half-blood, oh dear me. Snape, propelled by an unprecedented urgency, dashed to the door, yanking someone inside. "What do you intend to do?" Snape's forehead throbbed with veins, his expression dark and brooding, a volcano on the verge of eruption. Suna, feeling wronged, wrapped her arms around herself. "Why are you so fierce? Are we not good friends anymore?" Snape took a deep breath, his mental barriers raised to the maximum, admonishing himself not to lose his temper. Harming her would only leave his abode in ruins. "Before I toss you out, state your purpose clearly and succinctly, or else." "I was adventuring in Gilgamesh's ancient tomb, nearly perished inside. To save me, my friend fed me a herb that grants rejuvenation, but it is highly toxic. They used 2 drops of phoenix tears to counteract it, and now I am in this predicament." Suna pondered for a moment and added, "Initially, it was purple. I consumed numerous antidote pills, and it transformed into this." Snape received Suna's adventure file, commencing his analysis. Uncertain which keyword piqued Snape's interest, he escorted Suna to his potion lab. "Take a seat." With a flick of his wand, he extracted a drop of Suna's blood, meticulously analyzing it. A spark of intrigue igniting in his eyes. "Curiously unusual, this toxin drains your vitality, Yet simultaneously, another force relentlessly restores your body, causing the poison to surface. Can it be cured? I require that herb. Suna raised an eyebrow, retrieving a herb from her small backpack and placing it on the table. Here. Snape shot her a glance of exasperation before delicately levitating the herb before him, his magic gradually unraveling its mysteries. The more he analyzed, the brighter his gaze became. This was a herb unlike any found in the magical realm, possessing energies capable of reversing age. Yet its lethal toxicity could just as swiftly claim a life. This was precisely what Voldemort had been relentlessly pursuing. Should he discover it, madness would surely ensue. Snape left behind a leaf, carefully storing the remaining herb in a crystal box, secured with multiple protective spells, and placed it gingerly in the potion cabinet. Is such caution truly necessary? After all, everything I've scavenged ends up haphazardly in my backpack. Snape chose to ignore her naivety, feeling as if he were casting pearls before swine. The two forces within you have reached a precarious equilibrium. Unless one overpowers the other, you shall remain in this state indefinitely. Suna certainly did not wish to live her life as an avatar, nor did she intend to perish. So, to activate the herb's power to completely overshadow the poison? Snape regarded her with a glimmer of approval. Not entirely. Your injuries were severe and not of the ordinary sort, hence the consumption of 2 drops of phoenix tears, which also depleted part of the herb's power, leaving them in a state of balance. Suna discreetly touched her chest, recalling the moment her heart had been pierced, coupled with the divine essence of Gilgamesh affixed to it. The healing provided by phoenix tears had been tenuous at best, resulting in the siphoning of the herb's energy. Thus, her earlier suggestion was fraught with difficulty. The remaining option was to neutralize the snake venom. How long will that take? After a moment of contemplation, Snape replied, 2 months. 2 months is rather lengthy. Suna emptied her collection of magical creature remains from the labyrinth onto the table. These are all mythological beings. This vial contains griffin's scorpion venom. With these, how long will it take? Snape did not respond immediately, instead scrutinizing the various remains, selecting carefully, his brow furrowing repeatedly. 1 month. It cannot be expedited further. This unknown toxin requires relentless experimentation, especially given your condition. There can be no margin for error. Suna leaned back in her chair, disheartened. Realizing her life still teetered precariously on the edge, her thoughts once again cursing Gilgamesh and Voldemort. I should be fine for a month, right? Snape raised his gaze to Suna, the seriousness of his expression a rarity. Indeed, who could remain composed in the face of death? As of now you appear stable. But do not engage with anything that could disrupt the balance. Otherwise, I cannot predict what may transpire. Oh. Suna gazed blankly at the ceiling, feeling despondent. Noticing her demeanor, Snape, surprisingly concerned, inquired, "What are you thinking about?" "Thinking of Tom and Jerry. Perhaps a question better left unasked." Snape swiftly organized the remains, extracting usable materials and soaking them in jars. As he examined these components, his gaze flickered with intensity, and after a prolonged silence, he finally posed the question that had been lingering in his mind. Is there truly a divine presence? Snape's hand instinctively tightened, his expression distant and contemplative as he gazed out the window, seemingly lost in memories. Is there? Snape ultimately refrained from voicing the question, but Suna understood his unspoken query, choosing not to engage as she focused on her own feat. She was unaware, nor could she assist him. The gods had vanished from this world for reasons unknown. Gilgamesh's reaction hinted at deeper truths, compounded by his own declaration of being unable to escape, along with the price of immortality. Perhaps Snape's aspirations would remain unrealized throughout his lifetime. Perhaps he was aware that he had ensnared himself in the past. What should I do during this time? Snape lowered his gaze, his emotions inscrutable. That is not my concern. Suna rolled her eyes, already anticipating his response. I shall speak with old Dumbledore. Perhaps we can negotiate a work-related injury. Can your fireplace be utilized? Make your own way to Diagon Alley. Oh. Suna exited, using apparition to depart, leaving Snape behind. As if all vigor had been siphoned from him, his eyes vacant and numb. Chapter 105. The Bill. Suna arrived at the leaky cauldron, borrowing the fireplace, before directly returning to Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore happened to be sorting through correspondence when he heard the sounds from the fireplace, glancing up with 3 large question marks hovering above his head. Who is this little blue creature? You. I am Avatar. Suna? Dumbledore squinted, approaching for a closer look, confirming it was indeed Suna. How did you transform into a little blue person? It's a long story, my dear headmaster. Suna nonchalantly strolled to the desk, plucking a candy and popping it into her mouth. There were some incidents during the adventure. I have heard whispers regarding that. Many have become trapped within. And your return is indeed fortunate. Dumbledore expressed relief, glad he did not have to search for another professor. As for Suna's new appearance, well, it would take some getting used to. Anyone else emerge? Or was it everyone? Since exiting the tomb, Suna had not kept abreast of the news. It was the second wave. The first group was halted, yet those blinded by greed continued to rush in. The Muggle world is beginning to squabble over this matter. All 60 exits of the labyrinth have been completely sealed. Those who enter thereafter are merely seeking their own demise. Immortality. Suna chuckled softly, recognizing that they had all been ensnared by Gilgamesh, herself included. By the way, what about you? Dumbledore, wishing to avoid delving deeper into that topic, redirected his concern towards Suna. I am poisoned. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Is it serious? Indeed, I sought assistance from Severus, but it will require some time. Upon hearing Severus' name, Dumbledore's previously furrowed brow relaxed, and he cheerfully remarked, Severus is a trustworthy ally. Suna twitched her lips, unable to concur. I also encountered Mr. Scamander in the ancient tomb. Newt? Dumbledore's eyes brightened, and he glanced around before whispering. He has ventured there as well. It is not surprising. He thrives on such adventures, that restless little fellow. How is he? Very well, in fact he has aided me considerably. Had it not been for his use of the Phoenix tears you provided, you might have been compelled to seek another professor for the defense against the dark arts. Dumbledore chuckled. That is what one ought to do. Suna sensed an underlying tension and cautiously inquired, did you know all along? Well, Gale mentioned you would require it, but I did not inquire further. This single statement left Suna at a loss for words. Should she criticize the amiable Gale or Dumbledore for his silence? Although she had acquired the Phoenix tears through labor, she felt indebted to Grindelwald. After all, Dumbledore would not be so foolish as to offer Phoenix tears as compensation. The burden of favors is the most challenging to repay. Suna had always been mindful of this aspect in her interactions with others, yet she still found herself in debt. Truly, one should avoid engaging with those who can foresee the future. Was it still possible to return Grindelwald now? It seemed unlikely. What he might do with this favor remained uncertain. With Grindelwald absent, Suna cast aside these thoughts and turned to inquire. What of Tom and the others? Dumbledore's expression darkened. The thought of Tom, Jerry, and Fawkes' mischief caused his heart to ache. It would be prudent for you to first peruse this. Dumbledore left his sentence unfinished as he retrieved a bill from his drawer, letting it unfurl across the table, its end slipping into the fireplace. Suna's eyes widened in astonishment. She did not scrutinize the details of the bill, but was blinded by the numerous zeros listed. Oh my, I dare not open my eyes. I hope this is merely a figment of my imagination. Dumbledore kindly explained. On a certain afternoon, Tom, Jerry, and Fawkes caused considerable damage to an exterior wall of the castle. Numerous windows, the entire headmaster's office, and a row of classrooms. Not to mention the destruction of over a dozen portraits. And Hagrid's hut has also collapsed. Suna clutched her heart, pained by the sound of her funds vanishing. Wait, Fawkes? Why is Fawkes involved in this? Dumbledore appeared equally vexed. He too could not fathom how the usually composed Fawkes ended up entangled in this chaos. Though I am loath to admit it, it is indeed true. Oh no. Does that mean the bill includes half of Dumbledore's expenses as well? Suna perked up, feeling a sense of hope as if dawn had broken. With a grin, she said, Dear Headmaster, I doubt they intended any harm. The items in the castle can be restored with magic. And surely you can manage the protective enchantments on the exterior walls, correct? As for Hagrid's hut, I shall bring him some delightful treats as an apology in a few days, so this bill. Dumbledore's expression shifted. He knew well that Tom had indeed led her astray. He snatched the bill back and said with a hint of irritation, Yes, but what of the portraits? Those require a specialized wizard for restoration. How much? Dumbledore gestured with his hand, and Suna nodded in understanding before retrieving 2 silver sickles from her small backpack. Her expression one of deep reluctance. Dumbledore stared at the sickles in his hand, his lips twitching. It was the first time he felt an urge to strike someone. It amounts to 20 galleons. That exorbitant sum. Suna clutched her backpack protectively, while Dumbledore wore an expression of disbelief. I recall Sirius providing you with a substantial amount, not to mention the royalties from your new book. This is merely a trifling expense. Even trifles are still money. Suna pouted, reluctantly extracting 20 galleons from her bag, counting them several times before Dumbledore. unable to bear it any longer, snatched them away. Hand it over. Seizing the opportunity, Suna reclaimed the 2 silver sickles, declaring that her money should be spent wisely. Dumbledore counted the galleons, confirming the amount, and happily tucked them into his pocket. Speaking of Sirius, that wild hunt had fed him a potion that transformed him into a woman, and he had yet to revert. Dumbledore blinked, noting that the female version of Sirius was even more temperamental than before. Lupin had written to him on several occasions to express his grievances. If Sirius were to remain in this state indefinitely, Lupin might have to consider a life of wandering once more. Suna was taken aback to learn that Tara had given Sirius that particular potion, and reflecting on Tara's orientation, it seemed quite reasonable. The potion's effects lasted a month, so Lupin would have to endure a bit longer. Is there no remedy? Suna shrugged, suggesting perhaps they could consult Severus. Dumbledore fell silent, urging Lupin to bear with it for now. As Suna noted that the hour was growing late, she inquired about Tom and the others' whereabouts. Dumbledore informed her that they were working to repay their debts, having been assigned to clear the secret passage, a significant undertaking. Dumbledore had enlisted them for the task, with Chocolate Frog supervising and Dobby volunteering to assist. Remarkably, with Tom and Jerry's unique talents, the progress of clearing the passage was astonishingly swift. Chapter 106. Tom. Suna grimaced at the thought of the odor in the tunnel, wondering if it had become too pungent to endure. Would you care to check it out? She was asked. Suna quickly shook her head. I think I shall rest instead. I have been quite exhausted lately. Very well then, Dumbledore replied, a hint of regret in his voice. Sweet dreams. Suna waved her hand dismissively and once more burst through the door. After Suna had dashed 2 miles away, the door, which bore the imprint of her collision, slowly creaked open with a pathetic squeak. Dumbledore mused. Was that intentional on her part? Did Suna indeed act with intent? She would not confess. Instead, she raced back to her room, overwhelmed with a strange sense of familiarity that brought tears to her eyes. I am finally home. She hurriedly washed herself, ensuring she was spotless before snuggling into her soft bed. Oh, how delightful. Suna found a comfortable position, and before long, she drifted into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, Tom and his companions returned at twilight, dragging their weary bodies and reeking of unpleasant odors as they headed straight for the bathroom. Tom and his friends tossed themselves into the bathtub, with Dobby scrubbing Tom's back while Tom reciprocated for Jerry. After a thorough wash, they switched places. The chocolate frog, meanwhile, busied itself at the sink, using the steam in the room to melt chocolate onto itself. Once the 4 had cleaned up and confirmed they bore no unpleasant odors, they emerged triumphantly in line, each returning to their respective quarters with satisfied sighs. Tom settled down, finding the most comfortable position, and instinctively glanced at Suna's bed, preparing to sleep. But wait! Tom looked up, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, there was someone sleeping in the bed. Suna, illuminated by their return, had tucked her head under the covers, leaving only her hair exposed. Tom, filled with excitement, wanted to rush forward to embrace Suna, but just as he leaped into the air, he hesitated. Something felt amiss. If Suna had returned, she would surely seek them out, so the figure nestled in the bed could not possibly be her. As Tom contemplated the intruder occupying Suna's bed, his anger surged, and he withdrew a hefty hammer, ready to strike. Yet, just as the hammer was about to descend upon Suna, he forcibly halted, caught in a moment of indecision. What should Suna do in this situation? Tom gently set down his hammer, and stealthily roused the other 3 little ones from their slumber. The 4 of them gathered at Suna's bedside, whispering as they deliberated whether the figure on the bed was indeed Suna. Jerry and Chocolate Frog were convinced it was her, while Tom and Dobby disagreed. With the score tied at 2-2, a stalemate ensued. Ultimately, the 4 of them came to a consensus. They would awaken this person to ascertain their identity. If it turned out not to be Suna, they would ensure that the individual understood the extent of their cruelty. Tom brandished the hammer, Dobby blocked the door. Chocolate Frog secured the window, and Jerry took on the task of waking her. Once prepared, Jerry approached cautiously and nudged Suna. In her slumber, she was busy boxing Gilgamesh and trampling Voldemort. Annoyed by the disturbance, she swatted at him. However, in that moment, the 4 little ones clearly glimpsed her azure-hued hand. This was certainly not Suna. Tom's expression shifted dramatically as he swung the hammer down with force. Before Suna could comprehend what was happening, she was besieged by a coordinated attack from the 4 little ones, leaving her dazed and confused. They laughed gleefully as they struck, exclaiming, "Serves you right for sleeping in Suna's bed." Finally, amidst the relentless onslaught, Suna's mind registered the chaos, and she shouted Tom's name. The four little ones froze momentarily. It was indeed Suna's voice. Yet upon observing her exposed form, they noted the unmistakable blue hue. Tom pointed accusingly. "Ah, so you've learned to imitate her. Brothers, charge." Before Suna could emerge from her cocoon of blankets, she was met with yet another wave of attacks. At her wit's end, Suna cast a spell that sent the four little ones sprawling, then climbed out from under the covers, hands on her hips, glaring at them. "Are you all revolting against me?" Tom and the others widened their eyes. Despite the mismatched skin tones, their faces were undeniably familiar. Unable to contain himself, Tom burst into laughter, causing Suna's expression to darken with irritation. Jerry stepped forward and tugged at Tom's tail. "Foolish cat, stop laughing." Tom glanced at Suna, who was sporting an array of bruises, gulped nervously, and crawled on the ground, wrapping his arms around Suna's legs and nuzzling against her. "I was wrong." Suna flashed a toothy grin at him, only to respond with a punch that sent Tom sprawling, his head bouncing on the floor like a basketball. Turning her gaze toward the other three, Dobby was clutching his ears, curled into a ball. Chocolate Frog had tucked himself under his wings, declaring himself deceased with a toothpick. And Jerry, looking left and right, shrugged and punched himself, collapsing in a heap. The laborers of Shu Dao Mountain. Sunabelod. The four little ones, who had just moments ago been evading her wrath, now sat in neat rows before her, paws poised for reprimand. Who was responsible for this? The little ones pointed fingers at one another, even employing their legs and tails in the accusation. Excellent, not a single one was innocent. And who suggested this idea? The others simultaneously pointed at Tom. His finger faltered in its aim before he ended up with a guilty grin. With her chest puffed out and fists clenched, Suna approached Tom, delivering an uppercut that lodged him against the ceiling, his body swaying precariously. The others, witnessing this, covered their eyes, too fearful to look. "And you three?" The three little ones quickly restrained Suna, offering her tea and massages, eager to avoid Tom's fate. Having enjoyed the pampering, Suna temporarily forgave them, and the four little ones, relieved from the alarm, snuggled close to her. "Where have you been all this time?" "I was on an adventure." Jerry pointed at Suna's face. "What happened to you?" Suna's expression darkened. "A minor mishap. It will heal in a month." Tom, feeling sympathetic, embraced Suna. And after some time he felt quite pleased, as their colors were somewhat similar. "Master truly loves me." Seeing Tom's smug demeanor, Suna felt a surge of annoyance. "What mischief have you all been up to in my absence?" Tom's expression froze, and he released Suna, stealthily inching towards the door. "Tom." He dropped to his knees, crying profusely, terrified that Suna might send him back to the ceiling. Jerry, who had been posturing with bravado, quickly shifted to mimic Tom's supplication as Suna's gaze fell upon him. "Imph. For now I shall forgive you, especially you, Tom. What possessed you to provoke Fox?" Tom shuffled his feet, embarrassed, and muttered his grievances. "They wouldn't let me play." Jerry hastily explained, "It's because Tom lost you. They were angry." With a sigh, Suna gathered all four of them into her embrace, affectionately patting their heads. "This cannot solely be blamed on Tom. Regardless of the circumstances, you should not have isolated him. You are friends." Jerry and Chocolate Frog exchanged glances with the guilt-ridden Tom, nodding in acknowledgement of their wrongdoing. Tom, in turn, graciously forgave them, and the four little ones embraced one another with affection. Suna shook her head in exasperation, offering a few parting reminders before sending them back to their respective nests to sleep. Chapter 107, A Letter. As dawn broke the following day, the four little ones rose quietly to wash up, intent on completing their tasks without disturbing Suna. Before departing, Tom gazed at Suna for a moment, reluctant to leave. "If we work hard today, we can finish quickly and snuggle with Suna sooner." When Suna finally stirred, it was already past 9 o'clock. A touch to Tom's nest revealed that the four little ones had been gone for quite some time. After getting dressed, she found herself perplexed by her clothing choices. With her once fair skin, any outfit had suited her well, but now, the blue hue reflected light in a way that dark colors rendered her unappealingly shadowy, while light colors only accentuated her blueness. Frustrated, she settled on a warm white outfit, unremarkable, yet lively enough to lift her spirits. Upon entering the secret chamber, she found the little ones working industriously. Jerry and Chocolate Frog were holding bags, Tom was loading them with assorted bones. Dobby was using a shovel to clear moss and dirt, and Fox was utilizing his powers to transport the filled bags to the forbidden forest. Occasionally, a squabble would arise, as Fox assisted Jerry, creating a 2-to-3 dynamic. Perhaps buoyed by Suna's return, Tom stood firm, undaunted by the odds. "Suna." intent on preventing the wall paintings from turning blue, maintained her disillusionment charm, and upon witnessing their diligent efforts, quietly slipped away. She decided to postpone visiting Hagrid until he was fully recovered, as he tended to be rather tight-lipped. Professor McGonagall was out with the younger wizards. And who knew what Dumbledore was up to, perhaps seeking out his Gale. With nothing pressing to occupy her, Sue Na wandered the castle for a couple of laps before returning to her office to sort through the correspondence that had accumulated over time. She placed the urgent requests for updates in their designated box, knowing the anxious senders would have to wait. The Hogwarts piece had yet to see a single word written. Urgency was moot given her lack of desire to write. Next came the publisher's letters, all invitations for Sue Na to hold book signings. She ignored them. Not only was she lacking the means to accommodate such events, but she also disliked the pressure of a crowd waiting for her autograph. Among the letters was an interview invitation from Rita Skeeter, which Sue Na promptly discarded into the trash. What followed were letters from various friends and students, with the most numerous ones coming from Hermione and Theodore. One was traveling through neighboring countries, documenting each location and sending updates to Sue Na, while the other was diligently studying during the holidays, filled with questions and some playful banter. For instance, Ron's entire family had traveled to Egypt, while Harry was enjoying time at his godfather's home, blissfully unaware of the world, even reprimanding the Dursleys. Regarding the financial struggles of the Weasley family, it is evident that, in addition to their large number of children, their penchant for enjoyment plays a significant role. Indeed, behind every impoverished soul lies a plausible explanation. Take her for instance. Were it not for Tom, she could hardly fathom the extent of her wealth. Hermione also inquired about the prospect of enrolling in all elective courses, as her curiosity spans every subject, and she sought Luna's guidance. Reflecting on the original text, one recalls Hermione's harried demeanor under the weight of the time-turner. Luna, in her reply, advised against it, emphasizing that human energy is finite, and prolonged exposure to high-pressure environments can lead to emotional breakdowns and hormonal imbalances. As for whether Hermione would heed this advice, that was beyond Luna's concern. The next letter was from Seamus, recalling the explosive incident at Christmas. Luna took the opportunity to have a candid discussion with him. Seamus sincerely acknowledged his misstep, and assured her he would refrain from gifting such items in the future. In his letter, he mentioned enrolling in a Muggle weapons class over the holidays to acquire proper knowledge, urging Luna not to be upset and promising he wouldn't blow himself up. He also casually mentioned his close friend Dean, who, due to his psychological issues, prompted Luna to contact his mother. This obstinate woman remained adamant about shielding Dean from the truth, showing little concern for his shortcomings in spellcasting. Luna, unable to change her perspective, decided to approach the matter differently, recognizing that Dean is a highly sensitive individual capable of perceiving subtle changes. She encouraged him to join a detective agency in the Muggle world to bolster his confidence, thereby enhancing his magical output. Overall, the outcome was quite positive, and Dean, who had a penchant for detective novels, occasionally assisted Seamus in creating magical explosives. Luna repeatedly stressed the necessity of only attempting minor effects and never at home. The next letter came from Ginny, who exuberantly described her excitement and joy about their trip to Egypt, emphasizing that her mother was using Luna's book as a guide. Goodness! Could it be that the Weasley family's excursion to Egypt was somehow her fault? Nevertheless, since the original story also featured this family traveling there, it was clearly Auntie Ron's doing. Luna felt a sense of relief wash over her. She replied to Ginny, wishing them a splendid time. Newt also wrote to her, checking in and asking if she had found an antidote. He offered his assistance if needed. Luna, contemplating her situation, refrained from revealing the truth to Newt, merely stating that she had found a solution and would be fine in a month's time. Calculating the timeline, it coincided perfectly with the start of school when Newt would visit to see Tom. If Newt were to encounter Grindelwald. Mr. Scamander, do you believe Dumbledore will grieve for you? The entirety of Hogwarts would ignite in chaos. To prevent everyone from becoming too familiar, Luna deemed it prudent to inform Dumbledore. Stealthily, she made her way to the headmaster's office, pleased to find only Dumbledore present. With an air of confidence, she strode in. Upon hearing her entrance, Dumbledore looked up, momentarily blinded by the brilliant blue of her new appearance. That new skin of yours is quite eye-catching. If you fancy it, you might as well adopt a matching style. He jested, shaking his head with a smile. Luna greeted the astonished portraits around the room, and took a seat opposite Dumbledore. Headmaster, we have a grave matter at hand, one of significant magnitude. Oh. Dumbledore straightened in his chair, his hands resting firmly on the table, his expression turning serious. Mr. Scamander will be visiting next semester to see Tom. Oh, Newt is coming. Dumbledore's expression froze momentarily. He is coming? Luna nodded affirmatively. Dumbledore began to fidget, aware of the considerable history between Newt and Grindelwald. Hogwarts might indeed become a hotspot of turmoil. You have truly created quite the predicament for me, Luna. With a look of disagreement, thought it was Dumbledore's correspondence that prompted Newt's visit, and thus, she refused to shoulder the blame. Dumbledore turned his face, casting a sidelong glance at Luna. In light of the situation, are we still bickering over trifles? When is he expected to arrive? Should be at the start of the term. Be prepared, Dumbledore remarked, pondering briefly before adding, it's fortuitous. He might be able to teach Hagrid a thing or two. In chapter 108, a sweet-tongued professor. Kettleburn has retired, and I've decided to appoint Hagrid as the professor for care of magical creatures. Hagrid's boisterous nature makes it a splendid opportunity for Newt to impart his knowledge. Luna realized she had completely overlooked this matter. Kettleburn, a truly remarkable professor of magical creatures, had a rather wild teaching style, even more so than Hagrid's in the original text. This professor had set a record of 62 detentions before he could no longer endure the strain, subsequently becoming much more composed. After all, having lost a hand and a foot, he could not afford to misbehave any further. It seemed that Dumbledore's decision to refrain from allowing Kettleburn to instruct Hagrid was likely to prevent Hagrid from shattering that record. Newt, being considerably gentler, would assist Hagrid in understanding where to draw the line, potentially sparing Buckbeak from a death sentence. However, if Draco could not withstand Buckbeak's aggression, should she not arrange additional training for him? How dare he report this to his father? What an utter disgrace. Does Hagrid know about this? He is aware. He has been preparing lessons in his hut these past few days, feeling rather anxious. Perhaps you could offer him some guidance. Luna, somewhat begrudgingly, replied, well, I suppose I am not in the best position to do so. What's the harm in it? Dumbledore glanced at Luna's face, accustomed to her expressions. Is that truly her intention? Old Dumbledore. Seeing Luna's reluctance, Dumbledore pondered for a moment before suggesting, perhaps you and Minerva could welcome the first-year students together? Luna shot him a deadpan stare. Are you serious? You want me to greet students who have never encountered the magical world, looking like this? Wouldn't I frighten them to death? And how would I introduce myself? Hello, I am the blue elf from Hogwarts. Well, Dumbledore shrugged. Perhaps the little wizards would find it more appealing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Luna crossed her arms, adopting a posture of defiance. Then, stop. My dear old headmaster. Why must you insist on assigning me tasks? Do you find my presence discomforting? Dumbledore, feeling somewhat guilty, rubbed his nose. Because your presence always seems to stir up trouble. Naturally, he refrained from voicing this, knowing Luna would take it as a personal grievance. I merely wished to ensure you weren't bored. Luna found that hard to believe. Not at all. This old Dumbledore was far too adept at exploiting others. I shall go find Snape and check on his progress. Of course. As long as it doesn't cause a ruckus at school, you may do as you please. Upon returning to her office, Luna promptly retrieved her portkey, experimenting with it until she arrived at Snape's residence. Ha! Bet you didn't see this coming. She chuckled, stowing the portkey away and surveying the dimly lit room. Very much like Snape. The living room was dark and cramped, the furniture somewhat dilapidated, and the walls lined with books, with hidden doors. The room bore an eerie resemblance to a prison. A dusty fireplace, long unused, held an ordinary portrait of Snape, a rather unsettling sight in such an environment. In the corner, a reading nook featured a round table still adorned with unfinished glasses of wine. Luna picked one up, glancing at the label. It was elven wine, and rather exquisite in taste. Suna exhibited no inclination to explore the other chambers. Instead, she proceeded directly to the potions room, guided by the memories of the previous day. Indeed, Snape was diligently concocting potions within. Upon her entrance, Snape made no unnecessary movements, merely extending his neck to scrutinize the potion bubbling in the cauldron, his hair growing increasingly greasy in the rising steam. Well, look who we have here, a most unwelcome intruder, akin to a lost Cornish pixie breaching my private domain. Have your manners and common sense been borrowed by a troll? Or have you finally chosen to abandon your pitiful social skills for this breathtakingly rude behavior? The familiar scent of disdain wafted through the air, a mocking familiarity. If one wished to see Snape undone, a mere lick of his lips would suffice. My dear old friend, your little mouth is truly coated in honey. Snape snorted derisively and continued adding ingredients to the cauldron. Your patience is as scant as your wit. Suna placed her hands on her hips, indignant. What do you mean? Ha! Am I that petty? With Dumbledore assigning her tasks, she sought refuge in his presence. Humph! The habitual smirk of derision curled at the corners of Snape's lips, a reflex ingrained in him. I cannot accommodate you here. If you wish to avoid further vexation, do not linger. Otherwise, I may allow you to experience this discomfort for a while longer. It was utterly frustrating. Having come to request a favor, she found herself at a disadvantage. Suna's eyes darted around, and she conjured forth a multitude of corpses and materials, thinking, if I cannot best you in words, I shall wear you out. Snape sighed through his nose, as if he understood why Dumbledore insisted on assigning her tasks. If he did not find her something to do, she would undoubtedly create her own chaos. Take your rubbish with you. Rubbish? Suna inquired, glancing at the heap on the floor, nudging it with her foot to reveal a sapling sprouting from a flower pot. Are you certain? Snape paused at the sight of the sapling, nearly ruining the potion he had just begun brewing. The sapling was a mere 10 centimeters tall, its form twisted and devoid of leaves, the bark resembling snake scales, adorned with 2 egg-like fruits. He found Suna exceedingly bothersome at that moment, and wished he could deliver a swift, silent curse upon her. I am currently brewing the potion you require. In response to the serpent tree fruit, Snape's tone softened, a rare occurrence. The herb was exceedingly difficult to procure. You will need the first leaf from the phoenix tree. It would be wise to return now and prepare. The first leaf from the phoenix tree? How abstract. Suna scratched her head, realizing that the phoenix tree Snape referred to was undoubtedly not an ordinary tree. A magical phoenix tree was a rarity in the wizarding world, primarily under the control of the Chinese magical community, making her current entry rather challenging. Observing Suna's bewilderment, Snape's irritation peaked. You still have time to cultivate it as a Christmas gift. Suna froze momentarily, recalling the image of a bare, green twig that had come to mind. Was that the branch of a phoenix tree? What else would you think it is? Snape rolled his eyes. Despite his disdain for the meaningless act of gift-giving, he would not settle for a mere trinket. Well, I shall return at once. Snape cast a glance at Suna's small backpack, sneering as she awkwardly fidgeted. It was not her fault. After all, he had not labeled it. Suna, feeling neither justified nor emboldened, hurried back to Hogwarts, reaching beneath her bed. Chapter 109, Darkness Descends. Suna retrieved a dusty box, gently blowing off the dust, which settled like a cloud, and she awkwardly tidied it up, eagerly opening the box. She muttered to herself, skeptical, yet indeed found it empty. I distinctly remember placing it inside. Did it fall out? Suna rummaged through the books beneath the bed, but found nothing. Resolute, she set out to find Tom and the others. Snape, Snape, Suna called out, halting their activities. The small ones turned their heads. What's up? Suna raised the gift box, inquiring, has anyone seen the twig inside? Jerry and the others shook their heads, while Tom recognized the box but couldn't recall where he'd seen it, also shaking his head. However, Fawkes tilted his head, casting a suspicious glance at Tom. Seeing their ignorance, Suna scratched her head, wondering if she had misremembered. Fawkes flew onto Tom's head, scratching at his hair relentlessly. Frustrated, Tom attempted to grab him but failed. Jerry, noticing Fawkes' antics, suddenly had a revelation and rushed to Tom's side, tugging at him. What are you doing? Tom grumbled, covering his head in annoyance. Jerry mimed the action of a slingshot, making bayu-bayu noises. Tom's expression shifted to realization. He finally remembered where he had seen the box. Suna approached Tom, placing the empty box before him, demanding, where is the twig? Tom sheepishly admitted, I took it to make a slingshot to shoot at Fawkes. Suna, maintaining her composure, asked, and where is the slingshot? Tom's smile faltered, his eyes darting nervously, ultimately revealing an error in his logic. Suna, with a kind smile, patted his head, saying, no worries. If we can't find it, we'll just have to drink cat soup tonight. Tom yelped, jumping up, rummaging through his belongings frantically, but not a single slingshot could be found, sweat beading on his forehead. Suna leaned on her shovel, tiptoeing to observe Tom, while Jerry and Chocolate Frog crossed their arms, fixating on him. Meanwhile, Dobby stood behind Tom with a bag, collecting the items he discarded. After a quarter of an hour, Tom, panting, had lost a patch of fur from his rear, yet the slingshot remained elusive, his chin resting in his hands, trembling from exhaustion. Nothing is there? Suna smiled faintly, raising her shovel to turn Tom into a cat pancake. Jerry hurriedly comforted her. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I'm not angry. After all, when I'm gone, you'll all be homeless. Suna covered her face, her threats akin to thunder without rain. startling Tom and the others. Tom quickly recovered, rushing to Suna, eager to understand what had occurred. Jerry kicked Tom in frustration, declaring, "It's your fault." Tom lowered his head, replaying the events in his mind. He had chased Fox, tripped over Jerry, and then the slingshot had vanished. Tom angrily pointed fingers at Jerry. "It's all your fault." Jerry, hands on his hips, retorted, "How can you blame me?" Tom turned his head defiantly, insisting, "It's your fault. It's your fault." Chocolate Frog and Jerry hurriedly intervened, pulling the two apart. "This isn't the time for that." Pointing at Suna, who was still struggling to hold back tears, they exclaimed, "Suna is the priority." The two little ones nodded in agreement, affirming, "Exactly. It must have fallen on the grass outside the castle. We should look there to find it." "You will surely find it, right?" Suna lifted her reddened eyes, filling Tom with a sense of responsibility. He confidently patted his chest, assuring her they would locate it. Suna encouraged him, "I believe in you, and if you don't find it..." Tom waved his hand, interrupting her, "We will definitely find it." He then pulled out several magnifying glasses, distributing one to each of them, including Fox, as he dragged them out. Fox, bewildered, clutched his magnifying glass. Suna, shouldering her shovel, followed closely behind, but due to not casting the disillusionment charm, she was caught by Professor McGonagall, who had just returned. "Suna?" Suna's initial reaction was to shield her face with a shovel, exclaiming, "It wasn't me, you must be mistaken." At this moment, Professor McGonagall was certain it was indeed her. "How did you end up in this predicament?" Professor McGonagall stepped closer, casting the shovel aside, and scrutinized Suna from head to toe, even tugging at her collar to take a closer look. In astonishment, she covered her mouth and whispered, "Merlin, what on earth have you done? Is this a new Muggle fashion?" Suna, feeling aggrieved, clutched her collar and replied, "It's a long story. Then let us make it brief." Professor McGonagall pulled Suna into a corner, determined to extract the details. "Well, I went on an adventure with friends and ended up with a bit of poison." "Poison?" Professor McGonagall realized her voice had risen, and glanced around to ensure they were alone. "What kind of poison? Didn't you take an antidote? You could consult Severus. Or even Albus if necessary. You must not abandon your treatment." Suna comfortingly patted Professor McGonagall, assuring her, "There's no need to worry. I've seen Snape. And he can resolve it, though it may take some time." "Well, that's a relief." Professor McGonagall exhaled in relief. She intended to advise Suna against taking risks. But remembering Suna's profession, she hesitated. When you're out in the world, you must exercise caution. Just because you're young doesn't mean you can recklessly charge ahead. Just look at the trouble you've gotten into. A glimmer of concern flashed in Professor McGonagall's eyes. Despite being colleagues, she always regarded Suna as a child. Much like Tom. Suna hugged Professor McGonagall, playfully coaxing, "I understand. I'll be careful in the future, and I promise not to make you worry, McGonagall Mom." Startled by Suna's affectionate address, Professor McGonagall playfully ruffled Suna's hair, replying with mock irritation, "What nonsense are you spouting? It's the truth, hee." Suna, unbothered by the possibility of paint chipping, rubbed against Professor McGonagall's robes, generating a flurry of static electricity. Professor McGonagall shook her head in both exasperation and amusement, giving Suna a token pat on the shoulder before adopting a serious demeanor once more. "Get up. What would others think if they saw you like this?" "Oh." Suna, now crackling with static, emerged from Professor McGonagall's embrace. Indeed, the warmth of the cat-like professor's hug felt like cradling a large feline. "Do you smell something?" Professor McGonagall inquired, tidying Suna's frizzy hair and sniffing the air. "It seems to have a faint burnt odor." Suna detected the scent as well, albeit uncertainly. McGonagall's keen eyes noticed something amiss. Black smoke was billowing into the castle through the corridor windows. She seized Suna and dashed over, peering through the smoke to see a raging inferno below, while Tom and a few others were coaxing mermaids by the Black Lake to spit water. Suna's vision darkened. Tom. Chapter 110. Another darkness. Tom had brought a few small companions to the grassy expanse outside the castle, swiftly designating areas for them to search for the slingshot. The small ones saluted, acknowledging the command. Although Fox had no desire to assist, Tom managed to coax him into patrolling the skies to help with the search. Tom meticulously scoured the grass by the Black Lake with a magnifying glass, making several circuits until he felt dizzy. Frustrated, he discarded the magnifying glass and retrieved a metal detector, determined to dig deep at the sound of any anomalies. Before long, the area was riddled with holes. Jerry, distracted, slipped from one hole to another, eventually tumbling into the lake. Emerging from the water in a huff, Jerry approached Tom and delivered a forceful kick. Tom yelped, jumping up while clutching his backside, and glared at Jerry. "What's the meaning of this?" Jerry pointed at the uneven ground, exclaiming, "Look at the mess you've made." Tom tossed aside the detector. "I was only trying to find the slingshot." Jerry leaped up and smacked Tom again. "Are you daft? That thing is made of wood. What good is a metal detector?" For a fleeting moment, Tom felt embarrassed, but then indignation took over. "On what grounds do you strike me?" Jerry, hands on hips, retorted. "I struck you, and what of it? Do I need a reason?" Tom yelped, and they began to tussle. Chocolate Frog and Dobby rushed over upon hearing the commotion, witnessing Tom and Jerry in a heated brawl, and hastily intervened. However, as they attempted to mediate, their efforts devolved into a full-blown melee involving all four of them. Fox observed the chaos with a shake of his head. It was utterly ridiculous. They remained oblivious to the fact that the magnifying glass Tom had discarded was catching sunlight and transforming into a lighter. Initially, it emitted wisps of white smoke, but by the time Fox sensed something was amiss, flames were already spreading uncontrollably. The four little ones realized they were engulfed in fire and howled, their fur standing on end as they took flight. In a state of panic, they scattered, ultimately gazing towards the Black Lake. Tom tossed Jerry and Chocolate Frog onto his head, while Dobby led them to the lakeside, where they desperately scooped water to douse the flames. But their efforts were utterly insufficient against the roaring inferno. After a moment of contemplation, Jerry whispered a plan to Tom, then leaped into the Black Lake, summoning the giant squid that had just awakened. Upon witnessing the raging fire, the squid sprang into action, its tentacles thrashing about as it splashed water onto the ground. Because the grassland connected to the Forbidden Forest, Dobby was tasked with finding Hagrid to assist in controlling the blaze. Otherwise, the Forbidden Forest would be doomed. With the giant squid's assistance, the flames were finally somewhat contained, but it was still far from enough. Fox had already gone to seek out Dumbledore. Tom scratched his ear, made up his mind, and dove into the lake, swimming towards the mermaid territory. Coincidentally, he encountered the mermaid mother and child from before, who recognized Tom but blocked his path, looking quite displeased. "What do you want?" Tom, seeing them as his saviors, dropped to his knees and began to plead for their help to extinguish the fire. However, he quickly forgot about the language barrier between them. The mermaid mother and child assumed he was there to apologize and haughtily declared, "Even if you are here to apologize, it is far too late. We do not accept." After pleading fruitlessly, Tom, growing frustrated, stood up, produced a fly swatter from behind him, and wound it up against his back. "If we cannot communicate verbally, then I must resort to other means." He wound the fly swatter over a dozen times and, under the bewildered gazes of the mermaid mother and child, dashed into their territory, swatting every passing mermaid on the backside, leaving visible marks. Soon enough, an angry swarm of mermaids followed Tom, including the mother and child who had not forgiven him. After a chaotic round, Tom led the mermaid army ashore, dodging their water jets while leaping towards any flames he could find, quickly bringing the fire under control. In his frenzy to evade capture, Tom failed to hear Suna's furious shouts. Jerry and Chocolate Frog did hear, and they swallowed hard. "Oh no, this is bad." The sky darkened as a powerful wind mixed with raindrops began to suppress the stubborn flames. Professor McGonagall intervened to extinguish the fire, then rushed to the water's edge with Suna. The once lush green grass had vanished, replaced by a charred expanse, each footprint leaving a trail of ash. The outer trees of the Forbidden Forest were scorched, and Hagrid hastily chopped through branches to create a firebreak to protect the forest. Hagrid, his face blackened from smoke, rushed over with the soot-covered Dobby, startled to see Suna. "Why are you so singed?" Suna had no time to ponder further. Her blood surged to her brain, rendering her unusually alert. Professor McGonagall was attempting to soothe the agitated merfolk, while Tom resumed his pleading on his knees. Jerry and the Chocolate Frog, after a moment's contemplation, decided to join him. Without uttering a word, Suna approached a charred tree and began to dig a hole, occasionally glancing back at Tom before deepening her excavation. Tom and Jerry swallowed hard, seemingly seeing a figure clad in black robes, wielding a scythe, beckoning them. Dumbledore, escorted back by Fox, had scarcely had time to mourn the grass before Professor McGonagall pulled him over to pacify the merfolk. Upon turning around, she caught sight of Suna silently digging, while the four little ones sat behind her, their expressions a portrait of despair. Once Suna finished her task, she raised her gaze to the four little ones, who obediently lay down in the pit, patting dirt over themselves in a show of self-inflicted misery. Professor McGonagall was taken aback, her ire momentarily forgotten as she pulled Hagrid over. "What are you doing?" Suna replied, her face devoid of emotion, burying the grass. Tom, tears glistening in his eyes, shook his head at Professor McGonagall and continued to pat dirt onto himself. This sight broke McGonagall's heart, prompting her to lift the 4 little ones and hand them to Hagrid. What burial? They are still children. Suna snatched the 4 little ones back from Hagrid and tossed them into the pit, where they huddled together, weeping pitifully. Dumbledore, having just dealt with the merfolk, could no longer bear to watch and stepped forward to offer consolation. Do not be angered. It is merely a patch of grass. Autumn is approaching anyway. I will have Hagrid procure some grass seeds and potions, and it will flourish anew by next year. Suna frowned, still unconvinced. But they have committed such a grave mistake. Dumbledore observed the 4 little ones, still trembling in McGonagall's embrace. They are but children. A few words of guidance shall suffice. Suna's eyes sparkled with mischief. No fines? Dumbledore shook his head, leading Suna to smirk in agreement. Very well, very well. So you are playing tricks on me now? Upon glancing at the 4 little ones, the remnants of their earlier fear had vanished. In the following chapter, Suna effortlessly located the lost tree branch, as a solitary green amidst the darkness was quite conspicuous. Thankfully, it was a sycamore. Had it been any other variety, Tom and his companions might have truly been entombed. Although Dumbledore claimed he would not pursue the matter further, Suna was cautious not to overstep her bounds, resulting in the little one's workload being doubled. Hagrid did not delay for long. The next day, he ventured to Diagon Alley to purchase grass seeds and potions, returning with the little ones to plant them. The cleared ground, while not black, was starkly bare, prompting Dumbledore to sigh each time he saw it, his expression a complex mixture of emotions as he gazed at Suna. Meanwhile, Suna focused on planting sycamores, though she was utterly unfamiliar with the process, as it was not a mandatory subject. Thus Suna hurried to the library, where Madame Pants was engrossed in the Muggle classic Suna had gifted her. Upon noticing Suna, she merely raised her head to greet her before becoming absorbed in the narrative once more, only realizing something was amiss after turning 2 pages. What happened to your face? New skin, rather handsome, isn't it? Ever since Hagrid had seen her appearance, Suna had decided to let go of her inhibitions. As the entire school would eventually learn of it, there was no longer any need for concealment. Madame Pants's mind momentarily stalled. Though she did not comprehend, she nonetheless offered a compliment, very unique. Thank you, Suna replied, shaking her head. Do you have any books on planting sycamores? Too lazy to search for herself, she sought Madame Pants's assistance. While she had not read every book in the library, she had perused a considerable number. Madame Pants tapped her chin thoughtfully, uncertainly suggesting, you might check F75 for rare plant cultivation. If it's not there, perhaps look at the comprehensive planting guide. Thank you, dear. Suna blew Madame Pants a kiss, and hurried toward the F7 shelf. Observing Suna's hasty demeanor, Madame Pants could only shake her head in exasperation. Suna retrieved the book from the shelf, which indeed contained instructions for planting sycamores. After reading, her face scrunched up in dismay. The reason was that sycamores were quite delicate. Otherwise, they would not be classified as rare plants. They thrived in sunlight and required a warm, humid climate, exhibiting poor cold resistance. They were neither drought-tolerant nor flood-resistant. Waterlogging could lead to root rot, and 5 days of flooding could be fatal. Additionally, they required fire rock. Suna copied the planting instructions and dashed to greenhouse number 5, which housed an abundance of sprouting grass. In a corner, she discovered a small flower pot. Layering fire rock at the bottom before filling it with soil, and inserting the branch. Is that all there is to it? Suna scratched her head, puzzled, as the book had stated that phoenix droppings could accelerate the germination of sycamore trees. Thus, she rummaged in her pocket for a plastic bag, and sprinted to the headmaster's office, cautiously opening the door. Grindelwald is absent, she noted, stepping inside, when Dumbledore's voice suddenly called out, Suna, just the person I need to see. Suna swiftly withdrew her left foot, straining to listen. All she could hear was the sound of writing. What's going on? Am I imagining things? She attempted to step in with her right foot, only to hear Dumbledore's voice again. There's much to discuss with Minerva. Suna pulled her foot back, her expression one of disbelief. After a moment's hesitation, she ventured to poke her head inside. The castle. Withdraw. I will try again tomorrow. Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. In a flustered whirl, she resolved to step in boldly, both feet together, leaping into the room. Just in time. I have a favor to ask of you. Suna hurriedly retreated, mimicking Tom's stance, leaving her foot outside while leaning her body in. Dumbledore cocked his head in curiosity. What are you doing? I'm looking for Fawkes. Looking for him for what purpose? Dumbledore turned to exchange glances with Fawkes. Did you provoke her? Fawkes rolled his eyes. I need to borrow some droppings. Borrow what? Dumbledore rubbed his ears, convinced he misheard. Droppings to plant sycamore trees. Suna grinned sheepishly, then stretched as if to relieve her tension. Dumbledore shot a knowing glance at Fawkes. You take care of this. Fawkes screeched, transforming into a fiery plume as he departed. Having spent considerable time together, Dumbledore could somewhat interpret Fawkes's intentions, and could only awkwardly inform Suna. He may not be able to assist you. Suna eyed Dumbledore skeptically. You seem a bit anxious. Fawkes didn't he just scold her, did he? Forget it. If he wants help, I'll think of another way. If all else fails, I'll have Jerry intervene, and if that doesn't work, I'll resort to Tom. My apologies, but just as you arrived, I wanted to discuss the little wizard. Upon hearing this, Suna wasted no time, executing a swift retreat. As long as I run fast, the work won't catch up with me. Dumbledore retracted his outstretched hand. Is it really that frightening? Suna returned to the greenhouse, pondering the absence of phoenix droppings. Would fertilizer suffice? The book didn't he mention that? If it wasn't he mentioned, it should be acceptable, right? Suna rifled through the system store, and was suddenly dazzled by a golden object. Upon closer inspection, it was super golden fertilizer. Suna pondered for a moment before deciding to exchange for a small bag, no larger than the palm of her hand. The bag bore only the words golden fertilizer, devoid of any instruction manual or ingredient list. Suna scrutinized it multiple times, wondering if it was a product lacking proper labeling. However, trusting that the system had never deceived her, she poured half the contents into a flower pot, sprinkled a bit of water, and after confirming that both temperature and humidity were adequate, she took her leave. Suna made her way directly to Hagrid's hut, feeling the need to apologize and make amends for the trouble caused by the little ones. Hagrid welcomed her with evident delight, casually handing her a spider leg. Your new skin looks splendid, he remarked. Thank you, Suna replied, placing the spider leg aside. I am truly sorry for the trouble Tom and the others have caused you. I will ensure they are properly disciplined. Not at all. Hagrid waved dismissively, tossing a spider leg to Yaya, who busily munched on it. They are a far cry from the troubles of the Forbidden Forest, and they do possess their merits. Without their help, I wouldn't have made such progress. Hagrid gestured toward the barren land outside, completely oblivious to the fact that it was he who had caused its desolation. But Suna had no intention of reminding him. She presented him with a carefully prepared gift, a packet of mysterious vegetable seeds she had exchanged through the system. Aptly named mysterious vegetable seeds. Hagrid's garden had also suffered, and he had yet to plant anything after uprooting the dead seedlings. What is this? He inquired, examining the seeds, which were green and unrecognizable to him. Nevertheless, trusting Suna, he thought little of it. I shall plant them shortly. I hope it's in time before the snow falls. Suna contemplated for a moment, before handing Hagrid the remaining half of the super fertilizer. This is a potent fertilizer that can expedite plant growth. Do give it a try. Hagrid opened the bag, shook it, and after a brief moment of contemplation, poured half of the fertilizer into a watering can to dissolve it. Is this how it's supposed to be used? He wondered, realizing that he might have misused it, but decided it was too late to turn back. Subsequently, Suna assisted Hagrid in planting the vegetable seeds, and watered them with the super fertilizer mixture. Hagrid looked up, murmuring to himself about the urgency of the situation. Once satisfied that everything was in order, Suna returned to her office to prepare for the first class of the new term, hoping to inject a bit of fun or surprise into the lesson. Later that evening, after washing the 4 little ones and indulging in a game of cards, Suna drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming sweet dreams. However, the tranquility of her sleep was abruptly shattered by a series of urgent knocks at her door. Suna nudged Tom. Go see who it is. Tom, still half asleep, made his way to Jerry's little hut, unceremoniously tossing the sleeping Jerry outside before returning to his nest to continue his dreams. Jerry, still in a side-lying posture, floated in the air for a moment before realizing what had transpired, only to crash against the door. He landed on the ground and, rolling up his sleeves, prepared to confront Tom, but the incessant knocking was too bothersome to ignore, prompting him to leap up and open the door. Curious as to who was so inconsiderate. Seeing no one upon opening the door, Hagrid was at a loss for what to do with his hands, but fortunately, Jerry's head popped out, inquiring about his presence. Where's Professor Suna? Hagrid asked, pointing at the lump on the bed. Feeling embarrassed, he turned away and shouted, Professor Suna. It's an emergency. Wake up, I have something extremely important to discuss. Jerry was startled by Hagrid's loud voice, causing him to fall to the ground, while Tom, reacting to Hagrid's tone, leaped upward, causing a chocolate frog to slip from his grasp and hit the floor, eliciting a cry from Dobby's cupboard. Suna, bewildered, poked her head out from under the covers. What? An emergency? Hagrid reiterated, fumbling with the doorknob in his haste to close the door, but applying too much force, causing it to break. Hagrid had never felt so mortified, standing before Jerry and Tom, who mirrored each other's stance in disbelief. My apologies, he stammered, handing the doorknob back to Tom, who firmly shut the door. At that moment, the tension in the room could have nourished a malevolent spirit. Gradually, Suna's intellect regained its composure as she processed the chaos. Hagrid had mentioned something important. She cast a skeptical glance at Tom and Jerry, both of whom shook their heads, indicating they had done nothing amiss. What could possibly be so urgent? Suna hastily dressed, her face untouched by water, although it hardly made a difference. Hagrid, visibly anxious, wasted no time, grasping her hand and urging her outside, as if she were light enough to be carried away by the wind. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? Suna discerned from the swiftly passing scenery that they were headed to Hagrid's hut. As they approached their destination, she faintly heard Yaya's cries. Hagrid dashed to the garden, releasing Suna as he struggled to catch his breath, pointing towards the chaos. Look, just look. Suna turned her gaze, exclaiming, what in the world? The garden had transformed into a veritable jungle of oversized plants. Were it not for Hagrid's presence, she might have thought she had traversed into another realm. System. These vegetable seeds are impure. Hagrid, too flustered to explain further, rushed over to rescue Yaya from the jaws of a carnivorous plant. He grasped the creature by its neck and delivered a couple of firm slaps before extracting Yaya from its maw. Meanwhile, for sunflowers swayed eerily, and watermelon throwers persistently hurled their fruits at Hagrid's head, while pea shooters continued their futile assault. Suna maneuvered past the disdainful squash and the volatile peppers to reach Hagrid, effortlessly catching a watermelon tossed her way. Hagrid, now soothing the aggrieved carnivorous plant, was clearly enamored with creatures that were both large and fierce. Despite the ambiguity of whether the plant was classified as flora or fauna, this is truly a dream come true, Hagrid exclaimed. Suna, we must find a way to manage this situation. Manage? No, Professor Suna, they are simply delightful. This morning, I awoke to strange noises and Yaya's frantic cries, and upon investigating, I found these marvelous plants. They sprouted from the seeds you provided. Suna smirked slightly. I had no idea what they would yield, nor did I anticipate they would grow to such proportions. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, the plants were only slightly taller than her. She quickly counted 8 sunflowers, 1 carnivorous plant, 5 watermelon throwers, 10 tall nuts, 6 regular nuts, 3 peppers, 12 cabbage throwers, 2 corn throwers, and the remainder were pea shooters. If the plants had grown this large, one could only imagine the size of the zombies from Plants vs. Zombies, those colossal undead. Clearly, she had underestimated Dave. Hagrid, having pacified the distressed carnivorous plant, handed a watermelon to Suna, who promptly cracked it open and took a sweet bite. This is splendid. We now have a bountiful supply of cabbages and watermelons, which directly resolves the issue of Hogwarts lacking these provisions during winter. Perhaps this is a fortuitous turn of events. I'll need to consult Professor Sprout about it. She is the expert in this field. I am certain she will be overjoyed. Hagrid remained non-committal. He had a fondness for the plants in this courtyard, but he certainly could not keep them all here indefinitely. Eventually, apart from the venomous tentacula, he would gift the rest to Sprout. Their vigorous growth was likely related to your fertilizer, he mused. Suna turned back. What did you say? Hagrid gestured towards a stunted sunflower, which barely reached her waist. This seed I found wedged in a bag, and I casually tossed it here without watering it with fertilizer. Hence, this is its natural size. Suna stared, bewildered, at the oddly grinning sunflower, and with a startled cry of no way, she dashed towards the greenhouse. To her dismay, Greenhouse 5, which had seemed perfectly fine just yesterday, lay in ruins, with robust sycamore branches stretching toward the sun, and Fox had even built a nest in its boughs. Perhaps Sprout would not be particularly pleased. Chapter 113 Sunshine. As Suna entered Greenhouse 5, the previously orderly sprouting grass was now in disarray, having met its untimely demise, though some remnants could still be salvaged. The sycamore tree, which had been but a mere sapling yesterday, now arrogantly rooted itself in the ground, basking in the sunlight. This was not right. Hadn't it been said that it was delicate and difficult to care for? Suna first moved the survivors aside, trying to salvage as much as possible, then turned her gaze toward the wildly growing sycamore. How should she handle it? What about its leaves? She put her hands on her hips, looked up and sighed. Professor McGonagall had arrived with Dumbledore, who who cast Suna a look of helplessness before striding toward the sycamore, curiously touching it here and there, while Fox swooped down, both bird and man murmuring to one another. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall stood with her hands on her hips, and Suna lowered her head, too intimidated to speak. By Merlin's beard. This is your doing? Now I understand from whom Tom inherited his traits. I won't take the blame for Tom's actions, Suna muttered quietly. But a glance from Professor McGonagall silenced her immediately. I am truly grateful that you usually exhibit a modicum of restraint. I do wonder if this recent poisoning has affected your judgment. Let us address the problems at hand. Suna dared not retort. Among all of Hogwarts, she only feared Professor McGonagall. She obediently followed her to Dumbledore's side, who seemed to take a certain delight in her predicament. Suna wrinkled her nose in defiance. But after receiving another pointed glance from McGonagall, she reverted to her submissive demeanor. Albus, should we consider relocating this tree to the Forbidden Forest? Otherwise this greenhouse is doomed. Fawkes, upon hearing Professor McGonagall's intent to remove his new abode, flapped about anxiously, pecking at Dumbledore's beard. Dumbledore, say something. All right, Fawkes. The sycamore is too delicate. While I am uncertain how Suna managed to grow it so large overnight, moving it may likely lead to its demise. It might be best to leave it here. Perhaps Ollivander would be quite pleased, as he could acquire new wand material. The fact that a tree worthy of Fawkes' attention surely harbored magical properties made it an ideal candidate for wand crafting. Ollivander would undoubtedly pay a handsome price for it, thus providing Hogwarts with additional revenue. Dumbledore stroked his beard in satisfaction, deeming this a fortuitous turn of events. McGonagall gazed at the rare sycamore tree. Since you propose it, I must inform Pomona. She has the right to know. Of course, I imagine she will be quite delighted. As for the greenhouse's glass, it can encircle the trunk. McGonagall looked at Suna, who nodded in agreement. This small task was well within her capabilities. Dumbledore, in high spirits, instructed Fawkes to bring him a branch. Eager to show off to Ollivander, Suna and Professor McGonagall worked together to restore the greenhouse and gather the remains of the deceased sprouting grass, intending to hand them over to Snape or Madame Pomfrey upon the start of the term. Afterward, Professor McGonagall gently tapped Suna on the head with her wand. Do try to keep a low profile during this break, Suna. It would be a relief for me to have some peace. Oh, but... Suna scratched her chin, her eyes darting. Should she mention the situation in the vegetable garden? Could the elderly lady handle it? She should be able to, right? Noticing Suna's demeanor, McGonagall narrowed her eyes. What mischief have you been up to now? Well, it's not exactly mischief, Suna replied. We have an abundance of watermelons and cabbages. I consider that a good fortune. Professor McGonagall suddenly felt the weariness of facing twins. Do elaborate. Suna glanced at McGonagall and then at Dumbledore, before turning to lead them to Hagrid's vegetable garden. Upon entering, each of them suddenly found themselves holding a watermelon. What in Merlin's name is happening here? Hagrid was busy watering each plant, wearing an iron pot atop his head to shield himself from the falling melons, which thudded against the pot with a clattering sound. Hagrid, Professor Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall. Hagrid waved, straightening the tilted pot and dodging the melons that pursued him. What is going on? Have the plants come to life? Ah. Didn't Suna explain it to you? Both men turned to Suna, who could only provide a brief explanation, emphasizing that she truly had no knowledge of how this had transpired. This is all the system's fault. I refuse to take the blame. They're quite similar to the venomous tentacula, albeit much more docile. Right now, these were Hagrid's treasured possessions, and he was particularly protective of them, especially the venomous tentacula. Professor McGonagall pointed behind Hagrid. Are you certain? Turning around, they witnessed the venomous tentacula devouring one of the smaller creatures. Hagrid rushed over, cursing as he saved the little one, all the while soothing the tentacula, ultimately appeasing it with 2 rabbit carcasses. If memory served, those rabbits were intended as food for Buckbeak. Did Buckbeak know? Professor McGonagall, exasperated, covered her head and said to Dumbledore, Albus, I need to use your fireplace to fetch Pomona. Dumbledore nodded, and after McGonagall departed, he proceeded to test the offensive capabilities of each plant, noting that their damage was minimal. Otherwise, Hagrid would not be merrily watering them. Sprout, unable to change clothes, was hastily summoned by McGonagall, and upon encountering the peculiar array of plants, her eyes sparkled with excitement. What on earth are these? By Merlin's socks. Sprout perceived this as a gift from Merlin, while Suna knew it was merely Dave's handiwork. With these plants, Sprout had little time to fret about the sycamore tree in the greenhouse. These were infinitely more intriguing. She examined each plant, conversing with Hagrid, then with a grand gesture, declared her intent to pack them all back to the greenhouse. Hagrid readily agreed. But the venomous tentacula stubbornly refused to part with itself, insisting on being cared for by Hagrid, even receiving the name Ag. It was uncertain how he discerned the tentacula's gender to give it a feminine name. Nevertheless, with only one tentacula in existence, Sprout was unwilling to concede, and thus began their battle over the prized plant. Suna, seizing the moment when others were distracted, stealthily packed the small sunflower to take back to her dormitory. The half-height sunflower swayed, and after 10 minutes, it produced a ray of sunshine. Suna tentatively touched it. The texture resembled jelly, the temperature mild, and the light gentle, serving as a delightful hand warmer. Moreover, this sunshine was akin to that in the game. If not picked up, it would vanish within minutes, though once collected, it would last 5 to 6 hours, albeit not permanently. Clutching the soft sunshine, Suna pondered for a moment before writing a letter to Carlisle Cullen, who resided in a small town far from here. Dear Mr. Vampire, would you like to once again bask in the warmth of the sun without fear of harm? I hope your reward will be enticing enough to sway my heart. Chapter 114. Methods to acquire abundant sunshine. After dispatching the letter, Suna paid it no further mind. Her immediate concern lay with the leaves of the phoenix tree, for she needed to rid herself of the avatar skin. With the effects of the super golden fertilizer now known to her, Suna began to experiment gradually. This time, with an entire phoenix tree at her disposal, she felt liberated to proceed boldly. Upon her success, Hogwarts boasted a dozen phoenix trees of varying sizes. Apart from Professor Sprout, the one most elated was Fawkes, who had built nests on each tree, choosing whichever to rest in at his whim. Meanwhile, Tom and his trio, having heard of Hagrid's cultivation of magical plants, discreetly ventured to take a glimpse after their chores. The venomous tentacula had been relocated to the greenhouse by Sprout, and Tom found himself unceremoniously bitten on the backside. Debbie, in his eagerness to assist, was promptly flattened by a gourd. Jerry, clutching a nut, gnawed away until he fainted from choking, while a chocolate frog diligently administered first aid. Fortunately, Sprout had anticipated their antics and, after providing each of the four a handful of sunflower seeds and watermelon, shooed them away. Upon returning to their dormitory, they were greeted by the sight of a swaying sunflower in the corner, and intrigued, they approached to tease it. Yet, regardless of their antics, the sunflower maintained its eerie smile, occasionally releasing a burst of sunlight. With the phoenix tree leaves in hand, Suna hurried to seek out Snape, for she could not bear to be without her avatar for even a day. It was nighttime when she arrived. The room was dimly lit, with moonlight filtering through the single window, casting an eerie glow upon the portrait above the fireplace. A shiver ran down her spine as she made her way to the potion chamber, where Snape appeared utterly disheveled, his hair a tangled mess, his pallid complexion darkened, and his lips chapped and peeling, resembling a specter on the brink of collapse. My dear old friend, are you aware of how frightful you look? Snape glanced at her wearily before unsteadily retreating to a chair. Suna promptly offered him a bottle of water. He took it, drank half, and rested his head for a moment before mustering the energy to engage with her. What brings you here again? His exhaustion rendered him devoid of his usual sarcastic wit. I have brought you phoenix tree leaves, she replied, presenting the carefully prepared leaves. Snape raised his eyebrows in surprise. Has it only been a few days? He examined the leaves for potency, finding them perfectly intact. Where did you procure these? He assumed she had acquired them from elsewhere. It's a long story. Hogwarts now boasts over a dozen phoenix trees, making it quite the unique feature, she explained. A glimmer of interest sparked in Snape's eyes. Indeed, Suna had a knack for delivering unexpected delights. Understanding his curiosity, Suna retrieved a pouch of golden fertilizer, feeling generous given his current state. Snape disdainfully pinched the pouch. What is this? Super fertilizer. It's what I use to cultivate the phoenix trees. Its potency is remarkable. Just 10 grains can expedite their sprouting. Snape's mind began to race with possibilities, contemplating how to maximize the use of this fertilizer. Acquiring valuable resources from Suna was no small feat. He set the fertilizer aside and inquired, Do you still have the pills from last time? Suna hesitated, recalling the pills she had given him. Suddenly enlightened, she rummaged through her small backpack and produced a crystal vial, extracting a single pill to hand to him. The pill was pure white with a hint of ethereal pink. Snape grimaced in distaste and tossed it onto a nearby plate. You should be on your way, he said. Were it not for his evident fatigue, Suna would have relished a spirited debate with him. Humph, you shouldn't overexert yourself. A few days of waiting won't kill me, she retorted. Snape regarded her with a quizzical expression before gesturing to another cauldron of potion. Yours is over there. A pang of realization struck Suna. She had mistakenly assumed he was overly burdened. With an eye roll, she turned and exited, leaving a gust of air in her wake. Snape's lips curled slightly, though his habitual demeanor rendered it akin to a smirk of derision. He consumed a small meal, tended to another potion, and then prepared to indulge in some much-needed rest. Donning his pure black pajamas, Snape lay down and swallowed the pill, closing his eyes in anticipation of a deep slumber. 1 minute. 2 minutes. After 10 minutes, still unable to sleep, he opened his eyes in suspicion, sensing something amiss within his body. He pressed a hand to his chest, unleashing a sharp, furious cry, Suna. Meanwhile, Suna, having returned to Hogwarts, remained blissfully unaware that she had mistakenly mixed her sleep-inducing pill with the transmutation potion Tara had given her. Cheerily humming a tune, Suna entered her bedroom, only to be nearly blinded by the luminous spectacle within. The room had transformed into an ocean of sunlight, where Tom and his trio lay contentedly basking, with Dobby and Jerry even relocating a few items into their cozy nests. You all. Tom, spotting Suna's return, quickly crafted a sunlit rocking chair and placed her atop it. To her surprise, it was indeed quite comfortable, surpassing a sofa in its embrace of her form, radiating a perfect warmth. Truly a boon for women, save for its slightly warm nature. Suna donned her sunglasses, reveling in the moment. After a period of enjoyment, she inquired how they had amassed such an abundance of sunlight. The sunflowers typically produced it at a slow rate. Even if they gathered every bit, it shouldn't amount to this much. With a puffed chest and a self-satisfied expression, Tom approached the sunflower, playfully grasping its neck and spinning it wildly, creating a blur of movement. Once he ceased, the sunflower's delighted face transformed into a dizzy expression, and with a dramatic pout, it released a torrent of sunlight. Suna's expression froze. This sunlight was expelled? The sunflower continued to emit sunlight for nearly a minute before finally ceasing, its expression hinting at indignation. Oh dear. This is more severe than threatening with a spade. Tom wore a look of eager anticipation for praise. Well done, but refrain from doing this again, Tom. After indulging in playtime with the little ones, Suna prepared to retire for the evening. However, the overwhelming brightness of the sun made it impossible to relax. Thus, she opened the window to let the sunlight escape, finding the notion of stowing it away in her backpack somewhat distasteful. As the sunlight spilled onto the barren ground, it radiated a gentle glow, and as it vanished, the grass seeds in its former location began to sprout green shoots. Unbeknownst to Suna, a letter filled with warm regards for her family was en route to her. Meanwhile, far away in America, Carlisle Cullen was deeply moved upon receiving Suna's letter. Having been transformed into a vampire by accident, he had adapted to this existence, but yearned once more to embrace the sun. Thus, Carlisle composed a reply to Suna. Chapter 115, Arrival. The following morning, Suna flung open her window, inhaling the fresh air and feeling elated. However, her mood soured upon reading Snape's letter, which scolded her across 3 full pages of parchment, with not a single line repeated. Confounded, Suna felt a surge of anger. Was their plastic friendship truly crumbling? Snape, of course, could not directly disclose that he had transformed into Miss Snape. Instead, he hinted at Suna's mental faculties having diminished to the point where even trolls would refuse to consume her concoctions, having mistakenly provided him the wrong potion. Wrong. A massive question mark appeared over Suna's head. How could that be possible? Suna retrieved the glass vial from yesterday, scrutinizing it closely. Ah. The hue is certainly off. She rummaged through her capacious backpack for a while longer, until she unearthed another glass vial. The pills within were identical to those in the previous bottle, save for a subtle pink tint. The correct sleep-inducing pills should exhibit a delicate blue sheen. What on earth? What kind of pills did she actually give? Suna, in a moment of impulsiveness, took a taste. Sweet, yet no discernible change. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be the transformation pills that Tara had provided her. Transformation? Pills? Could it be that Severus is now? Initially taken aback, Suna's laughter echoed throughout Hogwarts, though unintentional. It was indeed a splendid jest. How curious she was to envision Severus as a lady, he. Wiping the corner of her mouth, she mused. While there was no known antidote, Severus, being a master of potions, should be capable of concocting one himself. She decided it best not to disturb him, lest she find herself in a perilous predicament in Spider's Tail Alley. What a pity! Shaking her head in regret, who wouldn't wish to behold the visage of Lady Severus? Carefully stowing the transformation pills away, these could not be mistaken again. she pondered. Harry? Suna stroked her chin, recalling how discussions about Harry being Harriet could fill countless threads in her previous life. Should she dare to manifest this notion? Perhaps Severus might forgive her upon witnessing it. The thought delighted Suna, and out of compassion for Harry, she resolved to grant him a small favor. Having settled on this delightful decision, she glanced at Carlyle's reply. Carlyle expressed keen interest in her proposal, and indicated a desire to meet in person for the exchange. Suna's expression shifted. This could lead to complications. She contemplated sending a message asking him to postpone, yet after much deliberation she refrained. Although Carlyle was not afraid of sunlight, revealing his identity could provoke the Volturi family, whose interference was far more ruthless than that of wizards. This was precisely why Suna preferred to avoid the Volturi family. Occasionally, they clashed with the local Ministry of Magic, each side holding disdain for the other. Because Suna did not persuade Carlyle to delay, he arrived at Hogwarts on a rainy day a week later, greeted by Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall informed Suna of his arrival via Patronus, and during the wait, she inquired further, growing increasingly pleased, save for his vampire identity. By the time Suna arrived, Professor McGonagall wore a benevolent smile as she nudged Suna toward Carlyle. I shan't disturb you any longer, she remarked, casting Suna a teasing glance. Carlyle smiled politely, refraining from making Suna uncomfortable. Suna's expression darkened. Professor McGonagall, surely you've misunderstood something? Leaning closer, Suna whispered to her that Carlyle had a wife and several children, causing a flicker of disappointment in McGonagall's eyes. Suna, are you contemplating that her? Huh? Suna was momentarily taken aback. Yet to Professor McGonagall, her silence was an affirmation. A sigh escaped McGonagall as she patted Suna's shoulder, and departed with a hint of melancholy. Surely you understand it's not me, Carlyle remarked with a slight smile. I comprehend, he added, though Suna felt utterly devoid of strength and means. No, you do not comprehend. Carlyle shifted the topic. Aren't you going to show me the items for trade? I have brought many treasures. He shook his suitcase, the weight of it indicating the valuables contained within. Suna promptly led Carlyle to her office, where the sunflower had already been brought by Tom and Jerry. Upon seeing Carlyle, the two little ones greeted him eagerly, and he reciprocated their gestures. Make yourselves comfortable. You know my preferences. Carlyle took a seat on the sofa, placing the suitcase on the table and surveying the room with keen interest. What is it like being a professor at a magical school? Suna tilted her head and thought, it's tolerable. It would be even better if I didn't have to grade their essays. Carlyle chuckled, recalling his own unending medical records and consultations, empathizing with her plight. Indeed, one must find joy amid hardship. Your expression. Carlyle hesitated to inquire, but could not overlook the striking azure tint of her complexion. I'm poisoned. Poisoned? Do you require my assistance? Carlyle, a learned vampire physician, inquired. No, in another fortnight, I shall recover. To be honest, I've nearly forgotten what I look like normally. Carlyle's gaze drifted into the distance, recalling their first encounter when Suna had struck him as a dangerous leopard, only to later discover her true nature as a whimsical cat. You shall see yourself soon enough. Perhaps you will even miss your current form. Suna vehemently shook her head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just then, the sunflower released a ray of sunshine, which Suna picked up and handed to Carlyle. Here, this is what I wish to trade with you. Experience it. Carlyle extended his hand to receive the sunlight, finding its texture delightful. He could not resist squeezing it. The warmth reminded him of the gentle sunlight of early summer, posing no threat to him, as it lacked the intensity that would cause his skin to reflect. He found it quite agreeable. Is this permanent? Not quite. The sunflower will continue to produce such sunlight, but if uncollected, it will only last a few minutes. Once gathered, it can endure for 5 to 6 hours. Carlyle gazed at the swaying sunflower, initially believing it a mere decoration, given the plethora of peculiar plants and creatures in the magical realm. He had encountered many of them, yet never anticipated that this would be the item for trade. If it is not permanent, considering its yield, it seems difficult to produce a substantial amount at once. You are aware of my children. Carlyle's implication was clear. Insufficient quantity, perhaps more or at a reduced price. Suna shot Tom a meaningful glance. Now demonstrate. Tom strutted toward the sunflower, then performed a spell to regurgitate a stream of sunlight that cascaded past Carlyle's feet. Carlyle. Suddenly, I'm not so sure I want it anymore. Chapter 116. I consider you a friend. After considerable internal deliberation, Carlyle ultimately resolved to purchase the sunflower. He opened his suitcase, revealing an equal share of cash and luxurious jewelry, the most striking being a ring the size of a pigeon's egg. Suna slipped it onto her finger, finding it a perfect fit, a sign of their destined connection. Good taste. This was a commemorative gift from Louis XVI to his wife, Marie Antoinette, fortuitously acquired by me. In a flash, Suna tossed the pigeon-sized gem back into the suitcase. Pa pa pa. What destiny? Nonsense. Carlyle burst into laughter at her antics, prompting Suna to shoot him an exasperated glance, convinced he was doing this on purpose. Carlyle shrugged, extracting several pieces of jewelry from the box, and gesturing for Suna to select from the remainder. You did that on purpose. Carlyle smiled subtly, neither confirming nor denying. In a fit of frustration, Suna chose 7 or 8 items, yet Carlyle maintained a gentlemanly smile, leaving her feeling somewhat defeated. Tom, deliver the goods. Tom picked up the sunflower to hand it to Carlyle, but hesitated as Carlyle reached out. He raised an eyebrow at Carlyle. Cash for goods. Earlier, when opening the suitcase, he and Jerry had seen that it was all small change. Carlyle cast a glance at Suna, who averted her gaze and whistled nonchalantly, feigning ignorance. With a resigned smile, Carlyle retrieved a golden necklace and draped it over Tom's head. Are you satisfied now? Tom nodded vigorously, offering up a sunflower and playfully pecking Carlyle on the cheek. Merely a friendly gesture, of course. Observing Tom's success, Jerry eagerly scrambled up onto the table, presenting Carlyle with a sunny grin, his tiny hands clasped behind his back, eyes brimming with excitement and shyness. The little mouse was also yearning for attention. Meanwhile, Suna's head was nearly buried beneath the table, prompting Carlyle to remark, truly a loyal servant. He then selected a ring and placed it atop Jerry's head, closing the suitcase with a hint of trepidation, lest something else emerge demanding his attention. Jerry, overjoyed with the ring, began to stomp his feet in delight, blowing Carlyle a kiss before proudly offering the ring to Suna. Oh! Suna exclaimed, touched by the gesture. She kissed Jerry on the cheek but declined the gift. This is a present from him to you. You should keep it safe. Jerry bashfully nodded, his adorableness radiating. Meanwhile, Tom, thrilled with the golden necklace, suddenly froze and crossed his arms in indignation. You crafty little mouse. Carlyle chuckled at their antics, realizing it was time to redirect their focus. Would you kindly show me around? Of course. Suna replied without hesitation. After all, Carlyle was still a proper Englishman, albeit one who had settled in America with others later on. As Carlyle followed Suna through the castle, the holiday atmosphere meant that Filch was tucked away in his office, reducing potential disturbances. Carlyle found himself quite enamored with the ancient fortress, occasionally conversing with the portraits of its historical inhabitants. After a leisurely stroll, Suna led him to the finest observatory, offering a breathtaking view of Hogwarts. Carlyle opened his arms, mimicking a human taking a deep breath, which made Suna stifle a laugh. How does it feel? Wonderful, absolutely splendid. If I could, I would love to reside here for a time, he replied, leaning against the railing and gazing at the scenery below. Before coming here, I visited London, returning to a place I once called home. Yet it has changed so drastically that it feels foreign. I finally comprehend the sentiments expressed by my Chinese friends about the anxiety of returning to one's homeland. Carlyle's tone turned wistful. Eternal life must come at a cost. Suna recalled Gilgamesh, who lost his freedom in pursuit of immortality, and Voldemort, who exchanged wit and charm for an imperfect eternity. This thought prompted a question in Suna's mind. Carlyle, I know someone, a formidable wizard, who has longed for longevity. Is it possible for him to seek transformation from you? Carlyle regarded Suna with curiosity, sensing that she was, in fact, referring to herself. No, truly not me. I'm merely curious, Suna quickly clarified. Carlyle, no longer dwelling on the matter, offered an explanation. In theory, yes, but the repercussions would be severe. Vampires are categorized into 3 tiers: ancient bloodlines, lesser bloodlines, and failed monstrosities. The ancient bloodlines, like our Cullen family and the illustrious Volturi, are those we transform. Powerful and perfect beings with eternal life, formidable abilities, and an aversion to sunlight. The lesser bloodlines are the vampires known to the world, who fear sunlight and silver. The failed monstrosities are what you refer to as bloodsuckers, devoid of reason and driven solely by the instinct to feed. Besides the latter, both ancient and lesser bloodlines possess innate abilities and a degree of magical resistance, particularly the ancient bloodlines. Thus, for that individual to be transformed by us, he must relinquish his magical powers and cast away his wand. Of course, lesser bloodlines can retain some magic, but they remain caught in a limbo, unable to bask in the sunlight. Suna nodded in understanding, It made sense why no wizard would choose to become a vampire, and why the two factions often look down upon each other. It's a matter of conflicting power systems. Carlyle, observing Suna's contemplative expression, felt she was indeed speaking of herself, though she wouldn't admit it. Leaning closer, he whispered, "You may come to find me when your life reaches its end, and I shall offer you transformation, so you may continue to live as Suna Cullen." The proposal stirred something within Suna. It sounded appealing. After all, if one grew weary of being a witch, one could become a vampire. But would vampires still enjoy delectable food? What about Tom and Jerry? Would they have to follow her forever? The excitement waned as she considered the implications for the two little ones. Carlyle observed the shift in Suna's demeanor as her expression fluctuated before settling into tranquility. "Not interested. Let us discuss it later," she replied, choosing not to confront the matter directly. There was ample time ahead, and perhaps she would reconsider when the moment arrived. Carlyle felt a twinge of regret. He genuinely wished for Suna to join the Cullen family, and couldn't he imagine the lively atmosphere her presence would bring. After a flurry of thoughts, Suna finally registered the absurdity of the situation, fixing Carlyle with a wide-eyed stare. "I consider you a friend, and yet you wish to adopt me as your daughter?" Unfazed, Carlyle shrugged. "Doesn't that merely indicate how fond I am of you?" Suna pouted playfully. "Then I should be your peer." "That works too." After an enjoyable stroll, Carlyle prepared to depart, mindful of his responsibilities. Yet before leaving, he posed a philosophical query. What would my life have been like if I had not become a vampire, but instead had become a wizard? Suna pondered seriously before responding. "The Slytherins would surely rise from their coffins to hunt you down." Carlyle's father was a pastor in the Church of England, leading the pursuit of wizards, werewolves, and vampires throughout London and its surroundings. As a result, Carlyle, the little wizard Slytherin despised, would be the sort to set a snake upon them. Reflecting on his father, Carlyle's expression darkened momentarily before he regained his cheerful demeanor. "It seems, in any case, I would have been doomed." "Don't say that. Perhaps fate has arranged the best course for you. You are quite happy now, are you not?" As Suna accompanied Carlyle to the exit, they happened upon a freshly returned Dumbledore. The two centenarians instantly clicked, and Suna spent the afternoon chatting with them before finally bidding farewell to Carlyle. Dumbledore, still savoring the conversation, smacked his lips, for both were individuals of wisdom, tolerance, and a shared pursuit of peace, valuing emotional connections. They found common ground on many topics, occasionally differing in their views on science and magic. Yet both respected each other's opinions, forming a friendship in the process. Upon returning, Suna caught sight of Dumbledore happily indulging in candy, and with a mischievous glint in her eye, she inquired, "What will Mr. Grindelwald say if he finds out?" Dumbledore nearly choked on the sweet treat, hastily washing it down with tea while shooting Suna a glare. "Off with you, go play." Dumbledore appeared to be both flustered and irked, while Suna gleefully shook her head, opting to exit without colliding with the door this time. However, before departing, she left him with a playful challenge. "Who do you think is more handsome, Carlyle or Mr. Grindelwald?" With that, she dashed away, igniting the curiosity of the portraits lining the walls. "Quick, tell us. We want to know." Naturally, Dumbledore would not divulge his thoughts. First, he was vexed by Suna's teasing, but then he seriously contemplated the question posed. Who was more handsome, Carlyle or Grindelwald? Dumbledore's cheeks flushed crimson as all was revealed. With the commencement of the school year drawing ever closer, Suna found herself engulfed in anxiety. Severus Snape had not made an appearance since his last correspondence, leaving her in the dark regarding the status of her potion. Yet the thought of confronting him sent chills down her spine, for she feared a violent retaliation. Surely, she could not attend class clad in blue. How would her students perceive her? After 2 days of lingering at Hogwarts, Suna resolved to visit Snape's abode. This time, she opted for a more courteous approach and knocked on the door. To her surprise, it swung open at her light tap. Gulping nervously, she peered through the crack and saw no one inside. Steeling herself, she crept in on tiptoe, whispering, "I'm coming in." Scanning the room, she found it empty. With a sigh of relief, she turned to close the door, only to find herself face to face with Snape, who had been crouching beside it. Startled, she yelped and leaped behind the sofa, trembling as she greeted him. "Hi, Severus." If her eyes did not deceive her, his wand was poised, ready for action. She knew it. Snape would surely make her blood spill. Well, our Professor Suna has become so empathetic that she seems to have caught the contagion from Mr. Longbottom. Perhaps I ought to consult Dumbledore on whether such a person is fit to be a professor. I might assist him in addressing this matter. Suna forced a rather unattractive smile. "Please, I truly did not mean to." Snape's expression darkened instantly, and a silent jinx shot toward her. Suna ducked just in time to avoid a fate worse than death. Rubbing her surviving locks, she glanced at the nearly wall-penetrating spell, gasping at her near demise. Snape advanced menacingly, and Suna, refusing to be a passive victim, brandished her wand at him, ready to retaliate. Retaliate? How audacious! Snape recalled his own ordeal of masquerading as a girl for half a month, and felt an overwhelming urge to cast Suna into the depths of despair. Why not the heavens? She was unworthy. As the fire of rage blazed within him, he approached Suna, raising his hand threateningly. In a sudden shift, Suna's expression transformed. She tossed her wand aside and crouched down, mimicking Tom's pleading demeanor, and proclaimed with conviction, "I was wrong." The echo of her voice resonated throughout the room. Snape was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, and before he could utter a word, Suna began wailing. Her cries resembling thunder without rain, stealing glances at Snape's face. Let us just end this, Snape thought. Suna's instincts screamed danger, and she swiftly grasped Snape's wand, exclaiming, "I can make amends." Unmoved, Snape remained stoic as she pressed on. "I can offer you the right to the door for a month." Snape's gaze deepened as he pondered the worth of this exchange. Ultimately, he sheathed his wand and cautioned her against losing her tongue. Sunanadidigarli. Sealing her lips with a gesture akin to a zipper. Trusting her for the moment, Snape stepped back in disdain. "Here for potions?" he queried, to which she affirmed with a nod. "Follow me." Suna entered the potion room once more, where 4 cauldrons were simultaneously bubbling on the windowsill. She cast an admiring glance at Snape, who shot her a glare in return. He retrieved an ice cube from the cabinet, murmuring incantations that caused it to swiftly melt, revealing the potion within. Suna was astounded that it had been preserved in cold storage. Perhaps she should gift Snape a refrigerator. He then crushed some willow leaves, extracting their juice to add to the potion, which began to swirl animatedly in the crystal vial. Handing it to Suna, Snape warned, "Consume it in one go without pause." Without hesitation, she gulped it down, the peculiar flavor overwhelming her senses, a perfect blend of bitterness and spiciness, strikingly potent. Unable to spit it out, tears streamed from her eyes as the taste assaulted her, while Snape observed her performance with a hint of amusement, prompting her to suspect he was enacting revenge. Her skin visibly lightened, and upon noticing this, Suna abandoned her distaste for the potion's flavor. Laughing foolishly while tears continued to flow, Snape averted his gaze in disdain. The fading color signaled the potion's success, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. Suna eagerly awaited her transformation back into a pale beauty, yet her skin ultimately settled on a shade of green, refusing to change further. Severus. What is the meaning of this? Am I to become the Hulk? Snape, unfazed, replied, "The prolonged duration of color saturation requires time to gradually dissipate. Green, yellow, then white." Upon hearing this, Suna closed her eyes and lamented, "I wish to perish." Chapter 118. Who will substitute? A light chuckle echoed in the quiet room, causing the unconscious Suna to spring up, glaring fiercely at Snape. "Did you just laugh?" Snape merely smirked coldly, igniting her irritation. "Is there any way you could help me get rid of this?" she pleaded, gesturing toward her face with hope in her eyes. Snape raised an eyebrow, shaking his head with a hint of schadenfreude. "No. This could be arranged." "No," Snape retorted, with a resounding thud. The little green figure of Suna was unceremoniously tossed out by Snape. She hastily pulled her hat over her face and dashed back to Hogwarts at breakneck speed, heading straight for the headmaster's office. The new door to the headmaster's office had not fared any better. Dumbledore and Grindelwald, engaged in conversation, turned to look as the commotion erupted. Oh my! Grindelwald's anger evaporated in an instant, the corners of his mouth twitching as he fought back laughter. Dumbledore, however, widened his eyes in shock, his mouth agape. Had her color faded further? He shifted his gaze, contemplating all the unfortunate events that had transpired. Cough, cough. What is this? Why has your color changed again? Is it a poison outbreak? Suna gasped for breath and, collapsing into her seat, cried out, "Oh my dashing, kind-hearted, and charming headmaster. Please save your beautiful and responsible defense against the dark arts professor." Wailing, she tugged at Dumbledore's beard to turn his head toward her. Dumbledore, forced to meet her gaze, could not suppress a chuckle, which quickly morphed into a series of "oh dear" sounds under Suna's fierce glare. "Suna, please release my beard. You must help me. Help, please." Dumbledore hurriedly agreed, yet she did not loosen her grip. Finally, it was Grindelwald who could no longer bear the sight, and reclaimed Dumbledore's beard. "If you're going to speak, then speak. There's no need for such antics." Suna pouted in grievance, preparing to unleash another wail. Dumbledore hastily shoved his beard back into her hands, exclaiming, "Silence! No more wailing! How did you end up like this? Did you not seek Severus's help? My dear headmaster, it was your potions professor who transformed your defense against the dark arts professor into this state. Although your potions professor managed to concoct an antidote that alleviated your defense against the dark arts professor's affliction, the color can only fade gradually. Your defense against the dark arts professor, doubting your potions professor's words, insisted on seeking further assistance. But your potions professor refused to help and simply cast your defense against the dark arts professor out. Thus, your defense against the dark arts professor had no choice but to seek the aid of the upright and benevolent headmaster." Headmaster Dumbledore's mind buzzed with confusion, akin to the cacophony of 100 quacking ducks. It took him quite a while to comprehend the previous statement. Severus had antidote Suna, but the color could only fade gradually. Doubting his words, Suna was subsequently expelled from his presence, leaving her with no recourse but to seek his assistance. Dumbledore cast a disapproving glance at Suna, bemused that such a brief exchange had turned into a tongue-twister for her. Did Severus specify how long it would take? Suna shook her head in response. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore remarked, "If Severus is unable to remedy the situation, it stands to reason that others will struggle as well. One cannot deny his proficiency in potion-making. But school starts in just a week. I cannot possibly attend with a full body of green. It's worse than looking like a smurf." Dumbledore scrutinized her closely. Indeed, there was something not entirely unappealing about Suna's green hue, as her good complexion could withstand it, though the color was rather uncommon. "I find green much more agreeable than blue. At the very least, it possesses a certain quality." Dumbledore pondered various adjectives, all feeling insincere, until Grindelwald suggested a fitting term, "Easy on the eyes." "Yes, easy on the eyes. I'm sure the young wizards would be quite pleased to see you." Suna remained silent, instead emitting a series of shrill cries, rivaling the cacophony of a braying donkey, her pitch wavering wildly. The expressions on Dumbledore and Grindelwald's faces shifted from awkwardness to exasperation. Their eyes glazed over as they contemplated leaping from the tower in unison. Dumbledore had no choice but to summon Fawkes to fetch Severus at the utmost speed, insisting it was imperative. In a flash of flames, Severus appeared, instructing Suna to silence herself. Dumbledore offered Severus an appreciative glance. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Suna, her mouth still sealed, attempted to interject but was disregarded by both men. Dumbledore sighed. "With the school year approaching, is there any way to expedite the fading of Suna's color?" Severus furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at Suna. "How old are you, still reporting on others?" Suna crossed her arms defiantly, challenging him with her stare. Severus contemplated leaving in a huff. Under normal circumstances, he might have done so. But today was different. Grindelwald was present. Dumbledore might be indifferent, but this man was genuinely dangerous. Severus felt a growing irritation. He had only himself to blame for this predicament. "It will take at least half a month," he stated. "To what extent must it revert?" "To a normal shade of yellow," he replied. Dumbledore turned to Suna, seeking her opinion. After a brief moment of thought, she nodded, conceding, "All right then." Dumbledore and Severus both breathed sighs of relief. And even Grindelwald felt fortunate to have retained his ears. He reasonably suspected that if Severus were unable to resolve the issue, she would undoubtedly come to the headmaster's office to wail daily. While he could retreat to Nurmengard, what about Albus? He certainly did not wish to abandon him. "Will you be able to attend classes in a week?" Suna shook her head, asserting, "No, normal yellow is my final bottom line." Dumbledore tapped his fingers on the desk. "Then I shall need to find a substitute professor." Severus's eyes lit up. If Suna was unable to attend class, perhaps he could. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Grindelwald interjected, leaving Severus's proposal unspoken, bursting with laughter, too intimidated to argue. Once again missing the opportunity to teach defense against the dark arts, Severus felt a pang of irritation as he swept his cloak and exited the headmaster's office. Albus, I can assist with the teaching," Grindelwald offered. Dumbledore regarded him skeptically, noting that the role of a professor required immense patience. "Are you certain you can manage?" "Of course. No one knows dark magic better than I do. You can place your trust in me." Suna interjected. Oh, am I to be disregarded?" Nevertheless, Dumbledore still found it difficult to place complete faith in Grindelwald. His ability to manipulate minds was at its peak, and if he were to sway the young wizards, whom could Dumbledore turn to for solace? Seeing Dumbledore's hesitation, Grindelwald's expression darkened momentarily before he quickly masked it. "There is but a week, Albus. I can hardly accomplish anything in that time. Besides, I have high standards. What do you think, Professor Suna? A glimmer of threat flickered in Grindelwald's eyes, and Suna nodded obediently, fearing that if she delayed, she would become a half-cooked version of herself. Dumbledore reluctantly acquiesced, reasoning that it was merely for a week, and with Grindelwald present, there should be no cause for concern. Chapter 119. The start of term. In the days leading up to the start of term, Suna unabashedly embraced her sloth, cocooned in her dormitory, avoiding the outside world. Tom and his companions intended to keep her company, but she found their boisterousness intolerable and shooed them out to play, preferring to remain indoors, engrossed in a novel that rendered her complexion sallow. On the day of the term's commencement, Hogwarts seemed to awaken from slumber. Under the cover of darkness, the young wizards remained oblivious to the patchy grass and the broken branches of the sycamore trees. A few smaller sycamores had been planted by Suna behind Hagrid's hut. Professor McGonagall approached Suna to inquire if she wished to attend the sorting ceremony. After a moment of deliberation, swayed by her curiosity, Suna decided to don a disposable invisibility cloak and sneak a glance. McGonagall thoughtfully set aside a small stool for her, refusing to disclose its purpose to others, leading the other professors to assume it was reserved for Tom. Seated upon her designated stool, Suna caught Dumbledore's eye. He smiled knowingly, pretending not to notice her presence. Beside Dumbledore stood Grindelwald, his eyes transformed to a striking blue and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, deliberately toning down his formidable aura. Hagrid, meanwhile, stood nervously beside Flitwick, exchanging anxious tips and advice. The younger wizard soon detected the unfamiliar face at the professor's table. Who is that? Why isn't Professor Suna here? Perhaps she has been replaced. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor changes every year. It's a tradition. Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glare. When will you learn to think critically, Ron? The book list still lists Professor Suna's name, indicating she will continue teaching. I know, but Hermione, look. Ron pointed at the professor's table, where Professor Suna was conspicuously absent, making it a possibility. Hermione frowned, unwilling to believe that Suna had left Hogwarts. Professor Suna cannot have departed. She must be tied up with something. Let's hope that's the case. Ron shrugged before continuing to share tales of his adventures in Egypt with Harry. Meanwhile, Theodore observed Suna's absence, the joy from his holiday evident in his demeanor. His formerly obscured eyes were now visible, and with the onset of adolescence, many young witches cast curious glances in his direction. Draco beside him bombarded him with questions. Why didn't you reply to my letters? Yet Theodore's thoughts were preoccupied with Suna's absence, rendering him inattentive to Draco's queries, merely nodding or shaking his head absent-mindedly. Pansy, seated next to Draco, felt a persistent gloom that had lingered since before the break, as Draco had begun to avoid her. He still greeted her, but there was a noticeable distance. He had not returned her letters during the holiday. If it weren't for the absence of other girls near Draco, she might have suspected he was dating someone else. She glanced at Draco, still engrossed in conversation with Theodore, and sighed deeply, wishing she were in a relationship instead. As Suna observed the new batch of young wizards stepping up for sorting, her attention was drawn to Astoria Greengrass, the only newcomer she recognized. During her sorting, Astoria experienced a minor mishap with the sorting hat, which eventually, albeit begrudgingly, placed her in Slytherin. Daphne, seated at the Slytherin table, breathed a sigh of relief and warmly welcomed her younger sister. Suna overheard the sorting hat murmuring softly, as it initially intended to place Astoria in Ravenclaw. But Astoria rejected its choice, which saddened the hat. Unlike Daphne, Astoria maintained a calm demeanor regarding blood purity, not exhibiting the fervor instilled by her family, yet she never openly contradicted it. She carried herself with the inherent dignity of a pure-blood witch, coupled with a contemplative approach to all matters. Indeed, she was well suited for Ravenclaw, but alas, her family would never permit her to be sorted into any house other than Slytherin. However, Astoria seemed accustomed to this reality. She displayed neither disappointment nor excessive joy, as if the sorting ceremony did not pertain to her at all. After all, it was a predetermined outcome. What reason was there to feel elated? Following Daphne's shift in allegiance after Voldemort's rise, she endeavored to mend her friendship with Pansy, and the two girls reconciled. Draco, in turn, allowed Daphne to rejoin his circle, at which point Daphne was introducing her sister to them. When it came to Draco, he greeted her with a lukewarm acknowledgement before resuming his discussion with Theodore. Suna observed this scene and silently clicked her tongue. Surely Draco wouldn't remain single for long? Yet, it seemed uncertain. Considering the current narrative, Peter Pettigrew had already become entwined with the Dementors, while Sirius had successfully cleared his name and celebrated an unforgettable birthday with Harry. They were now enjoying a tranquil life at the Black family estate with Lupin. This semester promised to be devoid of dementors, werewolves, and other such disturbances. Even the substitute teacher assisting Suna was the reliable Grindelwald. Well, there was no point in overindulging in the plot. Nonetheless, it was reassuring that this semester was relatively safe, allowing Harry and his friends to navigate their studies without peril. Once all the young witches and wizards had been sorted, Jerry bounced excitedly over to the sorting hat, pointing at his own head. Since his arrival, Tom had been boasting about his own sorting experience, contrasting it with Jerry's, which made Jerry keenly aware of the distinction. Spotting Jerry, Tom dashed forward, attempting to leap and tug him down, only to be restrained by the twins and others who were equally curious about which house Jerry would join. Due to Jerry's small stature, Professor McGonagall held the sorting hat above him, while Jerry blinked eagerly, awaiting his fate. Oh Merlin! Last year it was a cat being sorted, and now it's a mouse. Will a dog be next? The Gryffindors would surely be astounded. Nevertheless, since a cat had already been sorted, this was hardly extraordinary. Let us see where you belong. After a brief silence, the sorting hat boomed. Gryffindor. Ravenclaw. Cheers erupted from the young witches and wizards of the two houses, while the Hufflepuffs sighed in disappointment, and the Slytherins reveled in their good fortune, amused that Jerry could not possibly join their ranks. They had never expected him to. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands in delight, conveniently overlooking that the sorting hat had placed Jerry in Gryffindor, as in his mind, Jerry truly belonged in Ravenclaw. Jerry bowed in gratitude to Professor McGonagall, then leaped from the chair, eager to boast to Tom. Anticipating Jerry's intentions, Tom lay in wait, and once Jerry was down, he swiftly kicked him toward the Ravenclaw table. The little eagles of Ravenclaw reached out for Jerry, but he deftly evaded them, landing instead in Luna's embrace, while Mary beside her immediately began to pet Jerry's little belly. Chapter 120, Newt arrives. Following the sorting, dinner commenced and Suna, hidden beneath her invisibility cloak, found herself salivating. Professor McGonagall discreetly passed her various delectable treats, while Dumbledore occasionally tossed her a couple of delightful desserts he deemed worthy. Noticing Dumbledore's absent-mindedness during the meal, Grindelwald leaned back to observe the disappearing food, sharing a knowing smile with Dumbledore, and casually offered him a glass of juice. Suna, too engrossed in the culinary delights, wondered if it was the change in dining style that made the food so delectable today. Was this the legendary taste of sneaking treats? Severus Snape, for reasons unknown, approached Dumbledore to converse, and upon glancing at the empty space, he immediately guessed who was responsible, rolling his eyes in exasperation as he departed, inadvertently kicking a chair in the process. With a chicken leg stuffed in her mouth, Suna pondered whether to concoct a little potion for Snape. On the first day of term, Suna, oblivious to how others fared, enjoyed a splendidly restful sleep. The days without work were indeed delightful. After breakfast, she sprawled on her bed, engrossed in a novel, deciding to postpone the writing of her new book for a few days. Due to her teaching duties, Suna had temporarily entrusted her office to Grindelwald, although he preferred to linger in the headmaster's office, which led Theodore and others to find themselves at a loss when they sought Suna. At that moment, a visitor arrived at the headmaster's office, one who brought a broad smile to Dumbledore's face. Originally, Newt had intended to come with his grandson, Rolf, but Dumbledore had advised against it, considering Grindelwald's presence. It was best to keep a distance. Even today, Dumbledore had deliberately chosen a time when Grindelwald would be teaching. The two conversed for a considerable time, and Newt, nearing a century in age, still appeared like a youthful lad in Dumbledore's company. By the way, how is Suna faring? Newt inquired, his fondness for her apparent. Ah, she is quite well, bringing a great deal of excitement to Hogwarts, Dumbledore replied, rubbing his temples at the thought of all the commotion Suna had caused upon her return. Newt, intrigued by Dumbledore's exasperated yet affectionate expression, asked, so she has overcome her troubles? That is splendid. But what has transpired to leave you in such a state? Yes, she has, but I think it's best you see for yourself, Dumbledore remarked, struggling to find the right words, deciding instead to let Newt witness it firsthand to spare Suna from lamenting to him about it. Knowing Suna's pride, Dumbledore summoned Fawkes to assist in fetching her. When Fawkes arrived at Suna's dormitory window, he found her nestled against Tom, holding a book and laughing mischievously, while Jerry and a chocolate frog played wizard's chess nearby. Fawkes politely tapped on the window, prompting Suna to hurriedly hide the novel beneath Tom as she rushed to open the window. Is there something Dumbledore needs me for? Fawkes nodded and gestured toward Tom and Jerry. Understanding that Newt wished to meet the two little ones, Suna gathered the trio and said, "Let us go." Fox perched on Suna's shoulder, and with a flash of fire, they arrived at the headmaster's office. Suna's eyes sparkled. This mode of travel was far more pleasant than apparition, and swifter than a magic carpet. She wanted more of this. "Suna, you've not changed back to your original color in quite some time," Newt exclaimed, initially intending to greet her warmly, but upon glancing up, he was met with a vivid green hue that nearly caused him to burst into laughter. "Long time no see, Mr. Scamander. I'm currently in a fading phase," she replied, feeling a hint of embarrassment despite her preparations. Newt glanced at Dumbledore, then racked his brain for a compliment. "You look much better than before." "Oh, that is unnecessary. Thank you. These are greetings from Theseus. He misses you dearly," Newt replied, his expression shifting suddenly. "Why didn't he come along?" "He is unwell. Suffering from an ailment he has had for some time," Newt answered, a shadow of concern crossing his face. Unlike Newt, Theseus preferred the role of a hero. During the Great War, he fought alongside numerous wizards and emerged unscathed, earning the title of battle hero among them. Subsequently, he dedicated himself to the fight against Grindelwald in the magical realm. Theseus retired in his 60s, as his body could no longer endure the rigors of intense combat. Having remained unmarried throughout his life, he embraced Newt's children as his own, stepping into the parental role whenever Newt and his wife were away. Occasionally, his concern for his socially anxious brother would lead him to accompany him on ventures, such as visiting Gilgamesh's ancient tomb, where various factions were involved, causing him great unease. However, age had taken its toll. Shortly after returning home, Theseus's old ailments resurfaced. "I'm sorry, is there anything I can assist you with?" Newt shook his head. "Worry not, it's just an old malady. A period of rest will suffice." He mentioned that he would read your book in the coming days, and remarked that your book bears no resemblance to your persona. This diversion lightened the atmosphere somewhat. Suna pouted, initially intending to gift a sign set, but now felt it unnecessary. "Well, I think that could still work. Then take it with you before you leave. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Tom. This is Jerry, and this is Dick." Suna nudged the three little ones forward, and they warmly greeted Newt. Had Suna not intervened, they would have eagerly approached him for treats. Perhaps having tasted the sweetness of past encounters with Sirius and Carlyle, they now sought to beg from unfamiliar faces. Newt's eyes sparkled as he crouched down to greet the trio. "Hello, I am Newt Scamander." Turning to Suna, he added, "They are utterly adorable. And what about this chocolate frog? Is it indeed a chocolate frog?" Suna nodded, which further piqued Newt's curiosity about the chocolate frog. As it exhibited characteristics far from that of an ordinary confectionery, it seemed to possess sentience. To enhance its charm, every chocolate frog was enchanted to leap about. Yet it could never appear so vividly animated. "It must be a contagion from Tom, correct?" Dumbledore mentioned in his letter that prolonged exposure to Tom leads to certain changes. If Suna were aware, she would refer to it as the power of rules. Newt approached Tom, observing him closely, examining his ears, and lifting an arm for inspection, which made Tom feel rather embarrassed. With a swift paw, he swatted Newt's hand away, casting an annoyed glance in his direction. Rather intrigued, Newt produced a candy from his pocket and offered it to Tom. "Would you like some?" Tom turned his head aside and shook his finger, as if to say, "That will not tempt me." Undeterred, Newt pulled out some jerky and an unknown bird egg, all of which Tom declined, while Jerry eagerly devoured them. Jerry exclaimed, "Delicious. Love it. Want more." Chapter 121. Tom vs. Niffler. On the first day of school, the Defense Against the Dark Arts class was fully booked, with Grindelwald, now masquerading as Professor Green, commencing his teaching journey. Although Suna had previously coordinated the curriculum with him, Grindelwald displayed little patience. Thus, amidst the eager gazes of the young witches and wizards, he produced a stack of papers. "Your Professor Suna has entrusted me with your opening assessment." She conveyed a message. "The knowledge you acquire will not simply be returned to me after one holiday, will it? Rest assured. I shall pass this paper to your Professor Suna for grading." The young wizards groaned in despair. Indeed, this style was unmistakably that of Professor Suna. Initially, they had relished the thought of her absence, believing they could enjoy their first days unscathed, only to be blindsided by the revelation that Professor Suna had turned Professor Green to her side. With tears in their eyes, the young wizards furiously scribbled their answers, while Grindelwald sat at the podium, lost in thoughts of Dumbledore, inexplicably haunted by a sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, under Newt's generous feeding, Jerry had ballooned into a round shape, beginning to emit little belches while reaching for more treats. "Enough, you cannot eat anymore." With a gentle poke of his finger, A jelly jumped from Jerry's mouth only to bounce back. Jerry covered his mouth, sheepishly chuckling. Newt's cheeks dimpled as he retrieved a notebook from his suitcase, sketching the two little ones and noting their observed behaviors beside the drawings. Jerry, unable to hold his weight, plopped down, propping himself up with one hand while the other rubbed his belly. The chocolate frog hopped over, tapping his belly and producing muffled sounds, then proceeded to assist Jerry in massaging his stomach. Tom, curious, leaned in to see what Newt was writing. Tom, resembling a British shorthair cat, exhibits anthropomorphic behavior, possesses the capacity for thought, boasts a high IQ, and displays a proud disposition. His currently observed ability includes influencing the non-biological entities he frequently interacts with. Jerry, resembling a brown striped rodent, is diminutive, acts in a humanoid manner, thinks, possesses a high IQ, and is characterized by his friendliness and gluttony, with his abilities yet to be fully determined. Casting a glance at Jerry, Newt noted, can consume food weighing 5 times his own body weight. Other abilities unknown. Displeased with Newt's commentary on him, snatched the pen from Newt's hand and scrawled furiously on the paper, altering Jerry's description to suit his own narrative. Newt, taken aback by this display, found himself unfamiliar with Tom's assertiveness, while the duo nearby, munching on snacks, prepared to relish the unfolding drama. With a mischievous grin, Tom illustrated his own image as impressively muscular, showcasing bulging biceps, a set of defined abs, and a chiseled face. 3 beads of sweat formed on Newt's brow. Have you perhaps overdone it with this embellishment? Examining Tom's revised self-description, he noted that Tom had amended high IQ to the smartest cat in the world, crossed out proud, and substituted it with a plethora of flattering adjectives such as brave, kind, beloved, and even added handsome to his appearance along with versatile for his abilities. Conversely, Jerry's depiction became notably frail, laden with comparative adjectives to Tom's grandeur. In his heart, Newt silently added narcissism to Tom's list of traits. Striking a pose with his hands on his hips and his head held high, Tom seemed to assert, "Indeed, this is my true self." As he did so, a gleaming gold necklace, previously concealed beneath his neck, glimmered in the sunlight, catching the eye of the elusive Niffler. The Niffler, having mourned the absence of the Gilgamesh statue, had sketched it in sorrow and insisted on accompanying Newt on outings. Thus, Newt would often pair it with the peculiar magical creatures that resembled large-eared, braying beasts. And over time, the Niffler had learned to suppress its instincts to beg, knowing that Newt would compensate it with a few gold galleons afterward. Worn down by the cacophony of the braying creatures, the Niffler found itself disheartened, lamenting that aside from eating, sleeping, and relieving itself, all other moments were filled with incessant noise. Ultimately, the Niffler declared itself quite disheartened, insisting it required an abundance of gold to soothe its spirit. While the headmaster's office was once adorned with many glittering treasures that no longer held significance, gold was paramount. Thus, unnoticed by others, the Niffler leapt into action, pouncing upon Tom. Tom, bewildered, fell to the ground, only to witness a dark, duck-like creature snatch his gold necklace and stuff it into its pocket. The creature then swiftly scurried under the table, hiding itself, while Newt dashed over, crouching low. "Come out! How did you escape again?" Dumbledore, with remarkable swiftness, was gathering the valuable items within the room, while Tom, only just realizing the situation, felt the emptiness around his neck. With a sudden leap, he rolled up his sleeves and approached the table with an imposing demeanor, pushing Newt aside to peer over. Niffler, hiding beneath the table, experienced a perspective akin to that of Jerry, as a large eye with a luminous glow emerged, its pupils locking onto him, followed by the extension of sharp, glowing claws reaching out. In a state of terror, Niffler covered his face and scurried out from the other side of the table, seeking refuge elsewhere. Tom, having conducted a thorough search, looked up to see Niffler sliding down from the lampshade, sheepishly scratching his head. With a howl, Tom lunged forward, prompting Niffler to flee while he pursued. The heads of Suna and the others bobbed in tandem with the two small figures, and gradually, the two little ones began to dash faster, transforming the eyes of Suna and the others into those of dizzying spirals, almost reminiscent of motion sickness. Tom yelped. Tom. Suna could hardly manage to call out, while Newt, though capable of uttering a complete sentence, lacked the robust volume of Suna, rendering the two small creatures oblivious to their calls. Jerry and Chocolate Frog huddled together, trembling in fear of being knocked over by the uncontrollable little ones. For a fleeting moment, the room was filled solely with the buzzing of the engine and the intermittent sounds of dry heaving. Eventually, the two small creatures, out of breath, leaned against the wall, tongues lolling, allowing the trio to finally settle down. Newt pounced on Niffler, refusing to let go despite Niffler's wriggling. "Niffler, you Niffler disdainfully turned away, only to find himself face to face with Tom. With a resigned air, Niffler patted his own pocket, folding his arms as if to say, "Your gold necklace is right here. What can you do about it?" Tom extended his hand, flicking Niffler's elongated snout playfully, and to the astonishment of both Niffler and Newt, thrust his hand into Niffler's pocket, rummaging about before triumphantly pulling out his gold necklace, flaunting it before Niffler's eyes before adorning himself with it. "It's mine." Both Newt and Niffler's minds momentarily short-circuited, bewildered by how Tom had managed to delve into Niffler's pocket for the necklace. As Newt pondered this conundrum, he simultaneously contemplated why neither Suna nor Dumbledore appeared the least bit surprised. Suna and Dumbledore exchanged knowing glances, as if to say, "We've witnessed far more astonishing feats." Chapter 122 Hee. In truth, Niffler was reluctant to relinquish Tom's gold necklace, but Newt's unyielding grip forced it back into his suitcase. This scene piqued Tom's interest. He fixated on Newt's suitcase, his eyes darting around, contemplating some mischievous scheme. Observing this, Suna approached and delivered a gentle reprimand. "No scheming. That one is truly irreplaceable." Newt, devoted to caring for every magical creature he rescued, had transformed the second floor into various ecological zones. Some magical creatures were released back into their natural habitats, yet others remained inside. Suna was oblivious to the contents of the suitcase. Were Tom to mishandle it, the potential loss would be unfathomable, especially with the risk of magical creatures escaping. Tom, with his hands behind his back, offered an awkward smile, driven solely by curiosity. Suna pointed a finger at him, earnestly warning, "Let me tell you, if you truly damage that suitcase, I will have no choice but to make you compensate for it, irretrievably." Upon witnessing Tom genuinely appear frightened, she turned her gaze toward Jerry. "And you?" Jerry, startled, let out a hiccup, covering his mouth with his tiny hands and nodding obediently. "There's no need to frighten them like that, Suna. I've encountered many ferocious magical creatures, and I've managed just fine." Newt ruffled Tom's hair, unconcerned, while Suna shook her head, signaling Dumbledore to enlighten his student on the perils of cat and mouse. Thus, Dumbledore began recounting the various escapades of Tom and Jerry since their arrival at Hogwarts, even engaging Newt in a demonstration using the pensieve, immersing him in the experience. After witnessing the spectacle, Newt regarded the two small creatures with newfound wariness, mentally reminding himself to keep the suitcase firmly in his sight. Even the protective charms of Hogwarts Castle could not ensure its safety. "Suna, you were right to admonish him." Tom and Jerry exchanged glances, resignedly shrugging their shoulders, then began tracing circles on the floor with their feet. Newt, aside from observing Tom and Jerry, had also agreed to assist Hagrid for a spell, thus delaying his departure. Dumbledore, mindful of the time, urged Suna and Newt to seek out Hagrid, and by the time Grindelwald returned to the headmaster's office, Newt was already at Hagrid's hut. Meanwhile, Suna used the disillusionment charm to return to her office, retrieving the test papers, hoping that the Dark Lord would grade them, an unthinkable notion. If Voldemort truly became the defense against the dark arts professor, would there be any time left for mischief? Perhaps only a fantasy before the wearied Professor Cow and Horse succumbed to exhaustion. Yet, one could not deny the magnetic charm of Grindelwald. After just one lesson, several young witches and wizards had defected, leaving Suna feeling a twinge of jealousy. Clearly, their bond was insufficient. More practice was necessary. Out of curiosity, Suna decided to attend one of his classes that afternoon. Grindelwald's pacing was measured, his tone distinctive, and his deep familiarity with dark magic allowed him to convey complex principles in mere sentences, captivating Suna's attention. She resolved to study with Grindelwald after her recovery. Indeed, a specialist in their field would handle matters with utmost professionalism. That evening, while grading papers, Suna initially intended to enlist Tom and the others for assistance, but Tom unusually declined. "What mischief are you up to this time?" Tom waved his hand dismissively, explaining he was merely headed to the Gryffindor common room to play. However, Suna remained skeptical. Tom swore by the lamp and resorted to adorably clinging to her legs, but Suna, despite her exasperation, relented. "Fine, go play, but you must not reveal my current appearance." "Understood?" Tom happily nodded, dragging Jerry and Chocolate Frog from their cozy nook, and even snatching Dobby, who was busy knitting, so that the room was soon left with only Suna. Suna watched as Tom, burdened with 3 small creatures, dashed away. Jerry, noticing they were not headed toward the Gryffindor common room, nudged Tom. "Are we going the wrong way?" Tom, ignoring him, sprinted to the first-floor dormitory, where Newt resided. Dumbledore had intended for him to stay in the Hufflepuff common room, but the Badger's overly enthusiastic hospitality left Newt apprehensive. prompting Dumbledore to relocate him to the first-floor common room instead. Tom's familiarity with the layout indicated he had meticulously plotted his course. Jerry stood at the entrance, shaking his head at Tom, a small cloud of concern hovering above his head, replaying Suna's warnings from earlier. For a fleeting moment, Tom felt a twinge of fear, yet the purpose of his endeavor bolstered his resolve. He shoved the cloud aside, positioning Niffler in the center, declaring, "Today the target is it." It. Jerry scratched his head in confusion, unable to fathom why Niffler was the focus, but Tom offered no explanation. Perhaps it was simply his nature to be intrigued by Niffler. Newt had fortified the door and lock with protective charms to avoid disturbances, which was precisely why Tom had brought Dobby along. Tom nudged Dobby, asserting, "This is your moment, buddy." Dobby grasped his ears, pondering whether this action would earn him a reprimand from Suna. Tom thumped his chest confidently, "I've got your back." Dobby found it exceedingly difficult to decline the requests of his friends, and with an enthusiastic tug, he whisked Tom and the other two into the house. As they entered, they unexpectedly came face to face with the mischievous Niffler, who appeared utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, its small hands were busily stuffing the decorations from Newt's clothing into its pockets. Upon noticing Newt indulging in a bath, Tom chuckled mischievously and lunged towards the Niffler with his paw raised. Chapter 123, A Second Bloom. Startled, the Niffler's heart raced as it turned and leaped to the ground, attempting to flee. The space was not as vast as the headmaster's office, and soon, Tom and the Niffler were dashing around the room in wild abandon. This time Tom had learned from experience. He produced a net from behind and placed it in the Niffler's path, coaxing it to enter willingly. With a gleeful grin exposing his pearly whites, Tom held the Niffler before him, causing it to tremble in fear. Yet that was not all. He brandished a copy of the duck preparation guide, flipping it open to the roasted duck section, and presenting it to the Niffler. "Dinner is served." Initially the Niffler, still trapped in the net, froze upon seeing the book. As its head emerged from the confines of the net, it snatched the book and began comparing the duck illustrations with itself. "How do I resemble that?" Tom seized the book back, shaking his head dismissively, deeming it inconsequential. The Niffler narrowed its eyes and retaliated, striking Tom's head multiple times with the book. "Duck. You are the duck. Your whole family is a bunch of ducks." Tom, dazed and seeing stars, was momentarily incapacitated, allowing the Niffler the chance to stuff the book into his mouth. In that moment, Tom did indeed bear a resemblance to a duck. The Niffler then scurried away, net in tow slipping under the door. Frustrated, Tom discarded the book and charged at the door, intent on pursuing the little creature. Jerry and his companions witnessed the two racing away, and exchanged glances before shrugging their shoulders. The commotion startled Newt, who while bathing, turned off the water and, with foam adorning his hair, listened intently. After a moment of silence, he called out a couple of times, while Jerry's two companions swiftly climbed onto Dobby's head and dashed after Tom. After waiting a considerable time without hearing anything, Newt assumed he had misheard and resumed his bathing, humming a tune as he continued. Meanwhile, the Niffler dashed downward, occasionally distracted by the glimmering decorations. Yet Tom pursued relentlessly, forcing the Niffler to forsake some treasures. Ultimately, he could no longer resist, especially when he spotted several benevolent stones dangling from a barrel outside the Hufflepuff entrance. Unable to restrain itself, the Niffler climbed up and claimed the stones as its own. This delay allowed Tom to catch up, prompting the Niffler to hurl an empty barrel at him. Tom leaped onto the barrel, wobbling comically in an attempt to maintain his balance, much to the Niffler's amusement. As Tom's expression shifted, realizing the Niffler was still laughing, he decided to use the barrel to roll towards the Niffler, conserving his energy in the process. The Niffler, realizing this was unacceptable, retaliated by throwing another barrel, resulting in a scene of utter chaos in front of the Hufflepuff common room. Witnessing the mayhem, the Badgers appeared to understand the frustrations of the headmaster and Professor McGonagall. Despite their irritation, they did not seek to lodge complaints, but instead tacitly worked together to restore order, while discussing what delectable treats Tom could prepare next. Some of the Badgers, curious about Tom's activities, lamented that if they could keep pace, they would certainly follow him. As the Niffler and Tom wreaked havoc, leaving destruction in their wake, Jerry and his companions grew increasingly anxious, fearing for their safety. Upon catching up, they found Tom cornering the Niffler in a dead end. The Niffler, undeterred, began to paw at the wall, realizing there was truly no escape. Bracing itself against the wall, it gazed at Tom with wide, terrified eyes. With a devilish grin, Barrel Tom seized the Niffler and attempted to swallow it whole. Jerry, witnessing this alarming scene, sprang into action, running over and stepping on Tom's foot. As Tom yelped in pain and opened his mouth, Jerry swiftly extracted the Niffler from his grasp. The Niffler, trembling in fear, clung to Jerry, terrified of nearly meeting its doom at Tom's hands. Tom glared at Jerry, pointing at the Niffler, demanding its return. Jerry stood protectively in front of the Niffler, shaking his head. "You cannot eat this one." However, Tom, quite rebellious, declared his intent to feast, leading to a back-and-forth argument between the two. Neither would yield until Jerry invoked the name of Swanna, at which point Tom begrudgingly relented. Yet, as they turned around, they discovered the Niffler had vanished. The chocolate frog signaled with a gesture, revealing the Niffler stealthily preparing to escape. Upon being spotted, the Niffler bolted away at full speed. Tom disregarded Swanna entirely, taking small strides to pursue the Niffler, while Jerry managed to grasp his right foot, albeit ineffectively. Due to the limitations imposed by the barrel, Tom's visibility was obstructed. Unbeknownst to him, he stepped on a stick and lost his balance, transforming into a liberated barrel with astonishing speed, inadvertently sweeping up the unsuspecting chocolate frog and Dobby along the way. The four of them tumbled towards the Niffler, their cries echoing in despair. From the Niffler's perspective, it resembled a scene from a horror film. Yet no amount of speed could outrun the chaotic barrel, which ultimately engulfed them, resulting in a cacophony of desperate wails. This chaotic mass continued down the sloped ground, with few wandering young wizards around to offer assistance. They could only run helplessly until they reached the end of a corridor, where they collided with a floor lamp. The lamp, under the strain of inertia, bent backward and emitted a sound of helpless lament. As it began its journey toward an uncertain fate, the five little ones, immobilized, could only await their outcome, their innocent eyes wide with concern. With a creak, the lamp finally reached its lowest point, unable to withstand the pressure any longer. With a loud crash, it stood upright, ejecting the chaotic bundle. The lamp sighed in relief. "Ah, that feels better." The disarray transformed into a graceful line, accompanied by various exclamations. "Ah, oh, yeah, roar, gulp, thud, 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 thud." The five were embedded into the wall, arranged from largest to smallest. Snape, who had been diligently brewing a new potion in the dungeon with fresh ingredients provided by Swanna, found himself interrupted by the cacophony of crashes. His cauldron jolted, disrupting the magical energy flow and ruining the entire batch of potion. Expressionless, Snape snapped the stirring rod in his hand, but before he could take further action, a nearby materials rack creaked ominously and collapsed to the ground. A frown appeared on Snape's forehead, evident in the imprints left by the shapes of Tom and his companions on the thick steel plate. It was clear that the ruckus had been caused by them. They had destroyed his new potion and the materials rack. Snape drew his wand, casting a sidelong glance at the door, muttering, "Very well, Swanna shall not reclaim her belongings, unless she redeems it with something valuable. Her enormous abilities can easily fill a small backpack with treasures." Upon this realization, Snape's fury swiftly subsided. A cold smirk graced his lips as he heated the metal plate, unleashing a chorus of anguished cries from the other side. As Snape stepped out, the five little ones, under the weight of his dark demeanor, instinctively sealed their lips, their faces flushed with pain yet too fearful to utter a sound. Unaware of the unfolding situation, both Luna and Newt simultaneously sneezed. What was happening? Were they catching a cold? Or perhaps someone was missing them? Chapter 124, Discussion on Compensation. When Luna received Snape's notification, her expression contorted at once. What could Snape possibly want that was good? She even contemplated fleeing. Was it better to run away? But then she remembered the portkey was still in Snape's possession, forcing her to reluctantly tread towards the cellar. By the time Luna arrived, Newt was already diligently inspecting the remarkable artwork created by the five little ones at the scene of the incident. How did they manage to create such a thick metal imprint? The details were so vivid that even the expressions from that moment had been preserved. Newt then inspected the Niffler's mouth, astonished to find it unbroken. Truly, it was beyond belief. If it weren't for the chilling aura emanating from the victim still nearby, he would have insisted they recreate the scene. Tom and his companions huddled beneath their impressions, their heads drooping in defeat, lamenting, "We're done for. We're definitely going to be punished." Initially, when Newt arrived, he had intended to have a serious conversation with Snape. Yet the moment he faced Snape's grim countenance, the words caught in his throat. Instead, he settled beside Tom and the others, comforting them while silently praying for Luna's swift arrival. Thus, when Luna finally appeared, Newt was the first to spot her. "Over here." Luna cast a glance at Snape's scowling visage, inwardly chanting, "If I do not descend into hell, who shall?" Approaching Snape, she transformed into a facade of forced cheerfulness. "Good evening." Snape glanced at Tom and the others, responding earnestly, I am not well. But soon you shall find yourself in a similar predicament. With that he flicked his cloak, splattering Luna's face. Luna closed her eyes, inhaling sharply through her nose. Her glare directed at Tom and his friends, who trembled in fear. Observing this, Newt shielded the little ones with his niffler, soothingly saying, calm down. They didn't mean any harm, did they? Mr. Scamander, does your conscience not ache? Newt touched his own, finding it quite painful. Upon emerging from his shower, he had discovered the room in utter disarray, and a large hole in the door shaped precisely like Tom. He first checked the suitcase, finding the magical creatures unharmed, except for the missing niffler, which combined with the door's shape, made everything clear. Just as he stepped outside, Snape had summoned him, revealing the extent of the trouble they had caused. Newt felt a surge of anger, yet upon meeting the 5 pairs of pitiful eyes, his heart softened. Luna patted Newt's shoulder and cautioned, do not be deceived by them. Their specialty is to acknowledge their faults without amending them. Newt scratched his head, pondering if that were truly the case. The previously guilty little ones, upon catching Newt's gaze, instantly donned their most sorrowful expressions, further softening his resolve. Luna shook her head, declaring them hopeless. Newt chuckled, reasoning that acknowledging their mistakes was a small price to pay, and besides, he could afford it. However, the thought of Snape's grim face ignited a sense of resistance within him, though he remained uncertain about the amount of compensation. Leave the negotiation of compensation to me. This is my forte. Nothing more than a matter of familiarity. Newt anxiously inquired, are you sure? The potions professor does not appear to be a benevolent soul. Fear not. In negotiations one must exhibit grace. Watch my prowess unfold. Luna instructed Newt to keep an eye on Tom and the others before stepping into the cellar, where she was met with a plethora of materials scattered across the floor. Oh, look at all these materials laid out at this late hour. Snape halted momentarily, then approached, delivering a light tap to Luna's head. Clearly, mere words no longer sufficed to satisfy him. He was ready to escalate matters. Luna's expression shifted to one of displeasure. Undeniably unhappy. Observing her demeanor, Snape raised his hand once more, prompting Luna's expression to transform into one of negotiation. Let us discuss the matter of compensation. Snape regarded her with a look that suggested her acquiescence was noted, then took a seat behind the desk, presenting her with an invoice. Even with preparation, Luna felt a wave of darkness wash over her as she beheld the bill. The sheer audacity of Snape was staggering. He had listed everything imaginable, and had even itemized what she and Newt were to compensate for. Did he think this was a wish list? This invoice is erroneous, is it not? Luna glanced at the materials strewn about, her meaning clear. This fabricated bill was excessively unreasonable. Furthermore, since some items were still usable, why should she be liable for them? Snape regarded her with an unhurried tone. Look at our esteemed Professor Luna. So imbued with righteousness. He then gestured toward the ruined potion, continuing, your pet destroyed in seconds what took me 5 or 6 days to concoct. Do you consider this trivial? Or do you derive pleasure from obliterating the labor of others? A pang of guilt struck Luna. She indeed bore responsibility. Yet upon glancing at the bill once more, her conscience took a back seat. While Tom was at fault, Snape, do enlighten me. What exactly is this 3 worth of deep-sea whale oil? Can your meager cauldron even contain that? And what of the 1 worth of mountain ginseng powder? Surely, no potion in the magical world has circulated enough to warrant that quantity in 5 years. Faced with Luna's inquiries, Snape displayed no hint of shame. Professor Luna, do you comprehend the value of a potion master's time? Especially when crafting an entirely new potion. Time, thought, and inspiration are indispensable. I merely converted these into tangible assets, and I find it entirely reasonable. Luna's expression darkened. She had not realized Snape possessed such audacity. You deem it reasonable? I could easily procure any one of these from another potion master to complete the task. Snape studied Luna for 2 seconds, seemingly contemplating her words before responding. You may also offer other items as collateral. He glanced pointedly at the portkey nearby, his intentions unmistakable. She knew he was unrelenting in his greed. Not a chance. Luna resumed her vigorous bargaining with Snape, while the helpless Newt, accompanied by the 5 little ones, gathered at the door, their heads stacked atop one another, observing Luna's diplomatic prowess with newfound respect. Luna is remarkable, Tom declared with pride, lifting his chin. Of course, Jerry retorted, yanking at Tom's beard in frustration. This is all your fault. Tom deflated, contemplating whether he would see the sun rise the next day. After Luna's steadfast argument, the two settled on a final compensation amount. The Portkeys' return home would be delayed by another month, accompanied by several rare materials. As for Newt, he received standard materials, which he hardly minded. Having dealt with fantastic beasts for years, his stock far exceeded Luna's, and he presented his compensation without a flicker of hesitation. Following the incident, Luna also apologized to Newt, who shrugged it off, advising her not to be too harsh on Tom and the others, as it was in their nature. Luna agreed wholeheartedly, but once home, she closed the door and turned her back on them. That night, the cries of the damned echoed throughout. Chapter 125, Provocation. The following day, when Newt encountered the injured creatures, his heart ached profoundly for them. However, he could not seek solace from Tina, so he offered the little ones some delectable treats as a form of comfort. The creatures were quite fond of Newt, and thus accompanied him to attend Hagrid's class. The Care of Magical Creatures class swiftly became the favorite among the young wizards. Even Draco behaved remarkably well in the presence of Tom. Since Hagrid conducted his lessons in close proximity to his hut, Grindelwald had yet to discover Newt's arrival at Hogwarts, and he would scurry off to the headmaster's office after each lesson. Until one fateful day, as Grindelwald made his way to the classroom, he caught wind of Newt's presence. Truly, the illustrious Newt Scamander, renowned for his profound understanding of magical creatures. Another young wizard chimed in, "He is certainly far superior to Professor Kettleburn." Upon uttering this, the young wizard realized the impropriety of his comment and quickly amended, "Not that Professor Kettleburn is lacking in skill. It's just that his teaching style is rather wild." The other young wizards nodded in understanding, reminiscing about the time Professor Kettleburn introduced them to the Ashwinder, nearly allowing it to escape. Hagrid's teaching style evoked similar sentiments among them. They all laughed, sharing a collective wish that Mr. Scamander would remain at Hogwarts indefinitely. Newt Scamander? Remaining at Hogwarts? When did he arrive? How was Grindelwald oblivious to this? A flicker of anger and disdain crossed Grindelwald's eyes before he swiftly masked it. Approaching the young wizards who had just been discussing Newt with a gentle smile, "Good afternoon." "Good afternoon, Professor Grindelwald." It must be said that as long as Grindelwald wished, very few young wizards could resist his charm, not even the discerning Slytherins. "I just overheard you discussing Newt Scamander. I too have heard of him, and have read his works. I had no inkling that he was to join Hogwarts as a professor." Grindelwald feigned curiosity, and the young wizards eagerly divulged all they knew about Newt. Although the smile remained on Grindelwald's face, his gaze grew increasingly frigid. Invited by Dumbledore to instruct the Care of Magical Creatures course, Dumbledore. Grindelwald chewed on Dumbledore's name, his anger escalating. After all this time without encountering Newt, it was clear he was waiting for the week to conclude to send him back to Newt Scamander. Grindelwald yearned to confront Newt and deliver a few well-deserved blows. "Professor Grindelwald?" The young wizard sensed an ominous aura and hesitantly called out to him. Grindelwald suppressed his intensity. "Apologies, I was lost in thought. Do you happen to know where Mr. Scamander is? I am quite fond of his writings and wish to meet him." The young wizard swallowed hard, as there was an unsettling intensity in Grindelwald's declaration of fondness. If all goes as expected, he should be at Hagrid's hut." "Thank you." Grindelwald nodded, striding away with long strides, intent on locating Newt, putting Dumbledore on the back burner until he dealt with Newt. His expression grew colder with each step, causing even the ever-adoring Trelawney to keep her distance. "Jerry." Grindelwald felt a weight in his arms, as Jerry had sought refuge from Tom's pursuit by jumping into his embrace, closely followed by Newt, who was in pursuit of Tom. Grindelwald recognized him instantly. What did it matter if he had transformed into an old man? He would recognize him even in ashes. That damn thief. Newt felt an uncanny familiarity with the figure before him, as if they had crossed paths before. Taking a few steps closer, he scrutinized Grindelwald. Noticing Grindelwald's silence, he initiated, "Hello, do you know Jerry?" Grindelwald's eyes flashed with irritation as he set Jerry upon his shoulder, tilting his head to nuzzle him. "Of course, we are on good terms." Jerry smiled and nodded in agreement with Grindelwald. Newt responded with an "oh" and continued, "You appear quite familiar. Have we met before?" "Humph, more than met. I have given you a thrashing." "Is that so? Yet this is my first encounter with the illustrious Mr. Scamander. Perhaps we merely brushed past each other at some point." "Why such a peculiar tone?" "Perhaps. But I have yet to learn your name." "Grindel." Newt felt no sense of disquiet, and thus they exchanged silence, until Newt, unable to endure the stillness any longer, attempted to take his leave, only to be halted by Grindelwald. Newt regarded Grindelwald with curiosity, who smirked and queried, "Mr. Scamander, do you believe Dumbledore will always stand by your side?" Newt stood in stunned silence, fixating on Grindelwald. the familiar tone and question slowly merging with his recollection of the man. You are. Newt pointed at Grindelwald, exclaiming in astonishment. Grindelwald tilted his head, playfully toying with Jerry. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Scamander. I have a class to attend, so we shall continue this conversation another time. Jerry. I shall take my leave with you. Newt's complexion paled. He dared not contemplate the implications of this man being Grindelwald, why he would be here substituting for Tina. And his question, did Dumbledore know his true identity? The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. If this was indeed Grindelwald, the young wizards at Hogwarts were in grave danger, including Jerry. Tom. Newt whispered into Tom's ear, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He pointed toward Grindelwald's retreating figure and questioned, is he a villain? This matter was not easily explained. You go find Tina and relay my words to her. Tom, sensing Newt's serious demeanor, obediently set off to find Tina. Meanwhile, Newt, with a grave expression, sought out Dumbledore. Regardless of the circumstances, Dumbledore needed to be informed. However, upon his arrival, he found Grindelwald already present, with Jerry nestled between him and Dumbledore. At first glance, it appeared quite cozy. Newt shook his head, dispelling the strange thoughts, and warily regarded Grindelwald. Grindelwald crossed his legs, fondling Jerry's ears, then raised an eyebrow at Newt in a provocative manner. In a fit of anger, Newt drew his wand, aiming it at Grindelwald, who seemed utterly unfazed, continuing his playful interaction with Jerry. Dumbledore sighed in exasperation, casting a stern glance at Grindelwald from a perspective unseen by Newt, before snatching Jerry away and placing him in Newt's arms. Professor Grindelwald, you ought to attend your class. Grindelwald complied, rising obediently. He had intended to say something further, but swallowed his words upon meeting Dumbledore's warning gaze, brushing past Newt as he departed the headmaster's office. Chapter 126. The Real Spectacle. What did you say? After several days of fading, Tina had successfully transitioned from leaf green to apple green, her complexion harmonizing beautifully with her raven hair, resembling an enchanted apple. Newt and Grindelwald crossed paths? Tom nodded, even reenacting the expressions of both parties at that moment. Tina seized a watermelon from nearby, crunching into it. This is genuinely refreshing. Yet Grindelwald did not ignite the gas stove. Tina shook her head. A love can lead one astray. Ahem, I digress. So Newt suspects that Grindelwald has infiltrated with ulterior motives and has abducted Jerry, prompting me to be vigilant? Tom shrugged. I can't say. That's simply what he conveyed to me. Suna scratched her head, pondering whether it was appropriate for her to become embroiled in the affairs of the trio. Where had the two of them gone? Tom, with both hands raised at right angles, gestured in two different directions. Yet Suna understood immediately. Newt had gone to seek out Dumbledore, while Grindelwald was off to attend class. After a moment's reflection, Suna concluded that Dumbledore certainly did not wish for Newt to uncover the truth. Otherwise, there would be no need for such elaborate subterfuge. Thus, she resolved to feign ignorance, ensuring her response conveyed that she was entirely uninformed. With this thought in mind, Suna cradled a watermelon and accompanied Tom to the headmaster's office. The atmosphere within was rather tense, prompting Suna to retreat momentarily, only to be caught by the keen-eyed Dumbledore. Ah, Suna, you've arrived. She protested with the watermelon in hand. It's not what you think. You must be mistaken. Mimicking her, Tom pulled down a portrait to shield himself, causing the elderly headmaster depicted within to precariously cling to his chair, barely avoiding a fall. Oh, Tom, do give me a warning next time. I need to prepare myself. These old bones can't withstand such shocks. Tom, hiding behind the portrait, nodded sheepishly, while the other portraits erupted in laughter, leaving both Suna and the bewildered headmaster utterly perplexed. Dumbledore and Newt, buoyed by Tom's antics, found their spirits lifted, and the atmosphere grew decidedly less oppressive. Dumbledore cleared his throat and remarked, "They say cats resemble their masters. This saying fits you perfectly. Perhaps I should have Minerva educate you directly next time." Suna's expression shifted dramatically as she set down the watermelon, glaring at Dumbledore. "Oh, you old rascal. I find that entirely acceptable," Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye. "You've changed, my dear headmaster." "I have always been thus, Suna," he replied with a grin. Suna rolled her eyes and took a seat beside Newt, exchanging a knowing glance with Dumbledore, an unspoken connection established. "I didn't expect you to come," she said. "I was merely curious. Is that watermelon genuine?" A large question mark seemed to hover above Newt's head. "Watermelon? Are you asking me about the watermelon you brought?" Suna sighed inwardly, realizing that her time with Newt had been too brief. Dumbledore could easily grasp her meaning. She rephrased her inquiry. Are Tom's assertions credible? Newt's smile faded, replaced by a hint of melancholy. Perhaps 50 or 60%. Oh. Suna glanced at Dumbledore, who deliberately averted her gaze. What's the matter? I confide in you, and you cast me aside? Fortunately, Newt had a habit of looking down or away while speaking. Otherwise, his expressive features would betray his true feelings. I cannot speak for others, but I cannot deem Jerry's affections as ill-intentioned. Suna offered a vague reply. Jerry prefers the company of good people, though those who can disguise their true selves are another matter. Really? Newt's eyes brightened, as if he had received promising news. He believed in the purity of magical creatures' hearts, such as unicorns and cheilants, and was aware of the differences between Tom and Jerry, thus Suna's words resonated with him. Perhaps he simply did not wish to doubt Dumbledore, lacking an excuse to convince himself otherwise. Of course, if it were Tom, the matter would be quite different. Tom, overhearing this, crossed his arms defiantly, indignant at such a characterization. Suna merely shot him a glance, urging him to introspect. In a huff, Tom turned away, seeking consolation from Suna, who had already begun to enjoy the watermelon. I must say, this watermelon is exceptionally sweet, with a thin skin and vibrant flesh. Dave truly is a remarkable individual. Newt gently patted Tom's head, perhaps attempting to soothe him or perhaps to alleviate his own tension. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, who had been somewhat disengaged, rejoined the conversation. Despite their many similarities, he was not Grindelwald. Otherwise, the others would surely be unsettled. I was merely overly concerned. The upheaval caused by Grindelwald in the European magical community is well documented. Any wizard who has lived through it would prefer to avoid hearing his name again. A flicker of darkness and regret crossed Dumbledore's eyes, yet he swiftly redirected the conversation towards Tom, as Newt carried him away from the headmaster's office. Only Suna remained, munching on her watermelon, lost in thought. She silently relished her treat. She had done her part, and anything beyond was no longer her concern. However, perhaps due to her prolonged company with Tom, the sound of her eating became somewhat hypnotic, leading Dumbledore's thoughts astray. Observing Suna's carefree demeanor, Dumbledore sighed enviously. Thank you for today. No need for thanks, she replied, crunching away. While Mr. Scamander may trust my words, what of Grindelwald? You need not worry, I can handle that. Dumbledore rubbed his temples, fatigue washing over him. I have never understood why you allow such matters to arise when you could so easily prevent them. Indeed, it had been Tom and Jerry who instigated the letter-sending incident, yet the decision to permit Grindelwald's return rested solely with Dumbledore. As long as he opposed it, Grindelwald would remain confined. Suna had even forewarned Dumbledore of Newt's visit, yet he still consented to Grindelwald teaching classes. This decision puzzled Suna deeply. Even with her omniscient perspective, she could not fathom Dumbledore's reasoning. Dumbledore continued to rub his temples, his voice low and somber. I require his influence. While I do have allies, they are insufficient. With his assistance, I can achieve a more perfect outcome. As you have said, the most formidable adversary is a clever one. I continuously strategize the potential paths of the future, as if traversing a tightrope, where a single misstep could lead to disaster. In any game of chess, sacrifices are inevitable. The outcome is what matters, and I am prepared for that. Dumbledore raised his gaze to meet Suna's, his expression grave. However, your presence has unveiled to me an alternative outcome. Therefore, why should I not strive towards this new possibility? Suna remained silent for several seconds before blurting out, Old Dumbledore, are you attempting to ensnare me? This single remark sent Dumbledore's carefully cultivated emotions spiraling away. How was he to respond? Yes, I have drawn you into this vortex? Suna's reaction was predictable. She would likely wail in protest. Dumbledore chuckled resignedly, knowing she would indeed react this way, and soon enough, she would demand compensation. Consider it a favor to this old man. Suna's expression soured. Let me ask you this. Do Snape and Grindelwald receive compensation for their work? This pointed question struck home. Snape was bound by his guilt and love for Lily, but what of Grindelwald? Dumbledore's face flushed with embarrassment. Let us not delve into that. Suna's understanding deepened, and she immediately altered her demeanor. I'm currently teaching for free. Are you expecting me to work for you without compensation as well? Is your conscience not troubled? Dumbledore retrieved a stack of bills from his drawer. Expenses incurred for castle repairs since Tom's arrival, along with the maintenance of a patch of grass. He slid the bills towards Suna, stating, I fear these will only multiply. Suna perused the first few bills before imitating Dobby, exclaiming, Suna is free. It was evident she would not acknowledge these past dues. She had already exchanged her salary for such expenses, and she saw no reason to pay again. Dumbledore, regretfully, retracted the bills, preparing to launch into a lecture on benevolence, only to be silenced by a watermelon thrust in his direction. The most effective way to vanquish a leader's empty promises is to render them incapable of making any at all. Dumbledore, faced with the obstinacy of Suna, resorted to reminding her of the favor she owed Grindelwald. He was reluctant to adopt such a tactic, but Suna was simply too difficult to deal with. With a sigh, Suna remarked that repaying favors was perhaps the most arduous task of all. Does he truly understand? I have faith in his support. She inexplicably found herself swallowing a mouthful of dog food. Had he ever pondered what his reaction would be upon learning of her thoughts? How could one be certain he was unaware? Indeed, the Dark Lord who nearly toppled all of Europe would undoubtedly perceive it. It was merely a matter of going with the flow. Truly, love renders one audacious. Suna silently cursed the folly of romantic infatuation. We are merely spending the remaining time cherishing each other's company. Suna bit her lip, tempted to deliver a scathing retort, but Dumbledore was no Snape. She refrained, knowing that provoking him could lead to unwelcome repercussions. All right, what do you wish me to do? Suna sprawled across the table, accepting her fate with resignation. After all, one should not court unnecessary discomfort. There is indeed a matter I require your assistance with. Suna turned her head to face him, urging him to dispense with formalities at this juncture. Dumbledore produced a battered diary. I need your help to locate something akin to this. It is a Horcrux, an object created by Voldemort in his quest for immortality, wherein he split and sealed parts of his soul. As long as a fragment of his essence endures, he remains impervious to death. This is quite a conundrum, for I am unaware of how many Horcruxes he has fashioned. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, acknowledging that, due to certain unforeseen circumstances, he would need to exert further effort, but what he could ascertain is likely related to the relics of the four founders. Suna abruptly sat upright. Wait, have you struck gold? You already know this? Dumbledore, assuming her skepticism pertained to the veracity of the information, clarified, after Sirius was released. The Ministry conducted an investigation of Azkaban, during which a house elf named Hoki, who had accidentally killed her master, came to light. Her master, Hepzibah Smith, was a descendant of Hufflepuff and had collected the Hufflepuff cup and Slytherin's locket. Hoki indicated that Voldemort had long coveted these items and had inquired about them on several occasions. Subsequently, Smith met an untimely demise, and both the locket and the cup vanished. Therefore, I reasonably suspect that Voldemort absconded with them and transformed them into Horcruxes. Suna, incredulous, replied, Is that even plausible? If both the locket and the cup have become Horcruxes, I surmise that Ravenclaw's diadem is also in jeopardy. Those are the three I can conjecture for now. So, you wish for me to locate these three artifacts? Dumbledore nodded. Your extensive network may facilitate the acquisition of information. Facilitate? Oh no. No one understands this better than I do. She even doubted whether old Dumbledore had read the script. I will do my utmost. Suna feigned reluctance, stating that one cannot guarantee success right from the start. Otherwise, endless toil awaits, like in Snape's case. Although she knew it was unwise to say so, she still added, the sooner the better. Well said. Just refrain from repeating that next time. Observing Suna's lack of enthusiasm, Dumbledore chuckled, Consider it a favor owed to you. I apologize for dragging you into this. Suna was not particularly surprised. With Tom in the picture, it would have been astonishing had Dumbledore chosen to spare her. Yet, knowing was one thing. Facing the reality was another matter entirely. Regarding Dumbledore's favor, while not insignificant, it was also not trivial. Suna did not wish to cling to it indefinitely, for fear of forgetting one day. What if Dumbledore simply walked away? Who would she turn to for redress? As for favors, perhaps she could exchange this for something else. Anything else is acceptable, but not galleons. Suna rolled her eyes. Was she truly the type to obsess over money? Dumbledore tilted his head. Aren't you? Well then, let us trade it for something that won't get Snape riled. Suna found herself without any immediate desires, recalling Snape due to proximity. Oh, Dumbledore mused, taken aback by her choice, a teasing glint in his eyes. May I inquire why? Because we are friends. Is that all? That is indeed all. Dumbledore appeared somewhat disappointed, having expected more intrigue. What are you thinking? You are of a similar age and your relationship is quite amicable, so I thought. Dumbledore gestured with his hands, drawing them together, causing Suna to scowl. She nearly hurled her watermelon at him. I shall go on strike. No. I shan't say anything further. I am merely surprised. Surprised by what? That he is unworthy of friendship? Dumbledore shook his head. Not at all. I merely assumed your friendship was rather superficial. Superficial? If that were the case, Sue Na would not have been the first to think of seeking Snape's assistance with antidotes. Just as Dumbledore once remarked, he was indeed quite reliable. If he's reliable, then you ought to maintain a good rapport. Where else would you find a potion master of such exceptional talent? Chapter 128. An Argument. Upon stepping outside, Sue Na began contemplating which task to tackle first. One was at the Room of Requirement, another at the Black family residence, and the last in Bella's vault at Gringotts. Following the principle of proximity, she resolved to visit the Room of Requirement first that evening, planning to bring Tom and Jerry along. However, her plans were thwarted by an unforeseen circumstance. Grindelwald, in a fit of anger, had returned home. No, to Nurmengard. This abrupt withdrawal left Dumbledore scrambling to find a substitute teacher, and he had no choice but to summon Sue Na to discuss a strategy. As for the reasons behind Grindelwald's sudden departure, the timeline must revert to after Sue Na exited the headmaster's office. In pursuit of young Barty's whereabouts, Dumbledore had mobilized virtually all his informants and what remained of Grindelwald's influence, knowing full well that young Barty would seek out Voldemort. Locating him would be tantamount to finding Voldemort himself. Additionally, there was the matter of old Barty, who had once been the most formidable candidate for the position of Minister of Magic. Back then, Fudge had been no match for him. Had it not been for Karkaroff's identification of young Barty, old Barty might very well have claimed the ministerial chair. Despite narrowly missing out on the position, old Barty had taken a principled stand against his own kin, and had been instrumental in combating the Death Eaters, thus retaining a degree of influence within the ministry. Moreover, old Barty and Fudge held opposing political stances. One was a hardliner, while the other was a conservative, creating a delicate balance between the two factions. However, this equilibrium was shattered when old Barty was ousted from the ministry, losing a significant portion of his followers. Unable to bear the blow, he took his own life, leading the hardliners to retreat within the ministry, a troubling development for Dumbledore. This signified that Fudge would have more motives to undermine Dumbledore, thereby complicating certain actions. Dumbledore was currently in contact with other members of the hardliner faction, hoping to leverage this opportunity to draw them into his camp, thereby gaining additional allies against Voldemort. Dumbledore felt a sense of regret for old Barty. Although they differed in their principles, their attitudes towards Voldemort were aligned. He recognized that Fudge as minister was utterly unreliable. Alas, Dumbledore lamented, for while outwardly everything seemed to be progressing positively, beneath the surface, the situation was already riddled with peril. This, too, was why he was so insistent on involving Grindelwald and Sue Na. Dumbledore was diligently sorting through letters and consolidating disparate pieces of information. Alongside his quest for young Barty, he was also monitoring the Ministry of Magic and the Malfoys, who once followed the Voldemort family. In the midst of this, he sought to find time to converse with Slughorn, aiming to ascertain the precise number of Horcruxes and locate them. Indeed, it echoed the sentiment of Luna, that being over a century old was merely the prime age for striving and struggling. Dumbledore twisted his beard into a braid, attempting to find some levity amidst his burdens. Of course, he indulged in sweet confections to lift his spirits a little. After concluding the afternoon's lessons, Grindelwald, having advised Jerry to steer clear of Newt, sought out Dumbledore. A mere glance from Dumbledore was enough to signal his continued focus on his work, instantly dampening Grindelwald's previously buoyant mood. He took a seat opposite Dumbledore, removed his glasses, and allowed his eyes to revert to their distinctive colors. "Do you have nothing to say to me?" Dumbledore paused for just a moment, seemingly indifferent, which only served to further aggravate Grindelwald. With a swift motion, he snatched Dumbledore's quill and leaned over the desk as if to accuse him of wrongdoing. With a resigned sigh, Dumbledore erased the erroneous ink, saying, "Gellert, I thought you would understand." "Understand? Understand what? Are you expressing dissatisfaction with me?" "Not at all." Dumbledore remained composed, which only fueled Grindelwald's ire. He struck the table with a loud thud, startling Fawkes into flight. "Are you angry that I threatened your precious student?" "Yes, that's it, isn't it? How should I respond to that? Do you even realize you're in the wrong? You clearly promised me, Gellert. You were the one who broke the rules first." Grindelwald let out a derisive laugh. "Ah, so you care. You're afraid I might harm him. I simply wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. So you think I'm superfluous then? Your silence affirms it, does it not?" Dumbledore sighed deeply, feeling utterly drained. What was one to do when faced with someone who misinterpreted everything? Dumbledore's mind raced as he calmly replied, "No, Gellert, you understand the animosity between you two. Newt Scamander is here for Luna and Tom, and I simply asked him to assist Hagrid as well. At this juncture, I lack the energy to deal with additional complications, so I apologize. Dumbledore's explanation softened Grindelwald's stance. He was not oblivious, yet he simply harbored an aversion to Scamander. Grindelwald awkwardly inquired, "When does he leave?" "Around mid-month." "Very well, as long as he doesn't seek me out, I shall pretend not to see him." For Albus's sake, he begrudgingly decided to let it slide. "I will inform him, but I hope you can promise me that if any issues arise, you won't act impulsively." This statement irked Grindelwald, for he interpreted it as, "Be lenient with Newt." Why should I? Why should he receive any leniency? He is the favored one after all. If Scamander provokes me first, why should I tolerate it? Grindelwald's eyes seethed with rage, yet he spoke in contradiction. "Oh, of course I shall." Unfortunately, Dumbledore failed to perceive the sarcasm and nodded in satisfaction. Grindelwald, incensed, stormed out without another word, leaving Dumbledore in a state of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Dumbledore, still perplexed, even sought Grindelwald at Nurmengard, only to be met with a closed door. This centenarian experienced a rare moment of helplessness. Seeing that Grindelwald remained unyielding, he reluctantly departed, pondering that perhaps they could discuss it later when tempers had cooled. Inside, Grindelwald had initially contemplated knocking once more to prompt an opening, only to realize Dumbledore had left. Just like that. His initial irritation, the size of a mere cup of water, had now swelled into a river. What followed was an endless cycle of self-reflection. Why didn't he placate me? Why didn't he persist? Did he not care for me? Or was he eager to return to Scamander's side? Emotionless, Grindelwald reduced the room's contents to dust. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Dumbledore sought Luna to explain the situation, while Luna regarded him with the expression of an elderly man engrossed in his phone. "My dear old headmaster, what should I do next?" she asked, her apple-green face slowly shifting to yellow over the course of days. "Well, you need to attend class." Luna pointed at herself. "Me? If I could attend, would I still be waiting now?" No, it's you and the guys of Gellert attending class. Is it that complicated?" Dumbledore cleared his throat and explained, "You see, your current appearance cannot attend class, and Gellert's identity is also inconvenient. A sudden change would certainly arouse Newt's suspicions, and we wouldn't want to create chaos before vanquishing Voldemort, would we? But the polyjuice potion takes a month to brew, my poor old headmaster. I believe you will find a way, my beautiful and gracious Professor Luna." He concluded with an innocent gaze that sent a chill down Luna's spine. "All right, I'll see what I can do." Luna rummaged through her magically enhanced backpack, eventually discovering a transformation mask from Detective Conan. She tried it on, and indeed, it allowed her to take on Grindelwald's appearance, though she found herself lacking in height. "Do you think others would notice that Professor Grindelwald is short by several centimeters?" Dumbledore surveyed her critically, nodding. Anyone familiar with Grindelwald would certainly notice. Reluctantly, Luna rummaged through her bag again, this time producing a packet of cookies. "What's this?" she said, mimicking Doraemon as she held up the cookies. "Transforming cookies. Plus edition." Oh, Dumbledore marveled at her ingenuity. After consuming one, Luna envisioned Grindelwald's visage, and her body gradually morphed into his form. However, the sudden increase in height caused her trousers to tear, creating an awkward fit. "How do I look?" she asked, hands on her hips, while Dumbledore could only nod in a bemused manner. Grindelwald's face, paired with Luna's voice, was indeed peculiar. "How long will this last?" "1 hour. Thank you for your efforts, Luna." "Oh, it's no trouble, just a bit unfortunate." Dumbledore shot her a disapproving glance, muttering a few more instructions, and borrowed Jerry for reasons unstated. Thus began Luna's daily routine as Professor Grindelwald, fortunate that she had attended several of Grindelwald's classes beforehand, allowing her to avoid being too out of character. Meanwhile, Jerry was dispatched to Nurmengard on business, comforting a certain jealous elder. Tom, on the other hand, found himself unoccupied. Yet he still recalled the evening before their quest for the Horcruxes, when Luna had briefly explained the situation. Tom only remembered the need to seek a particular object. Bored, Tom stroked his chin, contemplating what might transpire if he stumbled upon it first. Above his head, a small cloud appeared, within which Luna was seen showering Tom with affection, exclaiming, "Oh Tom, you are the most splendid kitty in the world. I adore you more than anything." She then gifted him a trove of galleons and a plethora of delectable treats, even introducing him to several enchanting feline companions from his dreams. Tom dispersed the small white clouds, his gaze resolute. "This shall be done." Fully armed, he dashed outside, only to return moments later, for he was unsure of the appearance and hiding place of the object he sought. What was he to do? Tom paced back and forth in the room, recalling only that the object resembled Ravenclaw's diadem. Beyond that, he could conjure no further memories. Thus, he resolved to seek out Ravenclaw first. Upon arriving at the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room, he was halted by the bronze eagle-shaped knocker, which posed a rather perplexing question. What is the meaning of life? Tom pondered carefully before responding, to be with Suna. Unfortunately, the knocker dismissed this answer, denying him entry. To be with Suna and Jerry. The knocker remained unyielding. To be with Suna, Jerry, Dobby, and Dick. Still, no response was forthcoming. To be with Suna, Jerry, Dobby, Dick, and Peeves. Tom, in a single breath, named over 20 individuals, nearly gasping for air by the end. The knocker, seemingly exasperated, questioned whether this was truly a matter of names. Seeing that the door remained closed, Tom straightened his posture, puffed out his chest, and leaned his face towards the knocker. Let me in. Pray tell, what is the meaning of life? With a sudden glint in his eye, he produced a double-barreled shotgun from behind him, aiming it squarely at the knocker's face, and with a click it was loaded. The knocker swung the door open with remarkable speed, fearing that a moment's delay would result in 2 new holes in its body. Tom smirked, donned a pair of sunglasses, and gun in hand strode inside. He discovered a replica of the diadem atop Ravenclaw's statue, mistaking it for the genuine article, and eagerly placed it upon his own head. This is merely a replica, Tom, came a voice. He turned to find Luna, her gaze drifting. Had she not called his name, he might have thought she was addressing someone else. He examined the diadem closely and held it out to Luna, asking, is this real or fake? The diadem had been missing for quite some time. Even the founders were unaware of its whereabouts, leading to the creation of this replica. Tom grasped Luna's arm, placing the false diadem upon her head. A look of urgency etched on his face. Do you know where the real one is? I do not, Luna replied, returning the replica to its rightful place atop the statue. It has been lost for too long, no one knows its location. Tom's spirits sank as he watched the rewards drift away from him. However, Luna did not continue speaking, seemingly lost in thought. Come with me, she finally suggested. Tom nodded, obediently following Luna as they encountered the resident ghost of Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady. The moment Tom laid eyes on the Grey Lady, his eyes turned into hearts, and he swiftly changed into a suit, producing a bouquet of flowers, leaping in front of her. Hello. The Grey Lady was taken aback by Tom's sudden appearance. Having spent her time in the Ravenclaw Tower, she had never encountered him before. Luna, who is he? Grey Lady, this is Tom, the pet of Professor Suna. He is searching for the Ravenclaw diadem, and I apologize for the intrusion. Upon hearing the mention of the diadem, the Grey Lady's expression twisted in revulsion as she recoiled, pointing towards the door and exclaiming, I know nothing. I know nothing at all. Leave here. Do not let me see you again. Tom was startled by this sudden shift, his flowers wilting in his grasp. He looked at Luna. You didn't he mention she could be so fierce? Chapter 130. The Room of Requirement. Tom's current appearance and intentions triggered a nerve in the Grey Lady, reminding her of a certain individual from years past, also named Tom, who sought the Ravenclaw diadem. That had been a source of shame for her, a stain upon her existence. She had long aspired to surpass her mother, Ravenclaw, only to be deceived by an ungraduated young wizard. A handsome one at that. The Grey Lady, unwilling to acknowledge this, chased off both the cat and the boy, shouting that she wished never to see them again. Tom and Luna fled in dismay, eventually sitting on the stairs of the first floor, resting their chins on their hands and sighing. I'm sorry, Tom, I couldn't help you. The Grey Lady is usually not this way. Luna's spirits were low as she felt guilty for not assisting Tom. Professor Suna had once intervened to stop others from mocking her, making her life significantly smoother. A kindness she had always remembered. If one could live peacefully, who would choose to endure such mockery? Tom patted the despondent Luna, straightening the wilting flowers before placing them back in her arms. Luna chuckled softly, removing her necklace as a token of gratitude. The necklace, adorned with various fruit shells, produced a pleasant sound when clinked together. Tom eagerly donned it around his neck, delighted by the gift. What will you do next? Tom scratched his head, deciding to search the castle methodically, room by room. Having had experience with secret passages during his holidays, he was quite familiar with the castle's layout. I can help you, Luna offered. Tom waved his hand dismissively, pulling out some candy from his pocket and handing it to her, then gently nudging her towards the door, signaling her to return. Luna, seeing his gesture, did not insist further and placed a kiss upon Tom's head before skipping away. Oh. Tom placed his hands on one side of his face, his eyes turning into large hearts, before collapsing onto the ground. Fortunately, he still knew what he had to do, thus retrieving his magnifying glass and metal detector. He began his search throughout the castle, even checking beneath the robes of young wizards. Before long, the entire school was aware that Tom was on a quest for something, though no one knew what it was. Upon learning of this, Peeves the poltergeist sought out Tom. "Hey old pal." Peeves poked his head through the wall, causing Tom to leap in fright, only to fume with his hands on his hips upon realizing it was Peeves. "Haha, so you're looking for something?" Tom nodded. "Need my help?" Tom's eyes sparkled with a thought. Peeves, being a longtime resident ghost of Hogwarts, might possess knowledge of hidden places. Having searched everywhere without success, Tom suspected that the diadem must be concealed in a location unknown to others. He conveyed his request to Peeves, who pondered for a considerable time. There are countless unknown places. This ancient castle has many unused rooms that most people do not visit. Tom shook his head. "I've already searched all those places. There's nothing." "Nothing?" "It appears that the item you seek is quite precious and must remain hidden from others. It can only be there." Peeves clapped his hands. "Follow me." Tom nodded eagerly, but as he followed Peeves, he ran into a wall, losing a couple of teeth in the process. Peeves ran far before realizing, then returned to see Tom, toothless, clutching his stomach in laughter until Tom produced a carbon-based biological stabilizer, which finally silenced him. The cat and ghost stumbled up to the 8th floor, arriving at the tapestry depicting the troll being thrashed by Barnabas the Barmy. Peeves yanked Tom to the wall opposite the tapestry, declaring, "This is the spot." Tom felt around the wall, only to find no door, not even a mouse hole. With hands on his hips, he glared at Peeves. "You're deceiving me." Peeves waggled his fingers, exclaiming, "No, no, no. Tom, where are we?" "Why, it's Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Surely, there must be wonders here." He twisted Tom's head towards a blank wall and continued, "Though there seems to be nothing here. If you concentrate, it will conjure the room you desire." A large question mark appeared above Tom's head. "You must focus on the place you need. Then walk back and forth 3 times before that wall, and a door will materialize, leading to the room of your wishes, aptly named the Room of Requirement." Tom's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was there truly such a marvelous place? Peeves nodded proudly. "Indeed. This is a school of magic, filled with enchanting wonders." However, Tom was hardly in the mood to listen to Peeves' chatter. His mind was fixated on the Ravenclaw diadem. After pacing back and forth 3 times, a door indeed appeared on the wall. With a gleeful gesture, Tom eagerly opened the door, only to be met with a chaotic jumble of debris. He slammed the door shut, utterly incredulous. "What's wrong?" Peeves inquired, and Tom, shaking his head in despair, reopened the door, only to find the same disarray. In utter hopelessness, he covered his eyes. "Oh no." Peeves cast a glance and, with a hint of schadenfreude, chuckled, "My friend, what you seek is truly." He then merrily scampered away, singing loudly, as if to ensure Tom understood his mirth. Tom, in frustration, hurled the objects in his hands to the ground, clawing at the air in a fit of rage towards Peeves' retreating figure, only stopping when exhaustion overcame him. He plopped down on the floor, surveying the messy, dreary room, his mind in turmoil. The clutter was piled high, and he pondered how long it would take to locate anything. Yet leaving was not an option he relished, for he still yearned for a reward from Suna. With a sigh, Tom paced twice at the threshold before ultimately deciding to venture inside. Cautiously stepping over the threshold, the door ominously closed behind him without warning. Alarmed, he rushed back to pound on the door, relieved to find it could be opened at will, and he bravely stepped further inside. The space resembled a landfill, with mountains of debris stretching as far as the eye could see, save for a narrow winding path. The windows, half obscured, combined with years of neglect, rendered the daylight akin to twilight. Grabbing an abandoned broom, Tom blew off the dust in one swift motion, only to be met with a series of uncontrollable sneezes. He fished out a handkerchief to wipe his nose and carelessly tossed it into the heap, fortuitously striking the Ravenclaw diadem, and awakening the slumbering fragment of Voldemort. "Who dares ambush me?" The slumbering piece of Voldemort took a moment to acclimate, realizing he was within the Room of Requirement, a mere fragment of a once whole being. Upon this realization, he berated his past self for having chosen such a dismal abode. Who knew how he had survived in this wretched place for decades? Closing his eyes momentarily, the sight of filth and debris surrounded him, and he lamented the poor choice that had led him to such an unremarkable location. If only he could start anew, he would surely opt for a far more splendid chamber. Chapter 131. Is this magic? Naturally, Voldemort sensed the presence of another, yet he shrugged it off. Who cared? If discovered, he would simply indulge in a feast. Meanwhile, Tom remained blissfully unaware of the fragment of Voldemort stirred by his intrusion, as he busied himself examining a discarded broomstick. This item had piqued his interest for quite some time. Instead of summoning it like a typical young wizard, he mounted it directly, kicking off with his feet, causing the broom to ascend in a decidedly unmagical, not quite scientific manner. However, being an outdated broom, its stability and control were on the verge of collapse, and Tom found himself bouncing erratically, occasionally using his feet to maintain lift. He was thoroughly dissatisfied with this erratic ride, yearning instead to soar through the skies like Harry. Thus, he maneuvered the broom downwards, scavenging through the refuse to find various tools to modify it. Voldemort's fragment, still waiting in ambush for Tom, mused about the ongoing renovations. After his alterations, the broom appeared remarkably transformed, sporting a large brush head with a propeller installed beneath it, operated by a rudimentary winding mechanism, complemented by two symmetrical little tail fins on the broomstick for stability. Tom beamed with pride at his handiwork, clearing a path through the refuse. He positioned himself at the end, manually winding the propeller 181 times before launching into the air. Yarroar! He executed a dramatic tailspin, exclaiming with delight. To his astonishment, the creature he had just seen soaring around was none other than a cat. A cat had ventured into the room of requirement, and was playing with a broomstick. Was it still dreaming? Could it perhaps be in its animagus form? No, that couldn't be. A wizard in animagus form would possess no magical power, lest they be detected. What kind of foolish young wizard would find themselves in such a predicament? The likelihood seemed plausible, yet who would be so dim-witted? Would absorbing this creature's magical essence affect his intelligence? Suddenly, Voldemort's fragment felt a wave of disdain wash over him. After all, he sought to create Horcruxes from the finest materials, and he couldn't afford to be indiscriminate with absorbing magical energy. In his mind, he marked Tom with a large cross, deciding instead to cultivate him as a subordinate to lure in other talented individuals. With a cunning smile, Voldemort awaited Tom's return, oblivious to his original intent. Tom lost himself in the joy of play, especially in this space where he felt entirely free, envisioning bringing Jerry and the others next time. He joyously traced circles in the air, but as he reached the apex, the propeller reverted to its original state, causing the broom to lose power, leaving Tom suspended mid-air. Attempting to regain control, Tom discovered the broom remained immobile. Glancing down at the height, he instinctively covered his eyes and plummeted downward. The force of gravity sent him crashing into the heap of refuse, fortuitously landing right where the diadem lay. Voldemort's fragment could only stare in disbelief, once again affirming his opinion of Tom's lack of intelligence. As he regained his senses, he found the diadem perched atop Tom's head. Tom sat in a daze amidst the debris, the Ravenclaw diadem adorning him, his expression innocent and bewildered, as if he couldn't comprehend the unfolding events. Burp! Tom belched, expelling a tennis ball from his mouth, which he disgustedly spat out, causing the diadem to clatter to the ground. Voldemort's fragment sighed in exasperation. Tom picked up the diadem, scrutinizing it closely. It was identical to a replica. He huffed on the sapphire, wiped it with his arm, and donned it with glee, striking a proud pose. "I'm truly remarkable," Voldemort's fragment protested. "Hurry and put me down and leave." But contrary to his wishes, Tom, wearing the diadem, prepared to return to find Suna, prompting Voldemort's fragment to consider absorbing some magical energy to thwart Tom's intentions of taking him away. Regardless of his efforts, he could not absorb a single ounce of magic. "Is that correct?" "No, it is not." Fragmented Voldemort revved up to maximum power, exclaiming, "I shall absorb, absorb, absorb." Yet all he managed was a belly full of air. Surely, it must be that his awakening method was flawed. This is not magic. Could it truly be animagus? But what of the flying broomstick from earlier? The self-proclaimed clever Voldemort had inadvertently burned out his CPU. As he approached the grand entrance, Voldemort decided to siphon some life force as a temporary measure. With a slurp, he forgot he was operating at full throttle, draining Tom's vitality completely. Tom's body began to turn pale, starting from his head, until he collapsed with a thud. The crown atop his head flew off, only to be caught by a pair of bony hands, which placed it upon their own head. The Ravenclaw diadem was Voldemort's third Horcrux, and at this moment, his visage was not yet entirely marred, the faint traces of dark magic on his cheeks adding a sinister allure, while his eyes glimmered with an eerie red light. He gazed at his translucent form, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his face. What a pity! If only he had magic, he could restore himself to a more splendid state. He wondered what his original body was doing now, yearning to converse with it. A glance at the tool-like Tom nearly startled him back into the diadem. The lifeless Tom slowly regained color, suddenly sitting up with a bewildered expression. What had just transpired? Why was he lying there? Tom touched his head, searching for his crown. It was his treasured possession, a priceless artifact that could procure wonderful things. In a state of urgency, Tom scanned his surroundings, only to confront fragmented Voldemort face to face, creating an awkward atmosphere. Fragmented Voldemort pondered the nature of Tom, while Tom recognized this individual as the one who had usurped his name, albeit now taller and more grotesque. The diadem he sought was firmly perched upon fragmented Voldemort's head. Tom, fuming, placed his hands on his hips, demanding, "What is the meaning of this? First, you take my name, and now my crown? You are deliberately provoking me, aren't you?" Fragmented Voldemort felt an inexplicable flutter of trepidation as he observed the enraged Tom. His sixth sense warned him that this cat was formidable. But was that reasonable? Voldemort quickly scanned his memory. He did not recognize this cat, nor had he ever encountered it. Why then did it evoke such a feeling? Surely it must be an illusion. After all, he was Voldemort, the Dark Lord who feared not even Dumbledore. How could he possibly fear a mere cat? Absurd. With a dismissive snort, he regarded the creature before him, an entity capable of resurrection, presenting itself as an opportunity. A gleam of madness danced in Voldemort's eyes as he prepared to employ his cunning to lure Tom to his original body, but as he opened his mouth to speak, a carbon-based life-form tranquilizer was thrust into it. Meanwhile, the once vibrant Tom had transformed into a ghostly state, floating at eye level with fragmented Voldemort. Fragmented Voldemort's mind was in disarray. He certainly recognized the object now lodged in his mouth, yet he pondered how a cat without pockets could produce such a thing. Was Dumbledore not going to intervene? Stepping back 2 paces, he cast a disdainful glance at Tom, suppressing the urge to vomit, relieved that in his spectral state, he lacked saliva. He touched the crown atop his head, formulating a plan. "Do you desire this?" Voldemort's voice was soft and low, imbued with a seductive undertone. "I can offer it to you, but you must provide something in exchange." "Exchange?" Tom's eyes glimmered as he proffered the gun in his hand. Voldemort. He felt as though he had exhausted his lifetime of disbelief in that very moment. When Tom extended the gun further, Voldemort retreated nonchalantly. "I have no need for that." Tom tilted his head. "Then what do you want?" A smile flickered in Voldemort's eyes as he gestured towards Tom's body, the implication unmistakable. He had also recognized Tom's peculiar abilities: resurrection, spontaneous creation, even the capacity to manipulate his own soul. Just look at the fine vessel Dumbledore had unwittingly provided him. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Voldemort resolved to seize control of Tom's body first, then imprison his soul, and subsequently locate his original form for further experimentation. The prospect thrilled him. However, Tom misinterpreted Voldemort's intentions, believing he sought his galleons. Casting a glance at Voldemort's dark cloak, Tom concluded he was indeed correct. Offer him galleons? Absolutely not. That was his cherished treasure. Shaking his head emphatically, Tom refused. A flash of red ignited in Voldemort's eyes as he chuckled softly, his voice low and menacing. "Indeed, since you are so obstinate, then I shall." Tom's double-barreled shotgun was once again aimed at Voldemort's face. Foolishness. Had he known, he would have secured it first. But he was Voldemort, the Dark Lord, a figure who could banter with Dumbledore. "Do you truly believe you can slay me?" Without hesitation, Tom pulled the trigger, and a diminutive figure sprang forth from the barrel, colliding with Voldemort's face, delivering a punch. The damage was minimal, yet the insult was profound. Tom, astonished, glanced at the shotgun's handle, which read novelty toy. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, having accidentally selected the wrong item. At that moment, Voldemort was no longer the Tom Riddle who had once been subservient. The essence of dark magic surged within him, intimidating yet harmless. With red-eyed fury, he glared at Tom. "You foolish cat." Tom swallowed nervously and hurled the toy gun at Voldemort's head, which transformed into the shape of Voldemort's own head. Stunned, Voldemort felt his rage boil over, his face turning crimson. Tom leaped, spun, and fled, while Voldemort, arms akimbo, transformed into a blur, pursuing him. The two raced through the room, stirring clouds of dust in their wake. Though Voldemort lacked Tom's speed, his long legs allowed him to nearly grasp Tom's tail. Realizing the predicament, Tom turned and shoved Voldemort back. When they finally halted, the room gleamed with brightness, save for their dark figures. The two glared at one another, panting heavily. "You dare shout? Try running again." Tom cupped his cheeks, making silly faces while emitting a series of playful sounds, inciting further ire in Voldemort's recently restored mind. "You!" Voldemort shook off the dust from his robes and lunged at Tom, and a tussle ensued. "Ow! Oh! Where are you grabbing?" "Ah!" Don't bite me. Let go. The world returned to serenity. The two lay sprawled on the ground, their faces adorned with bruises. Gradually, Voldemort's sanity restored itself to a semblance of normalcy, and upon reflecting on their recent antics, he nearly wished to vanish into the earth. How could he, the Dark Lord, behave so? Voldemort raged internally, questioning the bizarre nature of his recent conduct. How had he not been himself? Voldemort cast a furtive glance at Tom, instantly aware that the mischief was orchestrated by this feline, and a sense of wariness began to stir within him. Indeed, his sixth sense proved accurate. This cat was a peculiar entity. Cautiously, Voldemort inched closer to Tom, intent on seizing control of his body. Coincidentally, Tom harbored the same ambition, stealthily inching towards the fallen Ravenclaw diadem. When both were nearly in position, they erupted towards their respective objectives simultaneously. Voldemort plunged into Tom's body, while Tom donned the diadem upon his head. Aha! Tom proudly lifted his chin, affirming his status as the finest feline hee. However, upon turning around, he found himself locking eyes with Voldemort, who now resided within him. As for Voldemort, experiencing life as a cat for the first time was indeed a novel sensation. Tom's body felt akin to an empty chamber, and upon his soul's entry, an oddity enveloped him. How should one describe it? More comfortable than the Ravenclaw diadem. Voldemort resolved not to retreat. This body was now his. With this thought, he couldn't suppress a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! I am liberated! Fate truly favors me. I am destiny." Alas! Tom, unable to endure Voldemort's antics within his own body, retaliated with a punch. Voldemort the cat clutched his head, bewildered by the pain, and upon inspection, discovered a sizable bump. Pointing a claw at Tom, with a sinister tone he declared, "You foul cat, dare not infringe upon the Dark Lord's authority." In response, a flurry of feline punches ensued. Yow! Ouch! Cease this at once. Tom swatted Voldemort the cat away, smugly thinking, just moments ago, I was unafraid of you. Now that I inhabit this body, why should I fear you? Voldemort the cat crawled out from a pile of refuse, his expression darkening, as tendrils of dark energy seeped from his fur, and his pupils transformed into a crimson hue. He had initially considered sparing Tom, but alas, one body sufficed. Avada Kedavra! Voldemort the cat extended a paw, unleashing a spell as thin as a hair, targeting Tom, who was instantly reduced to charred remains, and then to a pile of ash. Meanwhile, Voldemort gazed at his own hands in confusion. He had inadvertently channeled some magic through Tom's body, only to find it akin to a sponge, rapidly absorbing the majority of his magical essence. Furthermore, without a wand, it resulted in the thinnest curse ever cast. How could this body, devoid of any magical talent, absorb his magic when it was forcibly employed through his soul? This was utterly unmagical. Nevertheless, it mattered not. This body was his now, and he had ample time to investigate. Upon looking up, Voldemort beheld Tom, who had just been reduced to ashes, standing before him whole and unscathed, arms crossed, a look of fury upon his face. Chapter 133, I am. How could this be? Voldemort the cat's pupils widened in shock, even causing his fur to bristle. But he had no time to ponder. How had this cat resurrected? Did you create a Horcrux too? Of course. This notion quickly faded from his mind. No one else in the world could possibly know of Horcruxes apart from him. Thus this cat could resurrect infinitely. A glimmer of greed and determination shone in Voldemort the cat's eyes. Immortality was indeed a tantalizing prospect. Observing Voldemort the cat lost in reverie, Tom seized the opportunity to thrust the diadem into Voldemort the cat's paws, and then, to Voldemort the cat's astonishment, he dove into his own body. Voldemort's soul was pushed aside. After all, it was Tom's body, and Tom's soul was evidently more compatible. In the corner, Voldemort appeared diminutive, pitiable, and helpless. Was this correct? Voldemort questioned his existence, sensing that the narrative was not unfolding as it should. Tom, however, was unconcerned. He donned the diadem, preparing to seek out Luna to boast of his accomplishment. Once Voldemort regained his composure, he attempted to wrest control of the body from Tom, prompting Tom to freeze mid-step. As the two souls within him engaged in a fierce struggle for dominance. You scratch me, I scratch you. At one point, one could even observe Tom pursuing Voldemort, armed with an array of tools. Moments later, the roles reversed as Voldemort seized Tom's tools to reclaim control. Ultimately, Tom emerged victorious, leveraging his experience from chasing Jerry and Spike to successfully subdue Voldemort, knocking him unconscious and binding him up like a caterpillar, casting him aside. Tom dusted off his paws and tidied his slightly disheveled fur, huffing, You dare to challenge me? I am the world champion at catching mice. Tom assumed control of the body, only to find that after standing on one leg for too long, he collapsed onto the ground. Professor Grubblyplank, in her version of the role, had just concluded her day's lessons, and Luna, with her long strides, swiftly departed the classroom. Glancing at the time, she noted it was perfect, no need for more biscuits today. Day after day, in addition to impersonating Grindelwald, she had to discreetly indulge in her biscuit cravings. Luna first stopped by the headmaster's office before using a disillusionment charm to return to her dormitory. Upon arriving at the dormitory, she found herself at the exact moment the biscuit's magic wore off. She removed her clothes and headed to the bathroom for a shower. After days of fading, Luna's once vibrant green had nearly vanished, replaced by a pallid hue. Under such a complexion, even the finest foundation could not withstand the toll. With a sigh, she applied the topical ointment Snape had provided on her face, reminding herself that she would rest the next day, for classes awaited her the day after. Oh, how disheartening it was. Internally, she cursed Gilgamesh and his entourage. Jerry had yet to return from Numungard, while Dobby busied himself with chocolate frogs in Sprout's greenhouse for some extra coin. And what of Tom? Luna gazed at the empty cat bed, her mind racing with possibilities of his whereabouts. Surely he wasn't causing havoc again. Startled by her own thoughts, she fervently shook her head, insisting impossible. No way. I'm scaring myself. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Tom returned, and after sizing him up, Luna felt reassured he appeared untroubled. Relieved, she returned to her bed to indulge in her novel. Upon entering, Tom stood with his paws on his hips, awaiting Luna's praise with an air of pride. Yet, after striking a pose for an extended period without a word from Luna, he opened his eyes to find her completely uninterested, inciting his ire. He marched over, squatting beside her bed, prompting Luna to glance his way, before rolling over to continue reading. Tom, indignant, turned her head to face him. What do you think of me, Tom? He inquired. Tom pointed to his head, urging, open your eyes and take a look. Luna tilted her head, exclaiming, oh, what a beautiful diadem. Did Professor McGonagall give it to you? Clearly, Luna did not recognize it as the diadem she was searching for. Tom shook his head, pressing the image of the diadem into Luna's view. She took the diadem, scrutinizing it closely. Is this the Ravenclaw diadem? Tom nodded proudly, affirming, indeed. It is I who discovered it. The base of the diadem was inscribed with Ravenclaw's motto, wisdom is the greatest treasure of mankind. Is this for real? Tom placed the diadem upon Luna's head, gently arranging her hair, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed. Ha. Noticing Luna's skepticism, Tom proceeded to reenact the moment of discovery. Upon hearing that the crown was indeed a genuine artifact discovered in the Room of Requirement, Suna flung it aside and brandished a suppressor. Tom, puzzled, tilted his head in inquiry. Suna pulled Tom closer and elucidated. Within it lies a malevolent egg-headed entity that tempts individuals into wrongdoing. We must keep our distance. The fragment of Voldemort residing within Tom remarked. I can hear you, thank you. Egg-headed? Tom's eyes darted. Is there really one? I don't see it. He tugged at Suna's sleeve, insisting she look at him. To her astonishment, Tom's eyes glazed over, revealing the form of a caterpillar like Voldemort. Suna nearly jabbed a finger at him. Tom, what is happening? How did he end up inside you? Tom's soul appeared in his other eye, offering a brief explanation before delivering a swift kick to Voldemort's rear. Voldemort's expression darkened as he clenched his lips in silence. This cat is named Tom? What a wretched twist of fate. Tom, expel him. He is no good. Before Tom could act, Voldemort began to chuckle sinisterly, though his visage was not entirely unappealing. Suna had to admit, Voldemort's appearance was the most striking she had ever seen, even surpassing Carlyle. What are you laughing at? Are you afraid of me? Voldemort's voice was deep and beguiling, akin to a devil's whisper. Had he not been bound as a caterpillar, Suna might have offered him a compliment. No. I'm merely annoyed by you. Annoyed by me? You seem to know who I am. That's quite intriguing. May I know your name? Me. Suna pointed to herself, blinking in surprise, then declared, I am Sujunda. Before Voldemort could respond, Suna burst into laughter. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Voldemort felt as if crows were flying overhead. What was he anticipating? How normal could this cat's owner possibly be? Evidently, he had overestimated her. Once Suna's laughter subsided, she began to contemplate how to deal with the fragments of Voldemort. Previously, he was bound to the Ravenclaw crown, and destroying the crown would have annihilated him. However, now that he resided within Tom, the situation was far more complex. Furthermore, releasing Voldemort indiscriminately posed a risk of harming others. Chapter 134. The gas stove, activate. Suna signaled to Tom to cover Voldemort's mouth. The latter's ability to deceive was no less formidable than Grindelwald's, so caution was paramount. Tom produced an apple and stuffed it into Voldemort's mouth, provoking muffled protests from the dark wizard. Suna picked up the harmless crown, momentarily dazzled by the massive blue gemstone atop it, surrounded by diamonds of various sizes. From a distance it was beautiful, up close, even more so. Ravenclaw's aesthetic was indeed commendable, and Gryffindor could take notes from her. Just look at that sorting hat. After admiring the founder's relics, Suna grabbed Tom and stowed the crown and suppressor, making a beeline for the headmaster's office. The Horcrux had been located, and its resolution was now Dumbledore's responsibility. Workplace rule number 3. Do not take on extra work. Otherwise, similar burdens would inevitably fall upon her, and she had no desire to tread in Snape's footsteps. My dear headmaster. Help. Dumbledore, hearing her voice before seeing her, hurriedly opened the door to his office, only to be met with the sight of the pristine door shattered into pieces. My door. Dumbledore lamented, his heart aching, but he soon had no time for sorrow. As Suna thrust Tom into his arms. Save Tom's cat life. Dumbledore looked down and met Tom's gaze with deep concern, yet the connection faltered. I see Tom seems quite well, even heavier by 2 pounds. Dumbledore weighed Tom in his hands before placing him on the table. Tom sat stiffly, unsure of what to do, while Suna had not informed him of the next steps. Suna set the crown on the table, and Dumbledore instantly recognized it. Even the sorting hat on the shelf gasped in surprise. Ah, the Ravenclaw crown, my old companion. How long has it been since we last met? Dumbledore's expression turned grave, for he suspected that Voldemort had fashioned the crown into a Horcrux. Where did you find it? Suna pointed to Tom, explaining. Tom found it in the room of requirement. Dumbledore regarded Tom, piecing together the boy's recent activities within the castle, and began to form a hypothesis. Casually casting a glance at Suna, he remarked, it seems my suspicions were not unfounded. With that, he retrieved the sorting hat from the shelf and drew forth the Gryffindor sword concealed within. Without a hint of hesitation, he raised it, intending to destroy the crown, prompting Suna to intervene with an empty-handed block. Spare the crown, Suna. She shifted the sword aside, clarifying, Voldemort is not within the crown. Voldemort has escaped? No. He remains in this room. Then where is he? Suna glanced at Tom, and Dumbledore tightened his grip on the Gryffindor sword, his brow furrowing. He resides within Tom's body. Though posed as a question, her tone was decidedly assertive. Dumbledore gestured for Suna to release her hold, placing the sword aside as he approached Tom to scrutinize the boy's clear, innocent eyes. He examined him from every angle, finding no discernible differences, nor could he sense any trace of dark magic. Turning to Suna, she signaled to Tom. Show him. Wait. Dumbledore raised a hand to pause, then enacted multiple protective charms around the room, to prevent any fragments of Voldemort from escaping. Now it is safe. Tom received the cue, and the cat's eye screen activated once more. The utterly defeated caterpillar Voldemort was gnawing on the apple while sprawled on the floor, with Tom's soul seated atop him. Was there anything more tragic than being seen in such a dismal state by an old adversary? No. Voldemort had been stripped of all strength and means. Exhausted, he yearned for annihilation, preferably taking these witnesses along with him. Dumbledore, witnessing the scene, gradually relaxed, a smile creeping onto his face. Tom, you did splendidly. Tom puffed out his chest, reveling in his triumph. Voldemort turned his face away. Although he recognized that Dumbledore was praising the wretched cat, the peculiar feeling lingered, as Dumbledore always referred to him as Tom. What do you think, my dear headmaster? Can you handle this? Me? Dumbledore appraised Suna. I assumed you could manage it. Suna chuckled. You overestimate me. Dumbledore chose not to press the matter, instead murmuring something to Fawkes. When Fawkes returned, he was accompanied by Grindelwald and Jerry. Jerry, clad in a miniature suit resembling Grindelwald's own, complete with identical patterns, could be seen to be greatly cherished by Grindelwald, second only to Dumbledore. Jerry joyfully dashed into Suna's embrace, showering her with affection, softening her heart. Oh, what a little darling! This display infuriated Tom, who leapt up and down atop Voldemort in a frenzy. Voldemort. Ha microdeath 3. Meanwhile, upon noticing Suna's presence, Grindelwald hesitated, his mouth closing again. Shooting a glare at Jerry, he settled into a chair, casting a knowing glance at Dumbledore. I require your assistance. When Grindelwald first arrived, he quickly discerned the various enchantments within the room. Glancing at Tom's expansive cat-eye screen, he surmised the intended purpose. Grindelwald expressed his satisfaction. as Albus finally recognized that only he could stand alongside him. As for Scamander and the like, they were utterly inept, while Grindelwald reassured himself. His words dripped with disdain. Is it really necessary to trouble me with something so trivial? Dumbledore, you truly are becoming senile. Nearby, the trio of onlookers whispered amongst themselves. Oh my! Voldemort interjected, bewildered. Who the hell is this? Clearly he was outmatched. Dumbledore, following Grindelwald's lead, shook his head solemnly, prompting a piercing glare from Grindelwald. However, with Luna present, he refrained from further comment, and instead directly pulled Tom closer. Can you release him from the dual soul? Tom nodded hesitantly, mindful of Luna's warning that releasing him would prompt an escape. Grindelwald cast a scornful gaze at the reclusive Voldemort, snorting derisively. I'll borrow your space. He stepped into the center of the headmaster's office, clearing the area before casting protective charms, then elegantly traced a circle with his wand, summoning vibrant blue flames. The searing heat compelled Luna to step back, exclaiming internally, it's like a gas stove igniting. Mother, I see a live gas stove. Luna felt a surge of excitement, while Dumbledore shot her a quizzical glance. Toss Tom in. Upon hearing he was to be thrown into the fiery ring, Tom instinctively attempted to flee. Don't. It's a roast cat. Dumbledore swiftly restrained him, offering calm assurances. It's all right. Tom trembled, casting a pleading look at Luna, who remained engrossed in the spectacle of flames. Observing Tom's cowardice, Dumbledore sighed and, cradling Tom, stepped into the circle of fire. Grindelwald stood at the center, watching Dumbledore traverse the flames towards him, a smirk adorning his lips. Albus, you have chosen me once more. Chapter 135, Progress 1. Grindelwald accepted Tom, stroking him gently, and declared, release him. Tom promptly expelled the caterpillar like Voldemort. Voldemort, still bound, could only futilely struggle. Grindelwald hurled Tom out of the fire ring, landing him squarely in Luna's face. Tom clung to her head like a face-hugging creature, his tail wrapped around her neck. Startled by the sudden constriction and darkness, Luna flailed like a headless fly, desperately avoiding a collision with the flames, while Jerry took charge of directing her. Grindelwald and Dumbledore's focus remained fixed on Voldemort, with Grindelwald prophesying ominously, his lips curling in satisfaction. He turned to Dumbledore. Albus, do you have any inquiries? Dumbledore met Voldemort's gaze, his expression impassive, and shook his head. Voldemort, like a fish floundering in its death throes, emitted muffled sounds of protest. This is not how it should be. Why won't you acknowledge me? His fury intensified as he glared at Dumbledore, desperate to read something on his face, but found nothing. Voldemort had never before wished for Dumbledore's demise with such fervor. What a pity, Mr. Riddle, Grindelwald remarked, positioning himself protectively in front of Dumbledore, tilting his head towards Voldemort with an air of indifference. I have heard your tale. Tom Riddle, such pedestrian ambition. They call you a rising star, yet in my eyes, you fall woefully short. Afraid to use your own name, hesitant to declare war in the light, like a shadowy little rat, cowering among a swarm of kneeling ants, substituting fear for aspiration. I have already foreseen your demise. A glint of coldness flashed in Grindelwald's mismatched eyes, and Voldemort at last recognized him. Gellert Grindelwald, former leader of the Pureblood Party and Dumbledore's adversary. How could he be here, collaborating with Dumbledore? Weren't they supposed to be mortal enemies? This was not how the chocolate frog cards depicted it. Grindelwald, seemingly disappointed, shook his head. Rest assured, I shall inscribe your achievements upon your tombstone. Defeated by a mere infant. With that, he disregarded Voldemort's protests and cast him into the flames, the blue fire consuming Voldemort's essence as he could only passively resist, futilely slowing the pace of his incineration. The unprotected ropes and apples were the first to burn away, and as Voldemort regained his freedom, he attempted to flee, but Grindelwald ensnared him like a chick, preventing any escape from the fiery circle. Throughout the ordeal, Dumbledore remained silent, offering no resistance to Grindelwald's actions. Voldemort's initial rage transformed into threats and coercion, ultimately fading into a desperate plea for mercy. Yet the resolve of the two men was as unyielding as stone. Voldemort even sought Tom's empathy, hoping to exploit his kindness to evade his fate. Tom showed signs of wavering, his face betraying uncertainty. Voldemort's expression brightened, only to be met with Luna's mocking gaze. Luna whispered something in Tom's ear, and his demeanor shifted. He turned away, covering his ears, clearly unwilling to listen to Voldemort's manipulations. With hope dashed once more, Voldemort's sanity began to unravel. His expression turned frenzied. Abandoning any magical defense against the flames, he fixed his gaze on Luna, shouting in his final moments, Sujunda, I curse you to die by 1,000 spells. With a crack, Voldemort's fragments disintegrated, leaving not a trace behind. Dumbledore patted Grindelwald's hand, and Grindelwald extinguished the circle of fire, leaving no evidence on the ground thanks to the protective charms. Dumbledore appeared at ease, turning to Luna, who is Sujunda, mentioned by Voldemort? Why did he curse him before his demise? He glanced at Luna, who appeared somewhat sheepish. Luna, stroking Tom's tail, replied, I have no idea. In truth, Luna felt a pang of concern. Voldemort's curses were not to be taken lightly, as evidenced by the frequency of changes in the defense against dark arts professors. However, she quickly rationalized that Voldemort's curse was directed at Sujunda, not her. With this thought, Luna regained her confidence. Perhaps he is a man forever out of reach for him. Dumbledore momentarily coughed, while Grindelwald rushed forward to check on Luna, offering her a mouthful of dog food. She really shouldn't be here. To avoid being overwhelmed by the dog food, Luna turned to leave but was intercepted by Dumbledore. She shrugged at Grindelwald, indicating Dumbledore with a glance. Yes, the one who kept me here. Grindelwald's gaze lingered on Luna for just a moment. Fine, perhaps I overthought it. The reason Dumbledore insisted on Luna's presence was quite simple. Employees ought to be rewarded for their labor, and though it had not been customary before, Luna's arrival warranted it. Consequently, Dumbledore tossed a notebook to Luna, and Grindelwald's eyes glinted at the sight. Luna quickly scanned it, discovering it was Dumbledore's spell notebook, detailing his insights and self-created spells. Without hesitation, she tucked it into her backpack, fearing a change of heart from the others. Dumbledore, seeing her reaction, merely shrugged, and then discussed the upcoming class with her before finally allowing her to depart. Due to an unexpected windfall, Suna skipped away from the headmaster's office alongside Tom and Jerry, her spirits buoyant. Dumbledore observed their retreating figures, shaking his head with a blend of indulgence and exasperation. As he lowered his gaze, he was startled by Grindelwald's mournful little eyes, which sent a shiver through his heart. What was it this time? You are indeed generous. Well, you know her. She never tolerates a loss, otherwise it would be another round of complaints. Grindelwald remained unmoved, retorting that he had never received a letter from him. How he wished to return him to Nurmengard. Concerning the whereabouts of Ravenclaw's diadem, Dumbledore sought out Flitwick, and it remains unclear how they reached an agreement, but ultimately, the false diadem in the Ravenclaw common room quietly transformed into the genuine article. The young eagles were blissfully unaware of this change. Perhaps the loss of the diadem had left a deep impression, rendering it inconceivable that it would be recovered. The first to notice the anomaly was Miss Grey, who during a stroll, sensed something amiss. Under the cover of night, she returned to confirm her suspicions, and upon realizing the diadem was indeed authentic, she wept uncontrollably before her mother's statue. Whether she cried for her stubborn decision to leave home, refusing to return even to see her ailing mother one last time, or for her own failure to recognize the true value of her mother's possessions, only Miss Grey knew. Yet the following day, she presented herself as her usual self. Meanwhile, regardless of her reluctance, Suna had to rise early for classes. Chapter 136. Have you returned everything to me? Suna stood before the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection, which appeared rather sallow despite her efforts to apply powder. Tom, do you think I look ugly now? Tom stepped forward, cradling Suna's face in his hands, examining her from every angle before planting a firm kiss on her cheek, inadvertently inhaling powder. My makeup. Tom spluttered, bewildered as he expelled a mouthful of powder. The first class was a joint session of third-year Gryffindor and Slytherin. Quite the coincidence. Suna stood outside the classroom, mustering her courage. It's all right, you are the most beautiful. Having fortified her resolve, she pushed open the door and stepped inside, gazing at the familiar faces that momentarily left her in a daze. The little wizards were equally excited to see Suna again, erupting into spontaneous applause, including the Slytherins. For them, while Professor Green was commendable, Professor Suna held a unique place in their hearts. After all, she treated everyone with equal respect. That cursed fairness. Hermione was one of the most enthusiastic applauders, her inner excitement evident, and she shot a challenging glance at Ron, raising an eyebrow, recalling his earlier remarks at the start of the term. Ron rolled his eyes in exasperation, preparing to vent to Harry, but Harry was equally delighted by Suna's return, leaving Ron feeling a twinge of jealousy. Theodore shared a similar sentiment, his blue eyes sparkling, while Draco let out a disdainful snort. Pansy, beside Draco, wore an expression that suggested she would accept whatever transpired, occasionally casting a wistful glance at him. Feeling the genuine affection from the little wizards, Suna's anxiety dissipated. Thankfully, she remained their beloved professor. Suna approached the lectern, greeting them. Long time no see. Long time no see. The little wizards responded, giggling, creating a wonderfully harmonious atmosphere. Did you miss Professor Su-na? Yes. We missed you. We thought about you all the time. Huh. Su-na couldn't help but smile, her words sweet as honey. The professor missed you too. Which is why I hurried back to teach you. Upon hearing Su-na's statement, Seamus raised his hand, eager to speak, and Su-na gestured for him to continue. Professor Su-na, did you explore the tomb of Gilgamesh as well? Ah. Su-na was taken aback. How did this rumor spread so quickly? Ordinarily, such matters would circulate only among the upper echelons, so it was perplexing that even the young wizards, especially those still living in the Muggle world, were aware of it. Where had the information leaked? Maintaining her composure, she feigned ignorance, asking, the tomb of Gilgamesh? I seem to have heard of it, but merely as a rumor. How do you? Su-na spread her hands, clearly indicating her skepticism regarding the veracity of this rumor. The little wizards exchanged glances. And a small lion spoke up. Because of a book called Alongside the Gods, which is quite popular, nearly everyone has read it. The others nodded in agreement. Su-na's lips twitched as she picked up the book one of the little wizards had purchased, glancing at the author's name. Gilderoy Lockhart. It wasn't entirely surprising. Su-na began to formulate a plan. It appeared Lockhart had transformed the story of the tomb into a tale and published it. She couldn't fathom his reasoning. Was this truly something to be written about? Returning the book, she remarked, perhaps I was preoccupied with assisting a friend, but I shall make time to peruse it. She was eager to see just how much embellishment Lockhart had infused into the narrative. Upon hearing that Su-na's holiday was spent merely assisting a friend, and that she had not partaken in any such grand adventure, the little wizards felt a twinge of disappointment. Lockhart's writing, while undeniably captivating, had the effect of making readers feel as though they had lived through the experiences themselves. Consequently, the little wizards were itching to delve deeper into Alongside the Gods, particularly since this locale was steeped in mythological significance. The first person they sought out was Newt, but he, being socially anxious, possessed a remarkable talent for evasion, always managing to find an excuse to slip away even when cornered. After all, no one was as obstinate as Lockhart. All right, my dear ones, it seems Professor Green has been too lenient with you, allowing you time to ponder other matters. Su-na retrieved a bundle of papers from beneath the book, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Do you recall your entrance exams? Half of the little wizards paled, realizing they had completely forgotten about it. Su-na hurled the papers onto the lectern, producing a dull thud that echoed the sinking feeling in their hearts. I've reviewed your papers and I must say, I am utterly disappointed. The little wizards recoiled, a sense of foreboding creeping over them. In just one holiday, you've returned to me all that you learned previously. I can scarcely imagine what you will be like upon graduation. What, am I to teach you for 7 years? The guilty little wizards bowed their heads, pleading silently, please don't scold us, please don't scold us, woe is me. Only the top students kept their heads held high, unperturbed. I have compiled a list of the points where you frequently erred, and I discovered that most of your mistakes stemmed from concepts you had never encountered before, merely learned through books. Therefore, I have resolved to confront these challenges with you this semester. Moreover, your adaptability leaves much to be desired, which means your practical classes will be all the more arduous. What do you think? Excited? The little wizards chorused, not at all, thank you. The absence of dissent equated to unanimous agreement, which was splendid. Then let us commence our lesson. No need to crack open your books today. We shall discuss the papers. With a flourish of her wand, each student's paper magically flew into their hands, displaying scores not in the usual OEAPDT of Hogwarts, but in the percentage system of Huaxia. This format was far more intuitive and served to kindle the students' competitive spirits. Now this time, we are using a percentage system, with a perfect score of 100. A score of 90 to 100 is an O, 75 to 89 is an E, 60 to 74 is an A, 50 to 59 is AP, 40 to 49 is AD, and anything below 40 is AT. You can match your scores accordingly. I will only occasionally employ this percentage system for quizzes, so just keep it in mind. Upon hearing this, the little wizards began calculating their standings, while Hermione, being the diligent student she was, focused solely on identifying her mistakes and understanding why she had erred. Ron gazed at the score of 88 on his paper, doodling absent-mindedly while a fleeting smile crossed his face, only to quickly fade away. He tugged at the distracted Harry and handed over his paper, inquiring, Harry, what do you think my score should be? I didn't quite remember what Professor Snape said. Harry glanced briefly and replied E. Ron exclaimed in exaggerated surprise, his voice slightly raised, I actually got an E. What about you, Harry? Harry passed his paper, revealing a striking red 90, perfectly nestled in the O range. Ron's smile vanished instantly. He snatched Harry's paper, scrutinizing it in disbelief. Did you study over the break without me? Harry innocently shook his head. No, Professor Snape covered it all in class. This response only fueled Ron's frustration as he seized Harry by the collar and shook him vigorously. Ron. He suddenly straightened up, stammering, Yes, Professor Snape? Can you explain question 8 and why you chose C? Ron glanced down and realized, to his dismay, that he had no idea. Chapter 137. Am I frightening? A heart-pounding defense against the dark arts lesson finally came to an end, and the young wizards exhaled in relief. They were delighted to see Professor Snape return, although they wished she were a bit less intimidating. As soon as the bell rang, numerous young wizards flocked around her, chattering incessantly. Coincidentally, the two foremost admirers, Theodore and Hermione, collided, glaring at each other with no hint of affection, only a fervent desire to claim the title of Professor Snape's greatest fan. Emph. They both scoffed, then began to jostle for space, each attempting to shove the other aside. Even more amusingly, Draco, noticing the standoff between Theodore and Hermione, attempted to intervene but was halted by Ron and Harry. What are you up to, Malfoy? As if he would be foolish enough to take on two at once. Draco signaled to Goyle and Crabbe, who lumbered over like two massive boulders, blocking the view of the doors behind them. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, nervously swallowing like Tom, then reached out to drag two bystanders into the fray, inadvertently snatching Neville in the process. Neville struggled to muster a smile, his small hands tugging at Ron's, but Ron forcefully pressed his hand down. We are friends, Neville. Ah. You're just a spectator. Professor Snape observed the two squabbling boys with a headache, reflecting on how they had outgrown their childish appearances over the past 3 years. Was this really how they should behave? She reached between them, manually prying them apart. All right, there's plenty of space here. Why focus on that one spot? It's a prime location after all. Professor Snape. The two resumed glaring at each other, separated by her. Two ardent fans clashing was a troublesome affair. Professor Snape handed each of them a piece of chocolate and inquired, How was your holiday? Not bad. Very good. She knew better than to ask if anyone could lend her a hand. Neville seemed to sense her unspoken plea. Or perhaps he simply wished to redirect their attention. Professor Snape. Why do you seem a bit paler? The other young wizards nodded in agreement, having noticed the same upon entering but hesitating to inquire. Oh. It's nothing to worry about. I simply consumed too many oranges over the break, which caused some heatiness. It will pass in a few days. Oranges? What does heatiness mean? Can eating oranges do that? The young wizards began to discuss animatedly, each with a different focus, leaving Professor Snape to deflect their inquiries. Neville. Ah. Good question, but don't ask again next time. Neville. The break was brief, and Professor Snape had another class to prepare for. As they headed to their next classroom, there was little reluctance in parting. They would see each other again soon enough. Professor Snape felt relieved. The enthusiasm of the young wizards wasn't always a blessing. Phew. Subsequently, she began tidying up the classroom. The house elves at Hogwarts only emerged at night to clean, so professors were responsible for maintaining order during the day. According to those in the know, Professor Snape's potions classroom was the most challenging to clean, as each lesson typically ended with an explosion. No wonder Professor Snape always appeared so sour. After organizing the classroom, Professor Snape took a brief respite, activating the projector for her lesson with the first-year students, needing to cover the basics. As she opened the first-year textbook, her thoughts began to drift. Teaching at a magical school bore little difference from instructing in the Muggle world. It was a repetitive cycle of explaining the same material day in and day out, which could become rather tedious. Professor Snape felt grateful for her time here, and as she reflected on her fellow professors, she suddenly found them quite admirable. The first-year class comprised students from Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Both groups of young wizards were well-behaved and required little extra attention. Yet, the one student who captivated Professor Snape's focus was Astoria, as she had noticed something intriguing. Whenever she approached Astoria, the girl would subtly stiffen for a fleeting moment, only to relax once Professor Snape moved away. This baffled her. Was Astoria afraid of her? She observed further, and found that Astoria also avoided making eye contact. Whenever their gazes met, Astoria would hastily look away. Professor Snape was perplexed. She could not comprehend the reason behind this behavior, so she continued with her lecture attentively. Once Astoria realized that Professor Snape was no longer focused on her, she breathed a sigh of relief. At home, Her sister Daphne had shared insights about each professor's likes and dislikes. The most difficult to deal with was undoubtedly their headmaster, Professor Snape, followed closely by Professor Snape. It wasn't that Professor Snape was excessively strict, but rather Astoria recalled the complex expression on Daphne's face when she had spoken of her. Professor Snape was truly unique, and attending her class was nothing short of nerve-wracking. With great seriousness, Daphne imparted the key points of the defense against the dark arts class to Astoria. Under no circumstances should you make eye contact with Professor Snape, for if you do, you might find yourself called upon to answer a question. If Professor Snape mentions a train, do not underestimate the situation, as she does not adhere to conventional norms. Never enter Professor Snape's class with a sense of false hope. Daphne elaborated on 20 different points, concluding with a critical warning. Above all else, ensure that Professor Snape does not focus on you. Otherwise, your class will be exceedingly busy. The evidence is clear in the frequent calling upon of Harry Potter during nearly every lesson. Astoria took her sister's advice to heart, which explained her unusual behavior. If Professor Snape were to learn this, she would surely exclaim her innocence. The moment the class bell rang, Astoria hastily gathered her belongings and rushed out, leaving Professor Snape, who had hoped for a conversation, disappointedly retract her hand. Professor Snape curiously touched her face, wondering if she truly appeared frightening. This question plagued her so much that she struggled to enjoy her lunch. Professor McGonagall, noticing Professor Snape's troubled demeanor, asked with concern, "What's the matter? Is lunch not to your liking?" Professor Snape shook her head. "It's not that. I'm just lost in thought. What could possibly trouble you so?" Professor Snape looked at Professor McGonagall, her lips parting and closing as she finally uttered, "Professor McGonagall, do I seem frightening to you?" Professor McGonagall's eyes flickered with surprise as she scrutinized Suna's face. The once vibrant hue had dulled, rendering her less attractive than before, though she was hardly frightful. Indeed, she remained quite beautiful, at least more so than. McGonagall cast a sidelong glance at Snape, who was not far off, and leaned closer to Suna, whispering, "More agreeable than Severus." Snape, sensing something amiss, turned to regard the elderly and youthful figures of the Quidditch players, rolling his eyes dramatically, particularly when his gaze fell upon Suna, a hint of discomfort flashing in his eyes. He had been somewhat comforted. McGonagall chuckled as she patted Suna and returned to her lunch, while Suna pondered a peculiar matter. Snape had been acting strangely lately, seemingly harboring an inexplicable desire to strike her. Coupled with Astoria's behavior, she couldn't help but wonder if she had unwittingly acquired some distasteful debuff. A brief interlude regarding the Time Turner, Snape's chapter. Since the climactic battle, Suna had not laid eyes on Snape for nearly a decade, so his long journey to find her was genuinely startling. How had he discovered her whereabouts? Alas, Snape would not divulge that information, for he had come for but one purpose. "I need a Time Turner." Suna's expression faltered momentarily. "You ought to consult Professor McGonagall for that. What's this? Is your memory failing you now that you're no longer a professor?" Snape fixed her with a steady gaze, enunciating each word with precision. "You know which one I seek, Suna." Initially reluctant to acquiesce, Suna was dissuaded from her hesitation by Snape's unwavering resolve. She retrieved a golden Time Turner from her magically enhanced backpack and inquired, "How did you know about this?" A glimmer of excitement and inevitability flashed in Snape's eyes as he reached for it, only to have Suna evade his grasp. "I cannot simply hand it over, Severus. I must maintain control." This Time Turner had been modified by Theodore, allowing travel in yearly increments. With the same stipulations as a conventional Time Turner, one must not encounter their past or future self. Originally, Theodore had crafted it with the intent to journey back and reunite with his mother, but an unforeseen mishap led to Suna acquiring it. Only she could activate it now. Besides her and Theodore, only Harry was privy to its existence. Snape did not object. He merely recited a date with a grave countenance. June 23, 1979, Godric's Hollow. Suna regarded him with curiosity before ensnaring both of them with the chain, adjusting the hourglass to the designated time. The surrounding scenery began to blur. The temporal displacement often induced a profound sense of disorientation, and once the world righted itself, Suna inevitably succumbed to nausea, while Snape, though pale, managed to suppress his own discomfort. He closed his eyes to steady himself for a moment before surveying their surroundings. Confirming their approximate location, he sprinted in a particular direction, heedless of Suna who was still retching. As Snape approached a house, a place forever etched in his memory, he noted how it had transformed from the desolation he recalled to a resplendent spectacle, particularly the garden in the rear, adorned for a wedding, the wedding of Harry's parents. The sound of laughter and merriment filled the air, eliciting a bittersweet pang within Snape. He dissipated into mist, only to reappear in Lily's room, where she was preparing for the ceremony, assisted by her friend Mary. "Lily, you look truly beautiful today," Mary exclaimed. Lily gazed at her reflection, a smile gracing her lips. "Every bride is indeed beautiful. I wonder what our groom thinks," Mary mused, noticing a slight gap in Lily's hair. "I'll fetch some flowers." Lily nodded, then began adjusting her veil, soon sensing an unsettling silence. Subtly confirming the location of her wand, she continued to tidy her hair, slightly turning to glimpse what lay behind her. "Severus?" Lily turned around in disbelief, her face lighting up with surprise before being swiftly replaced by caution. She hesitated, withdrawing a foot she had begun to step forward with. "What are you doing here?" Pain flickered in Snape's eyes. In that moment, he finally allowed his emotions to surface: nostalgia, regret and joy. "You." His voice was hoarse, and he could only utter that single word before faltering. Lily sought Mary's presence, who remained outside, momentarily bewildered. Lily sighed softly, not out of excessive suspicion, but because this former companion had allied with Voldemort. Despite knowing she shouldn't doubt Snape, concern still gnawed at her. Snape recognized her apprehension, experiencing a tumult of emotions, yet when asked if he regretted his choices, the answer was no. He had always understood where he belonged. He would never change for anyone. His initial allegiance to Dumbledore had been to safeguard Lily, and later, it was to atone for his past mistakes. His only regret had always been failing to protect Lily's life, not his descent into darkness. "You seem off. Are you truly Severus? Or rather, are you the Severus of the present?" At that moment, Snape was in his 40s, a stark contrast to the youthful man he once was. "I come from the future." Lily did not lower her guard. "What is your purpose here?" "To take you away." Lily turned her face aside. "You know that is impossible, Severus." "I know." Snape had anticipated this outcome. The answer was predictable. They understood each other far too well. Yet he felt compelled to try. What if he succeeded? Clearly he did not. For she was Lily. "I'm sorry." This apology, long overdue by over 20 years, finally escaped his lips, not merely for the past slur of mudblood. Lily lowered her gaze, neither accepting nor rejecting his words. Snape meticulously studied Lily's visage. She was indeed stunning today. His gaze lingered on her golden red hair accessory for a brief moment, a sigh escaping from deep within his throat. "I should have realized that with this color, we would never harmonize since that fateful year at 11. Yet, we could coexist peacefully." But that was a daunting prospect. Silence hung between them, a lament for their lost friendship. Snape cast one last lingering glance at Lily before turning to depart. His form was gradually consumed by shadows until the very last sliver vanished, prompting Lily to call out to him. "Severus." Snape halted but did not turn back. Lily offered a smile, reminiscent of their first encounter. "I am truly happy you came. Really truly happy." Snape's silhouette trembled slightly, then was resolutely engulfed by the darkness. Lily's smile faded, replaced by a wistful melancholy. "Knock knock knock. Lily, are you ready?" It was Remus. Lily seemed to regain her composure, reassembling her emotions. "Almost. What's the rush? Let James wait a little longer." The sounds of revelry echoed from outside, indicating that Remus had come to scout the scene. Meanwhile, Suna squatted on the ground awaiting Snape's return, idly tugging at the grass until a patch had been entirely stripped bare. When Snape finally returned, his demeanor had settled. Upon witnessing Suna's state, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Her carefree demeanor was indeed enviable. Snape approached and gave her a light kick. "Let us go." Suna turned around and glared furiously at Snape, who promptly tossed her a vial of Felix Felicis. In an instant, her mood shifted from stormy to sunny. "Very well. Esteemed Mr. Snape, I shall take you back at once." Snape shook his head. "I have another destination to visit." Suna pouted, but for the sake of the potion, she refrained from further protest. On July 13, 1969 in Corquoth, Snape intervened to prevent little Lily from meeting young Snape. Concealed behind a tree, he observed as little Lily sat despondently on a swing, as if the world had forsaken her. Suppressing the bitterness and compassion that welled within him, he turned only to nearly explode in frustration at the sight before him. There stood Suna, blocking little Snape's path, eyeing him with mischievous intent. While the young boy shrank back in anxiety, Snape felt an overwhelming urge to kick her away, but knowing he could not confront his former self, he resorted to pounding the tree in frustration. Suna, astonished, remarked how she never expected the younger Snape to possess a modicum of charm, albeit somewhat shabby. Devoid of the haughty demeanor that characterized him later, he appeared rather pitiful, with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Suna seized Snape's face and gave it a gentle tug. "So your name is Snape?" Little Snape nodded hesitantly, prompting Suna to contemplate further torment. Releasing his face, she declared, "Let me tell you something. At that moment, a stone flew through the air, striking Suna on the head, allowing little Snape to make his escape. How terrifying. There's a weirdo here." Snape finally emerged, delivering a kick to Suna. "Ah. I take it back. I won't do it again." After waking from a nap during his 3rd year, Snape was startled by the influx of memories, his expression darkening upon realizing that the one who had tugged his face was none other than Suna. Chapter 138. Put my cat down. Time passed as Suna gradually lightened, and the young wizards grew accustomed to her transformation. Meanwhile, Newt received a letter from Theseus, the contents of which remained a mystery. But the disdain etched on his face indicated its overly sentimental nature. The two brothers, filled with love yet exasperation towards one another, were indeed a sight to behold. Pressured by Theseus, Newt began preparations for his departure, feeling particularly reluctant to leave Hagrid, who towered at over 3 meters, nearly weeping at the thought, causing Newt to pace nervously. In an effort to express her reluctance, Suna packaged Tom and Jerry to accompany Newt for a few days, unaware that a particular trait of Tom had captivated Newt, as he found himself cuddling Tom at night. This was reported to Suna by Jerry, who likely felt a twinge of jealousy seeing the affection bestowed upon Tom. Amused, Suna scratched Jerry's belly and chin before placing him on her shoulder. "How about I take you to class?" Jerry pondered for a moment before eagerly agreeing, dismissing thoughts of Tom. Suna had indeed discovered a method to balance her affections between Tom and Jerry. On the day of Newt's departure, the weather was splendid, and the headmaster's office was abuzz with liveliness. Even Professor Grubblyplank, who had not been seen in ages, appeared to bid Newt farewell. The method of his send-off was left to the discretion of those present. Hagrid tearfully presented Newt with a large bag of barbecue from the Forbidden Forest, a testament to their shared culinary adventures. As the head of Hufflepuff, Professor Sprout gifted Newt with various plant specimens and a wooden badger. "You have always been a pride of Hufflepuff." Newt lowered his gaze, unconsciously caressing the handle of his suitcase, and replied softly, "Thank you, Professor Sprout. That is truly flattering. I merely did what a Hufflepuff ought to do." Despite his modest response, his pride and joy were evident, soon overshadowed by embarrassment, prompting him to shift the conversation. He glanced at Dumbledore, his eyes brimming with anticipation, oblivious to the suffering expression on Grindelwald's face nearby. Suna quickly instructed Jerry to offer comfort, as she had no desire to sample Voldemort's infamous barbecue. Jerry slid down Suna's clothing to perch on Grindelwald's shoulder, gently patting him. When Grindelwald turned to look, Jerry presented him with a little flower. Amused by Jerry's appearance, Grindelwald felt a smile break through his gloom, scratching Jerry's belly and murmuring, "You must be quite busy." Jerry responded with delighted giggles, clutching Grindelwald's collar to avoid falling. Dumbledore observed this interaction, feeling relieved. Although not fearful, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. Navigating through the crowd, Dumbledore approached Newt, his blue eyes twinkling behind his crescent-shaped glasses. He spoke with a honeyed lightness. "Time flies, indeed, but partings pave the way for more fortuitous reunions. May you catch the next rebirth of Fawkes." Newt fidgeted with the collar of his coat, dressed in that familiar blue jacket despite being in his 90s. He murmured, "Actually, according to recent studies, the rebirth cycle of a phoenix doesn't entirely correlate with a wizard's age. I too am eagerly anticipating our next meeting." Dumbledore was accustomed to Newt's habitual correction of academic details. He patted Newt's shoulder playfully. "Certainly, if you stir up trouble, don't come running to me. Every encounter leaves me with a headache for ages." Newt's face flushed crimson, and he quietly protested, denying any such mischief, which brought delight to Dumbledore. Suna stifled a laugh as she retrieved a carefully prepared gift from her backpack, only to notice Newt shoot a nervous glance in her direction before turning to flee. "You stop right there." Newt quickened his pace. Suna leaped forward, intercepting him. "Suna, you can't bear to part with me? We can always write letters." Newt glanced around anxiously, clearly guilty of some misdeed. "What is it?" Suna pressed, placing her hand on Newt's suitcase as her mind raced. Upon spotting cat fur atop Newt's head, realization struck her. Where was Tom? Given their recent companionship, it was odd that Tom had not come to bid farewell. Suna inquired of Jerry, "Do you know where Tom has gone?" Jerry shook his head, indicating he hadn't seen him all morning. Suna turned back to Newt, who appeared increasingly guilty, attempting to hide his face in his clothing. "Mr. Scamander, I believe you owe me an explanation." Newt fumbled with the suitcase's latch, his normally gentle voice rising in pitch with a telltale tremor. I don't know. Newt's skills in deception were hardly commendable. Then open the suitcase and let me see. He hesitated, but upon witnessing Suna's knowing expression, he deflated, confessing like a remorseful schoolboy, I just couldn't part with Tom. I wanted to play with him for a couple of days, then I would return him. He cast a cautious glance at Suna. Would she acquiesce? Certainly not. She was well aware of the havoc her mischievous charge could wreak. Mr. Scamander, please put my cat down. Oh! Newt, feeling despondent, reluctantly opened the case and retrieved Tom. Tom, seemingly unaware of the tribulations endured within the confines of the case, stared blankly with wide eyes, which greatly alarmed Newt. Tom, what's the matter with you? Tom mechanically turned his head to regard Newt, then glanced at Suna, uttering a series of WER before rolling his eyes and fainting. I placed him in the layer with the Niffler, Newt explained, referring to the mischievous creature that resided next to a group of magical, braying beasts. Suna sighed in exasperation, covering her head. Subsequently, Newt weakly negotiated with Suna to take Tom home for some fun, and after a brief discussion, she agreed to visit him during the holidays. Acknowledging that Tom tended to unleash his adventurous spirit when away from her, details of which could be explored during the holiday season at Hogwarts. Dumbledore confirmed this sentiment with a nod. Satisfied, Newt joyfully departed through the fireplace, oblivious to the fact that he hadn't informed his grandson Rolf. After Newt's departure, the most delighted individual was Grindelwald, who due to his previous guise as Professor Grindel, could occasionally stroll about the campus with impunity. As for Suna, she busied herself in search of a boggart. To her surprise, boggarts proved to be consumable creatures, requiring replacement every 1 or 2 classes, and sometimes even within a single lesson, as they tended to perish from laughter. Quite literally, boggarts preferred to dwell in dark, confined spaces, such as long-unused wardrobes, beneath deserted staircases, or within locked drawers. Suna considered Snape's dungeon an excellent hiding spot, yet feared the repercussions of encountering him, as his glances had grown increasingly menacing lately. Thus, she chose to keep her distance. After scouring several abandoned classrooms without success, she ultimately located a boggart residing within a flower vase in a basement. With practiced ease, Suna reverted the boggart into its original form and corked the vase. Indeed, her greatest fear was none other than the character Jo Renmei from the film The Village of the Dead, which had haunted her since she was 13. Despite having grown bolder in adulthood, she discovered that rewatching the film as a grown-up merely transformed her childhood terror into an adult phobia. Upon her arrival in this world, the first encounter with a boggart morphing into Jo Renmei had startled her, but with the encouragement of her professor, she managed to transform the figure into an adorable girl with twin ponytails. Even now, encountering Jo Renmei still sent a shiver down her spine. The shadows of her past had morphed into an enduring fear. Jo Renmei, upon learning of this, would likely take comfort in the knowledge. Shaking her head, Suna stored the vase and resolved to find a spare boggart. However, whether it was due to Tom's previous cleanup efforts in the castle or sheer luck, she could locate only this one boggart throughout all of Hogwarts. After pondering for a brief moment, she decided to hold the lesson with all 4 large classes together. Otherwise, they might inadvertently ruin the experience in a single session, and she would be at a loss for a second boggart. Thus the classroom was cleared, filled with eager young wizards, and to ensure visibility, Suna instructed them to use their books as cushions, sitting directly on the floor. For larger students like Goyle and Crabbe, who found it difficult to sit on the ground, she allowed them to choose whether to sit or stand at the back of the room. With the increased number of students, the temperature in the room rose significantly, prompting Suna to open a window for ventilation. I trust you all know what we will be learning today. The young wizards chorused in unison, Boggart. Ah. It seems you are quite eager, she remarked, though she suspected otherwise. Boggarts are low-risk magical creatures capable of transformation. They perceive your innermost fears and manifest as your most dreaded nightmares. Typically, they inhabit dark and confined spaces, so it is advisable to keep your rooms tidy. The incantation to confront a boggart is the Boggart banishing spell, Ridiculous, which compels the boggart to assume a form you find amusing. The true method of vanquishing a boggart lies in laughter, as it will disintegrate in the presence of your joy. However, during practice, please keep your laughter to a minimum, as your Professor Suna is unlikely to procure a second boggart in the near future. The young wizards emitted gentle laughter, some even volunteering to supervise one another. Though their reliability was questionable, Suna inscribed the incantation Ridiculous upon the blackboard. Now repeat after me, paying attention to the emphasis. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Given the simplicity and specificity of the spell, Suna intended to allow them to engage directly. She then produced today's esteemed guest Mr. Boggett. Perhaps sensing the presence of people, the Boggett within the vase grew increasingly agitated. Suna teased, "It seems our guest is rather impatient. Who wishes to be the first to volunteer?" The young wizards exchanged glances, yet none raised their hands. Some were genuinely afraid of their fears, while others were reluctant to reveal their vulnerabilities before their peers. Even the usually bold Theo and Hermione remained silent. Observing this reluctance, Suna knew she had to take action, albeit in a manner befitting her style. "Since you're all so reticent, I shall call upon someone." Hardly had she finished speaking than Harry tumbled from the crowd, colliding with the podium. Suna met his gaze and teased, "Oh Harry, are you so eager? You could have simply told me. No one is competing with you." "Professor Suna, open your eyes," Harry exclaimed, turning to glare at a few of his unreliable companions as he straightened his robes. "Do you remember the incantation?" Suna inquired as she set aside the attendance list. "I've got it, Professor Suna," Harry replied, appearing somewhat anxious, his eyes blinking rapidly. As he faced away from the others, they remained unaware of his state. Suna offered him a reassuring encouragement. "Fear is a natural instinct, but courage is the anthem of humanity. Harry, believe in yourself. You are a Gryffindor." Harry felt a surge of determination, his racing heart gradually calming, and he nodded gratefully at Suna. With a steady hand, she uncorked the vase. Curious to see what fear lurked within Harry, who had never encountered a Dementor before him, the Boggett swirled into a cloud of darkness, ultimately coalescing into a scene filled with dread. A flash of green light accompanied by the sound of a woman's scream. Suna's eyes widened. If her instincts were correct, this depicted the moment Lily was murdered. She glanced at Harry, who was clearly struggling. His eyes were wide, breath ragged, and the veins in his hand gripped his wand tightly. "Harry," Suna called out sharply, snapping him from his trance. The Boggett continued to replay the horrifying scene of Lily's murder. With determination, Harry raised his wand and shouted, "Ridiculous!" The Boggett transformed into Tom riding a unicycle, which elicited laughter from the younger wizards who were oblivious to the underlying context. However, Harry appeared somewhat lost in thought. Suna approached, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You did splendidly, Harry." He managed a strained smile, and she sent him back to his seat, then called forth Ron, who wore a look of utter dismay. "You seem to be enjoying yourself immensely. It appears you have fully grasped the concept." Ron approached the Boggett with a sorrowful expression, and in an instant, the Boggett transformed into a colossal spider, raising its forelegs menacingly. Ron was so frightened that he nearly burst into tears, but in a bid to avoid appearing cowardly, he shakily brandished his wand. How ludicrous! This Boggett spider then metamorphosed into a platter of exquisitely roasted spider legs, causing Ron to gulp involuntarily. Luna's lips twitched. She had not anticipated such a side of Ron. Chapter 139. The Fears of Each Individual. With Harry and Ron's initial display, the other young wizards began to show a flicker of interest and stepped forward to try their hand. Hermione's fear manifested as Professor McGonagall declaring that none of her exams had been adequate. Parvati's was a bloodied, bandaged mummy. Seamus faced a long-haired female ghost, rivaling Professor Chorney. Dean's was a severed hand. Draco's represented a failed version of himself, and Theodore's was his younger self. The most amusing of all was Pansy's Boggett, which depicted a scenario where Theodore and Draco were wed. This spectacle elicited laughter not just from the other young wizards, but even Luna couldn't maintain her composure. The Boggett was baffled, questioning why the fears of one individual could bring such amusement to others. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Draco and Theodore, Pansy transformed the Boggett into a bouquet of flowers. Yet the other young wizards did not let the two involved escape their teasing, though they dared not be overt. They exchanged knowing glances and whispered snickers. Draco and Theodore's faces turned ashen, but they understood that any attempt to explain would only worsen their predicament, resulting in a silent retreat from one another, while inwardly cursing Pansy 100 times. As they returned, Pansy fervently apologized to Draco, who wore a grim expression and exhibited his disdain through his actions. Pansy, in her desperation, began to weep, and even Daphne refrained from approaching to console her, fearing the wrath of Draco and Theodore. Luna, observing this scene, was at a loss for words and could only intervene to halt the chaos, sternly warning the others against unfounded speculation. The young wizards then redirected their attention back to the Boggett. With a sigh, Luna reflected on the challenges of early maturity among children. She then called forth Daphne. Daphne's Boggett revealed a deceased elder, which morphed into a middle-aged woman, then her sister Astoria, and ultimately her own visage. Daphne's face drained of color, the impact of her grim fate overwhelming her, as though she were on the brink of transforming into the boggart herself. This scene startled the other young wizards, silencing even Pansy's tears. "Daphne?" Luna gently called. But Daphne remained in a stupor, unresponsive. Luna quickly stepped forward to embrace her, shielding her gaze and using her magic to soothe her. "Daphne, it's all right. It's all an illusion." Gradually, Daphne regained her composure, a wave of helplessness washing over her as thoughts of Voldemort's deception flooded her mind. If it weren't for the curse entwined within her bloodline, she would not have dared to act under Dumbledore's watchful eye. Yet that man had tricked her, seeking only to exploit her, even contemplating her demise. She felt the injustice of it all. All she desired was to survive. What was her fault? She was, after all, a proud pureblood. And then there was her sister Astoria, whose potential for a tragic fate loomed over her. Though she sometimes envied Astoria for being favored by their parents, she could not bear the thought of losing her. Daphne clung to Luna, silently weeping, which soon escalated into heart-wrenching sobs. Caught off guard by the deluge of tears, Luna thought, "Goodness, I've made my students cry in class." Daphne's condition made it clear that continuing the lesson was out of the question. Yet Luna could not halt proceedings solely for her sake. She summoned Pansy to take care of Daphne, encouraging them to comfort one another in their shared sorrow. Pansy, still emotionally drained from the recent events, hesitated to console Daphne, feeling resentful that she had not received comfort herself. However, she obediently guided Daphne aside, allowing her the space to grieve freely. Luna brushed away the tear stains from her clothing and cleared her throat awkwardly. "Well, a slight mishap occurred. Let us continue. Who is next?" The young wizard shrank back, hesitating to approach the altered boggart. Turning curiously, Luna found herself face to face with Professor Chorney, nearly startling her. No wonder the young wizards had become quails. Professor Chorney was indeed fearsome. Luna adeptly transformed Chorney into a charming twin-tailed girl, before encouraging the others to practice. Due to Daphne's earlier episode, Luna reassured those hesitant to step forward that they need not force themselves, which brought relief to many, including Neville. Severus Snape also avoided public embarrassment, for which he should be grateful to her. Once the young wizards had practiced sufficiently, the boggart met its end, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. And thus, this is the visage of a boggart's demise. Luna, utilizing her resources wisely, educated the young wizards on the potential applications of a boggart, assigning them a thoughtful task to ponder its other uses, perhaps sparking the genius within one of them. As the class concluded, Draco and Theodore dashed out first, each racing away to avoid any further scandal, while Pansy abandoned the still sorrowful Daphne to chase after Draco. He fled. She pursued. He could not escape. Luna shook her head, ushering the other young wizards back, while escorting the tearful Daphne to her office. Overcome with emotion, Daphne continued to sob softly, even once inside. Luna said little, simply providing her with a box of tissues and a wastebasket, along with a cup of warm water. "Can you tell me about it?" "The Greengrass curse." Daphne, taken aback, raised her head in surprise, inadvertently sniffling as she did so. She shyly covered her mouth, waiting until she was certain she would not repeat the blunder before speaking. "How did you know?" Luna shrugged. "It's hard not to know, especially after last semester's events. I nearly caught you then." Daphne recalled the previous semester, her face alternating between crimson and pale as she lowered her gaze, concealing her emotions. Luna understood her reticence, given Voldemort's unrelenting cruelty. "Initially, I did not wish to involve myself with your affairs, Daphne. While I pride myself on being a fair teacher, I am human, prone to preferences, and you happen to be someone I do not hold in high regard." Daphne's hands, resting on her robes, clenched tightly, the pressure causing her knuckles to whiten. "I would not trouble you due to my personal feelings, for I recognize my responsibilities toward you and the other young wizards. However, I chose to remain silent upon learning of your situation, not wanting to invest too much energy into it." Daphne scoffed with a sarcastic smile, raising her head in defiance, determined not to succumb to tears, striving to maintain the dignity of a pure-blood witch. "Then why have you sought me out now? Out of pity? Thank you, but I do not require it. I have no need nor interest in such acts." Daphne detected the tremor in her voice and quickly closed her mouth, her eyes defiantly fixed on Luna. Luna gestured toward the spot dampened by her tears, because it was just scorched by the fear and helplessness of a little girl. Daphne cast her gaze downward, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. This overwhelming fear had taken root within her since the moment she witnessed her grandmother's demise, followed by the loss of her aunt, and then the frail Astoria, who had been ill since birth. Even her father's health had begun to deteriorate over the past 2 years. Are you wishing to assist me? She pondered. It is not solely for your sake. Astoria is a good child as well. Daphne found herself at a loss for words, exhaling with a sense of relief. Yet a lingering sadness enveloped her. Whenever she was with Astoria, others saw only Astoria, her initial pride gradually giving way to jealousy. Yet, why did she not harbor any animosity towards her? Perhaps it was due to Astoria's reliance on her. In times of distress, Astoria would grasp her hand for comfort, assuring her that having an elder sister made everything bearable. Only Astoria could spot her in any circumstance, her eyes lighting up as if she were the sun itself. Contemplating Astoria, Daphne's former haughtiness dissipated, and her tears cascaded down in earnest. You can save her, can't you? At that moment, her concerns shifted from herself to the smaller Astoria. I cannot make any guarantees, for this is a hereditary curse, not a mere blood curse. I can only promise to do my utmost. The Greengrass family might remain oblivious to the origins of this curse, but she was aware. Despite the dilution of their bloodline, the unicorn's curse retained its potency. The family Sunna, which had split from the Gree lineage, had attempted to investigate, yet apart from the largest Greengrass branch, the others had faded into obscurity. Thus, how to dispel this curse remained an enigma for Sunna. Upon hearing this, Daphne lowered her head in disappointment, only to quickly raise her smile once more. Regardless of the outcome, I must thank you, Professor Sunna. It matters not whether the result is favorable or unfavorable. Surely, nothing could be worse than the present. Sunna inquired about the manifestations following the curse's outbreak and requested a few drops of blood. By the way, do bring Astoria along sometime. I wonder why she runs away when she sees me. Am I truly that frightening? The originator of this awkwardness sheepishly touched her nose, promising to bring Astoria in a few days. Do you currently exhibit any symptoms? Daphne shook her head. No, not me, it is only Astoria. Her health is exceedingly fragile, and during her episodes, her magic becomes uncontrollable. The mere thought of Astoria caused Daphne's brow to furrow deeply. Uncontrolled magic? That bears some resemblance to Seymour's condition. It appears that families stripped of their bloodlines all suffer from such afflictions. What of the blacks? Sunna's thoughts drifted to that once glorious pureblood family, whose troubles seemed to stem solely from inbreeding. She wondered when the magical world would finally embrace the principles of biological inheritance. Well, it is time to return, however. You must not rely solely on me. Seek out relevant literature on your own, for the Greengrass family possesses a rich history. The curse afflicting your lineage bears a striking resemblance to a blood curse, and that might offer a fruitful avenue for exploration. Sunna refrained from disclosing the truth about blood curses. Were her elders to discover it, it would only lead to a cascade of complications. After all, whose fault was it that they had failed to document their own family's affairs properly? All right, I understand, Daphne replied obediently. Her former rebellious demeanor entirely vanished. Sunna found this new, compliant version of Daphne rather agreeable. Before departing, Daphne posed a lingering question from the depths of her heart. Professor Sunna, what is it that you wish for me to do? Or rather, what do you seek to gain from me? This inquiry took Sunna by surprise. She had not considered her motivations in such depth. Nothing really. Ah, is that so? How could one assist another without an ulterior motive? Surely there must be some expectation. This was the lesson Daphne had absorbed throughout her upbringing. That human interactions were merely exchanges of interests. Is that difficult to comprehend? I wish to do this because I desire to. If I did not, no amount of pleading would sway me. It is as simple as that. Sunna championed the notion of following one's heart, ensuring she would not regret her choices in the future. Seeing that Daphne remained perplexed, Sunna added, because you are my student. Does that clarify things? Yet, it was evident that Daphne's understanding diverged from Sunna's intentions. Whatever thoughts occupied her mind, she ultimately regarded Sunna with an expression of enlightenment, bowing deeply before her departure, leaving Sunna bewildered. It was due to this conversation that, in the future, when Astoria opposed the transmission of pure-blood ideology to future generations, Daphne would unhesitatingly stand behind her sister, becoming Astoria's most steadfast supporter and protector. The future remained unwritten, and the present life must continue. Following the previous incident, Draco and Theodore found themselves with a surge of fans dubbing themselves the Dragon's Treasure. While the name might seem peculiar, it was quite common in Britain. Such was the nature of the country, where the number of fans only continued to grow. Fans even engaged in heated debates over who played the dominant role. The two protagonists, however, found themselves in a state of exasperation, as no amount of explanation sufficed. Living in the same dormitory made it impossible to avoid the situation. And even Blaise would occasionally tease them, only to be met with a swift retaliation from the two. Yet Blaise bore no ill will, as many eager young witches, adhering to the principle of proximity, sought him out, and he found joy in their company. In response, Theodore turned to Sunna, lamenting his plight, which left her both amused and bewildered. What could she do but offer him tissues when he felt down? Fortunately, both young men possessed enough integrity not to resort to frivolous romances in a desperate bid for distraction, perhaps out of respect for their family's honor. Every day at Hogwarts unfolded new tales. As time passed, Draco and Theodore's tabloid-worthy exploits gradually faded from memory, leaving only a handful of die-hard fans, which posed no significant concern. The young witches and wizards busied themselves preparing for the upcoming Halloween festivities. Though Halloween officially fell on November 1st, the real excitement brewed the night prior, and this year's celebration promised to be particularly special. Chapter 141. Stirring the Storm. Hogwarts Halloween night was rather simple. A communal dinner in the Great Hall, followed by ghostly performances, a tradition maintained year after year. However, this year, with the presence of Tom and Jerry, Sunna felt compelled to ensure no disappointment arose, leading her to seek out Dumbledore with enthusiasm. Consequently, all the young witches and wizards became aware of this year's unique Halloween night, and began their preparations in earnest. To heighten the festivities, the professors would become targets for trick-or-treating, and each was tasked with preparing their own special treats. Sunna decided to embody the likeness of Tom and Jerry. Moreover, costumes were a must. How could Halloween be celebrated without a touch of spookiness? After a serious discussion with the little ones, they resolved to dress as vampires, clearly presenting the image of a family. Hagrid commenced his preparations for pumpkins to craft into jack-o'-lanterns, seeking out Sprout to showcase their magical plants, particularly the venomous tentacula. Other professors also began readying their costumes and candies, with the exception of Snape, who found such festivities tiresome and foolish. Few young witches would dare approach him for treats anyway. As Hogwarts bustled with pre-festivity excitement, a significant event transpired in the outside world. The renowned author Gilderoy Lockhart faced a scandal. The day the Daily Prophet reported on the matter, copies flew off the shelves, achieving record-breaking sales. Sunna received the package addressed to Jerry and glanced at it briefly. The newspaper featured Lockhart clad in prison garb, his face adorned with his signature smile, rigid and forced, devoid of his former charisma. The Daily Prophet merely reported his experience of using the Obliviate charm to steal from others, leaving the details of his capture shrouded in ambiguity. Sunna sensed something amiss and sought out Dumbledore, who revealed the entire saga to her. It turned out that Lockhart's book, Walking with Gods, was the source of his troubles. Sunna had read it, noting its elaborate descriptions of the subterranean ancient city, the enigmatic labyrinth, and the Temple of Gilgamesh. The book even recounted the events that transpired within the temple. Unlike Sunna, who had traversed back in time, others were transported to a void, where only a pyramid stood. Atop this pyramid lay the elixir of life, attainable only by traversing an endless army of monsters. Sunna finally understood why Tara appeared so fatigued, though the herbs that dangled before them were mere illusions. Unbeknownst to others, Lockhart's narrative depicted him vanquishing all monsters and ascending the pyramid, only to be cast aside just as he reached for the elusive herbs. It was uncertain whether this tale was a fabrication or a recounting of his actual experiences. Regardless, certain factions believed Lockhart had indeed procured the herbs, particularly due to the one that Tara had taken out. The mere existence of one led to speculation of another, prompting those who had entered the temple to be contacted by various powers, Lockhart included. Lockhart was cornered by Fudge and his men at home, resulting in multiple negotiations, both overt and covert, pressuring him to relinquish the herbs. Who wouldn't desire immortality? Lockhart insisted that if he truly possessed them, he would have surrendered them, but alas, he did not. He had even been knocked unconscious by Sunna in the ancient city. The notion of easily reaching the herbs was merely an embellishment based on another's accounts, leading to unforeseen complications. Lockhart had boasted excessively in his book, prompting Fudge to dispatch several formidable wizards to monitor him around the clock, ensuring he could not escape. Lockhart found the situation laughable. There was no chance of fleeing. Ultimately, Lockhart, driven to desperation, divulged the origins of his book. At first, Fudge was incredulous, but upon investigating the information Lockhart provided, he found it to be true, leaving him in utter dismay. It turned out Lockhart was merely a petty thief specializing in the Obliviate charm. Enraged, Fudge imprisoned Lockhart and withdrew all his previous publications, stripping him of various honors and accolades. Suna shook her head in disbelief. This was a classic case of nos wa no die. Lockhart's downfall stemmed from a lack of political acumen and an excessive concern for his reputation. Even so, Fudge harbored no intentions of letting Lockhart off easily. He confiscated all of Lockhart's assets and redistributed them among the former victims, thereby polishing his own reputation. The Daily Prophet published several articles on the matter, as the public condemned Lockhart while simultaneously praising Fudge. It must be said that those who attain positions within the Ministry of Magic are hardly fools. Logically, one would assume that the situation had reached its conclusion, but alas, Grindelwald bore a grudge, having not forgotten Fudge's previous machinations against Dumbledore. He thus decided to intervene. Utilizing informants strategically placed within the German Ministry of Magic, he incited a narrative that transformed the already established facts into a conspiracy suggesting Fudge had concealed the acquisition of the herbs. Gradually, half of Europe's magical authorities began pressuring Fudge, who found himself experiencing the same silent torment as Lockhart. Fudge initially contemplated handing Lockhart over to quell the turmoil, only to discover that Lockhart, confined in the ministry's cellar, had succumbed to madness, forgetting everything from his past. To compound matters, Fudge was visibly growing younger, leading even his closest confidants to suspect that he had secretly appropriated the herbs and harmed Lockhart. Their gazes toward Fudge shifted, tinged with suspicion and malice. Fudge was on the verge of tears, bewildered by the inexplicable changes. Each morning, he awakened to find himself a shade younger, yet his physicality and magical prowess remained unchanged. Due to Fudge's transformation and Lockhart's insanity, the suspicions surrounding Fudge intensified, leading to the most significant pressure the British Ministry of Magic had ever faced. The orchestrator of this chaos, meanwhile, gleefully prepared Halloween sweets alongside Dumbledore. Eventually, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, Fudge sought Dumbledore's assistance just before Halloween, and Dumbledore quickly identified the prime suspect. That suspect, Grindelwald, feigned innocence, claiming that his actions were merely a reaction to human greed. Dumbledore summoned Snape, who swiftly determined that Fudge had ingested a youth potion. A youth potion? I have examined him before. It was not present. Snape shot him an incredulous glance. Of course. This particular potion is one I concocted myself. It would be remarkable for anyone else to detect it. I surmise Minister Fudge has not undergone an examination lately, or else he would not have allowed me, a mere potions professor, to uncover it. This meant that anyone could now detect the presence of the youth potion. Fudge realized he had been ensnared in a trap, but who was the architect of this scheme? Among the 4 individuals in the room, only one remained oblivious. Who could it be? Chapter 142 Trick or Treat. Ultimately, Dumbledore intervened to quell the situation. However, even with this resolution, Fudge harbored no gratitude toward Dumbledore, even suspecting him of orchestrating the entire incident. Were Grindelwald to learn of Fudge's thoughts, he would undoubtedly treat the entire ministry to a barbecue. Following the incident, Dumbledore sternly admonished Grindelwald, recognizing that he remained the same Grindelwald of yore. If he so desired, he could easily disturb the waters of the lake. Yet, returning him to Nurmengard was no longer a feasible option. Dumbledore could only remind himself to keep a vigilant eye on him. Grindelwald, chastised by Dumbledore, felt discontent. Yet Dumbledore's scrutiny intensified, leaving him rather pleased. As Halloween approached, the castle donned a temporary festive guise, with swarms of animated bats flitting about, occasionally dropping delightful surprises. The young witches and wizards attended their classes in a distracted manner, eagerly returning to their common room at dusk to don their costumes and embark on a quest for sweets. Meanwhile, Tom and his friends had already donned their outfits, brandishing pumpkin-shaped baskets as they set out to collect candy. Suna awaited the arrival of the little witches and wizards, concerned that there might not be enough treats. She had even prepared a fishbowl brimming with sweets. A knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, she found Draco and Theodore, one a sprite, the other a demon. They appeared quite the pair. Trick or treat, the duo exclaimed, raising their empty baskets clearly aimed at her. Without hesitation, Suna filled their baskets with candy, wishing them a happy holiday. The sweets bore the likenesses of Tom and Jerry, looking exceedingly adorable. Are we the first to arrive? Theodore inquired, and upon receiving Suna's nod, he tilted his head back in triumph, relishing a rare victory over Hermione. Suna chuckled, ruffling his faux demon horns and offering them an additional apple. Here, a reward for being first. Theodore accepted it, placing it in his basket and encircling it with candy, while Draco immediately began to munch on his treat, completely disregarding the theme of his sprite costume. Theodore shot him a disdainful glance. By the way, did you not visit your headmaster? Sue Na expressed her curiosity regarding whether Snape had prepared any sweets and what his reaction would be when asked for them. Draco and Theodore exchanged stiff expressions and, after a brief glance at one another, shook their heads in unison. They dared not approach him. Do you not wish to receive the headmaster of Slytherin's candies? Sunargdam. While Theodore remained indifferent, Draco felt a flicker of interest, as he harbored a secret admiration for Snape, mingled with a sense of reverence. Seizing upon this, Sue Na pressed on, suggesting that perhaps he might prepare little serpent-shaped candies, rich with Slytherin flair. Draco's eyes sparkled with desire. He seized Theodore's arm, yearning to procure Snape's treats immediately. Theodore, exasperated, glanced at the triumphant Sue Na, pondering how his companion, despite his many virtues, lacked a modicum of common sense, clearly leading them into a precarious situation. As they departed, they encountered the trio of small witches and wizards seeking Sue Na, the two groups exchanging disapproving looks. On this festive day, Draco, unusually, refrained from hurling insults, while Hermione's gaze fell upon the tom candies in Theodore's basket, a flicker of competitiveness igniting within her. Theodore, intentionally flaunting an apple, was soon yanked away by Draco, who made a beeline for the dungeons. Once they were out of earshot, Hermione vented her frustrations to Harry and Ron. It's all your fault for dawdling, allowing them to seize the first opportunity. Ron, clad in a clown costume, scoffed, ready to retort, only to be silenced by the peacemaking Harry, who urged, "Let us not bicker on such a splendid day." Hermione, realizing the wisdom in his words, fell silent, though her disdain for Ron lingered, while Harry, accustomed to being the mediator, bore the weight of their discord. The trio knocked on the office door, and Sue Na peeked out. The three little ones raised their baskets and chorused, "No treats, then mischief." Sue Na cheerfully handed each of them a sweet, exclaiming, "Happy Halloween! Happy Halloween, Professor!" The baskets they bore were already filled with candies, charming cats and lions. Sue Na tilted her head, inquiring, "Are these from Professor McGonagall?" The trio obediently nodded, and she asked, "Would you like to try some, Professor?" Sue Na accepted the candy that Ron offered and popped it into her mouth. Gummy fruity. Utterly delightful. She longed to seek out candies herself, yet felt tethered to her duties. "All right, off you go to the other professors. If you delay, there may be none left." Not far off, a throng of young wizards was approaching, with only 3 minutes until they reached their destination. Hermione, initially desiring an apple, abandoned the thought upon seeing the approaching crowd and with a tinge of regret, followed Harry and Ron to find Dumbledore. The other professors' offices buzzed with excitement. Waves of little wizards arriving and departing, creating quite the commotion. Except for Snape's dungeon, which was devoid of any festivity, save for Draco and Theodore. As they reached the entrance to the dungeon, Draco faltered, his hand wavering between raising and lowering, unable to bring himself to knock on the door. Theodore leaned casually against the stone wall, showing no inclination to assist. Draco, seeking support, glanced at Theodore, pondering whether the headmaster might not be inside. Theodore shook his head, asserting, "Impossible, the headmaster wouldn't wander off before the feast begins." "Then shall I knock?" Draco inquired, and Theodore nodded, stepping aside. Misguided friendships. Draco began to bolster his courage, attempting to grasp the air at the dungeon's entrance, perhaps hoping to create a vacuum strong enough to force the door open. Finally, unable to bear the sight any longer, Theodore stepped forward and rapped on the door. Draco's eyes widened, his posture rigid, as though awaiting judgment. The dungeon door took its time to open, and upon seeing their costumes, Snape's face briefly contorted in distaste. "Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Knott. What are you doing here like two wooden statues?" Theodore averted his eyes, his left hand slipping behind him, nudging Draco. "You speak." Draco, anxiety etched across his face, stammered, If you don't give us sweets, we'll cause mischief." His voice dwindled to a mere whisper by the end. Snape narrowed his eyes, his brow arched, and in a slow mocking tone he retorted, "Mr. Malfoy, I had thought your taste was above soliciting sweets from a professor." Ashamed, Draco lowered his gaze, his fingers unconsciously gripping the basket. Just as he resigned himself to failure, he felt a weight in the basket. The dungeon door swung shut once more. The two exchanged incredulous glances before hastily inspecting what Snape had bestowed upon them. To their surprise, they found prepared figs and licorice. They did not express disdain, rather, they felt a surge of delight, even if the treats were not pure confectionery. In high spirits, they departed, blissfully unaware of Tom and Jerry lurking in the shadows. Upon witnessing Draco's successful endeavor, the two little ones approached the door, knocking eagerly. "Knock, knock, knock." Snape stormed over to open the door. No one? Wait. What are you two doing here?" His expression was less than welcoming, though still in his usual attire. His condescending demeanor was more intimidating than those who had made an effort to dress up. Tom and Jerry shrank back, transforming into timid little mice. Trembling as they extended their pumpkin baskets brimming with assorted candies, their teeth clattering from the collision. Snape, visibly impatient, furrowed his brow, his eyes calm like a deep pool. Just when the two little ones believed they might drown in his gaze, Snape let out a cold huff, tossing 2 items into their baskets. Upon inspection, they discovered a jar of gooey potion ingredients. In a fit of indignation, they nearly protested but opted to place a row of mouse traps at the dungeon door before leaving. Outside Suna's office, waves of young wizards continued to arrive. As the feast approached, the grand fishbowl was nearly empty. Suna gathered the remaining candies, clutching her small basket as she made her way to the great hall. No treats, then mischief, she declared, raising her basket as she approached the seated professors, clearly anticipating her arrival. The professors, having anticipated the occasion, were well prepared. And Suna distributed her brought candies to others. Dressed as Merlin, Dumbledore joyfully sampled a Tom candy, subsequently sharing Jerry's candy with Fawkes, who perched on his shoulder. Masquerading as a formidable raven, Grindelwald, clad as King Arthur, displayed a rather transparent agenda. Professor McGonagall, embodying a checkered scarecrow, adorned with straw beneath her hat and dangling little pumpkin and bat decorations, was a sight to behold. Hagrid, in a more straightforward approach, transformed himself into a largemouth flower, donning a pumpkin head, with 2 large leaves cinched around his waist, his candies even taking the shape of the flower, a testament to his fondness for it. Most striking of all was Trelawney, draped in a robe adorned with crystal ball patterns, with mini comets floating above her head. While conversing with Flitwick, she proclaimed that she foresaw this costume would spark significant events in the future. The candies she prepared were crystal ball hard candies, appearing rather ordinary compared to the other professors' offerings. Snape was known to arrive at the Great Hall only moments before the festivities commenced, preferring to avoid witnessing the chaotic revelry. Young wizards shared their candies and discussed each other's costumes, some engaging in quiet comparisons, while others donned matching outfits, standing out amidst the sea of whimsical creatures. As the first bell tolled, heralding the commencement of the banquet, the raucous crowd fell silent, and Snape made his timely entrance to the professor's table. Inexplicably finding himself seated beside Suna, Snape cast a disdainful glance at Suna's attire, his distaste palpable. A feeble imitation, he remarked. I would suggest you directly approach Filch to receive the honorary medal for a lifetime of cleaning the dungeons. At least his mop possesses more intimidation than the adornments you wear on your teeth. Suna retracted her prominent grin, retorting, Ah yes, unlike you, who requires nothing to play your part flawlessly, I ought to learn from you. In response, Snape silently cast a shattering charm that obliterated Suna's false teeth, then pointed his wand at her mouth, raising an eyebrow in provocation. Humph, a good woman does not engage in a battle of wits with a man. Suna turned her head towards Professor McGonagall, resolute in her stance. The clock struck 5 times, heralding the commencement of the Halloween feast. The first to make their entrance was the ghostly knights, who burst through the windows, their floating candles transforming into ghostly flames, enhancing the hall's ambience. The knights shouted as they galloped through the air, igniting Tom's playful spirit. In no time, he morphed into a ghostly figure, seizing a spectral steed to showcase his equestrian prowess, much to the chagrin of the ghostly knights, who brandished their one-handed swords and charged at him. Tom, abandoning his display of bravado, mounted the ghostly horse and began to gallop wildly, eliciting peals of laughter from the young wizards below, some even whistling in delight. What began as a splendid performance concluded rather anticlimactically. As Tom's master, Suna concealed her face with her collar, reluctant to acknowledge the embarrassment. Eventually, the knights captured Tom, suspending him in midair, encircling him while playfully swatting his behind. After the spectacle, Tom returned to his corporeal form, his posterior flushed crimson, prompting Jerry to erupt in laughter. The second act was the ghostly symphony, where all the spirits wafted from the walls, harmonizing in eerie wails as they sang the Hogwarts school song. Nearly headless Nick took the conductor's role, while Peeves drummed on armor for rhythm, and the Grey Lady added her sobs as a counterpoint. The rest of the ghosts contributed a cacophony of discordant shrieks, none in tune. As the apparitions exited through the walls, the audience remained in bewildered silence. Soon after, the grand doors of the hall swung open to reveal Bloodman Barlow, drenched in crimson, making his way through the crowd step by step, silently standing before the professors with a chilling gaze that swept over the young wizards. The students appeared perplexed, some too timid to meet his eyes. Breaking the silence, Peeves sprang from a corner, hurling ketchup at Bloodman Barlow from all angles, inciting the latter to raise his sword in furious pursuit, which triggered a wave of laughter throughout the hall, dissipating the earlier strange atmosphere. The fat friar adjusted his robes and, with graceful strides, approached the spot where Bloodman Barlow had just stood, declaring, "I shall demonstrate how to pilfer pies right under Filch's nose." Nearby, Filch, clad as the Grim Reaper, scoffed and glared back at a few inquisitive gazes. The fat friar conjured an illusion using magic, but before he could commence, he was interrupted by Peeves, who splattered him with a pie. After the disruption, Peeves scurried away, pursued by the still fuming Bloodman Barlow. The fat friar composed himself, chuckling as he forgave Peeves. "Well, it appears my act isn't particularly well received. Let's hasten to the next performance." He glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded in agreement. With a flick of his wand, a large vat, 1 meter high and 2 meters wide, materialized behind the fat friar, filled with water that swirled gently, adorned with a dozen or so vivid red apples floating atop. The fat friar raised his hand to quell the students' gasps, introducing, "This is your game, bobbing for apples. Whoever can bite an apple without the aid of their hands or magic shall emerge victorious, crowned as the luckiest young wizard of Halloween." Upon this announcement, even Sue Na's eyes sparkled, though she was promptly restrained by McGonagall, who inserted an apple into her hands. "Do refrain from bullying the younger children." Sue Na offered a discontented "oh," then bit into the apple with force, the crunch echoing as a protest against Professor McGonagall. Not every young wizard could participate. Therefore Dumbledore conjured a rain of candy, allowing those who caught Phoenix candies to enter the competition. With Dumbledore orchestrating the selection, each house was represented by 2 participants. As the young wizards prepared for the game, Sue Na nearly erupted into cheers and whistles. Slytherin's contestants were Draco and Astoria, Gryffindors were Hermione and Ron, Hufflepuffs were Cedric and Rolf, and Ravenclaws were Cho Chang and Luna. "Oh, how precise these candies are," Sue Na mused, a grin on her face, which prompted Snape to roll his eyes repeatedly. Sue Na produced a handful of sunflower seeds, sharing them with McGonagall as they leaned together, quietly speculating on which pair of young wizards, rather which duo, would ultimately triumph. The apples had been specially treated and selected, all plump and devoid of stems. Thus the challenge would rest upon their dental prowess. The young wizards engaged in pre-game strategizing. Ron shared his extensive experience with apple consumption to advise Hermione on the most efficient biting technique, while Cedric and Rolf debated over which apple appeared most delectable, occasionally glancing at their respective girlfriends. This caused Cho's cheeks to flush, as they were indeed a couple venturing beyond mere friendship. The professors observed with amused smiles. Save for one. In contrast, Slytherin's duo exhibited a different demeanor. Draco stood with arms crossed, lost in thought, occasionally casting disdainful glances at others. Astoria quietly stood beside him, her hands neatly folded upon her abdomen, her complexion less than radiant. Noticing her pallor, Draco inquired, "What troubles you? Are you lacking confidence?" Astoria, startled by his proximity, instinctively donned a gentle smile, responding, "Not at all. But you." Draco suddenly recalled Daphne mentioning her sister's frail health. He examined Astoria closely. Her skin was an unnaturally pale hue, with strands of golden hair cascading down to frame her face and neck, enhancing her delicate appearance. Unlike her proud sister Daphne, Astoria resembled a fine wine that had matured over time, restrained and gentle. Meeting Draco's gaze, Astoria displayed no signs of shyness or anger, instead regarding him calmly, silently inquiring if there was an issue. Draco, flustered, diverted his gaze, internally acknowledging Astoria's beauty, though it was a fleeting thought, devoid of any deeper contemplation. "Rest assured, I shall be the first to bite into an apple," Draco proclaimed, lifting his chin in disdain at Ron across the way. Ron shot him a glare, then turned to Hermione, whispering sweet nothings into her ear. Astoria's complexion paled further at his words, her eyes flashing with resistance. Yet she managed to conceal it from the others. Ding ding. Dumbledore clinked his glass, signaling the start of the game. The 8 participants clasped their hands behind their backs, bending forward in an attempt to bite the apples. However, the apples were exceedingly round, floating in the water without any leverage, causing them to merely skim the surface, resembling dragonflies touching the water. The scene was quite comical. For instance, Rolf fixated on a particular apple, circling it in pursuit. Draco attempted to bite several times, yet failed to secure a grip, his frustration mounting, while Astoria clearly appeared disinterested in the competition. Observing her lack of effort, Draco snapped, "Could you refrain from being a hindrance?" Astoria's cheeks flushed slightly as she apologized. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Malfoy, but what? He interjected. We represent Slytherin. Astoria lowered her gaze, remaining unaffected by her own words, merely mumbling softly, there will be other saliva. Draco's expression stiffened. He hadn't considered it before, but upon Astoria's remark, he too felt a wave of disdain, especially as he noticed Ron not missing a single apple that passed by him, this aversion reaching its zenith. You're right, Draco conceded, and began to join Astoria in idling. He had no intention of consuming someone else's spit. Snape noticed their little antics but said nothing, deeming such childish games inconsequential regardless of victory or defeat. Meanwhile, Luna devised an excellent plan. She pinched an apple with her chin, prompting Cho to take a bite. However, as she couldn't leave the water's surface, Cho had to submerge half her face, and in an unguarded moment, she sputtered water. The others soon followed suit. And it was Cedric who emerged victorious first, thanks to his exceptional breath-holding ability, with Ron trailing just a few seconds behind. Frustrated by the narrow margin that cost him first place, Ron protested, I was so close. I almost got it. He shook his damp hair back, gathering it at the nape of his neck, conceding, all right, Cedric is indeed impressive, but he was just a tad luckier than I. Hermione refrained from countering him, instead using a towel to dry his face. And as Ron looked down, their eyes met, causing Hermione's cheeks to gradually redden. Surprised, Ron remarked, Hermione, why is your face so flushed? Did you choke on water? I loathe that you're such a blockhead. Hermione retorted, flinging the towel at his face in anger before storming away, leaving a bewildered Ron trailing behind like a drenched puppy, incessantly declaring he would win next time. Upon witnessing Cedric's victory, Draco merely scoffed and led Astoria back to the Slytherin table. Dumbledore had prepared a golden apple for the first-place winner, surrounded by small animals representing the 4 houses. Since Cedric had triumphed, a badger climbed atop the apple and promptly fell asleep. Cedric and Luff joyfully accepted the golden apple, racing back to the Hufflepuff table to bask in the admiration and adulation of their peers. Cedric decided to place the golden apple in the Hufflepuff common room, a symbol of their house's glory. He entrusted the apple to others while exchanging a distant, yet apologetic nod with Cho. Cho smiled and shook her head, instead raising a cup of pumpkin juice to celebrate Cedric's victory, to which he reciprocated with a grin. Their interaction drew the attention of those around them, who began to cheer softly, causing the two to blush profusely. Chapter 144. Enhanced Training. The latter half of the feast was filled with feasting and merriment, as the watermelon catapult ensured Hogwarts was never short of watermelon and juice, much to the delight of the young witches and wizards. The Halloween decorations remained for 3 days before being taken down, and the once festive young sorcerers returned to their studies. Suna's earlier comments about enhancing their practical lessons were not mere words, especially with the Triwizard Tournament looming next year, and with her involvement, the outcome was uncertain. The return of Voldemort was also inevitable, prompting Suna to intensify her efforts to ensure no casualties during the final showdown. On a bright and breezy afternoon, the third-year students were escorted to the vicinity of the Whomping Willow. Clad in casual attire, the young wizards felt an ominous premonition. Suna stood outside the Willow's striking range, eagerly awaiting the class bell, unable to suppress a smile at the thought of what was to come. Ding. 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 Suna turned around, and the young wizards swiftly formed a line, standing at attention. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Though the sentiment was far from genuine, Suna pretended not to notice their expressions and, using a sonorous charm, began her lecture. Do you remember what I mentioned earlier? Your adaptability is woefully inadequate, or perhaps, you are overly reliant on your wands. One young wizard raised his hand and shouted, Professor, we are wizards. The others nodded in agreement. What else could wizards rely on but their wands? Suna smirked, indeed, you are wizards, and all your power is derived from your wands. Only they can showcase your magic. Now she paused, surveying the group before continuing. Who can tell me what you would do without your wands? Would you surrender? The young wizards fell silent, having never considered this predicament. However, Seamus raised his hand. Professor, don't even think about it. Cursed Suna, recognizing his intent. Today, I will teach you how to ensure your safety without a wand, and the Whomping Willow will serve as my assistant. With that, Suna tossed a sleeping Tom into the Willow's striking zone. The Willow responded, binding Tom with its branches, while the other limb swung around, striking Tom's backside. The screams echoed across Hogwarts, leaving the young wizards pale with fright. Harry and Ron were particularly affected, as the scene reminded them of unpleasant memories. Suna rescued Tom, holding him back to prevent him from retaliating against the Willow, saying, See? The young wizards instinctively took a step back, thinking, surely not. Professor Suna couldn't be that ruthless. A smirk crept onto Suna's lips. Oh, I can be. The pain inflicted upon you resonates in my heart. You must learn to respect it, as it is an old companion of Hogwarts. Harry and Ron exchanged knowing glances at that statement. Now I need someone to assist me. Who will it be? This time, Harry retreated alongside the others, warily observing them, determined not to be pushed forward. But could he evade it? Of course not. Seamus and the others banded together. Go! Harry stumbled and rolled his way to Suna. Gazing at her familiar smile, despair flickered in his eyes. They truly were treacherous friends. I'm not ready, thank you, Harry protested. Suna stepped back, instructing, attack me, Harry. What? I can't, Professor. Suna interrupted, don't worry. You won't hurt me. Harry closed his mouth, raising his hand to cast a disarming charm, but Suna blocked it and counterattacked, seizing Harry's wand. Now, what will you do, Harry? Suna waved his wand playfully. Without hesitation, Harry turned and ran, only to trip over a leglocker curse. Suna approached and helped him up, asking, do you know where you went wrong? Harry shook his head in confusion. Running seemed the optimal solution in such a scenario. Seeing his confusion, Suna addressed the other young wizards, who also failed to recognize their error, believing the disparity in strength was the cause. Suna patiently explained, in light of the earlier scene, you cannot guarantee you won't encounter being disarmed. First, let's analyze. If a wizard significantly stronger than you disarms you instead of killing you, their intention is to capture you alive, thus providing you with the opportunity to retaliate or escape. Fleeing immediately after being disarmed is indeed prudent. Yet circumstances must be taken into account. Without your wands, you become akin to a toothless tiger. Thus, in the presence of armed adversaries, it is imperative to seek the nearest cover while making your escape, be it a tree, a rock, or a building, to shield yourself from spell attacks. In a flat terrain, as is the case here, if the nearest cover is still a considerable distance away, our strategy should pivot towards deceiving the enemy's line of sight. This could involve tossing an article of clothing or a bag, or enlisting the help of a pet if you have one. Ideally, possessing defensive items or a key would be most advantageous. However, in their absence, observe closely. Suna embedded her toes into the soft sand, forcefully tilting her foot to briefly obscure the view. This is the swiftest and most convenient method. The same principle applies to snow. For those adept in agility, one could wait for the opponent to draw near, confounding them before engaging in close combat to reclaim the wand. The young wizards experienced a moment of enlightenment and began mimicking Suna, digging into the ground, but she halted them. You can practice that later. Do not turn this place into a pit, or I will find it challenging to explain to Professor Hagrid. This area falls under Hagrid's jurisdiction, and he is currently conducting a class at his hut nearby. The young wizards chuckled and some quick-witted ones inquired, Professor, might we carry a bit of sand on us for emergencies? Certainly, though pepper and chili powder would be even more effective. However, they risk collateral damage, so use them only in dire circumstances. Yet, in the ears of the young wizards, this transformed into the notion that pepper and chili powder wield even greater power. They diligently took mental notes, preparing to craft a portable spice pouch upon their return. Meanwhile, Seamus pondered deeply. Despite Suna's admonition against overthinking, he could not help but imagine the possibilities. After being disarmed, he envisioned feigning surrender and waiting for his enemies to approach, then hurling a magical firecracker at them. The mere thought thrilled him. Suna then beckoned Harry, who vehemently shook his head. His life was at stake. Suna raised an eyebrow, and Harry reluctantly approached, his expression resembling that of a hero facing imminent doom. Suna playfully tapped him on the head. How could I possibly harm you? Look at how frightened you are. Signaling him to stand firm, Suna commenced her demonstration of close-quarters combat techniques. I can jab at an opponent's eyes or deliver a forceful blow to their throat. If the adversary is male, we could also aim for the groin. At this, the male wizards instinctively crossed their legs, empathizing with the notion. The human elbow is a remarkably hard part. We can use it to strike an opponent's face or chest. As long as we incapacitate them, we can reclaim our wands and subdue them. But what if someone chokes you? Simple. Choose the most convenient maneuver from those previously mentioned. If someone is choking you from behind, do not waste energy struggling. Find the sharpest object on your person and stab their arm. Combat requires adaptability. Utilize everything at your disposal to secure victory, avoiding rigidity. For instance, if a locking charm proves too advanced, consider physical means to unlock it. If your magic does not allow for stunning your opponent, you may resort to physical force. A mere stone will suffice. If one strike is insufficient, then deliver a second. The The peculiar knowledge flooded their minds. To prevent them from misusing these techniques, Suna cautioned, these actions are highly damaging. Thus, they are prohibited during training and cannot be employed in fights. Should I discover otherwise, you will face dire consequences. The young wizards nodded obediently, prompting Suna to express her satisfaction. Of course, if you manage to conceal your wands or create a device for automatic retraction, you can circumvent these issues. Oh. Ron paid particular attention to the notion of an automatically retracting wand. If he could attach his wand to his waist with a rope, or devise a mechanism for it to return autonomously, wouldn't that be splendid? He resolved to discuss this with the twins after class, as they possessed the most impressive skills in crafting. If successful, he could claim credit for the idea and earn a bit of pocket money alongside them. The more he contemplated this, the more feasible it seemed, almost compelling him to skip class entirely to pursue this idea, though he dared not. Alas, being a Weasley made it exceedingly difficult to resist the allure of earning money. Suna further enlightened them on several Muggle resistance tactics, which though devoid of magic, proved quite effective. The Slytherin wizards learned with expressions of disdain. Once they had grasped the fundamentals, Suna prepared to commence the day's primary lesson. The previous training had focused on responses while wielding wands, enhancing their reaction capabilities, yet it remained incomplete. Thus, when facing the Whomping Willow, I require you to refrain from using your wands. Ah? The collective gasp echoed, even reaching Hagrid's vicinity, leaving him and the fifth-year wizards bewildered about the unfolding events. Fortunately, Hagrid remembered his role as a professor and suppressed his curiosity, continuing his lecture. What do you mean? Aren't we already at an intermediate level? Should we still fear this? Observing their dismayed expressions, Suna reassured them, fear not. I have negotiated with the Whomping Willow. You will form teams of 10. The Whomping Willow is not a mindless plant. It resembles a peculiar magical specimen with its own thoughts, albeit unable to articulate them. It possesses a fiery temperament, and enters a frenzied state upon the intrusion of anyone into its territory, ceasing only when the knots on its branches are pressed. Suna bribed the Whomping Willow with sunlight from sunflowers. While it does not obey her entirely, it will grant her some leeway if she calls a halt, though she must compensate it with sunlight after class. To ensure students do not escape through the underground passage beneath the Whomping Willow during lessons, Suna employed a confounding charm. Reluctant yet resolute, the young wizards dispersed to form their teams. Hermione promptly led her roommates to join Harry and his friends, bringing along 2 more to form a 10-member group. What is our plan? Hermione inquired. Plan? What plan? Ron replied incredulously. How could there possibly be a plan? We must have a plan to survive the Whomping Willow's onslaught. Harry and the others exchanged glances, questioning the necessity of such a strategy. Ron waved dismissively. As long as we avoid getting killed, that is sufficient. This simply won't do. Hermione interjected. Ron and I should have the most insight on this matter. He pulled Harry closer, as they had first-hand experience with the creature's power. Is that true? Lavender exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she turned to Ron. This made Ron feel somewhat elated. Of course. Just ask Harry. The others turned to Harry, who resigned himself to silence. If getting hit counts as experience, then indeed, they had some. Hermione scoffed, while Ron nudged Harry, urging him not to undermine their credibility. Meanwhile, Draco selected Theodore as his first choice, followed by Pansy and Daphne. He was less inclined to include Goyle and Crabbe due to their lack of agility and finesse. We don't have enough people if we exclude them, Theodore countered, stopping Draco from dismissing them. With Goyle and Crabbe, they only had 6 members. Thus, Draco retained the 2 while recruiting 4 more from pureblood families to fill the ranks. Once Suna observed that they had completed their preparations, she directed all 10 to take the field. The 10 of them stood as if facing a formidable adversary, completely unprepared to be the first ones to take the stage. Suna produced 10 sets of protective gear and admonished, if you find yourselves overwhelmed, call for me. I shall rescue you. Do not endure in silence. This last remark was particularly directed at Theodore, who had a reckless tendency to push himself to the brink. And do not be overly fearful. I shall safeguard you at critical moments. As the 10 donned their protective attire, they stepped into the striking range of the Whomping Willow, which began to thrash wildly, swinging its branches menacingly towards them. Ah! Scatter! Theodore exclaimed, shoving the dazed Draco aside, and sending the shrieking Pansy flying with a swift kick. His frequent training sessions had honed his reflexes, making him quicker than the rest. Soon, Draco too reacted, having often sparred with Theodore. His responses were equally sharp. The group utilized every conceivable strategy to evade the Willow's assaults. which were far more terrifying than the simulated spells practiced in the training room. One misstep could lead to serious injuries. Tom, clutching his rear, had ceased lamenting and began to clap his thighs, reveling in the spectacle before him. The other young wizards followed suit, but Suna's reminder that their turn would come soon stifled their laughter. Theodore managed to endure the longest, followed closely by Draco and Daphne, whose resilience genuinely astonished her, though she refrained from questioning it further. After all, striving for improvement was commendable. Once the 10 had completed their session, they were allowed to rest, making way for the next group, which soon elicited a chorus of anguished cries. By the end of the lesson, not a single young wizard emerged unscathed. Suna achieved a hidden accomplishment, instilling a sense of dread in the young wizards towards her. This fear differed from that inspired by Snape. While Snape was both feared and despised, Suna evoked a blend of fear and admiration. Supporting one another, they departed without a hint of discontent. Perhaps their solid foundational training rendered them more accepting of the ordeal. The Draco of old would undoubtedly have cried out for his father. But that was no longer the case. Next time, I'll surely outshine Harry Potter, he thought, bringing Suna a sense of satisfaction. Children, after all, thrive on comparisons in their learning journeys. The woeful state of the third-year wizards served as a stark warning to the younger students. The experience had been harrowing enough that the washroom was crowded beyond capacity. Consequently, the Weasley twins skipping class candies became exceedingly popular, as everyone sought to avoid the Willow's playful lashes. However, Suna had seen through their ruse. Having once been a student herself, she comprehended their clever ploys. Thus, Madame Pomfrey was summoned to observe, and any student feeling unwell could receive immediate care, which quelled their mischief. Madame Pomfrey, forced into overtime, wore a look of discontent. Who understood the burdens of her family? Normally, while the students were in class, she could attend to her own tasks, but now she had been drafted into servitude. She had no desire to endure the cold winds while listening to the students' cries of distress. Due to Suna's practical lessons, the supply of healing potions in the infirmary dwindled rapidly, necessitating her to find time to brew more. A week later, Suna escorted Madame Pomfrey back, presenting her with herbal gifts as an apology. I truly appreciate your patience during this time, she said. Suna did not wish to be overly demanding, but considering the timeline, things would soon become chaotic. The Triwizard Tournament was approaching, bringing students from 2 other schools to join the classes, and she could not afford to be as unrestrained as before. Following the tournament, Voldemort's return loomed ominously, although the means of his resurrection without old Tom's remains were unclear. The prophecy dictated that Harry would inevitably confront him, heralding the onset of a dark era for Hogwarts. With Fudge dragging his feet, one could only speculate whether he would, as in the original story, create obstacles that would vex everyone. Time was of the essence. A little pain now could lead to greater chances of survival later. After all, these were the children she had taught. Losing any of them would deeply sadden her. Are you being a tad too harsh, Professor Suna? Madame Pomfrey inquired, accepting the herbal remedies, all of which were basic healing potions. I understand, but it is for their own good, Suna sighed, offering no further explanation. After all, a careful calculation revealed that Madame Pomfrey was directly affiliated with St. Mungo's and held a position at Hogwarts, meaning any conflicts within the school would not impact her. Protecting healers was a rule to be upheld at all times. Madame Pomfrey cast a glance out at the dreary weather, her brow furrowed slightly, a glimmer of contemplation and caution in her eyes. Since Dumbledore has not raised any concerns, I shall refrain from interjecting further. I have observed that you are quite measured in your approach. Rest assured, I am their professor after all, Suna reassured her. Madame Pomfrey smiled knowingly. And I am their school nurse. It is my duty to care for sick or injured students. Their eyes met in mutual understanding, an unspoken agreement passing between them. Suna's training methods were deemed somewhat radical. Both Professor McGonagall and Flitwick had approached Dumbledore regarding the matter, yet ultimately fell silent, even lending their support to Suna. As the Quidditch match approached, Professor McGonagall could no longer restrain herself, and sought a discussion with Suna. You must know that the little ones eagerly anticipate this match every year. Let them savor the experience without haste. Suna awkwardly rubbed her nose, of course. The young wizards, relieved by the reduction in their workload, began to look forward to the Quidditch match. In a bid to ensure Harry's victory, Sirius extravagantly purchased a firebolt, presenting it to Harry with great fanfare at breakfast, which incited envy among the others. Naturally, some opponents remained wary. The newly released firebolt was far swifter than their brooms. Elated with his firebolt, Harry silently vowed to win the match and, like his father, have his name enshrined in the trophy room. The weather during this period had been rather dismal, leading Suna to attend only the final match. The finale featured Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff, and without the interference of Dementors, a clear victor would emerge. Suna wrapped herself tightly in her leather coat as she took her seat alongside Sirius and Lupin, who had eagerly arrived to support Harry in his final match. Sirius, brandishing a banner proclaiming Harry's inevitable victory, paid no mind to the others behind him as he waved it exuberantly. Meanwhile, Lupin rallied for Harry, occasionally urging Sirius to calm down. Yet, Sirius could not contain his excitement. To him, Harry's presence on the field evoked memories of James. And he was not merely cheering for Harry, but for his old friend as well. Of course, had Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall permitted it, he would have gladly taken to the field himself. Suna stood to the side, her mind muddled by the gusty winds. While she was protected by warming charms, they provided little defense against the relentless breeze. One could only imagine the sensation of being buffeted by strong winds, rendering one's thoughts disoriented. This was precisely how Suna felt, compounded by the drizzling rain and Sirius's raucous cheers. She felt utterly foolish. She should have squeezed into the grandstand with Dumbledore. For even if Grindelwald were to roast her, it would have been worth it. Given the stormy conditions, not just the athletes but the spectators too found their visibility compromised. Tom and Jerry donned small raincoats, using a telescope to observe Harry and Cedric in pursuit of the golden snitch. Frustrated when he realized his telescope was ineffective, Sirius angrily smashed it to the ground, and then turned his attention to Tom's telescope. "Hey buddy, mind if we swap?" Sirius maneuvered Tom aside, thrusting the flag into his hands, while he himself trained the telescope on Harry, resuming his enthusiastic shouts. "Yes, Harry, just like that. Well done." "Yay." Tom glanced at the flag he was holding, pondering its purpose. Discarding it, he seized the telescope that Sirius had just tossed aside, giving it a gentle shake, transforming the binoculars into a monocular. Unfazed, Tom closed one eye and peered toward the arena, where Harry and Cedric appeared as mere specks, a sight that greatly displeased him. He approached Sirius, folding his arms and nudging him. Sirius, engrossed in the spectacle, did not divert his gaze, brushing Tom off with a wave and grumbling, "Don't disturb me. Harry is about to catch the golden snitch." "That's right, Harry." Tom, indignant, placed his hands on his hips and nudged Remus, pointing accusatorily at Sirius. "Can you rein him in?" Remus chuckled awkwardly, as if the task were rather daunting. Chapter 146. Those Youths. Tom pouted, clenching his fists. Since reason had failed, perhaps I shall resort to physicality. Remus shifted closer to Suna, gesturing for him to proceed as he wished. Thus, Tom let out a cry and clashed with Sirius, causing those around to momentarily forget the match, for this was far more entertaining than the obscured competition. Upon hearing the commotion, Suna mirrored Jerry's headshake. It has always been the case that cats and dogs do not coexist amicably. It is a reasonable expectation. "Aren't you worried about Tom?" "Not really." Suna glanced over, shaking her head. "Don't worry. He won't cause any serious harm. Tom never fights to the death." "Oh, very well." Remus redirected his attention back to the match. Yet he still allocated some focus to the scrapping duo. The competition was reaching a critical juncture, as Harry and Cedric pursued the golden snitch into the clouds, dodging lightning while striving to capture it. The two were neck and neck, with Harry momentarily leading by a hair's breadth, the snitch tantalizingly situated right before him. "Hurry. Harry is about to seize the golden snitch." With Remus's exuberant shout, onlookers raised their telescopes, and the fighting pair paused, alternating their use of the astronomical instrument. Suna squinted, finding nothing discernible, so she picked up Sirius's monocular, attempting to identify the two small figures. Cedric, momentarily slowed by a bolt of lightning, provided Harry with an opportunity. Disregarding the electrifying threat, he surged forward, capturing the golden snitch and concluding the match, though his broomstick's tail was struck by lightning, igniting in flames and spiraling out of control. Harry's immediate thought was, "I'm finished." His second thought was, "Professor Suna never taught me how to handle this." During his descent, Harry contemplated many things, ultimately concluding that he was, once again, destined to sustain a serious injury each semester. Just then Cedric swooped in, catching him and placing him on his own broomstick. Cedric's handsome visage twisted by the wind. He shouted triumphantly, "You caught the golden snitch and I caught you. Ha ha ha." The terror that had gripped Harry dissipated with Cedric's words, and he raised his arms, proclaiming, "We are both victors." Cedric executed a sharp turn, guiding Harry to his rocket bow, which upon inspection, clearly required substantial repairs. Cedric safely landed, and the teams converged to ensure that all were unharmed. Hermione, Ron. And Sirius rushed over to encircle Harry, with Sirius in a fit of fear, enveloping Harry in a tight embrace. Harry wriggled free from Sirius's hold, glancing toward Cedric, who was being consoled by Cho. He felt an intense pang of envy, though he could not voice it. Harry brandished the golden snitch as Professor Hooch blew her whistle, signifying Gryffindor's triumph in securing this year's trophy. The Gryffindor Lions erupted in jubilant cheers, especially Wood, who in his final year at school, hoisted the cup once more. Though the Hufflepuff Badgers felt a tinge of disappointment, they genuinely applauded Gryffindor's victory. Emerging from the throng, Harry called out to Cedric, who was about to depart. "Thank you for today." Cedric waved dismissively. "No problem. Congratulations on your victory, but I intend to reclaim it next year." Harry smirked, his eyes glinting with determination. "I won't let you." Thus, the two youths forged an unspoken pact, unaware that it would remain unfulfilled for the time to come. Harry watched as the Hufflepuff team departed, only to turn and find Ginny gazing intently at him, her cheeks flushing as their eyes met. Ginny stepped forward, offering him a cup of warm water, her head slightly bowed in shyness. "It's cold. You should drink some to warm up." "Ah. Oh." Ginny was exceedingly lovely, and her bashful demeanor caught Harry off guard. How had he never noticed her beauty before? Mechanically, he twisted open the lid, grinning foolishly as he took a sip, only to scald his tongue with the boiling water, spitting it out in a grimace. Ginny, taken aback by his reaction, rushed over, cradling Harry's face in concern. "Are you okay? Did you burn yourself?" Harry shook his head, signaling he was fine, though in reality he was not. His tongue was scorched, rendering him speechless, and with Ginny present he could not afford to lose his composure. Ginny produced a handkerchief to wipe the water from Harry's mouth, her eyes brimming with guilt. "I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention." "It's not your fault." Harry, suppressing his pain, hoarsely interrupted. "I should thank you." "Yes, thank you for your concern." Only then did Ginny realize her actions, quickly withdrawing her hand and attempting to reclaim the cup. "If it's that hot, you shouldn't drink it." Harry sidestepped her, insisting, "It's fine, it will cool down soon." Upon hearing this, Ginny cautiously smiled, an air of intimacy enveloping them, as if pink bubbles were about to burst around them. "Harry." "Huh." Ginny fixed her gaze on the cup in Harry's hands, summoning tremendous courage to say, "I want to try out for the Quidditch team next year." Harry's eyes lit up. "Really? That's fantastic." Seeing Harry's unopposed enthusiasm eased Ginny's nerves. She tucked her loose hair behind her ear. "I hope to fight alongside you." Harry found himself grinning foolishly, unaware of why he couldn't help but smile. "Of course." Ginny quickly met his gaze, only to shyly avert her eyes again, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. Eventually, both succumbed to uncontrollable laughter. Ron approached, a puzzled expression on his face, as he wrapped an arm around Harry. "What are you two laughing about so joyously?" Harry and Ginny's laughter froze on their faces, Ginny shooting a glare at her older brother before quickly winking at Harry, and darting over to Hermione, whispering conspiratorially. Hearing Ginny's revelations, Hermione glanced over while covering her mouth, chuckling heartily. Meanwhile, Ron remained utterly bewildered, patting Harry, who ignored him and pressed on. "What is going on?" Harry retracted his smile, surveying his surroundings before shaking his head and sighing as he departed. Ron fell into a spiral of self-doubt, scrutinizing himself from every angle. What could possibly be the matter? Why were they laughing? Chapter 147. Please feel free to command Tom. Afterward, Gryffindor engaged in a modest celebration in the common room, where Sirius pulled Remus along to Hogsmeade to procure a copious amount of butterbeer, returning to revel alongside the young lions. Naturally, the presence of the infamous quartet, Tom and his companions, was indispensable. The young lions unveiled their cherished snacks, fruit salvaged from the Great Hall, and the butterbeer brought by Sirius, as they all sang and danced, creating a lively atmosphere. Sirius and Remus, slightly inebriated, observed the scene, particularly Sirius, whose gaze lingered on Harry, surrounded by friends, with a hint of moisture glistening in the corners of his eyes. "Don't do that, mate," Remus nudged him gently with his elbow, offering solace. "It's not too late." Sirius took a hearty gulp of the vodka he had brought, responding, "I know, Moony, I know. I'm merely cursing myself for having hidden away in Azkaban for so long, allowing Harry to endure so much suffering." Remus fell silent for a moment, offering a bittersweet smile. "No one wished for it, but we all have our burdens." Sirius raised his glass to clink against Remus's, stating, "I didn't mean to blame you, it was just at that time." Remus waved his hand dismissively. "It's all in the past, I'm not angry." They exchanged a knowing smile, and under the influence of alcohol, Sirius slumped inelegantly onto the sofa, resting his head against Remus's shoulder. Of the original 4, only the 2 of them remained to lean on one another. Have you ever thought about the future? Sirius inquired. The future? Remus was momentarily puzzled by the line of questioning. Sirius raised an eyebrow, clarifying, I mean settling down, Remus. At this, Sirius straightened up, excitement evident in his demeanor. Look. James has Harry now. Haven't you thought about your own family in these years? Remus hesitated, reluctant to delve into such a topic because of the potential inheritance of his lycanthropy by any offspring. Thus he shifted the conversation. Mate, you should focus more on yourself. What about the wild hunt? Sirius's expression darkened, recalling the month he had spent as a woman, a challenging experience indeed. Actually, I spoke with Suna today. What did she say? Sirius's expression twisted momentarily. What did she say? Seeing Sirius's hesitation, Remus grew anxious, pressing him. Realizing he could not evade the question, Sirius closed his eyes and confessed she prefers women. What did you say? Remus sat upright, disbelief and a hint of schadenfreude etched on his face. Sirius, in a fit of resignation, exclaimed, she likes women. Do you want me to carve that into your forehead? Is that true? Sirius rolled his eyes in exasperation. Unwilling to engage further, Remus erupted into laughter, drawing the attention of the others around them. Sirius nearly rolled his eyes back into his head, baffled by the humor in the situation. After a moment, he pulled Remus down to sit beside him. Enough of that. Remus chuckled. So how do you feel about it now? Sirius raised his bottle, declaring, to my deceased heartthrob. Remus clinked his glass against Sirius's, downing the remainder of the drink in one gulp. I'm out of the running. What about you? Any prospects? Remus grimaced. Why are we back to this? Well, you've been single since you emerged from your mother's womb, mate. That thing of yours hasn't rusted, has it? Sirius glanced pointedly at Remus's lower half. Feeling uncomfortable, Remus covered himself with his clothing. I just don't want to burden anyone with my troubles. Unaware of Remus's distress, Sirius continued to probe into his thoughts. Remus grasped Sirius tightly, his lips trembling, face pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Mate, what is wrong? Summoning all his composure, Remus quavered. Did you bring Wolfsbane potion? Since inheriting the Black Estate, Sirius had been preoccupied with squandering it. Thus he had taken it upon himself to procure everything, including Remus's Wolfsbane potion, in bulk for convenience. Today couldn't he be? Remus nodded slowly, struggling against his rising panic. The Gryffindor common room had been obscured with blankets to host the gathering, blocking out the moonlight, which allowed him to hold it together for now. However, this was not a sustainable solution. Otherwise he wouldn't have to venture to the Shrieking Shack each month. Blast it! Who would venture out with that stuff? Sirius exploded, tossing the bottle to the ground, which ricocheted and struck Tom on the head, leaving a conspicuous bump. Tom, hands on hips, glared at Sirius, questioning his behavior. Meanwhile, Sirius, still agitated, declared, I'll take you to Snape. He can brew the Wolfsbane potion. Remus shook his head. It's too late for that. Such a complex potion requires preparation. Then I'll take you to the Shrieking Shack. Remus's complexion turned even paler, his expression contorted in pain. I can't go. Seeing the moonlight will. To avoid causing alarm, Sirius refrained from shouting, gripping his hair in frustration, striving to maintain his composure. The priority was to get Remus out of the common room and safely to the Shrieking Shack. Then Tom caught his eye. His remarkable abilities were well known, and Sirius decided to rely on him. He tore off his wallet and thrust it into Tom's hands. Tom, I need your help right now. This is your payment. Help. Tom was initially reluctant, as he wasn't just any ordinary cat. However, upon peering into the wallet, which had been enhanced with a non-detectable extension charm, his eyes lit up with excitement. He grasped Sirius's hand eagerly. Please give me your instructions. Sirius quickly explained Remus's condition and his intended actions to Tom. Nodding gravely, Tom's demeanor shifted in light of the seriousness of the situation. Can you do it, Tom? Tom puffed out his chest and saluted, promising to complete the task. Excellent. Tom tucked the wallet away, wrapped Remus in a nearby blanket for warmth, secured it with ropes, and hoisted him up. Opening the window, he leaped out amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, sprinting toward the Shrieking Shack, leaving a trail of dust behind. Harry and the others rushed to the window, but they saw nothing but a fleeting silhouette. Sirius, just now, Tom, Sirius was also momentarily taken aback. Was he really that reckless? Had he known earlier, he would have insisted on joining him. Remus has other matters. You need not worry. I'll check on him. We need to help. No, this is adult business. Sirius interrupted Harry, giving him a brief embrace. Continue your festivities. With that, he leaped out of the window, letting out a whoop of excitement. Chapter 148. Old Grievances. Tom swiftly transported Remus to the shrieking shack, barely giving the Whomping Willow a moment to react. Upon entering the shack, Tom unceremoniously dropped Remus, panting heavily, one hand bracing against the door, the other wiping sweat from his brow. Though it was a taxing endeavor, it had only taken him mere seconds, truly commendable. The thought of the gold galleon Sirius had given him filled him with delight. He could now venture back to Hogsmeade. Perhaps even purchase a gift for Suna. What should I buy? Tom mused, stroking his chin, completely oblivious to the changes occurring behind him with Remus. As Lupin came into contact with the moonlight, he could no longer contain himself, transforming into a werewolf and tearing apart the blanket that obscured his vision. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Tom, who, bewildered, removed the shards before turning around, his eyes nearly popping out in fright. Ah! Tom screamed, bolting for the exit. Normally, creatures would not attract werewolves, but Tom's piercing cry caught Lupin's attention, compelling him to pursue. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tom ran with all his might, rolling and scrambling toward safety. The Whomping Willow, however, had a reaction this time, striking at Tom. With a yelp, he clutched his rear end, propelling himself to even greater speeds. The werewolf Lupin, too, fell victim to the Whomping Willow's attacks, abandoning his chase of Tom to engage in a struggle with the tree. Lupin's claws were formidable, and the pain only served to drive him further into a frenzy. Before long, branches from the Whomping Willow lay strewn across the ground. When Sirius arrived, he beheld this chaotic scene, and Tom, emboldened, darted behind him, clutching his robes and trembling incessantly. OSD! He exclaimed, astonished they had managed to escape. Sirius quickly scanned the area, relieved to find that curfew had set in and no young wizards were wandering about. The werewolf Lupin, having caught the scent of humans, ceased his assault on the Whomping Willow, his fierce gaze locking onto Sirius. With a weary sigh, Sirius placed his hands on his hips, incredulous. Not again, brother. Lupin gestured to him, affirming his intent. He charged at Sirius, only to be yanked back by the Whomping Willow, colliding forcefully with a tree trunk. The impact left Lupin dazed, as he held his head and shook it in confusion, momentarily disregarding the tree's onslaught. Furious, he extended his claws, seizing the incoming branches and gripping them tightly to prevent their movement. With a primal howl, he yanked fiercely, leaving a bald patch on the Whomping Willow. The remaining branches of the tree paused, touching the bare spot in disbelief. Lupin, however, had no time to ponder. He lunged at Sirius with a sinister grin. Sirius quickly scooped up Tom, realizing the urgency of their situation. We must flee quickly. The howl they had just heard had alerted the others, including Suna and her companions. Sirius and Lupin had remained at Hogwarts with Dumbledore's consent, so upon hearing the howl, their first instinct was to think of Lupin. He pushed Grindelwald aside, grasping the Elder Wand. It seems we have a bit of trouble. I need to investigate. Grindelwald silently crushed the ornament on his chair before restoring it. I shall accompany you. Severus Snape, preparing for his patrol, felt a surge of anger and disgust upon hearing the howl, mixed with a hint of derision. He eagerly altered his course, rushing towards the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Suna was chatting with Jerry, casually inquiring about Tom's absence. Before Jerry could respond, the howl resonated through the window. A howl? When did Hogwarts acquire wolves? There are no wolves or wolf-like magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Could it be? If memory serves, Sirius and Lupin should still be at Hogwarts. Suna quickly opened the window, leaning out to glance towards the Whomping Willow, which indeed appeared agitated. Jerry, sharp-eyed, spotted the fleeing Sirius and Tom, pulling Suna's attention towards them, causing her to explode with fury. What on earth? Could this be related to Tom again? With little time to ponder, Suna hastily donned a jacket, stashing Jerry into her pocket, and descended through the window, racing towards the scene of chaos. Chocolate Frogs and Dobby peered curiously from the windowsill, unsure of what to do. Sirius, carrying Tom, had never run so swiftly. His body, already weakened from Azkaban, was now straining under such intense exertion. He understood that transforming into his animagus form could spare him from Lupin's wrath, but he hesitated. The current Lupin was in a frenzied state, and without him as a target he could lash out unpredictably. They were not far from Hagrid's hut, and Sirius knew that if harm befell Hagrid, Lupin would never forgive himself. Thus, he circled around the Whomping Willow, attempting to divert Lupin's attention. The night felt interminably long as Sirius, panting heavily, began to slow down. Observing the approaching Lupin, Tom patted Sirius's back, urging him to speed up. Sirius, nearly at his limit, coughed. I can't go on, cough cough. Can't go on, Tom exclaimed, immediately switching their positions, lifting Sirius as he continued to run. Suddenly thrust into the new position, Sirius exclaimed, wait, what? Tom was far quicker, darting ahead, effectively encircling Lupin, and presenting the illusion of pursuing him. Among the group, Severus was the first to arrive. Upon seeing Lupin's state, troubling memories surfaced, and without a second thought, he unleashed a powerful stunning spell, sending Lupin flying. Remus! Sirius shouted, leaping to intervene as Severus prepared to strike again. Stop, Severus! Remus is simply unable to control himself. Attacking will only exacerbate the situation. Severus scoffed, a cold smile creeping across his face. Ah, Black, how touching, the bond between a criminal and a beast. Have you finally found an opportunity to relive the joys of your student days? Or are you planning to lead me to the werewolf once more? Don't bring that up. This is not the time for old grievances. Remus needs to be restrained, not killed. Severus narrowed his eyes at the vigilant werewolf, his voice low and dangerous. Restrained? Just as you all did so well back in the day, nearly allowing me to be torn apart? No, Black, this time I shall not trust your good intentions. The word of a murderer is hardly credible. You. Sirius clenched his wand, glancing at the bewildered Tom, forcing down his anger. I have no time for this argument. Remus is my friend, and I will not allow you to harm him. If you genuinely wish to help, join me in subduing him. If you only seek bloodshed, then step aside and do not hinder me. Chapter 149, Confrontation. When Suna arrived, she found the scene of this standoff. Upon seeing her, Tom rushed into her embrace, pulling his coat tightly around him, his small mouth babbling complaints and rubbing against her arm in distress. Jerry, unable to watch any longer, delivered a sharp slap to Tom, snapping him back to reality. The impact sent Tom's head spinning, leaving him dazed with spinning birds above his head. Suna flicked Jerry on the forehead, then pressed down on the two squabbling boys. Tonight's protagonists are not you two. Initially deterred by Severus's attack, the werewolf Lupin hesitated, but with the arrival of another, the temptation proved irresistible. Saliva dripped from Lupin's maw as he dropped to all fours, charging towards the group. Suna resignedly drew her wand, preparing to subdue him. But Severus reacted even faster. His patience with the werewolf had reached its limit, and he unleashed a barrage of dark magic. Stop, you fool! Sirius lunged at Severus, narrowly avoiding the spell that grazed his hair, shooting skyward. Sirius was seething with rage, his grip tightening around Snape's collar as he bellowed furiously. What do you intend to do? You actually mean to kill Remus, you repugnant, shadowy slug. Snape's eyes darkened as he pushed Sirius away, casting a spell that sent him sailing backward, inadvertently kicking him toward the approaching werewolf, Lupin. Perhaps you should concern yourself with your own well-being, Mr. Black. Snape rose, somewhat disheveled, regarding Sirius with a gaze akin to that reserved for the deceased, utterly merciless. Suna sighed, stepping forward to immobilize Lupin, transforming the dry grass beneath his feet into ropes that bound him tightly. With a flick of her wand, Lupin was propelled backward, tumbling into the passage beneath the shrieking shack. Suna then gathered several stones to block the entrance, securing them with the fallen willow branches. Let him cool off there, she remarked. While she had no intention of healing the werewolf, she had to admit that this particular wolf was far less appealing than the one over at Amaze. Sirius, having narrowly escaped disaster, exhaled deeply, then glared at Snape in fury. Snape, seeing that Sirius was unharmed, felt a twinge of disappointment, arching an eyebrow in provocation, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. Sirius erupted, disregarding the debris clinging to him as he charged at Snape, eager for a life-or-death confrontation. Snape, unfazed, appeared almost eager for the challenge. However, Suna interposed herself, urging Sirius to refrain from further commotion at this late hour. Commotion? Sirius pointed at himself, then at Snape. Do you see him causing trouble? He not only intended to kill Remus but me as well. His voice was filled with indignation. You genuinely meant to kill him, didn't you? I felt that curse. You clearly don't care whether he can control himself. Snape replied with a cold smirk. What a touching defense, Black. Unfortunately, your concern for that traitor Peter is far from generous. Sirius's anger flared even more. Don't bring that scoundrel into this. It's not the same, Snape retorted sarcastically. Of course it's different. To you, friends can betray, enemies can be slain, but as long as they are deemed good by you, even werewolves deserve sympathy? Sirius advanced a step, his wand raised slightly. If you dare, Suna stepped forward, pressing down on Sirius's wand, Calm down. But Sirius had lost his temper. Shaking off Suna's hand. It's not your friend in danger. Of course, you would tell me to calm down. The words were far from courteous, prompting Suna to feel an urge to hurl Tom at him. Poor Tom seemed to sense the tension, and cautiously shrank further into her clothing. What a shame. The one you are confronting is my friend. What did you say? Sirius, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pointed at Suna as if she were a traitor. Snape cast a meaningful glance at Suna, unusually refraining from rebuttal. Suna impatiently swatted Sirius's hand away. At least I've known him longer than you have. Sirius's expression flickered rapidly before he managed to utter, "You've been deceived by him." Suna placed her hand on her forehead. Is this really the time to ponder that? Dumbledore and Grindelwald arrived late, Dumbledore's eyes glinting with seriousness, while Grindelwald wore an expression of impatience. I believe tonight has been lively enough, gentlemen. Suna felt as though she had spotted a savior, stepping back to make way for Dumbledore. Thank heavens you're finally here. Dumbledore nearly stumbled, casting an irritable glare at the theatrics of Suna before turning to Snape. Severus. Remus has been subdued. No one is injured. Your vigilance is commendable, but the aggression is no longer warranted. Snape's expression darkened considerably as he coldly inquired, My esteemed headmaster, you once again choose to shield them. If someone were to be bitten tonight, would you still remain so composed? Dumbledore sighed. Tonight's events were indeed unexpected. No one desired this outcome, but it was also my oversight. I assure you, such a situation will not arise again. Snape opened his mouth to speak but fell silent, his sullen demeanor revealing that he had absorbed little of Dumbledore's reassurances. And you? Dumbledore turned his gaze to Sirius's right hand, which remained poised for action. Sirius. You still have not learned to remain calm. I had thought you would have taken the lesson to heart. Sirius retorted defiantly, That's not true. I'm merely concerned for Remus being. He shot a glance at Snape, continuing, eliminated by certain individuals. Certain individuals, came a mocking retort. Indeed. Black's heroism always appears at the opportune moment, of course, as long as it does not involve his own misdeeds. Dumbledore interjected, Enough. His tone was unusually stern. Past grievances should not be settled tonight. Hatred will only breed darkness, and tonight, we all need to maintain our composure. Snape turned his face away, and Sirius relaxed his grip on his wand. Suna, you did well. Sirius, you and I shall return. Remus needs time. Sirius glanced back at the battered Whomping Willow, nodding in agreement. However, he failed to notice Grindelwald's murderous glare. Dumbledore intended to speak further with Snape, but, seeing his refusal to engage, sighed silently, and turned to lead Grindelwald and Sirius back. As he passed Suna, he offered a reassuring pat on her shoulder, as if to express his renewed faith in her. Suna remarked, Excuse me? Soon, the once bustling grassy expanse was left with only Snape and Suna. Suna queried, Are you leaving or not? Chapter 150, Aged Matron's Bathing Ritual. The cold wind rustled the branches of the Whomping Willow, adding a touch of desolation to the scene. Suna stood slightly behind Snape, observing as his cloak billowed in the wind before settling once more. Tom gently patted Suna, seemingly puzzled by Snape's despondency. Jerry emerged from a pocket, peeking out from Tom's embrace, shaking his head in confusion. Suna chuckled softly, ruffling the heads of the two little creatures without saying much more. Snape appeared lost in thought, reflecting on past events, same individuals, same circumstances, same location, with the final resolution mirroring the past. Years ago, Sirius had deliberately informed Snape how to traverse the Whomping Willow into the Shrieking Shack, leading Snape to encounter the werewolf, Lupin, and even face death itself. Had it not been for James's timely intervention, Snape might have perished that night. However, years later, in a bid to protect Harry, Snape met his own demise within the Shrieking Shack. At that time, Dumbledore had refrained from officially punishing Sirius, instead instructing Snape to keep Lupin's werewolf identity a secret. Suna surmised that Dumbledore had merely given Sirius a verbal reprimand, warning him, or else Snape would not harbor such lingering resentment. The events of today echoed those of the past. Dumbledore had again shielded Sirius and Lupin. Suna preferred not to delve into the intricacies of right and wrong from that time. She was there to teach, not to judge. Moreover, she was not a party to the events and could not decide for them. Snape seemed to have regained his composure, though perhaps the chill of the wind had simply prompted him to return to the warmth of the castle. Upon turning around and noticing Suna still present, he appeared somewhat surprised. Reflecting on her recent defense, he could not quite place his feelings. She was marginally more tolerable than before, and the urge to confront her had lessened. Professor Suna has a peculiar fondness for basking in the chilly breeze here, doesn't she? Regaining her focus, Su-na shivered slightly. Lost in her thoughts a moment ago, she had indeed paid little attention. Upon glancing at Tom and Jerry nestled in her arms, she noticed the two little ones trembling with cold. Hiss, let us hurry, it's freezing. Without awaiting Severus' response, Su-na began to skip joyfully towards the castle, with Severus trailing silently behind her. Upon entering the castle, they parted ways, one ascending, the other descending. In the bedroom, Dobby clutched a chocolate frog, sitting in Tom's cozy nook, his head bobbing sleepily as he awaited Su-na and the others' return. The sight tugged at Su-na's heartstrings. She gently tucked them back into their little nest before wrapping herself snugly in the blankets. With a flick of the switch, she whispered, "Good night." The following day unfolded as usual in the realm of academia. As for Remus, Su-na did not inquire further, knowing he had likely been carried home by Sirius, possibly even cradled in his arms. The drop in temperature and the incessant rain prompted Su-na to suspend outdoor lessons, much to the delight of the young wizards, who were eager to celebrate this unexpected holiday. However, fearing that Su-na might discover their plans, they chose to keep their celebrations under wraps. Though their cheerful demeanor betrayed their intentions, Su-na believed their joy was premature. Thus, she introduced paired dueling into the curriculum. Unlike the solitary battles, this format necessitated cooperation and trust between partners. To facilitate this, Su-na incorporated paired dueling into her lessons, serving as a sparring partner for the young wizards. The sound of their lamentations echoed once more through classroom 21. Among the most amusing participants were Harry and his friends, who, unlike the others, formed a steadfast trio. Each session saw them paired differently, yet the outcome remained unchanged. With the advent of this new format, Su-na found herself spending her evenings in classroom 21, maintaining a rigorous daytime teaching schedule. Over the course of 2 weeks, both she and Flitwick had shed a few pounds. However, the results were commendable. The young wizards gradually honed their teamwork skills, with some even inventing combination spells. Professor McGonagall, upon witnessing their ingenuity, was astonished to find that some of these spell combinations were usually reserved for Auror training, yet the young wizards had devised them independently. A touch of appropriate guidance could yield unexpected delights. You are indeed correct, Professor McGonagall agreed, subsequently pondering how to guide her transfiguration lessons. If a few talented individuals emerged, it would be all the more exhilarating. Once the young wizards had departed, Su-na and Professor McGonagall tidied up the classroom, leaving the remaining chores to the house elves. I am utterly exhausted today. I must return and indulge in a good night's sleep, Professor McGonagall remarked, her hand resting on her hip, momentarily setting aside her usual poise, and adopting a somewhat childlike tone. Su-na, equally fatigued and sore all over, found herself reminiscing about the blissful baths of her previous life. Now that was true relaxation. Unfortunately, such indulgences were not commonplace here. While one could soak in a bath, a thorough scrub was a rarity. Since arriving in this world, Su-na had not indulged in a single scrub down. Given that Tom and the others were boys, she felt a tad embarrassed to ask for their assistance. Casting a glance at Professor McGonagall, an idea sparked in Su-na's mind. She linked her arm with the professor's and whispered, "Shall we go for a soak?" Professor McGonagall paused, not quite grasping Su-na's meaning. The head girl's washroom boasts a luxurious bath. Now that the young wizards are resting, we should treat ourselves. That is forbidden. That privilege belongs solely to the head girl. The professor's stern gaze bore down on Su-na, her expression firmly indicating a refusal. Yet, Su-na was not one to yield easily. She persisted, clinging to Professor McGonagall's arm and showering her with compliments, words of praise flowing freely. The corners of McGonagall's mouth twitched in a reluctant smile, yet she remained steadfast. Thus Su-na resorted to Plan B. Her little face scrunched up as she began to wail, her cries heart-wrenching enough to leave Professor McGonagall's head buzzing. Covering Su-na's mouth, she relented, conceding, "Only this once." Su-na nodded vigorously. One time? Where there was a first, a second would surely follow. She had no trepidation whatsoever. Consequently, the two women changed into suitable attire and gathered their various accoutrements before reconvening in the head girl's washroom. Perhaps it was the thrill of engaging in mischief that rendered Professor McGonagall somewhat anxious. Su-na offered reassurance. "Surely you were a head girl in your school days." "Of course," Professor McGonagall replied proudly. "In my 7th year, I was even appointed as the student council president." Both Professor McGonagall and Hermione were exemplary witches, excelling in every conceivable aspect, though McGonagall was more reserved and restrained while Hermione was more overt and impassioned. Sunas davrja nalivitid McGonagall si Nishalanis. prompting her to inquire, "How many premium bubble bath products did you bring?" Su Na retrieved a white bottle from her basket, the latest fragrance made from wood. "I adore it." Chapter 151. A soak in some gossip. The head girl's washroom was incredibly opulent. The central bath, as large as a swimming pool, was crafted from white marble, surrounded by hundreds of golden faucets capable of dispensing bubbles or perfumes of varying temperatures, colors, and scents. Behind the bath stood a magnificent floor-to-ceiling window, magically enchanted to reveal the breathtaking vistas of mountains and castle. Candles provided a soft glow. As the steam from the hot water swirled upward, it cast a dreamlike ambience throughout the washroom. Su Na felt a twinge of envy. This was simply marvelous. With towels wrapped around their hair, Su Na and Professor McGonagall lowered themselves into the water, exhaling in delight at the enveloping warmth. "This is splendid. Far more comfortable than a small tub." From her bag, Su Na produced a tray, arranging the fruit and wine she had prepared in advance atop the water's surface. "Try this. It's a gift from my Spanish friend." Pouring a small glass for Professor McGonagall, she prepared one for herself as well. The professor brought it to her nose, inhaling the rich fruit aroma mingled with a hint of sweetness. After taking a tentative sip, she was pleasantly surprised by the fruity, sweet and sour flavor, smooth and not at all harsh. "Well, this is delightful. It feels as though I'm sipping fruit tea by the beach, basking in the sun. It's not too strong, but moderation is key." "I certainly know that. I can be far more restrained than you." Despite her words, Professor McGonagall continued to refill her glass, her eyes closing in joy with each sip. Su Na munched on a piece of apple, leaning her head back against the edge of the bath, as she gazed at the enchanting mist swirling in the air. Had she known the head girl's washroom was this exquisite, she would have insisted on attending this school. Professor McGonagall chuckled, "You would undoubtedly be in Gryffindor. Fortunately for me, you didn't come, otherwise I would have had my hands full." The thought of such vivacious professors made Su Na shudder at the prospect of how the students must behave. "Your words truly wound me." Su Na feigned a sorrowful expression, as if genuinely affected by Professor McGonagall's remarks, but the professor saw right through her. "Your little heart is hardly so fragile." "Oh, I've been seen through by the stern Professor McGonagall." Su Na took on the guise of a dramatic actress, eliciting laughter from the professor. With a hint of exasperation in her eyes, Professor McGonagall played along. "Then Miss Su Na, will you not amend your attitude? Otherwise, I shall have to deduct points from your house." "Very well, Professor, but I shall be back for more." Su Na could no longer maintain her act, bursting into laughter at her own antics. "You truly are something." Professor McGonagall found herself at a loss for words, unable to conjure up an appropriate adjective, and thus joined Su Na in her merriment. Understanding the unspoken sentiment, Su Na swam to the center of the bath, playfully blowing the bubbles from her hands towards Professor McGonagall. "You should spend more time with me and steer clear of Headmaster Dumbledore. He will only exploit you, whereas I, on the other hand, simply care for you, Professor." With a wink thrown in for good measure, Su Na's playful demeanor left Professor McGonagall feeling a delightful shiver run through her. Flailing her hands, she attempted to toss the flirtation back. "Do not speak so lightly. Albus is a figure of immense respect. His approach to challenges reveals the essence of true wisdom," Professor McGonagall stated with reverence, for she remained his most steadfast ally. "Indeed, he is a man worthy of admiration, brimming with charisma. If memory serves me right, he was once your professor?" McGonagall nodded, nostalgia flickering across her features. "Albus was an excellent teacher. His lectures were both accessible and laced with humor, making him a favorite among the young wizards. He was the one who discovered my talent for transfiguration and guided me along the path." However, Su Na's curiosity took a different turn as she swam closer to Professor McGonagall and whispered, "Was Headmaster Dumbledore handsome in his youth?" The thought of the elderly Dumbledore, with his beard obscuring any remnants of youthful charm, made her giggle. Professor McGonagall, taken aback, blinked in surprise, her voice rising an octave. "Merlin's beard. Why would you concern yourself with such matters?" "Oh, just out of curiosity. Pure curiosity," Su Na replied with a cheeky grin, adjusting her round spectacles. Professor McGonagall allowed herself a moment to reminisce. His fiery red hair and stature certainly caught the eye of some, but it is his demeanor that deserves focus. His calm wisdom conceals a latent brilliance and weariness, with a hint of melancholy occasionally flickering in his gaze. While not the most conventionally handsome, his charisma is undeniably striking. Sipping her fruit wine, Professor McGonagall savored the memory. "Oh, was Professor Dumbledore perpetually single?" Su Na's face lit up with a hint of secret excitement as she eagerly refilled McGonagall's glass. "It would seem so. Merlin's knickers, What am I saying? How could I possibly discuss this with you? Professor McGonagall straightened her back, pressing her lips into a thin line. Her eyes widening behind her glasses as her fingers tightened around the glass, the sound of it creaking audible. You would do well to pretend you never heard any of this. With a weary sigh, she muttered, I must have caught Tom's recklessness, or perhaps. Professor McGonagall raised her glass. This must be your doing, with your truth serum. Su-Na made a zipping motion across her lips and swore to the light. And only then did McGonagall relent. Their conversation veered into other topics, and after soaking for a while longer, Su-Na produced a bath scrubber, which she had exchanged through the system, 1 influence point for 10 units, an absolute steal. Professor McGonagall, having never encountered such a device, was filled with curiosity. What is this? A scrubber for bathing. A scrubber? Just a piece of cloth. Will it suffice? Professor McGonagall questioned skeptically, still inclined towards her small brush. Certainly. This is a unique item from the East, and it cleanses thoroughly while providing immense comfort. Without waiting for Professor McGonagall's response, Su-Na turned her around and positioned her at the edge of the bath. Do you have the strength for this? Strength? What do you mean? Professor McGonagall was perplexed, hesitant about this unknown endeavor, but Su-Na offered no opportunity for refusal. Are you afraid of pain? Not particularly. Why do you ask? Su-Na demonstrated with swift precision, dampening the scrubber and vigorously rubbing it against Professor McGonagall's back. The sudden sting rendered her momentarily speechless, and even when flipped over, she remained in a daze. After allowing her a minute to recover, Su-Na inquired, how does it feel? Quite peculiar, somewhat painful, yet remarkably soothing. With a smile, Su-Na responded, of course. But you've shed quite a bit of dirt. Presenting the scrubber to Professor McGonagall, she noticed the evidence on it and blushed, sinking lower into the water silent. Shall we continue? Professor McGonagall's expression was conflicted, but she ultimately acquiesced, allowing Su-Na to guide her through an authentic northeastern scrub, leaving Professor McGonagall utterly content. Chapter 152. Is this building a snowman? The following day, Professor McGonagall was brimming with vitality. After the previous night's scrub, not only did she sleep soundly, but she also felt remarkably lighter. Her cheerful demeanor piqued the curiosity of her fellow professors, with Sprout and Flitwick inquiring about her newfound joy. Naturally, Professor McGonagall dared not divulge the truth, and instead made up an excuse to deflect their curiosity. The notion of 2 professors clandestinely utilizing the head studentess' washroom for mutual scrubbing was hardly befitting her image. Yet having experienced the scrub, she found herself yearning for it again, a secret bond shared with Su-Na. Meanwhile, Su-Na was unburdened, busy with her usual classes and guiding young wizards in their endeavors. When the first snow of 93 descended, Su-Na felt a moment of reverie, while the eager young wizards had already gathered, ready to engage in this year's snowman building battle. A snowman battle? Su-Na was momentarily dumbfounded, having been cornered in her office. It was not just Harry and his friends. Students from every house had arrived fully equipped, some even bearing their house flags. Indeed, we missed it last year, so we must make the most of it this time, Cedric chimed in, recalling how he had rushed to witness the tail end of the festivities due to class. On the other side, Draco and Theodore, leading a group of Slytherins, were similarly enthusiastic. Thanks to Su-Na's guidance over the past year, they had shed their former air of superiority, embracing their rightful age to engage in pursuits they truly enjoyed. Regaining her focus, Su-Na, seeing the eager expressions on the young wizards' faces, chose not to dampen their spirits. Instead, she stood before them, assuming the role of leader. All right, it is essential to balance work with play. You have all worked diligently, so today, let us relax and seek out Hagrid to assist us in building snowmen. Cheers erupted from the young wizards, drawing curious glances from those who were unaware of the commotion. However, Su-Na continued, raising her hand to quiet them. You must all dress warmly. I will inspect your attire, and those who do not meet the standards will need to return and change. Otherwise, like last year, I shall face the wrath of Madame Pomfrey. Understanding her concern, the young wizards hurriedly returned to don warmer clothing. Su-Na enlisted Cedric and the others to assist with the checks, and once all was deemed satisfactory, she and a few students changed into appropriate attire and set off for Hagrid's hut. The sight of such a large group arriving at Hagrid's cottage startled him, causing Fong to scurry under the table, his head cocked in curiosity. What brings you here? He asked. We've come to build snowmen, Su-Na exclaimed, waving her tools and stepping aside to reveal the fully equipped young wizards. Hagrid emerged from his little cabin, joining Su-Na and gazing at the courtyard filled with eager young wizards, his heart swelling with joy. How delightful. I had thought I would be the only one this year, contemplating a delay of a couple of days. Alas, it is a pity. The little wizards will keep a watchful eye on you. It is my honor. Please wait a moment while I prepare the necessary items. In the midst of my gathering, I inadvertently toppled a few snow piles, startling Yaya into a frenzy of yelps. Jerry lay atop Tom, his gaze fixed intently on Yaya, to which Tom nodded in acknowledgement. What do you think? Indeed, quite reminiscent. Due to the larger gathering this year, Hagrid had prepared double the provisions compared to last, and thus set off with Yaya and Luna in tow. To avoid disturbing the pristine snow, the little ones trod carefully along the narrow paths, while the returning crowd merely needed to turn around, relaying their destination through whispers. Upon arrival, the little wizards instinctively organized themselves into their respective houses, each respecting the boundaries of the others. A glance exchanged between Luna and Hagrid signaled the commencement of their lesson on constructing snowmen. The twins wasted no time in fashioning 2 humanoid shapes, then proceeded to prepare for a game of snowball fight and capture the golden snitch, while the others collected materials from Hagrid to begin rolling snowballs. Harry and his companions, having had experience from the previous year, worked at a pace that surpassed the others, much to Draco's chagrin. Is it merely building snowmen? Even a muggle could succeed. It's not particularly challenging, he scoffed, then rolled an oblong snowball. Ron unceremoniously mocked him, only to be met with a snowball that Draco hurled, striking him squarely in the mouth. Observing Ron's plight, Harry and Hermione rallied to retaliate, igniting a snowball skirmish between Slytherin and Gryffindor, while Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff enjoyed a peaceful existence. Tom and Jerry could not resist joining the fray, yet they chose neither side, transforming the encounter into a chaotic 3-way battle. The Gryffindor's main force comprised Ginny, who demonstrated a natural talent for throwing, hitting her targets with precision. Harry, noticing her prowess, shielded her and prepared snowballs for her, allowing her to focus on her assault. Ginny set her sights on Draco, who despite his evasive maneuvers, could not completely evade her onslaught. Consequently, he stationed Goyle and Crabbe as his barricade while he counterattacked. Astoria had initially hesitated to join, but Daphne encouraged her with the promise that they could return at any time if she felt unwell. Little did they know, the situation would escalate so quickly. Daphne shielded Astoria while engaging in the fight herself. Observing this, Astoria crafted snowballs for Daphne, and occasionally deflected incoming projectiles aimed at her. As the battle raged on, Daphne's competitive spirit ignited. Upon spotting Draco's makeshift fortress, she led Astoria in that direction. You keep her safe, she instructed before diving back into the fray. Astoria, feeling somewhat shy, complied, and Draco, with a furrowed brow, allowed her to assist in crafting snowballs, mindful of her delicate constitution. Wrapping her scarf around her flushed face, Astoria nodded and swiftly created a snowball. She offered it to Draco, who patted her approvingly before resuming his duel with Ginny. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students, meanwhile, busied themselves with snowman construction while occasionally stealing glances at the unfolding spectacle, resulting in a noticeable increase in romantic whispers among the couples. As tensions escalated between the 2 houses, the skirmish devolved into close-quarters combat, a testament to Luna's teachings. Their physical prowess was commendable. With each fall, a crowd would converge until, eventually, only a small mound of snow remained where once stood a participant. Witnessing the exuberance of her peers, Luna eagerly rubbed her hands together, preparing to join the fray, only to be met with a face full of snow from Tom's playful assault. Unperturbed, Tom darted back into the melee. Are you all right? Hagrid's large head peeked in, ice crystals adorning his beard. Not quite. As Luna entered the battlefield, she adeptly transformed the chaotic engagement into a delightful free-for-all, inadvertently injuring even the spectators from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. The little ones from both houses cautiously huddled together, resolutely opting out of the fray. As the number of fallen participants increased, the battle gradually subsided. The most unfortunate were Goyle and Crabbe, who had unwittingly become the perfect snowmen. Quickly, let us build snowmen. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff have already completed theirs. Upon seeing the charming assortment of snowmen, varying in size and adorably crafted, the little wizards from Slytherin and Gryffindor realized the disarray they had created. This simply will not do. Taking a moment to catch their breath, they rose to commence the rolling of snowballs. Luna began her own creation, constructing a smaller snowman beside Hagrid's colossal figure, while Tom crafted 2 identical snowmen to flank hers, with Jerry and a chocolate frog perched atop their heads, forming a cohesive family unit. Each snowman bore distinctive traits of its creator. Tom's adorned with cat ears, Dobby's with elfin ears and oversized eyes, Jerry's with mouse ears, and the chocolate frog's head taking on a triangular shape. If only we had a camera. I would love to capture this moment for my new book. Colin exclaimed, producing a well-wrapped camera from his bulging clothing. I can assist with that. Wow. You actually brought a camera? Of course. A skilled photographer must always be prepared to document significant moments. Colin presented the developed photograph to Luna, showcasing her snowman family, with the stunning castle in the background, captured from an artful angle. Thank you immensely. I shall credit this photograph to my student, Colin Creevy, in my new book. Really? Colin's excitement was palpable. Merlin's beard. I can provide more, like the one of me and Harry together. Or perhaps the group shot. Or should we use them all? His hands trembled slightly as he spoke. I could take another 500 photos right now. As long as the professor wishes, I shall continue to shoot. Startled by his sudden enthusiasm, Luna hastily replied, "Oh, no need for that. Feel free to capture as you please. When I require your assistance, I will seek you out, and we can choose together. Rest assured, I shall offer you a satisfactory price." Professor Luna, you are far too kind. I do not require compensation. Luna adjusted his hat, insisting, "No, this is what you deserve. It marks your first earnings, and it holds great significance." A glimmer sparkled in Colin's eyes. His cheeks flushed with excitement or perhaps the cold. Without further prompting, he ventured among the others to take their pictures, Tom being the most cooperative. As Theodore observed the busyness around him, he stealthily nudged his completed snowman behind Tom's, allowing only its head to peek out. Satisfied with the seamless integration, he stepped back for a distance check. Tom, noticing, patted Theodore's shoulder in approval, signaling his satisfaction with the arrangement. Theodore smiled, finally rectifying the disappointment of the previous year. The larger group resumed their positions, employing the snowball rolling technique from last year, though only those eager to play participated. To enhance the excitement, the course was extended and widened. Ready, set, go. With that, the eager little wizards sprang into action, eager to seize the advantage. And the initial skirmishes soon erupted amidst the larger gathering. Suna leisurely trailed behind them, keenly observing each individual's spellcasting. Should she discover anyone faltering, additional practice would undoubtedly ensue. However, as she ran, Suna noticed an unexpected addition, a large black dog. "Sirius, when did you arrive?" she inquired, nudging a snowball towards him. In his animagus form, Sirius was playfully nudging the snowball he had pilfered from someone, and upon being spotted by Suna, he showed no signs of embarrassment. Rather, he excitedly wagged his ears, emitting a low, almost laughter-like growl. Perhaps overwhelmed with exhilaration, his tongue lolled out, a stark contrast to his usually composed demeanor, embodying a yearning for freedom and a desire to shatter all constraints. If Suna were to offer her assessment, she would call him a foolish dog. Sirius was no ordinary canine. His mischievousness rivaled that of Suna. Taking advantage of the fact that only Harry knew his animagus form, he abandoned the snowball and set off in pursuit of a Slytherin wizard's backside. In his animagus form, Sirius was a formidable creature, towering nearly a meter at the shoulder, more fearsome than a wolf, causing the young wizards to flee in terror, abandoning their snowballs. Draco, initially frightened, soon regained his composure to retaliate, but alas, Sirius's agility and ability to use the snowball as cover rendered Draco gritting his teeth in frustration, loudly declaring, "Don't let me catch you, you filthy dog, or I'll show you what fear truly is." The response he received was Sirius's playful nip at his rear. "Ah!" Draco yelped in pain, clutching his backside as he sprinted away, while Sirius's canine visage bore a human-like smirk before turning his attention to the next target. The Slytherins, having been singled out by him, either discarded their snowballs or fell behind Suna. The aggrieved little snakes approached Suna to lodge a complaint. "Professor, look at him." Suna handed over her large snowball to them before pursuing Sirius, chiding, "Enough already. How old are you?" Sirius, filled with joy, shook his head vigorously, his tail wagging with enthusiasm, clearly unwilling to cease his antics. Suna couldn't allow him to continue this nonsense, so she delivered a swift kick to his rear, pinching his tail. Sirius shot her an irritated glance, crouching slightly to reveal his sharp teeth. Then Suna executed a long-desired action, seizing Sirius's snout and shaking it vigorously, causing his eyes to twinkle with stars. Once she released him, he stumbled and spun twice before collapsing onto the snow, gazing up at the sky, finally subdued. Suna clapped her hands. Despite her feline stature, she was adept at managing dogs. She glanced toward the small wizards who had returned to their rightful paths, and with a mischievous grin, she transformed the racetrack into ice, delighting in the distant cries of dismay. What to do when faced with a lack of challenges? Create them. Suna crafted another snowball, preparing to chase after the little wizards, but just as she sprinted forward, she heard an irate barking behind her. There was Sirius, now awake. Following closely behind her with bared teeth and a fierce expression, Suna provocatively beckoned with her finger. Come on, come on. Instinctively, Sirius perked up his ears and wagged his tail, but the next moment, he realized his reaction and was filled with indignation. His speed surged as he lunged toward Suna's backside. Suna was instantly frightened, calling out as she ran, "No, no, no. I was wrong." Sirius remained silent, merely snapping at the air as if to say, "I'll have your head for this." Tears streamed down Suna's face, a testament to her respect for Animagi. Stay away from the come on, come on. With Sirius in pursuit, Suna abandoned her snowball, overtaking all the little wizards. The young wizards merely felt a gust of wind pass by, turning to witness Suna being chased by the dog. The Slytherin snakes were deeply moved, realizing that Professor Suna had bravely put herself at risk for them. Harry instantly recognized the large black dog as his godfather, instinctively calling out his name. But upon uttering the first syllable, he quickly silenced himself. Sirius had warned him against revealing his animagus form. Thus, he could only anxiously watch as the duo raced ahead, puzzled by the sudden turn of events. From Sirius's demeanor, it was evident that he bore a grudge. "I already apologized. Why are you still chasing me? I don't have any cough syrup." What was cough syrup? After a fleeting moment of contemplation, Sirius dismissed it from his mind. Though he wasn't particularly angry about the earlier incident, he was determined to teach Suna a lesson. With this thought in mind, Sirius leapt again, letting out a howl that startled Suna, causing her to jump as if akin to Mario collecting coins. Sirius found this amusing and began to leap at her intermittently. Tom, witnessing this, recalled his antics with Spike, momentarily forgetting about the snowball, and erupted in laughter, only to be swiftly flattened by a large snowball rolling in from behind. Upon regaining his composure, Tom became enraged at whoever had knocked him down. But Jerry, rushing over, gave him a swift nudge. "You foolish cat, hurry and help Suna." Only then did Tom realize, signaling to Jerry to hold on tight, he prepared himself, bouncing twice on his right leg before launching forward. In no time, he caught up with Sirius. Jerry clung to Tom's ears, attempting to negotiate with Sirius to cease his pursuit of Suna. But his tiny voice was swept away by the wind. With no other option, Jerry patted Tom's head, urging him onward. Thus Tom charged toward Sirius, retrieving a frying pan from behind, and delivered a series of 3 firm whacks to Sirius's head. Zang! 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 The impact sent Sirius crashing to the ground. However, Suna remained oblivious to the commotion behind her, continuing her sprint until she vanished from sight. Tom glanced back at Suna's receding figure, and then at the approaching snowball brigade, reaching out to pull Sirius aside. But just as he extended his hand, a sharp crack echoed through the air. "Ah!" Tom emitted a horn-like shriek as the dazed Sirius stood up, laughing heartily. Clutching his hand, Tom hopped about in pain, making Sirius question whether he had indeed bitten him, prompting him to approach for a closer look. Tom, however, shielded his hand, refusing to show it, which only heightened Sirius's concern as he nudged Tom insistently with his nose. "Show me." Reluctantly, Tom nodded, and as Sirius leaned in, Tom's expression turned mischievous as he delivered a punch to the unsuspecting Sirius's face, sending him flying. With his hands on his hips, Tom made silly faces, while a bewildered Sirius growled threateningly at him. Without a moment's hesitation, Tom bolted, with Sirius hot on his heels. Following closely behind them was the Snowball Brigade, with Harry guiding them in pursuit of Sirius, softly calling out his name in an attempt to restore his sanity. But Sirius was oblivious to it all. Meanwhile, Cedric, nearby, inquired curiously, "Do you know that large black dog?" "Huh. No. Ah." Harry, startled by the sudden question, inadvertently lost control of the snowball, sending it hurtling toward Sirius. The current scene unfolds with Suna, Tom, Jerry, Sirius, and Harry, as they form an accidental straight line, culminating in Harry's tearful large snowball achieving a quadra kill. The snowball, laden with the weight of 4 defeated foes, hurtles toward the castle's grand entrance, perhaps anticipating a pentakill. Alas, no one arrives to fulfill that hope. Reluctantly, the quadra-kill snowball finds itself wedged against the door, succumbing to a state of introversion. Suna, peeking from various angles, finds amusement in the antics of the little wizards who have been eagerly awaiting this moment. Frustrated, Suna laments that this year's events are decidedly off-kilter. For last year was a different story. With determination in her eyes, she exerts effort to extricate herself from the snowball's clutches, momentarily disregarding Tom and the others. As she scrambles to a nearby spot, collapsing unceremoniously onto the ground. Another day of life, how delightful. What have I discovered? A mischievous defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall engage in playful banter, while Suna's gaze falls upon three heads: McGonagall, Dumbledore, and Snape. All three share an expression of delight, a testament to their shared lineage. Good afternoon, esteemed professors, she greets. You appear quite disheveled. McGonagall aids Suna to her feet, casting a spell to rid her of the snow that clings to her. An unexpected mishap, she remarks. But I assure you, my resilience is commendable. Who could be more surprised than you? McGonagall quips, casting a glance toward the approaching crowd, where the little wizards energetically excavate their buried comrades. And Hagrid ambles over with Fong in tow to extend his greetings. As Tom, Jerry, and Sirius are unearthed, they resemble frozen popsicles. Dumbledore, intrigued, taps Tom's eye, which still retains the ability to blink, finding the situation amusing. Snape, observing the frostbitten large dog, wears a scowl of disdain. Had Dumbledore not been present, he would certainly have delivered a reprimanding blow. McGonagall conjures a small fire, the warmth melting away the ice that encases the three, who tremble from the cold. In a flurry, McGonagall wraps her scarf around them, as there is only one, encircling all three together. Oh, the poor little creatures, Dumbledore observes with a smile directed at Sirius, refraining from revealing his identity. Suna rummages through her small backpack, producing 3 hot water bottles to tuck into their embrace. Hagrid sets up a makeshift stove, bubbling away a pot of steaming antifreeze concoction, offering each of the 3 a generous ladleful. Given the number of colds last year, I've prepared this in advance. Once we're done here, everyone shall partake. Hagrid chuckles, utterly oblivious to the fact that steam begins to rise from the tops of their heads due to the warm beverage. The little wizards step back in alarm, filled with trepidation toward the antifreeze potion. Chapter 155, The Darkness. After shattering the snowball, the little wizards set about crafting snowmen. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall join in, creating 2 to add to the Gryffindor snowman collection. Arriving later, Flitwick and Sprout also contribute, placing theirs among their own house's snowman pile, for if others' children have snowmen, so must their own. The only house left without, the Slytherin serpents, gaze longingly at Snape, who habitually furrows his brow and glares back at them, prompting the little snakes to avert their eyes and feign busyness in their snowman endeavors, though their disappointment lingers unbidden. Snape feels no remorse. When the little snakes looked at him with such yearning, he should have taught them a memorable lesson. Yet today, he considers himself merciful enough to observe their childish and tedious games. With a silent scoff, Snape turns only to find several pairs of eyes fixed on him. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and a few others regard him with disapproval, their expressions suggesting a challenge to defy their wishes. I should not have come today, Snape mutters to himself. Reluctantly, he waves his wand, causing the nearby snow to animate, molding itself into a remarkably standard snowman. With a flick of his fingers, carrots, potatoes, and twigs come flying in to embellish the snowman, completing the task effortlessly. Upon witnessing this, the piercing gazes of disapproval finally dissipate, and Snape, under the teasing scrutiny of Dumbledore, makes a hasty retreat. Dumbledore chuckles softly, perhaps unaware of how greatly Snape has transformed, all thanks to Suna's arrival. Observing the harmonious gathering of the 4 houses, with minor disagreements but no significant issues, it becomes evident that change extends beyond Snape alone. Meanwhile, the Slytherin little snakes revel in their triumph, proudly lifting their heads to face the other young wizards. For their headmaster's snowman is far superior to those crafted by other professors. Working in unison, they push Snape's snowman to the center of the Slytherin snowman pile. And to mark it as his creation, Pansy adorns the snowman's neck with her black scarf as a cloak. The other little snakes nod in approval, acknowledging that it indeed possesses a certain charm. As dusk descends, Filch distributes colorful lights from the storeroom for the little wizards to decorate their snowmen, while he himself wields a broom to sweep the snow from the entrance. However, just as he finishes half the task, the exuberant little wizards commence another snowball fight. Despite being distanced from the snowman area, some projectiles manage to reach him. Filch, driven to madness by the shattered snowballs, shakes his broom in frustration, chastising the little wizards engaged in their frolic. Dumbledore and McGonagall exchange exasperated glances, shrugging in silence. Eventually, Hagrid's pot of antifreeze concoction is depleted. Despite their reluctance, the little wizards are compelled by the professors to drink a bowl. Even the exuberant Suna is not spared, as Sirius laughs heartily nearby, only to receive 2 generous servings from her. As the gathering concludes, Sirius stealthily retreats back into the treed hollows, leaving Harry gazing longingly at his godfather's departing figure. Thanks to Hagrid's antifreeze potion, most little wizards remain free from fevers. Those who do suffer are merely weakened, sparing Madame Pomfrey from an overwhelming workload. The following day, Sirius returns, perhaps buoyed by the camaraderie shared the day before, as the little wizards no longer regard him with disdain, but instead greet him warmly. Black. Back for more fun. The name Black is one the little wizards learned from Suna. Only a few are aware of his true identity and cannot call him by name directly. Thus Suna dubbed him Black, and over time, all the little wizards accepted this name as his own. On this Monday, the little wizards hurriedly make their way to class, while Sirius seeks Harry's familiar presence. Fortunately, in his animagus form, his sense of smell sharpens, guiding him as he ventures forth, only to collide with Snape's leg. The impact causes Snape to stagger. Upon recognizing the culprit, Sirius wears a mischievous grin characteristic of dogs, feigning innocence as he lowers his ears, though his tail betrays his delight with an eager wag. Snape, upon spotting Sirius, stiffens immediately, his cloak billowing as if caught in a gale, and he glares down at Sirius with a murderous intensity, muttering through clenched teeth, "Dirty beast." If Hogwarts permits stray dogs to roam, perhaps a suggestion to the headmaster regarding stricter regulations is in order. As he was adjusting his cloak, he accidentally stepped on the paw of a dog. Observing Sirius's pained grimace, he coldly remarked, "It seems certain creatures are in dire need of a lesson in etiquette." Sirius emitted a low, threatening growl. Yet Snape displayed no fear. Instead, he cast a scornful glance at him before turning and swatting Sirius's face with his robe. A wicked glint flashed in Sirius's eyes as he playfully seized Snape's cloak, vigorously shaking his head, which resulted in a large tear and a coating of saliva. Snape, caught off guard by this unexpected action, felt an overwhelming surge of anger and raised his wand, sending Sirius flying across the room. Sirius skidded along the floor, eventually rising and darting into a nearby corner, his tail held high in triumph. Snape's gaze was colder than that of a Dementor, his fingers tightening around his wand. After several deep breaths, he gradually relaxed, the tip of his wand gently flicking to silently mend the cloak. He then meticulously cleaned off the dust and saliva, his movements deliberate, as if contemplating how to rid himself of this dog as well. Snape's expression remained grim as he fixed his eyes on the spot where Sirius had vanished, muttering in a low voice, "Black, I shall make you regret having those canine teeth." He subsequently sought out Filch, his voice low and laced with a hint of danger, saying, "Mr. Filch, I must inform you that an exceedingly audacious stray dog seems to have invaded the castle. It not only rampages through the corridors, but also exhibits aggression towards the staff." Snape narrowed his eyes, signaling Filch to understand what needed to be done. Considering the safety of the students and the dignity of the school rules, perhaps it would be prudent to implement some more decisive measures. Filch's eyes gleamed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, a cruel smile creeping onto his face. "Ah. Finally, a legitimate reason to deal with those wretched beasts. I happen to have some specially designed traps and a robust dog cage from Knockturn Alley." Snape raised a hand to interrupt him. "I am indifferent to your methods, Filch, as long as you ensure it no longer poses a nuisance," Snape added, with a significant look. "Of course, if it were to mysteriously disappear, I doubt anyone would investigate. After all, there should be no unauthorized creatures in the castle, should there?" Chapter 156. An apology in the aftermath. Filch set traps throughout the castle, posting signs prohibiting dogs in every classroom and corridor. He even went about attempting to capture Sirius with a net. As for Sirius, he relished the entire affair as an exhilarating game, until one day, when Harry happened to pass by and rescued Sirius, who was ensnared by magical ropes, bringing him back to the Gryffindor common room. Once assured that no one else was around, Sirius shook himself and transformed back into his human form. "Why is Filch so fixated on a dog all of a sudden?" Harry asked as he pulled Sirius to sit in front of the fireplace, the cozy warmth thawing Sirius's frozen hands and feet. "Oh, that," Sirius shrugged. "Perhaps it's because I accidentally tore a certain bat-like professor's cloak a few days ago?" He nodded affirmatively after speaking. Harry face-bombed, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. "So you went and provoked Snape? Which led to Filch hunting you down all over the castle?" Sirius's eyes sparkled mischievously, resembling a dog that had just pulled off a prank. "Hey, it's thrilling, isn't it? I just let his newly acquired trap right in front of Mrs. Norris. You should have seen him hopping mad. Merlin's socks. You're even more outrageous than Fred and George." Harry marveled, unable to fathom how wild his godfather must have been in his youth. "But what if he actually hurts you, or discovers you're an animagus?" Sirius scoffed dismissively. "Filch? He can't even tell a Kneasel from a blast-ended Scroot." He tousled Harry's messy hair, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I'm a professional troublemaker." Yes, professional enough to be chased by the caretaker as a stray dog. Upon hearing Harry's retort, Sirius feigned seriousness. "Be serious, Harry. This is a family tradition. James and I caused no small amount of trouble for Filch back in the day." A flicker of nostalgia crossed Sirius's face as he gazed at Harry, his eyes softening with warmth. Harry smiled faintly, tinged with bitterness, thinking of his father. To avoid sinking into sorrow, Harry shifted the topic. "How's Lupin doing?" "Ah, he's all right," Sirius replied, rubbing his nose. "Since the last transformation at school he has been a bit down. Thankfully, it hasn't leaked out. He still struggles with his identity." Harry sighed. Understanding the stigma surrounding werewolves, he knew how talented Lupin was, yet his status as a werewolf hindered him. He should try to see it as just a furry little problem. Sirius chuckled, ruffling Harry's hair, feeling comforted by Harry's words. "You've inherited your parents' kindness, Harry. That's a truly precious treasure." Harry's emerald eyes sparkled. "I think so too. All right, let us not dwell on it. Remus has me looking out for him, so there's nothing to worry about. Now let us sneak into the kitchen for some pie. I'll teach you how to scare the house elves in dog form." Harry quickly pressed a finger to Sirius's lips. "Sirius, perhaps you should lay low for a moment. Filch is likely frantically searching for you." Moreover, Harry thought of Dobby. Even though Dobby worked for Snape, he wasn't a miser. As long as Dobby completed his tasks, he was allowed to do other things. So he often played with Tom. And house elves can be good companions. Don't always bully them. "Companions?" Sirius exclaimed, his face contorting in exaggerated disbelief, laced with disdain. "You don't understand. That monster would rather see me dead, just like my mother." Harry offered a reassuring pat. "I didn't mention him, Sirius. Dobby is a very good house elf. Besides, you're someone who dares to stand against the Dark Lord. Isn't it a bit beneath you to squabble with a little elf?" "Perhaps you're right. Engaging with him would be a sheer waste of time," Sirius conceded reluctantly. "As long as he doesn't bother me, I'll just pretend he doesn't exist." Whether it was due to Creature's wretched attitude or Sirius's inherent disdain as a black, he superficially agreed with Harry, but likely would not change his behavior. Dobby, however, had shown a degree of respect for Harry, likely due to the difference in how Harry treated him. Harry understood Sirius's stubbornness and knew that continuing the conversation would only remind him of past grievances, so he chose to remain silent. Sirius, having thought of Creature, lost the desire to cause more mischief, and instead made a few parting remarks to Harry before preparing to find Snape and Tom. Last time, it was Tom who ensured there were no mishaps during Lupin's incident, and subsequently, Snape had come to help, saving him in the process. He ought to express his gratitude. He had initially come to do just that but ended up joining in the snowball fight with the young wizard after seeing Snape and Tom playing. He had completely forgotten about the time while playing hide-and-seek with Filch. When Harry learned that Sirius was headed to find Snape, he did not try to stop him. Sirius transformed back into a large black dog and bounded toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Upon arrival, he did not even need to rise. He simply pressed down on the doorknob with his mouth and walked inside as if returning to his own home. Asuna diligently corrected papers. Her gaze was unexpectedly drawn to the uninvited presence of Sirius Black, a slight twitch gracing her lips. "What brings you here? Are you escaping from Filch's relentless pursuit?" Sirius transformed back to his human form, comfortably seating himself opposite her and nonchalantly helping himself to the juice on her desk. "Wow, grape juice, quite delightful. Surely, you didn't come merely to pilfer my drink?" "Of course not. I'm here to express my gratitude to you and Tom." Sirius spun in his chair, noticing the absence of Tom and Jerry, and produced 2 exquisite gemstones from his pocket, presenting them to Suna. Skeptically, she examined the stones, discovering they were stunning violet blue sapphires, brilliantly cut and polished, perfect for crafting into a necklace or brooch. Enchanted, Suna unapologetically tucked them into her pocket. "Well, I shall accept your gift. Now you ought to be on your way." Sirius, momentarily taken aback by her response, exclaimed, "Wow, that reaction seems rather off." Suna regarded him quizzically. "What sort of reaction do you desire? A nauseating exchange of flattery followed by incessant requests? If you have something splendid, why should I play the fool?" Upon hearing this, Sirius conceded her point. With her commitment to her papers, Suna offered him 2 options. Either assist her with the corrections or depart promptly and cease being a nuisance. Sirius decisively chose the latter. After all, he had only just graduated, and it would be foolish to opt for the former. However, before exiting, he awkwardly apologized. "I shouldn't have said what I did that day. And I am sorry. Yet had you been in my position, you might have reacted similarly. With that, he transformed into a large black dog and slipped out of the office, leaving Su-na perplexed. Why is he apologizing? She mused. But soon, regret washed over her. She should have pressed him for a more sincere gesture. Su-na felt she had missed a golden opportunity. Chapter 157 Christmas. Following another thrilling shopping spree with Professor McGonagall, Christmas quietly approached. This year, Harry was no longer alone. He invited Ron to join him at home for the holidays. Observing her two companions returning home, Hermione decided to pack her belongings and head back as well. On Christmas morning, Tom was the first to rise, waking the other little ones. They divided into 4 small groups, with Dobby and the chocolate frog having the fewest gifts. Yet the two were not disheartened, joyfully unwrapping their presents. Having received a paycheck, Dobby had also bought gifts for everyone, while the chocolate frog had learned to bake cookies alongside Sprout. Among them, Tom had the most gifts, while Jerry's were the most extravagant, thanks to his friendship with Grindelwald, much to Tom's envy. Su-na gifted the 4 little ones a custom-made cozy nest, and upon seeing them happily settle in, she felt a sense of satisfaction. She slept in until 10 o'clock before waking up to find Tom eagerly shoving her towards the pile of gifts, urging her to unwrap them immediately. Still half asleep, Su-na hesitated, wanting to freshen up first, but the 4 pairs of expectant eyes compelled her to swallow her words. Feigning ignorance to their subtle ploy of placing her gift at the forefront, Su-na picked up their presents. Tom had given her a beautifully knitted dress in his preferred mature style. Su-na hesitated, wanting to express her mixed feelings, but ultimately forced out a compliment. It's lovely. Tom's delight was palpable, his chin raised proudly, his tail standing like an antenna, quivering slightly. Next was Jerry's gift, a stunning crystal hairpin that sparkled enticingly. Su-na admired it, genuinely praising its beauty, which made Jerry beam just like Tom. Dobby presented a charming top hat, while the chocolate frog offered homemade flour cookies. Su-na gratefully accepted their gifts before moving on to the others. Mrs. Pance's gift was a book, but this year it was not an academic tome. Instead, it was a romance novel, a genre Su-na adored. Flipping through a few pages, her cheeks flushed. Tom, please place this on the bookshelf. She then instructed Jerry. Once I've finished reading, you can give it to Grindelwald. Jerry nodded obediently, his hands clasped behind his back. Dumbledore gifted a rare edition of the Tales of Beedle the Bard. Professor McGonagall presented a brooch in the shape of Tom. Flitwick gave a singing Christmas carol sheet. Sprout offered a magical plant that changed color with the weather. And Hagrid gifted a pen holder crafted from a bombarda shell, exuding a wild beauty. As for Snape, he remained as inscrutable as ever, presenting a dark box with a note inscribed SS. Inside was a bottle of potion, a deep emerald hue interspersed with glimmers of silver. Visually appealing yet enigmatic in function. Su-na scrutinized the gift from every angle, seeking a manual that, of course, was nowhere to be found. Very typical of Snape, she thought. Recalling her previous experience with the willow branch potion, she hesitated briefly before tossing the unknown potion into her magically expansive bag. The students' gifts were a cornucopia of eccentricities, flying wooden horses and miniature ecosystems that rose and fell with the sun, but none compared to the gold and jewels bestowed by the pureblood families. Their generosity was overwhelming, a testament to their affluence. The only exception was Theodore, who gifted a photograph taken during the holidays. Since Su-na had given him a similar one last year, Theodore had held on to the idea, presenting it to her. As Su-na perused the images, she noticed that Theodore, often awkward and unphotogenic, appeared genuinely joyful in these snapshots, as if liberated from all burdens, returning to his true self. Truly, he was her most cherished student. However, unbeknownst to Su-na, the obedient Theodore was secretly studying under Grindelwald. To elaborate on this, we must rewind to the time when Grindelwald was substituting. Pureblood families were indoctrinated from a young age on the use of curses and dark magic, believing it to be the true path. Theodore was no exception. Intrigued by dark magic, he had contemplated approaching his own headmaster, only to be met with disdain. Realizing it was futile, he resorted to clandestine research until Grindelwald's arrival piqued his interest. Grindelwald's adeptness in dark magic and unique insights alerted Theodore to discrepancies, leading him to conduct a subtle inquiry after class, which confirmed his suspicions. Unfortunately, before he could discuss his findings with Grindelwald, the latter was replaced. Theodore sensed something was amiss, but was indifferent to who had taken Grindelwald's place. He was simply disappointed to have missed his opportunity. Thus, when Grindelwald returned to Hogwarts, Theodore sought him out, eager to propose a deal. Grindelwald found Theodore's audacity amusing, especially knowing he was Suna's prized pupil. Why do you seek me? The desire for power is not shameful. With his hands clasped behind his back, he absently stroked the ring on his finger. I must admit, Mr. Knott, your succinct words have indeed piqued my interest. But what can you offer me? The beautiful eyes of Theodore darkened. Prior to his arrival, he had contemplated the allure of wealth, power, and even the backing of the Knott family. Yet, in the brief exchange that had just transpired, he comprehended that the individual before him required none of these trifles. Then what is it that you desire? Grindelwald inquired, astonished by Theodore's counter-question, seemingly taken aback. How intriguing! Silently, Grindelwald employed the soul-reading charm, gleaning Theodore's innermost thoughts, and in the process, beheld a prophecy that stirred within him a profound exhilaration. Well, well, how utterly astonishing! Grindelwald gazed at Theodore as if he were a rare gem. I promise you this, Mr. Knott. Theodore furrowed his brow, perplexed by Grindelwald's sudden shift in demeanor, which rendered him exceedingly wary. What must I offer in return? Offer? Grindelwald bent down to meet Theodore's gaze, lifting the veil that obscured the color of his eyes. I am far more intrigued by the future version of you, Mr. Knott. You shall be of great assistance to me. With that, he disregarded Theodore's grave expression and departed with a hearty laugh. After weighing the pros and cons, Theodore acquiesced to Grindelwald's proposition, who from time to time provided Theodore with clandestine lessons. Although not entirely devoted, the snippets of wisdom imparted were ample for Theodore's learning. Thus, unbeknownst to Suna, her matcha-flavored student evolved into a heartless, white-skinned dumpling, notably with a thin skin and ample filling. Chapter 158. The Arrival of Taffy. In addition to the gifts from within the school, Suna received presents from her friends scattered across various locales, including the Scamander brothers. Newt gifted her a miniature landscape crafted from dragon eggshells, with one quarter removed and the lower section filled with soil, adorned with moss and mushrooms to resemble a forest, wherein nestled a mini thunderbird that, under the enchantment of magic, would meander through the woods or soar into the skies. Suna placed the dragon eggshell landscape within her ecological tank, completing the scenery with the requisite sunlight, much to the delight of the miniature thunderbird. Theseus presented her with a plush pillow shaped like a curled-winged magical creature, which gently wrapped around one's wrist upon contact. Beneath the pillow lay a letter, albeit thoroughly gnawed by Nibbler, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. Suna examined it briefly before deciding to return it the next day. Once all the gifts had been unwrapped, Suna's already modest room became quite crowded. Yet even so, there were still some display items left to be placed. After surveying the space, she gestured towards the empty wall, and resolved to seek Hagrid for a display stand. Tom's getting dressed. Shall we go find Hagrid? Jerry shook his head, stating he hadn't yet perused today's Daily Prophet, and preferred to remain inactive in the cold. Very well, then I shall go with Tom. As Tom, now attired, passed Jerry, he let out a haughty snort. Humph. Still relying on me. Jerry waved his hand dismissively as he bid farewell to Suna and Tom, greeting a chocolate frog and Dobby before retreating to his cozy nook. Jerry's little haven was well equipped. The shrunk Daily Prophet rested on his desk. He switched on the lamp and settled onto the sofa to read the paper, but soon discovered something amiss. A peculiar item lay upon his new bed. Approaching it, he picked it up, astonished to find a letter from Elder Whiskers of the Mouse Clan addressed to him. Dear Jerry, we are embarking on a long journey for the Mouse Clan meeting, and I entrust Taffy to your care during this time. As you know, he is still quite young and occasionally mischievous, yet he holds great trust in you. Please watch over him, and ensure that the greedy large cat does not bully him. Should any trouble arise, remember that the passage behind the refrigerator is a safe route. We shall return in 1 week, bringing with us a fine piece of Swiss cheese as a token of gratitude. Your loyal friend, Elder Whiskers. P.S. Taffy's nap time is at 2 p.m., and his favorite treat is peanut butter cookies, but do not allow him to indulge too much, lest he suffer a tummy ache. Jerry, bewildered, raised his gaze. Taffy. The image of a diaper-clad little mouse materialized in his mind. He certainly recalled him, for Taffy's parents often entrusted him to Jerry, and the two shared a close bond. However, he was no longer in the original world. This was a magical realm where Taffy could not possibly arrive. With the letter in hand, Jerry paced thoughtfully around his room, contemplating his next course of action. Ordinarily, Taffy would seek him out in his otherworldly abode, but that space was now devoid of both him and Tom. Would the current occupant summon other cats? Could Taffy handle such encounters? The more Jerry pondered, the more despondent he became, even envisioning Taffy being torn apart by other felines. Jerry shook his head. No, this wouldn't he do. He must consult Suna for a solution. even if it meant allowing Taffy to return for a few days. Resolving thus, Jerry folded the letter and tucked it away in his nightstand before stepping outside, only to be startled by the figure awaiting him at the door. Before him stood a small gray mouse clad in a diaper, joyfully waving a suitcase. Noticing Jerry's lack of response, the little creature ambled into Jerry's room and plopped onto the sofa. Jerry, still in disbelief, glanced back and forth between the door and the munching Taffy, his mind swirling with confusion. How on earth had Taffy managed to get here? Fearing he was either mistaken or dreaming, Jerry vigorously rubbed his eyes. Upon confirming Taffy was indeed present, he slapped himself hard, yelping in surprise. Taffy, observing Jerry's self-inflicted distress, clutched his belly and laughed heartily, even mimicking Jerry's earlier reaction. Jerry was assured, this was no dream, it was all too real. He threw up his hands in exasperation and approached Taffy, inquiring how he had made the journey. Taffy blinked his large eyes, opened his arms and buzzed, transitioning into a swimming motion, followed by hitching a ride with an eagle, then hiding in a human small car, and finally, in a bewildered manner, arriving here. Jerry blinked, still baffled. However, Taffy was indifferent to the details. He was quite famished after his journey and began rummaging through the room for food, devouring everything he found in swift succession, soon finishing Jerry's supplies. He tugged at Jerry and pointed at his open mouth. Hungry food feed. Jerry, surrendering to the enigma of Taffy's arrival, decided to procure some food for his voracious little companion. He led Taffy to Suna's snack stash, gesturing for Taffy to feast upon whatever he fancied, for all these goodies had been prepared by Suna for them. Taffy was dazzled by the mountain of treats. Adjusting his diaper, he wasted no time diving into the pile, and soon the sound of crunching filled the air. The noise was so loud that even the slumbering chocolate frog heard it. He slid down from the cupboard, approached Jerry, nudged him, and pointed at the visibly diminishing snack heap. What on earth is happening? Jerry pulled the chocolate frog aside, and whispered the tale of Taffy's arrival into his ear, leaving the chocolate frog momentarily stunned. Is that your little nephew? Jerry nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed. The chocolate frog scrutinized Jerry from head to toe, astonished that he had relatives. Puffing out his chest with pride, Jerry declared, I have many relatives, all of whom are remarkable, such as my cousin Masser, who commands such respect that no cat in all of New York dares to cross him. Moreover, there is my great-uncle Pex, a truly remarkable musician who has graced television screens. Then there is my sister, the little fairy, who is both stunningly beautiful and exceptionally talented. The chocolate frog, astonished, covered its mouth in disbelief at the prowess of Jerry's relatives. It gestured, inquiring whether Jerry's cousin or Suna was the more formidable. Jerry, stroking his chin, admitted he was uncertain who was superior. His cousin could thrash Tom as if he were a mere child, while Suna possessed the ability to completely dominate Tom. It seemed a rather even match. However, his second cousin Merlin appeared to be a wizard. Jerry, befuddled by his own thoughts, could only shake his head in resignation, indicating his lack of knowledge. The chocolate frog, as if to offer consolation, patted him gently, assuring him that they were already quite impressive. During their conversation, Taffy had already devoured the pile of snacks, his little belly showing no sign of change. He patted his stomach, feeling about 80% full. Satisfied, he rubbed his belly and then spotted the chocolate frog, dashing over in excitement. Chapter 159. A bug appeared? Question. What did the chocolate frog see after being swallowed by Taffy? Answer. A chasm brimming with an assortment of snacks. Perched atop the heap, he gazed upward, truly experiencing the phrase sitting in a well, and gazing at the sky. Fortunately, Jerry pried open Taffy's mouth and rescued him. After placing the chocolate frog aside, Jerry put his hands on his hips and began to lecture Taffy. Taffy, feeling wronged, clasped his little hands behind his back, his eyes darting around in confusion. Lost in thought, Jerry then comforted his friend, and the chocolate frog remarked that it was all right since Jerry had experienced something similar upon his arrival. Despite this reassurance, the chocolate frog still felt somewhat intimidated by Taffy, exchanging brief greetings with them before retreating to his little porcelain dish. Jerry, with a resigned sigh, ruffled Taffy's hair and commenced familiarizing him with the room, hoping to introduce him to Dobby, though Dobby was nowhere to be found, having presumably wandered off to play. Jerry explained what was permissible and what was not, to which Taffy obediently nodded, but he would likely forget most of it after a nap. At around 2 in the afternoon, it was time for Taffy's nap. He tugged at Jerry, stifling a yawn, his eyelids growing heavy. Jerry led him back to the small room, retrieving an old bed he had stored away, and setting it beside the new one. Taffy rummaged through his suitcase for a sleeping cap, donned it, and flopped down to sleep without a moment's delay. Jerry tucked him in, shaking his head in exasperation before settling onto the sofa to continue reading the newspaper. He ought to have been assisting Flivvy in decorating the hall. But Typhi's unexpected visit had disrupted his plans, and he could not leave Typhi unattended. After approximately half an hour, Suna and Tom returned, their clothes dusted with snow, bringing a gust of cold air that instantly roused the drowsy Jerry. He glanced at Typhi, who was still sleeping, albeit somewhat restlessly. Before setting down his book and heading to the door, he observed Suna and Tom maneuvering a wooden shelving unit, which clanked against the wall with each step. Ultimately, the noise disturbed Typhi, who, with his cap askew and clutching a pillow, rubbed his sleepy eyes and approached Jerry to see what was happening. Meanwhile, Suna and Tom were busy arranging materials on the shelf, which was adorned with a fruit shell handbell gifted by Luna. Quite nice, Tom remarked, mimicking Suna's stance with his hands on his hips and nodding in agreement. Jerry, pulling the still-dazed Typhi closer to Tom, intended to introduce Typhi to Suna. However, she had yet to notice him, engrossed in her chatter. Can you believe that in just our second year, my room is already overflowing? If this continues for another 2 years, will it be filled to the brim with shelves? Perhaps I should decorate for just a year, and then switch to new ones the following year. What do you think? Tom nodded, finding merit in the suggestion. He then turned to Jerry, asking for his opinion. Jerry, still holding Typhi, concurred, and when he glanced at Typhi, the little one appeared puzzled by their conversation. Nevertheless, seeing all three of them look at him, he nodded in agreement. A smile graced Suna's lips. Excellent, unanimous approval. But She bent down to look at the shy Typhi, hidden behind Jerry. Typhi, feeling bashful, ducked behind him, prompting Jerry to gently push him forward, encouraging him to present himself confidently. Typhi waved at Suna, who upon inspecting his appearance, noted his distinctive features, fur and diaper, exclaiming, "Could it be Typhi? But I didn't exchange for him. How did he arrive here?" Suppressing an overly excited Tom, Suna stepped forward and cradled both Jerry and Typhi in her arms. Jerry. This is Jerry produced the letter penned by Mr. Zizi, and held it up for Suna to see. She was compelled to retrieve her magnifying glass to scrutinize it thoroughly. The implication was that Typhi had independently found his way to Hogwarts to locate Jerry. Jerry nodded, expressing his own bewilderment at the situation, while Typhi too struggled to articulate how he had arrived, only recalling his intent to find Uncle Jerry, which led him to this place. Ah, my seeking ability. Suna once more quelled Tom, who was eagerly reaching for utensils, asserting, "You cannot eat this." Jerry scratched his head, puzzled by the term my seeking ability. Suna herself was at a loss for how to explain it, and uncertain if it was indeed the reason, or perhaps a glitch in the system. Was it possible that any friends or family of Tom and Jerry could traverse into the magical realm to find them? Or perhaps, Suna glanced at the letter, a letter could transcend time and space to land on Jerry's bed, which seemed equally implausible. Was this what was referred to as the power of rules? Wow, the world of Tom and Jerry is indeed formidable, even causing the system to bow down. If only the system possessed artificial intelligence, I would have to mock it a little. Yet, none of that seemed important now. What mattered was that Typhi had arrived, and they could host him for a few days. Suna affectionately ruffled Typhi's little head, finding him even more adorable than Jerry. Typhi, understanding that Suna had accepted him, joyfully grasped her finger, rubbing his small face against it, which sent Suna's heart aflutter. Oh! The neglected Tom stood behind Suna, glaring menacingly at Typhi. Sensing this, Jerry provocatively made a face at Tom, who, incensed, retrieved a fly swatter from behind him. Jerry promptly reported Tom's actions to Suna. Tom. Suna spun around, her expression fierce. Tom hurriedly tossed the fly swatter aside, raising his hands in surrender, signaling that he had done nothing wrong. Well, Tom is the best-behaved cat. He will surely take care of Typhi, right? Tom, donning a facade of a smiling boy, could only nod in acquiescence, pretending to be fond of Typhi, by showering him with kisses. Satisfied, Suna patted the heads of the three little ones, only to be unexpectedly struck on the head by the fallen fly swatter. Bang! Suna rolled her eyes and collapsed to the ground, startling Tom, who quickly tucked her into bed, fussing over her to the point where Suna found it difficult to be angry. All right, I'll forgive you for now. Just be sure to get along with Typhi. He is still a child. Tom nodded vigorously, wearing an expression that conveyed his eagerness to comply. However, as soon as he turned, his gaze towards Jerry and Typhi took on a sinister edge, prompting Jerry to cautiously shield Typhi behind him. Tom's eyes flickered, realizing that this was not the right moment to act, deciding to bide his time. Thus, Tom remained by Suna's side, accompanying her as she delved into a novel, while Jerry cautiously escorted Taffy back to their little abode, advising him to steer clear of Tom. Reflecting on the differences between this realm and their previous world, Jerry reminded Taffy that he would be staying here for a week, and with the Christmas banquet approaching, he endeavored to impart the rules of life at Hogwarts to Taffy. Young Taffy, however, absorbed only fleeting snippets of information, retaining merely the fact that there would be food in the Great Hall. As the evening banquet neared, Suna took a few small creatures with her to the hall. To evoke a festive spirit, Tom and his companions donned small red bow ties, while little Taffy sported a red hat and scarf. Upon Suna's arrival at the hall, she noticed that many had gathered. This year's young wizards appeared noticeably more numerous than the last, perhaps haunted by the previous year's incident involving the Outer Wall's escape. They wondered if this year would bring further excitement. Suna shook her head, dismissing the notion. With Tom and Jerry around, the ancient castle had been thoroughly refurbished inside and out, and she hoped they would not create another ruckus. As soon as Suna took her seat, the banquet commenced. Today, Tom refrained from causing mischief, instead behaving obediently in Professor McGonagall's arms as the young wizards sang in unison. Jerry held a chocolate frog in one hand and Taffy in the other, perched on Suna's arm, joining in the melody. Taffy, who had a particular fondness for singing, became so engrossed that he continued even after the other young wizards had finished, drawing the attention of the onlookers to this extraordinary little mouse. What is this? Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, captivated by Taffy's adorableness. Merlin, he is simply too cute. Taffy was singing a song in French. Dumbledore, unable to identify the tune, nonetheless found the melody delightful. Grindelwald, seated beside Dumbledore, exhibited a fleeting moment of discomfort upon hearing the French lyrics. Ah yes, his name is Taffy, Jerry's nephew, Suna announced, setting the little mouse down to showcase him before the gathering. Taffy adjusted his hat, revealing his eyes. Hello, he exclaimed. A chorus of "oh" erupted from several professors, utterly enchanted by him. Professor McGonagall scooped Taffy into her hands, noticing his diaper, and couldn't suppress a chuckle. She then removed a brooch from her robe and pinned it onto Taffy's scarf. This is your Christmas gift. Upon seeing it, Taffy promptly attempted to eat it, prompting a panicked McGonagall to pry it from his mouth. You mustn't eat this. Haha, Minerva, he might just be hungry. Here, have this, Dumbledore said, producing a lemon sherbet from his pocket and offering it to Taffy. Without hesitation, Taffy devoured it in a few bites, then pointed to his mouth, signaling for more. You're just like Jerry. Every time Jerry visits my office, he devours half my sweets, making me restock more frequently. Jerry, upon hearing his name, placed his hands on his hips in exasperation before rushing to explain to Flitwick why he hadn't been able to assist today. Meanwhile, Tom, feeling neglected, pouted. Why is everyone so focused on that little mouse? Am I not your favorite treasure? He was particularly miffed about the brooch McGonagall had given Taffy, believing it should belong to him. Tom squeezed between Dumbledore and McGonagall, proudly lifting his head, stretching, and casting flirtatious glances, determined to reclaim their attention. Naturally, Professor McGonagall would not neglect her beloved Tom. She entrusted Taffy to Dumbledore and cradled Tom in her arms. Our little kitty is feeling jealous. Tom nuzzled against McGonagall, purring contentedly, occasionally lifting his head to flash his big, captivating eyes, successfully drawing her focus back to him. Sensing an opportunity, Tom leaped onto the table, strutting about like a feline, and inadvertently sent Taffy flying off the table. Still munching on sweets, Taffy was bewildered by his sudden flight. When he looked up, he was met with an enormous face exclaiming, "What is this? A rare magical rodent?" Taffy shook his head and gestured to Hagrid, indicating he was twice the size of the other mice. This must be a giant, he mused, gazing up at Hagrid in awe, which delighted Hagrid immensely as he pulled out a rock cake. Would you like to try some, little one? Taffy's eyes sparkled, and he launched himself at the cake, only to chip his front tooth in the process. Touching his mouth, he pondered what had just occurred. Hagrid, feeling awkward, scratched his head, never anticipating such an outcome. He considered retrieving another treat to cheer Taffy, but Jerry intervened, pulling Taffy back to Suna and admonishing him not to wander off. Tom, witnessing this, scoffed dismissively, continuing to act adorably in front of McGonagall and Dumbledore. Ultimately, Grindelwald could no longer tolerate Tom's antics. He grabbed him by the scruff and set him down on the floor. Tom immediately shrank back, for among the crowd, he feared Grindelwald more than anyone else, except perhaps Snape. Quietly, he crawled back into Suna's embrace, behaving in a manner that was almost uncharacteristic. Suna gently stroked his fur, grateful that the Dark Lord could keep him in check. Just then, it was time for the feast. With the sound of a cannon, the table instantly filled with delectable dishes. Taffy's eyes widened in excitement, drool escaping the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he retained some composure and tugged at Jerry's sleeve, inquiring if he could eat any of it. Jerry removed Taffy's scarf and replaced it with a napkin. Eat freely. Fill your belly. Feeling reassured, Taffy abandoned his utensils, opting instead to sample whatever caught his fancy, taking bites here and there, devouring everything in sight. Even the candles that passed by. The few who were still holding their forks and knives could only stare in disbelief. Jerry, unable to watch any longer, intervened and led Taffy back to the mound of chewed food, pointing at the remnants. Taffy lowered his head in defeat, but Jerry was unyielding. In response, Taffy demonstrated what he called the storm of inhalation. The diners, still gripping their utensils, could only marvel as the majority of the table's offerings vanished into Taffy's belly. Yet his little stomach showed no sign of fullness, seemingly capable of accommodating even more. Was this reasonable? It felt like a scene from A River of Taffy. Perhaps this was a family trait. Flitwick presented Taffy with food that others had deemed unpalatable, and without hesitation, Taffy devoured everything. Clearly, little Taffy was quite pleased with Hogwarts' culinary offerings. However, I remain curious. How does he manage to consume food larger than himself? Subsequently, Flitwick discreetly used his wand to assist Taffy's digestion, inadvertently causing colorful bubbles to emerge from Taffy's ears. Oh, I apologize. I intended to use a digestion spell to help. Taffy, bemused by the bubbles, soon returned his focus to the feast. Professor McGonagall quietly inquired of Suna. Are you planning to keep him? Suna shook her head, explaining that Taffy was merely visiting, as his guardians were away. Professor McGonagall sighed in relief, patting Suna's shoulder humorously. Well, at least your wallet is safe. Indeed, this was true. However, it seemed Hogwarts' kitchen might not be so lucky. Dumbledore's smile faltered. In the next chapter, we find Jerry, the ever-injured one. Dumbledore tapped the table, and the empty plates transformed into new dishes in an instant. Taffy leapt up in excitement, eagerly scanning the spread, recalling Jerry's earlier words, and instead of eating, he looked to Dumbledore and asked, "Can I eat this?" "Of course, everything is available," came the reassuring reply. With a casual push, the roasted chicken was placed before him. "It's nothing really, just a brief moment. I can endure it. Thank you. I truly adore this place." Taffy's gaze was fixed on the roasted chicken, his eyes wide with anticipation, yet he expressed his gratitude first. This was Hogwarts. And Hogwarts welcomed him. "Then I love Hogwarts," he proclaimed. Without needing to chew, within a minute, the chicken was reduced to a mere skeleton of bones. And he swiftly turned his attention to the chocolate cake, inquiring about the nearest professor. "May I partake?" "Of course." And so, Taffy lifted the cake and devoured it greedily, then dashed towards his next target, repeating his previous question. The professors, witnessing Taffy's fervor, bowed their heads in silence, merely shoveling food into their mouths. It was futile. They simply could not compete. In a moment of desperation, Taffy even consumed Tom's steak, fork and all. Subsequently, the house elves presented an enormous spiral ham, capturing Tom's attention immediately. He licked his lips and picked up a knife to slice the ham into even thin pieces, preparing to share with Suna and others. However, Taffy had already caught the scent and approached from the other end, voraciously devouring the ham, soon coming face to face with Tom. Tom swiftly grasped Taffy's tail, preventing him from continuing to devour the ham he had just sliced, while his knife jabbed at Taffy, causing him to scurry about in fright, desperately trying to escape, yet finding it impossible. Exhausted, Taffy raised a hand to halt Tom's relentless pursuit, and, amidst Tom's bewildered expression, shouted, "Help! Help! This foolish cat is going to kill me." Tom grimaced inwardly, realizing the gravity of the situation. He hesitantly raised his head, only to meet the accusatory gazes of several onlookers. With a sheepish grin, he scooped Taffy into his arms, planting a few affectionate kisses on him, and then placed him in a bowl of fried chicken, indicating that he was merely playing. The others finally relented. Tom, feeling dejected, crossed his arms in frustration, pondering, what sort of nonsense is this? He glared at the blissfully munching Taffy, biting down hard on a piece of ham in a fit of vexation, silently vowing that if he ever caught Taffy, there would be consequences. Alas, in his distraction, Tom accidentally bit into a plate, mistaking it for a slice of ham. Grimacing, he crunched down on the porcelain, the shards grinding between his teeth, and struggled to swallow. Gulp. He attempted to shake off the sensation, the sound of fragments rattling within him still audible. Little Taffy, a champion of gluttony, continued to feast until the house elves in the kitchen were utterly exhausted by the workload of the day. After the meal, snacks were served, accompanied by fruit drinks and colorful poppers favored by the young wizards. Upon opening one, a random magical toy could be revealed, or perhaps a prank item. Suna opened one, revealing a plush sniffler, which she placed atop Tom's head. Tom's expression soured upon seeing the sniffler, as he had not forgotten how it had kicked him into the midst of the braying donkeys. The professors opened a few, then paused, gathering in small clusters to converse, while Jerry delightedly opened poppers, cheering regardless of the outcome. Seeing the various items emerging from the poppers, Typhi pondered and retrieved a small firecracker from his diaper, igniting it. Jerry dashed over at lightning speed, snatched it away, and tossed it beneath Tom's backside. Unaware, Tom was startled by the explosion, turning to see his rear blackened by soot. Jerry and Typhi stood back, hands behind their heads, whistling innocently as Tom glared at them, fully aware they were the culprits. He prepared to retaliate just as Professor McGonagall called out to him. Tom hesitated momentarily, but decided to approach her, gesturing towards the two rascals, indicating that he would settle the score later. With a new expression, he scampered off to charm Professor McGonagall. Jerry turned to Typhi, sternly instructing him not to ignite any more firecrackers. Typhi obediently nodded, only to discreetly pull out another one as Jerry turned away. When Jerry noticed, Typhi nonchalantly stuffed it into the nearest popper, pretending nothing was amiss. Seeing Typhi's seemingly compliant behavior, Jerry rewarded him with a pat on the head before picking up a seasoned popper. Bong! As the black smoke dissipated, Jerry transformed into a sunflower, with a little bee buzzing above his head. The laughter erupted uncontrollably, and Tom wasted no time in mocking him, while the other professors struggled to contain their mirth. Jerry glared at Typhi, who feigned innocence, igniting Jerry's irritation. He seized Typhi by the feet, flipping him upside down and shaking him, causing a small pile of firecrackers to tumble out from his diaper. Suna, observing the spectacle, remarked, "If that mouse is Typhi, then he's surely in the Ganges now." Typhi's diaper could rival her magical backpack in terms of capacity. Jerry ordered Typhi to reflect on his actions facing the wall, while he dealt with the pile of firecrackers. Typhi complied, then turned around to confirm that Jerry had indeed walked far away before retrieving another firecracker from beneath a plate and lighting it. Jerry, startled, rushed back to snatch the firecracker, wagging a finger at Typhi for his disobedience, and shoved a popper into his hands. "Play with this." Typhi pointed at the firecracker in Jerry's hand, asking, "What about this one?" As Jerry glanced, he saw the white cotton wick had burned down to the base. Bong! Jerry's face was instantly covered in soot. Suna and the others were in fits of laughter, while a bashful Typhi pulled open a popper that revealed the words "Merry Christmas." "Wow, little Typhi is quite lucky. This is a hidden edition," Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Typhi proudly raised his head, but upon catching Jerry's forlorn gaze, he quickly lowered it again. Due to last year's events, the young wizards once again invited Suna to lead them in song. Suppressing a smile, she shot Dumbledore a glance before departing. "What can I say? Such is my popularity." Dumbledore chuckled, shaking his head, then turned to complain to Professor McGonagall about Suna's boastfulness. "You've become quite childlike yourself, Albus. Being by her side makes one forget their age." Dumbledore replied with a grin, casting a reassuring glance at Grindelwald. This time it wasn't just Suna singing. Typhi, who delighted in singing, joined in as well, perched upon Suna's shoulder, leading the chorus in French. Many young wizards were captivated by his adorable appearance and melodious voice, swiftly overshadowing Tom and Jerry to become the center of attention. Chapter 162, Ascendance. After Christmas Eve, Suna kept a watchful eye on Tom and Jerry, fearing they might inadvertently blow up the school again. It wasn't the cost that concerned her, but whether Dumbledore could withstand the chaos. At this rate, Voldemort would surely plummet to the second place on Grindelwald's hit list. Meanwhile, having familiarized himself with the castle, Typhi wandered aimlessly, exploring the corridors, occasionally greeting passing young wizards. "Hello. Hi there. You two. All of you." Typhi expressed his immense fondness for Hogwarts, relishing not only the abundance of delectable food, but also the friendliness of its inhabitants. As he continued his aimless wandering, the twins spotted Typhi and promptly abducted him, but Typhi was unperturbed, comfortably resting in George's hands while taking in the view. "So this is what the scenery looks like from up high." The twins escorted Typhi to the corridor, resembling two great gray wolves, one flanking either side of him, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Typhi greeted them with familiarity. "Hello you two, hello there little gentlemen." It was a unique duet characteristic of the twins. "Greetings," Typhi reiterated, choosing to perch directly upon George's hand for convenience. He is truly adorable, one remarked. Indeed, I wonder how he compares to Jerry's touch? Why not find out? Fred suggested, extending his mischievous hand to poke Typhi's belly, eliciting a chuckle from him. Fred's eyes sparkled, and he exchanged a knowing glance with George. Absolutely marvelous. George soon joined in, prompting another round of giggles from Typhi. The twins, unable to restrain themselves, took turns teasing Typhi, causing him to laugh uncontrollably. Eventually, Typhi could endure no more and cried out, "Stop touching me. No. I mean it. You two rascals. Cease at once." Yet the twins, undeterred, quickened their antics. Finally, Typhi, unable to contain himself, retaliated with a playful bite on each of their fingers. The twins were left with identical red lantern-like digits. "What do you call this? A pair?" George remarked, placing their fingers together, unable to suppress his laughter. "Away with you. If I possess this alone, they will easily distinguish us." "Very well, that settles it." George shook his head and leaned closer to Typhi, but Typhi, now irate, refused to engage. In a bid for reconciliation, George offered him a piece of gum, declaring, "This is our apology." Typhi readily accepted, quickly unwrapping the candy and chewing away, blissfully unaware of the twins' sinister grins. Before long, Typhi sensed something amiss. No matter how he chewed and swallowed, he could not get the gum down. He looked at George, his mouth working rapidly. "What is this?" George and Fred exchanged triumphant glances. "Endless chewing gum. A favorite of Jerry's. It can enhance your jaw muscles." Realizing he had been duped, Typhi attempted to cry for help, but found his mouth sealed. In a swift motion, he retrieved a firecracker from his diaper, ignited it, and hurled it into the twins' mouths. Instinctively, they shut their mouths and then, bong, dong. As the twins opened their mouths, a cloud of black smoke erupted, staining their teeth and turning their mouths dark, giving the appearance of having lost some. "Ha ha ha, Fred, you look like a toothless old man. You're not much better off, George. However, when Mother sees us like this, she will surely be furious." The laughter continued to echo. Fred turned to Typhi and asked, "Do you have any more?" Typhi, perplexed, inquired, "More of what?" Fred pointed at his diaper. "Those little firecrackers you just gave us were quite potent." Typhi, puzzled by anyone's desire for such treats, nonetheless produced a handful from his diaper. Fred grinned widely, revealing his darkened teeth. Fred and George tested the potency of several firecrackers. Though small, their power was significant, capable of turning a hand black, leaving a tingling sensation akin to an electric shock. "Fred, if we were to bind these firecrackers together, wouldn't their power be even greater?" Fred's eyes lit up with excitement. "We should definitely try that." The two quickly set out in search of an open area for their experiment. The memory of last year's explosion that blew off the castle's outer wall was still fresh, not just for Dumbledore but for both boys, who bore a bit of post-traumatic stress. Though mischievous and fond of pranks, they were mindful of their limits, ensuring they did not add burdens to their home. They requested more firecrackers from Typhi, then sat down to bind them together, twisting cotton string to facilitate ignition. The location they chose was not overly secluded. A few young wizards recognized them and approached, curious about their intentions. As more young wizards joined them, a small crowd gathered, some watching from the upper floors, eager to see what the twins would do. Soon the combined firecracker was complete, and they dug a pit to place it in. But a heated debate ensued over who would ignite it. "I suggested this, so I should light it. But I was the one who set it up, so it should be my turn." The onlookers quietly retreated to a safe distance, wary of being caught in the blast. Meanwhile, Suena, searching for Tom and Jerry, noticed the gathering crowd and approached out of curiosity. "What are you all up to?" The young wizards parted to let her through. "Professor Suena, this way." "We're just spectators." Upon seeing Suena, the twins immediately stood upright, concealing the fuse behind their backs. "Hello, Professor Suena. Thank you for your hard work." Suena sensed something was amiss. Their demeanor was suspicious. "What are you two up to?" Fred, without a moment's hesitation, retorted, "We're not doing anything." George nodded earnestly. "Really?" Unbeknownst to them, little Typhi had seized the opportunity to ignite the combined firecracker, then darted away into the crowd. Suena's lips twitched. She could hardly believe it. Grabbing the twins by their heads, she pulled them apart to peer into the pit. The twins shouted in alarm, "Professor Suena!" Upon seeing what lay within the pit, Suena gasped in horror. "No." In the briefest moment, she managed to push the twins to safety, but there was no time for her to shield herself. Duong. The entire Hogwarts shook with the resounding explosion, and Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, both experiencing flashbacks, rushed from the castle, wands drawn, prepared to mend the ancient structure. Yet, remarkably, the castle remained unharmed. Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged awkward glances, silently questioning what had transpired. After surveying the scene, they spotted a group of young wizards sitting on the ground, and hurriedly approached them. Before they could utter their inquiries, they were left speechless by the enormous crater before them. Can someone tell me what happened? Fred? George? What are you doing here? This can't possibly be your doing. Professor McGonagall felt her blood pressure rising. The twins lowered their heads in silence. While a nearby young badger piped up, Professor Suina flew into the sky. Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged bewildered looks. Chapter 163. News of the remaining Horcruxes. Dumbledore and McGonagall simultaneously looked up to see a small black dot descending from the sky, faintly trailing behind it. Could that truly be Suina? Merlin's socks. Thankfully, Dumbledore intervened, slowing her descent, allowing her to land gently rather than head first into the ground. Suina? Suina's eyes were glazed, her hair resembling a broomstick, her face covered in soot, and her clothes tattered. She turned to look at Professor McGonagall, bewildered. Dumbledore and McGonagall shared a mutual thought. This child can't possibly have lost her wits. McGonagall, filled with concern, reached out to pat her hair. But the broom-like strands made it impossible to do so. After a moment, she attempted to press it down, but the stubborn hair insisted on having its own way. Ultimately, she gave up. Suina gradually regained her senses, a wave of indignation washing over her. She clutched McGonagall's robe, leaving a black mark, and began to complain animatedly, gesticulating to illustrate the events that had transpired. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were perplexed by the incessant buzzing of her mind. Yet miraculously, they comprehended the situation. Consequently, both turned their attention towards the twins who were attempting to discreetly abscond. Mr. Weasley. Professor McGonagall's voice escalated an octave, her glasses gleaming ominously. Look at the chaos you have wrought. I presumed last year's debacle had imparted some wisdom upon you. Yet here you are this year, merely reinventing the wheel by sending your professor skyward. Actually, there's no need to emphasize that, Suina interjected. I sincerely apologize, Professor. The twins, unusually contrite, lowered their heads in acknowledgement of their misdeeds. Had it not been for Professor Suina's timely intervention, they might very well have taken to the skies themselves. Mr. Weasley, your apologies are as effective as a vanishing spell cast upon a troll. Utterly ineffectual. Professor McGonagall paused for a moment, her tone sharpening further. Or to be more precise, akin to handing toothpaste to a dragon, it only exacerbates the situation without any tangible benefit. 50 points deducted from Gryffindor. Each one of you, plus a month of detention. I am certain your mother would be most eager to learn of her son's earth-shattering escapades at school. Upon hearing that this matter would be disclosed to Molly, the twins' tempers flared. No, Professor McGonagall, you cannot do this. It is inhumane. George could scarcely fathom the consequences should Molly discover they had sent her favorite author soaring into the air. Fred shivered at the thought. Perhaps we could offer an explanation. Explanation? How do you intend to explain? The twins exchanged glances and simultaneously queried. Was it you who ignited the fire? Not I. Then who was it? The twins glanced at the unused ignition tools in their hands, suddenly grasping the crux of the matter. Professor, it was not we who lit the fire. You see, it remains untouched. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, for their assertion was indeed accurate. If it was not you, then who? The twins turned to the gathered onlookers, who instinctively recoiled, inadvertently revealing Typhi, who had somehow acquired cookies. Typhi stuffed the last morsel into his mouth and greeted Dumbledore and McGonagall with a cheerful wave. Hello. In a hushed tone, laced with barely concealed ire, Professor McGonagall inquired, Mr. Weasley, are you suggesting that the arsonist is Typhi? The twins recalled the scene, realizing that only they and Typhi had been near the firecrackers. They had been summoned by Professor Suina, leaving Typhi as the sole possible culprit. They nodded affirmatively. You. Minerva, wait. Dumbledore interjected, halting the furious Professor McGonagall. He and Suina had just reviewed the recent events, and perhaps the twins were indeed correct. He approached Typhi, cradling him gently. Little Typhi, was it you who ignited the troublesome device? Typhi scratched his chin, pondering seriously before responding. It seems I did. For I saw they weren't lighting it, so I lent a hand. He then turned to the twins, adding nonchalantly, no need to thank me. The twins exclaimed, thank you so much. They gazed at Professor McGonagall with wide, innocent eyes, clearly indicating, see, it was not our doing. Professor McGonagall's expression shifted rapidly, her brow still furrowed. Nonetheless, she maintained, however, your engagement with such perilous items is indefensible. One cannot expect others to clean up your mess. The punishment remained unchanged, although she conceded not to inform their mother. But mark my words, should there be a next time, I shall personally inform Mrs. Weasley. Huzzah! The twins clapped in celebration. Detention was a familiar territory for them, and as long as Molly remained oblivious, it was hardly a grave matter. With the twins duly reprimanded, Dumbledore dismissed the gathered crowd, while Suna returned to normalcy, engaging in a silent stare-off with Typhi. Do you comprehend the gravity of your mistake? Suna pointed an accusatory finger at Typhi, who widened his round eyes, feigning innocence, his little paws twisting behind his back in a pitiful manner. I am truly sorry. Typhi's demeanor was so adorably contrived that Suna's ire evaporated instantly. He was merely a small mouse. What transgressions could he possibly commit? Very well, I forgive you. But you must, under no circumstances, repeat this behavior. Do you understand? Typhi nodded, nuzzling against Suna's finger, transforming himself into a little fluff ball. You are so kind. Typhi likes you. Suna lamented. Alas, it is all the twins' fault. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall checked on Suna, confirming her well-being before departing together. Suna then sought out Tom and Jerry to share the tale of Typhi's mischief, leading to Typhi's inevitable encounter with the combined wrath of the cat and mouse, leaving his little backside quite sore. Suna attempted to intervene, but to no avail, for the feline and rodent were thoroughly incensed. She could only console Typhi with treats, while he discreetly confided in her that they were indeed the best of friends. Given Typhi's penchant for blundering through life in blissful ignorance, Jerry took it upon himself to keep an eye on him, fearing that Typhi might inadvertently generate more chaos. Tom joined the fray, leaving Suna to relinquish her oversight of the trio. At last, finding solace, Suna nestled into the sofa, indulging in a novel gifted by Mrs. Pants. Perhaps it was her serene demeanor that prompted Fawkes to approach her with news of Dumbledore's summons. With a resigned sigh, Suna lamented that all leaders seemed cut from the same cloth. Thus, she tidied herself and made her way to the headmaster's office. Upon entering, she noted that the ever-present Grindelwald was absent, while Dumbledore appeared deep in thought, contemplating a letter of unknown origin. Upon hearing the door creak open, he lifted his gaze and remarked, I apologize for interrupting your holiday. Is there a task to be assigned to the beleaguered Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts? My dear headmaster? Dumbledore regarded Suna with a twinkle in his eye, responding in a tone that blended solemnity with subtle humor. My dear Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, the term beleaguered hardly befits the noble pursuit of combating dark magic. I merely wish to inquire about the status of the remaining 2 Horcruxes. Have there been any developments? Suna's smile faded. She had not anticipated a progress check. Contemplating the locations of the locket and the cup, her expression grew contemplative. There has been progress, though it is somewhat challenging. Oh, Dumbledore inquired, his interest piqued. Suna leaned closer, adopting a conspiratorial tone. Do you happen to know how one might pilfer items from Gringotts' vault without a key? Dumbledore regarded her with bemusement. Which item are we discussing? The cup or the locket? Both, actually. Spouting nonsense, are we? Dumbledore shot her a playful glare. Whose items are they? Bellatrix Lestrange's. Are you so certain? Given that both Bella and Malfoy are loyal servants of Voldemort, it stands to reason that if Malfoy possesses a Horcrux, so too might she. It would be impractical for her to keep such items on her person. Gringotts would be the safest place for her. If not there, then the Black Family Manor serves as an alternative. With a swift deduction of the 2 Horcruxes' potential locations, Dumbledore could not help but admire her intellect. He pondered for a moment, increasingly convinced of the logic in her assertions. Bella was indeed his devoted hound, and entrusting her with such treasures was not outside the realm of possibility. The Lestrange Manor could serve as a viable hiding place, especially since Bella had quickly assumed control of the estate upon her marriage. Suna shook her head and remarked, Bella's marriage was never her desire. It was merely a means for Voldemort to secure an alliance with the Lestranges. To her, the entire Lestrange family was nothing more than property she managed on Voldemort's behalf. Deep down, she neither recognized nor felt secure in that so-called family. Moreover, the Lestrange brothers, one coldly astute, the other hot-headed and combative, though loyal to Voldemort, possessed the quintessential Slytherin trait of opportunism, which makes Bella uneasy. Thus the likelihood of the Black family estate being more relevant looms larger. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging her insight. It appears you possess considerable knowledge. Suna vaguely responded. Gossip is inherent to human nature, and it's hardly a secret. Dumbledore, having merely broached the subject, did not dwell further. He tapped the table, contemplating, The Black Estate could serve as a place for Harry and Sirius to explore. No, I shall go directly tonight. The matter of Gringotts, however, posed a significant challenge. The goblins were not easily deceived. Gringotts is fortified with exceptional security, with goblins guarding it tenaciously. In the original narrative, the trio only managed to acquire the cup with the assistance of an insider. Presently, Bella remains in Azkaban, entangled with the Dementors, incapable of even masquerading. A forceful approach? The vault might collapse on you, only for you to emerge surrounded by Aurors from the Ministry, unable to escape. Dumbledore could not conceive an appropriate strategy at that moment, and decided to set this issue aside, planning to reassess it should the Black Estate yield no results. How fares your end? Have you confirmed the number of Horcruxes? Upon mentioning this, Dumbledore felt a pang of frustration. Slughorn was obstinately tight-lipped, resistant to any method of persuasion, leaving Dumbledore exasperated and wishing Grindelwald would lend him a hand. Rubbing his temples, he acknowledged that more time was needed. Suna then inquired, "Have you located young Barty and Voldemort?" Dumbledore's agitation grew at her piercing question. "Your inquiries are indeed incisive." Suna flashed a grin, mutual sentiments. She was aware of the Horcruxes but could not divulge that knowledge directly, and regarding young Barty and Voldemort, she genuinely had no information, as her arrival had altered many circumstances. "Have you searched the Gaunt and Riddle residences?" Suna could not resist hinting, knowing one concealed a Horcrux while the other was Voldemort's resurrection site. She swore to the lamp that it was not out of malice, but genuine concern for the elderly man's well-being. Dumbledore regarded her with a knowing look, and Suna averted her gaze, well aware of his mastery over soul extraction. He might have said, "It seems you are quite familiar with Voldemort." Suna denied this, her eyes fixed on the flickering flames of the candle on the wall. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore spoke again. "Do not worry, I have great faith in you. Or perhaps I should be grateful that you are on my side." Suna's shoulders slumped. "Oh, Headmaster, this is rather unamusing." Dumbledore sincerely replied, "You know that is not my intention." Suna pressed on. "Then what do you mean?" Dumbledore evaded. "I merely mean to imply." Fawkes chimed in. "You two are really not being clear enough." And then soared off to explore, having ceased resting on the sycamore since the snow began. Suna and Dumbledore paused their ambiguous exchange. "I shall have Gellert send someone to investigate those two locations. Finding something would be ideal. Join me tonight at the Black Estate." Suna pointed at herself. "Me?" Dumbledore nodded. "Absolutely. Shouldn't it be Grindelwald instead? Burn him alive." Dumbledore adjusted his hat, a smile creeping upon his lips. He had other matters to attend to and could not return just yet. Suna stared at him incredulously. "Oh, so you're enlisting me as a laborer?" "I only wish to bring Tom, if you are comfortable with that." Suna was far from at ease, gritting her teeth as she reluctantly acquiesced. "Fine, I'll go." Dumbledore chuckled. "Winking, little Suna, you are quite adept at this. Fear not. The Black Estate holds many treasures." Suna looked at Dumbledore with heartfelt dismay. "Headmaster, you have changed. Does your conscience not ache?" Dumbledore retorted dryly. "Do you think I do this for whom? Do you want it or not?" "Absolutely," Suna exclaimed. "One would be foolish not to seize an opportunity. I refuse to work for free." As night descended, Suna joined Tom and the 5 others to rendezvous with Dumbledore. Initially, she only intended to bring Tom, but Jerry expressed his desire to accompany them, which necessitated bringing Taffy along as well. With these 3 in tow, she could not favor the remaining 2 and casually inquired. Upon hearing that they might see Harry, Dobby insisted on joining, while the chocolate frog lamented its own boredom and decided to tag along as well. When Dumbledore beheld this motley crew, he could not suppress a bemused smile. Chapter 164. Who is RAB? Fawkes led the group to the entrance of the Black Estate, dropping them off before taking flight, his departure tinged with a hint of melancholy. Dumbledore turned to Suna, who shrugged helplessly. Dumbledore chuckled softly, shaking his head as he knocked on the grand door. Inside, a cacophony of sounds erupted, followed by heavy footsteps and indistinct curses. The door swung open to reveal Lupin, who appeared invigorated, devoid of his usual weariness. Though a trace of melancholy lingered in his brow, his demeanor was notably improved compared to the original narrative. Professor Dumbledore and Suna. "Oh Merlin, what a splendid day it is." Hearing Lupin's exclamation, Harry and his friends abandoned the still fuming creature and rushed over. "Professor Dumbledore, Professor Suna." Upon noticing Suna, Hermione dashed forward and embraced her. The trio of young ones peered curiously at Taffy, who was unreservedly welcoming them, instantly captivating their hearts. Hermione discreetly stepped on Ron's foot once more, muttering, "Indeed, Scabbers is the ugliest rat I have ever encountered. Ron's face contorted with horror. Goodness, Hermione. Must you bring up that creature? Are you trying to ruin my day? The mere thought of Scabbers, a plump bald rat resembling an unkempt old man, made his stomach churn. Every encounter with you incurs additional expenses, Sirius remarked, yet still handed each child a gold galleon. Taffy, upon receiving his coin, swallowed it without hesitation, puffing out his belly like a coin itself. Jerry, exasperated, pulled him aside, gesturing for him to save it for later. It's a magical world delicacy after all. As for why not bring food, I fear he wouldn't make it 2 miles. Lupin chuckled at the sight of this lively gathering, the old estate buzzing with more energy than usual. Professor Dumbledore, are you here to see Harry today? Remus Lupin contemplated briefly, realizing that only Harry would orchestrate such an elaborate affair. Dumbledore shook his head, then nodded. Yes and no, yet, it undeniably pertained to him. A frown creased Lupin's brow, his concern palpable. Was it that individual? Would he come seeking Harry? Do not fret, Remus. There is no danger, merely some matters to address. Meanwhile, Luna finally encountered the notoriously foul-mouthed creature from the Harry Potter universe. Just look at that incessant chatter. It's no wonder Sirius quarrels with him daily. Observe. This wasteful young master is no longer content with merely associating with a werewolf and a blood traitor, but has invited a host of filthy creatures back, including some repugnant beasts. They have desecrated the sanctity of the ancestral home. Fortunately, the lady of the house is absent. Otherwise, she would surely be incensed. Alas, this reckless young master shows no concern for his mother. Responding to him was a vase hurled by Sirius, startling creature, who then shot Sirius a venomous glare. What are you doing? Get away. It turned out Tom could no longer tolerate it and charged at creature, engaging him in a scuffle, with Dobby joining the fray to assist his dear friend. The 3 youngsters tumbled together, Creature's mouth still spewing curses, while Tom remained silent, delivering brutal elbow strikes. And Dobby tugged at Creature's ears, shouting for them to be turned into a bow. Luna exchanged a glance with Dumbledore. I shall call them back. No need. Sirius intercepted Luna, his face alight with excitement. What they were doing was simply marvelous. Soon he would reward them. With the master having spoken, Luna reluctantly acquiesced. A group of them circumvented the brawl involving the 3 youngsters, and settled on the sofa in the living room to discuss the purpose of their visit. After an exuberant outpouring of disjointed thoughts, the 5 recipients across from them remained in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, it was their first encounter with the concept of Horcruxes. While the trio had a slightly better grasp, having encountered Voldemort's diary, Dumbledore patiently awaited their comprehension, while Luna took a moment to observe the chaotic tussle among the trio. Sirius, having sorted everything out, realized the Black family home contained a Horcrux, his expression darkening considerably. Remus offered a comforting pat on his hand, softly saying, Sirius, you are not like them. This eased Sirius's countenance somewhat as he inquired, I haven't explored since my return. If we are to search, it will require everyone's assistance. That is not an issue, Dumbledore reassured, giving a gentle nudge to Luna, signaling her to cease her distraction and focus on the task at hand. Luna called back Tom and Dobby, noting their disheveled states. Tom was bruised and battered, with tufts of hair missing. Dobby, with his naturally bald head, looked astonishingly gleaming, and his clothes were tattered to shreds. Creature, too, was in poor condition. His ears had finally met the same fate as Dobby's, now resembling a bow. Sirius commanded Creature to retreat to his cupboard, and as Creature bowed while backing away, he continued to mutter curses against all living things in the house. Due to the multitude of rooms in the Black family residence, Luna enlisted Jerry and a few others to assist. Upon discovering the items Dumbledore had described, they were to bring them to the hall. The 3 youngsters acknowledged the task, and dispersed in search of their respective targets, while Luna and her companions each took a room, meticulously inspecting every nook and cranny, even peering beneath beds. Tom even climbed to the ceiling to pound and probe. Had it not been for Luna's prohibition, he would have surely ripped down the wallpaper. Once every possible location, including the basement housing the portrait of Walburga, had been scoured, the group returned to the hall in disappointment, gesturing to one another in resignation, signaling their lack of findings. Perhaps this item resides in Gringotts. That would be far more troublesome than the ancestral home. Frustrated at the lack of discoveries, Sirius kicked the table, startling little Taffy, who clutched the trophy he had found, rolling down the steps to land at everyone's feet. He dazedly lifted his head, triumphantly raising the trophy. I found it. Really? The trio's eyes gleamed, rushing forward to seize the trophy, only to discover it was merely a Quidditch cup, inscribed with RAB. Who is RAB? Harry queried, glancing at Sirius, whose expression grew complex. Upon meeting the name on the trophy, he quickly averted his gaze. A cowardly fellow. The trio exchanged glances, sensing a profound connection between this RAB and Sirius. Hermione felt as though she had encountered the name before but could not place it. Ultimately, it was Dumbledore who unveiled the truth. Regulus Arcturus Black, Sirius's brother. Chapter 165, His Last Wish. Sirius took the trophy, a flicker of hidden pain crossing his eyes, quickly overshadowed by anger and revulsion. A brother? I have no Death Eater brother. With that, he casually tossed the trophy aside, where Creature appeared from nowhere, catching it deftly and cradling it to his chest. It belongs to Master Regulus, Creature exclaimed, realizing he had forgotten it. This was Regulus's most cherished possession. Creature began to bash his head in a frenzy, prompting Harry and Hermione to instinctively move to intervene, but were halted by Sirius and Remus. Creature continued, blaming himself, lamenting how those filthy beings had sullied Regulus's relic. I shall hide it, never to be left for this wastrel. Creature's voice grew shrill before gradually fading into silence. The onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Dumbledore turned to Luna, who appeared lost in thought, and inquired, "What occupies your mind?" "There is still one place we have yet to search." "Where?" "The kitchen where Creature resides. He just mentioned forgetting the trophy and wanting to hide it, which suggests that item may also be concealed there." After Luna spoke, she looked toward Sirius, whose expression shifted to one of surprise. If Creature had hidden the valuable belongings of the Black Estate, there might indeed be a chance. Yet, persuading him to relinquish them posed a challenge. Although he could command Creature to perform minor tasks under the guise of being a Black, Creature would still resist in certain matters. He could wager that should he request something from Creature, the house elf would flee with it immediately. Remus pondered aloud, "What shall we do?" "Steal it." "We could attempt to appeal to his emotions and reason with him," Luna suggested. Seeing the confusion on the others' faces, she nudged Jerry, "It's time to showcase your talents." Jerry, upon realizing the weight of the task bestowed upon him, assumed a serious demeanor, straightened up, and marched off to negotiate with Creature. Soon, sounds emerged from the kitchen, and everyone perked up, awaiting the outcome. The result was Jerry being unceremoniously tossed out. Tom, displeased, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Creature. But Luna hastily pulled him back, reminding him of his recent state. With no other options, the group began deliberating the possibility of theft. Creature is undoubtedly on high alert now. We need to divert his attention and then... Remus trailed off, stunned by the unexpected scene before them. Taffy emerged from the kitchen, clutching a large bag filled with treasures, casually strolling out. "For you all," the crowd exclaimed. "Is it truly that easy?" No one knew how Taifei accomplished it. Yet there was no time to dwell on this mystery. The crowd surged towards the large bag, eagerly searching for their objective. "I found it." "Is this the one?" Ron exclaimed, raising his hand for all to behold the object in question. It was a hefty golden locket, adorned with a magnificent serpentines. Dumbledore accepted it, carefully examining its weight, and nodded gravely, prompting cheers from the assembly. "But how do we destroy it, Professor?" Dumbledore gently ruffled Harry's hair and winked, saying, "You know what to do." Harry felt an unusual presence atop his head, and reached up to discover it was the Sorting Hat, which playfully jested with him. "Don't fumble around, lad. Magically speaking, it is impossible for us." Harry felt a moment of embarrassment as he, under Sirius's teasing gaze, drew forth the sword of Gryffindor. Sirius and Lupin, witnessing this for the first time, widened their eyes in astonishment. Sirius even picked up the Sorting Hat, scrutinizing it for where it concealed the sword of Gryffindor. Merlin's lace-trimmed undergarments. "We had a sword hanging over our heads during the sorting? If none of the four houses wanted it, couldn't they just have snipped it off?" Sirius's perspective was indeed refreshing. With Sirius's interruption, Harry's earlier anxiety dissipated. Dumbledore carefully set the locket aside, encouraging Harry to confront it with courage. Inside the locket, Voldemort remarked, "I truly will thank you." As Harry lifted the sword of Gryffindor, his grip tightened, his gaze fixated on the locket, growing resolute. The others held their breath, and Dumbledore gestured to patch things up, while Luna cautiously cradled a few small creatures, fearful of inadvertently harming them. Just as Harry was about to strike, Creature suddenly appeared, clutching the locket to his chest, turning his back to Harry. "Creature!" was the collective bewilderment of Harry and his companions. "Creature!" Sirius shouted in anger. "What are you doing? Hand that over." "No." Creature yelled back at Sirius. "This was entrusted to me by Master Regulus. I cannot give it to anyone. Especially not to you, you filthy blood traitor." Sirius, losing his composure, drew his wand to teach Creature a lesson, but was restrained by Lupin, who pulled him aside as Sirius continued to yell threats. Harry lowered the sword and approached Creature, who took a step back in disdain, his large eyes betraying palpable wariness. Had it not been for Dumbledore's protective measures, Creature would have fled. Creature, you claim that this locket was given to you by Regulus, correct? Creature remained sideways to Harry, indicating his reluctance to communicate. Undeterred, Harry pressed on. Did he entrust you with this locket to safeguard it or to destroy it? Everyone gasped, turning to Harry, who focused intently on Creature. Noticing a slight reaction at the mention of destruction, he realized his intuition was correct. Creature, Master Regulus wished for the locket to be destroyed, did he not? His instructions were to obliterate it. Creature's reaction was intense, his body trembled, and the bow on his ears swayed. Harry continued. House elves take pride in obeying orders, especially those of their deceased masters. Creature, you are a loyal house elf, and Master Regulus would be proud of you. So, hand over the locket to us, and we shall fulfill his unfinished mission. Harry raised the sword of Gryffindor once more, ensuring Creature could see it clearly. I suspect you have already attempted numerous ways to destroy it. It is indeed difficult to vanquish, but this sword is precisely what can annihilate it. Creature, trust me. Our goal aligns with Regulus's. Let us together accomplish his final wish, shall we? With a glimmer of hope in his eyes, Creature slowly and reluctantly relinquished the locket to Harry. As Harry grasped it, he swiftly struck with the sword, so rapidly that even Voldemort within the locket had no time to react. Did I just perish? Voldemort mused. Chapter 166. The Unsung Hero. The locket, harboring Voldemort, quietly met its demise, though not entirely silent, as it released a plume of black smoke, confirming to the group that their search had not been in vain. Laughter erupted among them, as if Voldemort were not so fearsome after all. Indeed, Tom remarked, visibly agitated. The most fervent reaction came from Creature, as he approached to confirm that the tormentor he had endured for so long had finally been shattered. A wave of relief surged within him, and he began to weep uncontrollably, for he had at last fulfilled Regulus's dying wish. He gingerly gathered the fragments in his palms, pressing them against his chest and sobbing uncontrollably. Creature, sob. Creature has finally completed Master Regulus's task. Creature has not failed his sacrifice. Creature's lament was so sorrowful that even the jubilant crowd, relieved by the destruction of the Horcrux, felt the weight of his grief, their smiles fading. Dobby, ever empathetic, approached to untangle Creature's ears, gently patting his back to soothe his distress. Creature, could you tell me what Regulus did? Why did he give you such an order? It was Sirius who spoke, his eyes glistening with emotion, his trembling hands revealing his inner turmoil. He silently urged himself to remain composed. Master Regulus. Creature regarded Sirius with a mix of disdain and resentment, but since it was Harry who had destroyed the locket, Creature's resistance to his inquiry softened. With tearful storytelling, Creature recounted Regulus's tale, occasionally using his tattered pillowcase to wipe his nose, much to the dismay of those around him. Dobby glanced at his own pristine attire, feeling quite distinct as a house elf. Once Creature finished recounting everything, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Sirius, who had kept his head bowed from the start, clenched his fists, betraying his inner unrest. After several attempts, he finally regained his voice. Regulus chose to confront that thing himself? He was only 18. Sirius's voice rose, leaving marks upon the dark carpet below. I never granted him the opportunity. I thought he was like the others, but I was the blind one. A sigh echoed from an unknown source, adding a layer of melancholy to the already somber atmosphere. Harry stepped forward to embrace Sirius, offering solace, while Sirius remained motionless, tears dripping onto Harry's hair, prompting Harry to shed a few tears of his own. Lupin moved to protect both of them, while Hermione and Ron grasped Harry, lending him strength. Luna silently caressed the small creatures' heads, and Dumbledore gazed up at the ceiling, perhaps mourning for the child lost in darkness. Sirius wept for quite a while. As if suddenly recalling something significant, he emerged from the crowd to find Dumbledore. His name should be inscribed on every list of those who fought against Voldemort. He is not the disgrace of the Black family. He is a hero. Sirius's eyes were red, and his tone was resolute. Under the flickering candlelight, Dumbledore appeared even more compassionate. You are correct, Sirius. But remember, heroes do not require stone monuments to commemorate their names. When Harry stood before Voldemort, alive and resolute, Regulus's name had long been inscribed in the most pivotal rifts of the war. Sirius was far from content with this outcome. He harbored a deep disdain for nameless heroes. Having endured wrongful imprisonment in Azkaban, he understood better than anyone the sting of erasure. He believed that neglecting Regulus's legacy was a second injury to his memory. I care not for any so-called pivotal rifts, Albus. He deserves a stone etched with the name Regulus Arcturus Black, placed before the cursed cave from which he leapt. The world must remember his sacrifice. Dumbledore sighed. Yet we must proceed with caution, Sirius. Revealing his story could endanger other rebels still lurking in the shadows. Voldemort remains in hiding. Those individuals would become his offerings upon his return. For the sake of avoiding unnecessary sacrifice, Sirius reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, as you say. But I must retrieve him from that place. He cannot be left to rot with those wretched inferi. This is only right. That little elf should know the way nonetheless. Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on Sirius's shoulder. Let us wait until tomorrow. The children are weary. Sirius nodded begrudgingly, but Dumbledore, sensing his lingering discontent, whispered into his ear. Rest assured, the members of the Order will know they have a comrade who has yet to be acknowledged. With this, Sirius felt a measure of relief as Dumbledore bid farewell to the others and summoned Fawkes, departing from the scene. Having witnessed everything, Luna interjected, Old Dung. Did you forget something? Remus comforted her. Professor Dumbledore is aging. It is natural for him to overlook certain details. It's not merely a matter of memory, but of eyesight as well. Do wizards in the magical world suffer from presbyopia too? Left behind, Luna resigned herself to spend the night at the Black family residence. Knowing full well she would be dragged into the labor of searching for Regulus's remains the following day. Ah well, consider it a mere clock-in. Sirius found Luna a guest room, where a few small ones joyfully bounded on the bed, ecstatic to be sleeping above the sheets rather than in a cupboard. As bedtime approached, Hermione insisted on sharing a room with Luna, further crowding the already small bed. Tom, who was initially beside Luna, found himself relegated to the foot of the bed, while the three small ones nestled in a row above them. Hermione lay in bed, too excited to sleep. Sharing a bed with her beloved idol. Oh my! Hermione felt a surge of joy and enthusiasm, convinced she was Luna's most cherished child. After arranging the little ones and ensuring Hermione's blanket was sufficient, Luna turned off the light and lay down. If I steal the covers at night, just give me a nudge, she said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice, as she hadn't shared a bed with anyone in quite some time, and was unsure if she would indeed pilfer the blankets. Hermione, clutching the covers, nodded obediently, then realized the lights were already off and replied no problem. Cautiously, she glanced at the now closed eyes of Luna, and extended her hand under the covers, gently reaching for Luna's. Luna felt the touch and looked curiously at Hermione before turning to rest her hand on Hermione's stomach. Would you like to hear a bedtime story? Hermione's face flushed crimson. No, I don't need one. Well then, shall I tell you a ghost story? The atmosphere is just perfect for it. Hermione. Chapter 167. The next morning, Hermione awoke, predictably sporting dark circles under her eyes, a fate shared by Tom and the others, while Luna appeared unfazed. Hermione, were you too excited to sleep? Your eyes look as though you've been in a brawl. Ron inquired at breakfast, his curiosity piqued. Hermione's expression was beyond words, filled with regret for not inviting Ron and Tom to listen to Luna's ghost stories the previous night. Luna's tales were steeped in traditional Chinese horror, devoid of sudden frights, yet profoundly eerie. They left Hermione and Tom shivering incessantly, and even Dobby in the cupboard could no longer bear it, opting instead to squeeze into the kitchen with Creature. Luna, having finished her storytelling, slept soundly, while poor Hermione clung to Tom, too frightened to even extend her face from the covers. The outcome was delightful, yet the experience was less than pleasant. Ron scratched his head in confusion, pondering the depth of it all, unable to grasp its intricacies. After breakfast, the group, guided by Creature and aided by Dobby, arrived at the cave concealing the locket. Sirius used his blood to unlock the stone door, but the small boat, which could only accommodate one person, was promptly abandoned by Luna. She instead summoned her flying carpet to transport everyone across. Inside, the cave was ominous, filled with the scent of seawater and decay. They landed on a small island in the lake, where a stone pedestal housed the locket box, protected by a potion crafted by Voldemort himself. As soon as Luna touched down, she dashed towards the pedestal, intrigued by the potion that could incapacitate Dumbledore, and aware that due to Voldemort's enchantments, the potion would replenish itself if removed. Ah! Luna exclaimed, pulling out a large crystal vial and a spoon, scooping the potion into the bottle. Once the potion atop the pedestal was depleted, it would simply restore itself. With such an invaluable gem, it would be remiss not to collect more from Voldemort. As Luna enthusiastically scooped, Tom and the others joined her, quickly filling her vial to half capacity. Potion. Family who understands. Upon seeing Luna and her companions surrounding the pedestal with spoons in hand, Harry and his friends approached with curiosity. Professor Luna, what are you all doing? I'm collecting potion. It's a valuable resource. Valuable. Ron shot a glance at the potion, still largely untouched, perplexed by its worth. Do you see that locket box? This potion is the last line of defense to obtain it. The potion could not be spilled or destroyed. It had to be consumed from the shell cup, sip by sip, to access the locket. Drinking the potion would plunge one into excruciating pain, hallucinations, and weakness. The three small ones instinctively took a step back, and Ron skeptically asked, Professor, you're not using this to train us, are you? Luna smacked him lightly. Am I such a cruel instructor? I'd sooner use the inferi in the lake. Ron. The more Luna pondered, the more feasible the idea seemed. There was no shortage of inferi in that lake, and the two classes could form a protective circle. With a thoughtful gleam in her eye, she sealed the crystal vial and tucked it into her backpack. Then, gesturing for the three little ones to step forward, she said, Now, let us see how well you've absorbed your lessons. Consider how you might retrieve the locket box on your own. Professor, that is not real, Ron shouted, unwilling to accept additional assignments during their joyous holiday. Luna glared, reminiscent of a strict teacher from her past. What if it's not real? Does that matter in relation to my question? Harry tugged at Ron. Don't argue with her. You can't win. Sirius and Remus, having overheard Ron's exclamation, approached with curiosity. Their arrival only served to draw Luna's attention further. You two have come at just the right time. You can join in. Think about the question I just posed to them. Remus and Sirius pointed at themselves, bewildered. You want us to participate too? But we graduated ages ago, Professor Luna. And what of it? Just because you're not my students doesn't exempt you from my inquiries. Besides, you ought to be grateful you're not my students. Look at how you've turned out. Now get over here, lest I be forced to reprimand you. With that, she waved the spoon in her hand, prompting Sirius and Remus to sheepishly join Harry and the others, all of them scratching their heads in contemplation. Suna granted them 10 minutes to ponder before commencing the roll call. Sirius, you go first. Upon being called, Sirius felt a tightening in his chest, unable to comprehend why he felt intimidated by Suna in such a manner. I choose to drink it all. Well said. Suna nodded approvingly. Now, go ahead and give it a taste. With skepticism, Sirius dipped a finger into the concoction and took a sip. The soul-wrenching pain compelled him to collapse onto the ground. Hermione, your turn. Perhaps we could concoct a potion that neutralizes the protective potion's effects, thereby lessening the damage. Suna nodded thoughtfully, turning her gaze to Harry. Find other creatures to substitute for drinking the potion. Remus, not waiting for Suna to inquire, blurted out, we can use magic to transfer the potion's pain to other objects. Suna nodded in satisfaction and turned to Ron. I would smash this stone pedestal with a rock. Suna frowned, and Ron's heart raced, wondering if he had misspoken. This method is feasible, but perhaps the protection set by Voldemort would retaliate if you were to destroy the pedestal. Are you willing to attempt it? Ron vehemently shook his head, unwilling to follow in Sirius's footsteps. Currently, Sirius stood by the lake, cursing Voldemort vehemently. It seems you have all learned quite well. I shall deem you competent. Then she instructed Tom to retrieve the fake locket box. Yes, just reach in and take it out effortlessly, disregarding the multiple layers of protection. Suna merely glanced at it before tossing it to Harry, and then she led a few small creatures to the lakeside, pondering how to utilize the area. Meanwhile, Harry discovered a note left by Regulus and handed it to Sirius, who upon reading it, broke down again, while the others held him back from plunging into the lake to confront the inferi. On Suna's side, Tom and the small creatures had lined up, setting up fishing rods for a leisurely catch, even going so far as to hand one to a contemplative Suna. When she finally regained her senses, she stared in bewilderment at the fishing rod in her hand, then glanced over at Tom and his companions, who were lounging comfortably as if on holiday. The inferi lurking beneath the lake also appeared perplexed, the enchantments on the small island flickering ominously, leaving them uncertain whether to ascend or remain submerged. Consequently, one unfortunate inferius was pushed forward, its head surfacing directly opposite Suna. In unison, Suna and her companions sprang up in alarm, and with a swift flick of her fishing rod, she yanked the inferius back into the depths. Such an unsightly sight. As the unfortunate creature sank, a multitude of inferi erupted from the water, densely populating the lake's surface. Strangely, the waters on Harry's side remained eerily calm, devoid of any ripples. Suna felt an imbalance brewing. Chapter 168. That won't do. Due to the disparity between the two sides, Suna decided to delegate the task to Harry and his companions under the pretense of assessing their learning outcomes. The silence from Harry and his friends was deafening. Professor Suna. Do you even hear what you're saying? Suna returned their stares with an awkward yet polite smile. Do you remember how I taught you to deal with inquiry? Reluctantly, they replied in unison, with fire. Suna patted their heads encouragingly. Go on, I have faith in you. Thus, the trio embarked on their arduous battle against the creatures, while Tom and Jerry produced carbon-based tranquilizers to assist. Physical attacks ineffective against inquiry? That simply indicated that their method was flawed. Meanwhile, little Typhi clutched his fishing rod, struggling against whatever he had hooked, the rod bending at a 90-degree angle. Help me. On the verge of losing his grip, Typhi invoked a summoning spell, and Jerry abandoned his play with the inquiry to assist Typhi in hauling whatever it was. It turned out to be a person, a dashing man, impeccably dressed and sparkling. If not for the stillness of his chest, Suna would have assumed he was a sleeping beauty at the bottom of the lake. Typhi triumphantly handed the fishing rod to Suna. Here. While the intention is noble, could it be a living one? Before Suna could respond, creature dashed over, collapsing onto the handsome man and wailing, Master Regulus. Regulus? This is Regulus. Sirius, like the wind, rushed over to confirm, indeed finding it was Regulus, and then, mirroring creature, he collapsed on the other side, weeping profusely. Their sobs created a rhythmic soundtrack to the bizarre encounter. Suna pondered why Regulus appeared so unscathed. He had been submerged for over a decade, and not a single hair was out of place. Was that even possible? Then she glanced at Tom and the others, realizing, oh, having found Regulus's body, the group felt no need to endure further suffering and retraced their steps back to the Black family manor to discuss the next topic. Where should Regulus be buried? Creature clearly wished for Regulus to rest in the Black family graveyard, as Regulus was, without doubt, the current head of the Black family, negating the necessity for Sirius to inherit the manor. However, Sirius was reluctant, arguing that Regulus had died in defiance of Voldemort, while most of their family had supported him, which contradicted Regulus's intentions. The two engaged in a fierce argument, their relationship once again fracturing, even veering towards a more severe rift. Both were adamant about the other adhering to their views, their voices reverberating throughout the house, forcing bystanders to cover their ears and retreat to safety. Observing the escalating conflict, Suna realized it would not conclude in a few days, prompting her to decide to leave the Black Manor. Before departing, she informed Remus, who evidently could not hear her, leaving Suna to convey her message through action. Remus and the trio watched enviously, wishing to depart as well. They prepared to leave the Black Manor in search of Snape, relishing the opportunity to wander beyond Hogwarts. As for whether Snape would be welcoming, that was his concern. Arriving at Snape's doorstep, Suna politely knocked, receiving no response. She called out a couple more times, yet still no one answered. Where could Snape be? Out procuring potions? Or perhaps concocting a potion that had left him dazed? Amused by her own speculations, Suna leaned against the dusty little window, straining to discern if anyone was home. Tom and the others mimicked Suna's actions, peering through the window. When Snape returned, he was greeted by the sight of a row of quasi-human figures sprawled before his window. What are they doing here? Was Hogwarts not sufficient for their antics? Snape scowled as he approached and kicked Suna, who grimaced in response. Upon recognizing him, she forced a smile. Snape appeared to have just returned from shopping, carrying 2 large bags filled with food and spices. This scene of domesticity was both reasonable and utterly uncharacteristic of Snape. Ah, back from shopping, I see? Clearly, your eyes are as superfluous as your brain. Snape had no desire to engage with the uninvited guest. He muttered a spell, prompting the door to swing open automatically. Without inviting Suna in, he kicked the door, causing a gust of wind to slap Suna's face. Folding her arms, she resolved to force him to unleash his full potential. Get in. Snape's voice echoed in exasperation as the door swung open with an air of urgency. Suna raised her chin, signaling Tom and the others to follow. They formed a line and slipped inside, where Snape emerged from the kitchen, casting Suna a particularly disdainful glare. His contempt was unmistakably etched across his face. What do you want? Snape, facing Suna, couldn't be bothered to waste words on mockery. How irritating. Of course. I have something valuable for you. Do you think I am the sort to create trouble for no reason? Snape shot her a look that suggested she should decipher his meaning. Suna rejected his silent communication and erected her defenses. She produced a protective potion she had painstakingly acquired from the cave. This is a precious concoction crafted by Voldemort himself. Interested? Oh. Snape indeed showed a flicker of interest as he took the crystal vial to scrutinize its contents. This was no ordinary potion. It was interwoven with dark magic and curses. No, it's more than that. Where did you obtain this? Suna informed him about the cave. Knowing his impatience, she focused on the crucial details. Despair, pain, fear. Typical creations of dark magic, utilizing the suffering of victims as a key. A smirk of derision appeared on Snape's face. He always relished showcasing such aesthetically void brutality. He retained a portion of the potion, tossing the remainder back to Suna. Let me guess. The virtuous Professor Suna is collecting this potion to offer some sweet temptation to those foolish young wizards? Suna shot Snape an indignant glare, exasperated that both he and others thought so poorly of her. Can you remove the pain from the potion, leaving only the hallucinogenic and debilitating effects? Snape fixed his gaze upon Suna, as if trying to discern her intentions from her eyes. After a prolonged silence, he finally averted his gaze. Fine, what is your price? Name your reward, Suna declared, her financial prowess evident. The door. That's out of the question. After much negotiation, the return of the door was postponed yet again. It was uncertain what the door thought, but both parties seemed satisfied. Subsequently, Suna was unceremoniously expelled from the premises, followed closely by Tom, Jerry, Chocolate Frog, and finally, TYFFY. When TYFFY was ejected, he had a ring of jam around his mouth, clutching his belly and hiccuping incessantly. As Snape tossed him out, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "A week." Suna and the others glanced at TYFFY, who sheepishly covered his mouth. Brave TYFFY. The catalyst for every door that led home yet remained closed. Days passed, and the young wizards bade farewell to their holiday, returning to Hogwarts. Initially, TYFFY was set to leave the day before the new term, with Jerry having packed all his belongings. However, Elder Squawk delivered yet another letter, resulting in TYFFY's stay at Hogwarts being extended by another fortnight. Upon returning to school, the young wizards found themselves irresistibly charmed by TYFFY, especially the Hufflepuff Badgers, who eagerly whisked him off to the kitchen upon learning of his fondness for food. That day, one could say, the house elves in the kitchen were in utter despair. Hogwarts kitchens prepared only a week's worth of food at a time, ordering in 2 days in advance, relying on suppliers unique to the magical world for fruits and vegetables, some sourced from Hagrid, while others were exchanged with vendors from Hogsmeade. During large festivals, the house elves would stockpile sufficient provisions to ensure the young wizards were well fed. But who could have anticipated that a diminutive mouse would devour enough food for 4 days at Hogwarts, save for the broccoli that TYFFY detested? Were all young wizards to subsist on broccoli for the next 2 days? Well, not entirely. There were also cabbages and peas, along with watermelons. The Badgers who had brought TYFFY understood the gravity of the situation. Their well-meaning deed had resulted in chaos. Thus, they sought out their head of house, while Sprout consulted the headmaster, who adeptly summoned Suna to the kitchen. Resigned, Suna took Jerry along, and upon encountering Dumbledore, she promptly handed Jerry over to him. This is his uncle by blood. Jerry offered an awkward yet polite smile, casting a fierce glare at TYFFY, who, feeling guilty, hid behind one of the Badgers. Jerry stomped his foot in frustration, but ultimately he surrendered, tearfully presenting all he had to Dumbledore. Dumbledore found himself both amused and bemused by Jerry's antics. Regardless of whether Jerry genuinely intended to compensate, a significant portion of what he offered had been gifted to him by Grindelwald, making it rather embarrassing for him to present. Let it go, Jerry. Dumbledore pushed the items back toward Jerry, continuing, I believe TYFFY didn't act with malice. After all, it is in your nature. Just try not to sneak into the kitchen again. If you find yourself truly hungry, you're welcome to come to my office. You know the password. Dumbledore was not overly angry. Both TYFFY and Jerry were mice, and their instinct was to seize opportunities for food to prevent starvation. Such animal instincts cannot be altered overnight. Much like Tom, who occasionally teased smaller creatures for amusement, Jerry felt increasingly embarrassed, retracting his items and heading straight for TYFFY, pinning him to the ground and delivering a few light smacks. Little TYFFY wanted to cry but dared not. Several Badgers interceded on TYFFY's behalf, as they had been the ones to bring him. Jerry graciously reassured them not to take it to heart, but simply to refrain from bringing TYFFY next time. Dumbledore soothed the still-crying house elves, informing them he would write to the suppliers, ensuring an emergency shipment the following morning. Only then did the house elves feel placated. Though from that day forth, Hogwarts kitchens were plastered with no mice allowed signs. With the matter resolved, it was time for everyone to return to their respective homes. However, Suna's group was summoned by Dumbledore. Following closely behind him, Suna felt a twinge of trepidation. Surely they wouldn't be subjected to another round of reprimands? Surely not. Should she flee? Or perhaps she should run? Dumbledore, however, provided her no such opportunity, leading her dutifully back to the headmaster's office. Inside, she was greeted by the long-absent Grindelwald, who appeared somewhat haggard, as if burdened by recent endeavors. Upon noticing Suna, he nodded in acknowledgement, then beckoned Jerry over. Jerry, lacking composure, scampered down, not forgetting to bring Tyffy along. The two little ones climbed onto Grindelwald, happily snuggling against him. Grindelwald relaxed, casting a brief glance at Tyffy before shifting his attention to Jerry, gently scratching his belly. Have you caused trouble again? Jerry shook his head, whispering secrets into Grindelwald's ear, eliciting smiles from him as he playfully tapped Tyffy's head, causing it to bob adorably. Dumbledore had summoned Suna to inquire about the events following her departure from the Black Estate. Suna succinctly recounted her experiences in the cave, causing Dumbledore's brow to furrow in contemplation. Perhaps he, too, pondered how he might have navigated the situation to obtain the locket box, albeit a false one. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore exhaled deeply. It was in his nature, cruel yet cloaked in a facade of hope. Suna shrugged, offering no judgment. Dumbledore then retrieved a ring from his drawer. Apart from the gem embedded in it, the rest appeared irreparably damaged. Gellert had recently searched the Gaunt estate, and although he had not located young Barty or Voldemort, he had stumbled upon something intriguing. Ah, indeed it is the Resurrection Stone, he noted, as they prepared to thwart Voldemort's progress once more. Suna delicately picked up the ring to scrutinize the Resurrection Stone, one of the Deathly Hallows, said to be crafted by Death himself. She was eager to uncover its mysteries. Are you intrigued? Indeed, Suna replied with candor, acknowledging her curiosity regarding such legendary artifacts. What if I entrusted it to your care? Dumbledore smiled benevolently, yet Suna couldn't shake the feeling that old Dumbledore harbored ulterior motives. Hastily she returned the ring, instinctively retreating as if to distance herself from it, a reaction that amused Grindelwald. Fear not, I've dispelled the curses and dark magic associated with this ring. Suna shot him a look of exasperation. Her trepidation was not of the ring itself, but of Dumbledore's cunning. Perhaps you should keep it. You know how mischievous my little companions can be. They might misplace it one day. Really? Absolutely. More genuine than pearls. Suna, fearful that Dumbledore might doubt her sincerity, nearly swore on it. With a tinge of regret, Dumbledore accepted the Resurrection Stone back, carelessly tossing it into a drawer, further solidifying Suna's conviction that old Dumbledore was plotting against her. An ancient Chinese proverb came to mind. To live long and not die is to be a burden. Suna resolved to sever ties with Dumbledore for the night. Chapter 169. What do you think? Suna, having unilaterally decided to end her friendship with Dumbledore, inquired about using the cave as a training ground for young wizards. Dumbledore expressed his reservations. Why not? Because it is fraught with danger, Suna. You are being overly cautious. Albus. This was Grindelwald's interjection, clearly siding with Suna and opposing Dumbledore's stance. Oh, how rare it is to see such divergence in opinion, Suna remarked, pulling out a handful of sunflower seeds from her backpack, settling into a comfortable position, ready to observe the unfolding discussion. What are your thoughts? Dumbledore asked, though his azure eyes seemed to see through the fabric of the conversation. Grindelwald disapproved of that knowing gaze. Albus, your kindness has fostered an overly pampered group. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse are ill-equipped to withstand the storms of the outside world. What you must do is let go, to remove the protective barrier you've erected around them, allowing them to understand the nature of reality. Dumbledore regarded Grindelwald with a gentle gaze, his fingers intertwined. Gellert. You are correct, but not entirely so. His voice flowed like honey, yet bore an undeniable weight. Indeed, sheltered flowers must endure tempests to take root more firmly. However, our duty is not to violently tear off the roof, but rather to open a window at the right moment, allowing the winds to gradually teach them to sway. Dumbledore's gaze drifted towards the clouds obscuring the moon, his blue eyes glimmering behind the crescent-shaped lens. When the storm arrives, these children do not require broken stems, but rather nourishment from the soil about why they must fight, be it the embraced fragility, the cherished courage, or the right to air. Furthermore, the most resilient plants often thrive at the intersection of the greenhouse and the wilderness. What you perceive as a protective barrier may indeed be the mark that enables them to recognize their kin in the future. Evidently, Grindelwald remained unconvinced by Dumbledore's choices. The educational philosophy of Durmstrang differed fundamentally from that of Hogwarts, and Grindelwald's own disposition favored a survival of the fittest mentality. Albus, Voldemort will not take a gradual approach. You wish to open a window, but dark wizards will shatter the entire wall. In such a scenario, they would have no time to feel fear, let alone resist. You teach them to love within safety, yet allow others to bleed in the shadows. If protection means that someone must always bear their burdens, then this kindness is, in essence, another form of cruelty. Grindelwald refrained from naming the others, but all present understood whom he referred to: Snape, the members of the Order of the Phoenix, and those informants whose names had never been mentioned. Even Suna found herself ensnared in this vortex, questioning the true nature of kindness. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon the oblivious Suna, a rare confusion flickering in his eyes. Perhaps I fear they may too soon become like me. You fear the emergence of another me, Albus, Grindelwald replied earnestly, broaching a topic they had both long avoided. In their youth they had met, brimming with talent and ambition, united by a common goal for a greater good. Albus's brilliance and recognition had inadvertently fueled Grindelwald's ambition, which spiraled beyond control until the first sacrifice, Ariana, Dumbledore's sister, who inspired him to contemplate overturning the statute of secrecy to liberate wizards. Dumbledore began to reflect, awakening to the reality that placed him in opposition to Grindelwald, resisting the very ideals they once championed for the greater good. Though he triumphed over Grindelwald through love, the events of that time remained a past he wished to forget, for he feared he might once again engender a second Grindelwald. Grindelwald spoke the truth. His fear had always been of repeating past mistakes, of students becoming corrupted by ambition like Grindelwald, or of becoming victims like Ariana. The fog that had weighed upon Dumbledore's heart gradually lifted, allowing him to gaze into Grindelwald's eyes, unclouded by deep contemplation for the first time since their reconciliation. Is it because of me that Voldemort was born? No. He is unlike me. Dumbledore's expression shifted from shock to a sense of relief. Even so, I still cannot acquiesce to Suna. Both turned their attention to Suna, who was caught mid-snack, unsure whether to continue eating or to stop. Wait, why has the focus suddenly shifted to me? Suna blinked, her mind racing to determine what she should say and the appropriate emotion to convey. Why is that? Dumbledore waved his hand, drawing Suna into the conversation, mentioning the location where Voldemort concealed his Horcruxes, cautioning that she might be tempted to investigate, which could jeopardize the safety of the young wizards. Suna stroked her chin, realizing the gravity of the situation. Teleportation was not possible within, and should an emergency arise, even a magical carpet would not suffice to evacuate them. However, she was reluctant to abandon such an excellent teaching venue. What if I bring Tom along? Dumbledore was momentarily at a loss for words. Anything associated with Tom was neither magical nor scientific. I don't think that's advisable. That won't do either. Suna scratched her head, her mischievous ideas, her brilliant ideas swirling in her mind. If I can't go to the mountain, let the mountain come to me. Then, my dear old headmaster, may I resurrect a corpse as a teaching tool? Where would you put it? In the Black Lake. It's such a vast area. It would be a waste not to utilize it. Dumbledore nearly choked on her words. She truly dared to think of anything. Please spare the Black Lake. The merfolk have lodged complaints against me 3 times this past year. Leave them a little breathing room. Dumbledore felt empathy for the merfolk, and besides, if he were to allow that, the giant squid would have to endure daily torment. Oh. Then how about I transform an abandoned classroom underground to draw water from the Black Lake? After all, the Slytherin common room was situated beneath it. Creating a water-filled classroom shouldn't pose much of a problem. Dumbledore hesitated, recognizing Suna's relentless pursuit of her objectives, yet he found her suggestion reasonable. Had he been outmaneuvered yet again? Thus he turned to Grindelwald for counsel. What do you think? Returning to their original positions, Grindelwald, while playfully teasing the 2 little ones, remarked without lifting his gaze. I believe it is feasible. Thus the proposal passed unanimously, and what awaited Suna was the task of preparing the classroom, followed by relocating the corpses. Chapter 170, A Surprise from Tom. Albus Dumbledore promptly approved the classroom, situated on the same level as the Slytherin common room, albeit at a considerable distance to prevent the corpses from wandering over at midnight. The classroom was located beneath the Black Lake, with windows above that offered a splendid view of the lake, occasionally startling Suna when a Grindylow perched on the sill, to which she responded with a friendly international gesture. With Tom's assistance and Dumbledore's adept management of the castle's enchantments, the classroom was transformed overnight. The design drew inspiration from a cavern, which Voldemort had made quite eerie and oppressive. Thus, Suna merely replicated it. The classroom's waters connected with the Black Lake, separated by enchantments and iron bars to prevent chaos among the two species. Surrounded by water on all sides, a small island lay at the center for grounding. To enhance the thrill of practice, Suna secretly enlarged the room using spatial folding, aiming for a sensation akin to a zombie siege when the corpses lunged forward. With the venue prepared, the only remaining task was to procure the performers. The number of corpses in the cave was countless. How to transport them alive posed a dilemma. Moreover, they were light-sensitive, necessitating nighttime operations. Suna's magical carpet had limited capacity, making repeated trips tiring. "What shall we do, Tom?" Suna lamented, playfully tousling Tom's hair, morphing it into various shapes. "Never mind, let us sleep first. If it comes to that, I could make multiple trips, or perhaps supplement during the next class. The difference lies merely in timing." Alternatively, she pondered, could I use a portal to let them swim over themselves? Feasible, yet perilous. They do not heed my commands. Surely, she could not resort to kidnapping Voldemort to procure more, could she? Lost in thought, Suna drifted into slumber, where she found Voldemort and, grasping his neck, compelled him to regurgitate corpses. Yes, just like that, a dramatic vomit. Meanwhile, Tom contemplated the issue at hand. Suna's dilemma was also his. He was determined to assist her. Consequently, the next day during class, Tom brought Jerry and Tyffy to the library, explaining Suna's predicament before they dispersed to seek solutions. Tom donned his glasses, his eyes scanning the pages like a machine, flipping through book after book, causing the nearby studying lion cub to recoil in fright. Is it truly that swift? Yet, Tom remained oblivious to the outside world, singularly focused on finding a remedy. On the other hand, Jerry displayed considerable cleverness, exchanging information with fellow young wizards, soliciting their recommendations for books. Tyffy, however, was lured away by Hufflepuff snacks, happily munching away. Ultimately, it was Tom who discovered the solution. Clutching a tome he presented to Jerry, pointing out the relevant information. Shrink potion? Quiet. Mrs. Pants issued a warning. The two little ones leaned together, whispering their subsequent plans. In the end, they reached an agreement, high-fiving in celebration before scampering out of the library. Shortly thereafter, Jerry returned, dragging the still snacking Tyffy along. Tom and the others enlisted the twins helped to brew the shrinking potion, while Jerry would stealthily acquire the necessary ingredients from Snape's potions classroom. Unbeknownst to the beleaguered Snape, his storeroom was being pilfered. Thanks to Snape's staunch support, the twins swiftly concocted a generous batch of shrinking potion. Tom cheerfully paid in galleons, seizing the opportunity, while Suna napped to pilfer the magic carpet from his small backpack. With preparations complete, the trio donned their gear and set off. Upon arriving at the cave, tranquility had returned since their last visit. Even the potion on the stone pedestal had replenished. Upon witnessing this, Tom rubbed his hands together, unwilling to let the opportunity slip by. He placed a pump atop it, ready to siphon off any potion that emerged. According to their plan, Tom was to lure the corpses, Jerry would sprinkle the shrinking potion, and Tyffy would collect them in a bag. Once they reconfirmed their roles, they commenced their cooperative efforts. Tom approached the lake's edge, baiting with his tail, and even slapping the water's surface to entice the corpses. Yet, as seconds ticked by without a single corpse surfacing, the water remained disturbingly calm, prompting the trio to exchange glances. What's going on? Have the corpses gone visiting? Tom, unwilling to concede, waded into the shallows, splashing about and emitting peculiar sounds, blissfully unaware of the pale, claw-like hand reaching for his tail. After a while, exhaustion set in and he leaned on his knees, panting, displaying his empty hands to Jerry and Tyffy. Nothing at all. Jerry and Tyffy interjected. Are we to return empty-handed? As Tom prepared to head back to shore, he found himself immobilized, regardless of his efforts to move. Frustrated, he turned around to find himself face-to-face with a grinning corpse, tugging at his tail. Hello. Tom exploded in alarm, launching himself into the air, disregarding the patch of fur that had been yanked from his tail, scrambling onto the small island, vowing never to descend again. Too terrifying. Jerry nudged him, gesturing toward the water's surface. Look, there are corpses. Quickly, Tom displayed his now bald tail to Jerry. No way. That is too ferocious. I'm not going back. Jerry crossed his arms, asserting, you have no choice in the matter. He positioned himself behind Tom, aligning their trajectory, and with a push, sent Tom and the stone pedestal flying into the water. Dazed, Tom embraced the pedestal as he plunged into the lake, slowly sinking and leaving behind a trail of bubbles. Jerry patted Tyffy, signaling him to brace for action. TYFFY, with determination assured, I'll fulfill the task. In less than 3 seconds, Tom erupted from the lake, a swarm of corpses following in his wake. Jerry whistled, signaling Tom to run toward them, while he frantically sprinkled the shrinking potion on the advancing corpses. TYFFY gleefully trailed behind Jerry, collecting miniaturized corpses, filling a bag before tying it off and setting it aside. After every wave of corpses dwindled, Jerry would repeat the action of kicking Tom back into the lake. To evade capture, Tom abandoned the small island, panicking and leading his throng up the wall, leaving no intact surface. Among the trio, TYFFY reveled in the chaos, often inadvertently stuffing Tom and Jerry into bags with the corpses, much to their vexation. Beneath the lake lay a considerable number of corpses. TYFFY managed to collect a full 10 bags. Eventually, it became unclear whether they had genuinely captured all, or if the corpses had retreated, hiding below the surface. Despite Tom's best efforts to entice them, they remained elusive, prompting the trio to prepare their return. One by one, they tossed the bags onto the carpet. Envisioning Su-na's excitement upon seeing their haul, and speculating on the reward she might bestow, the 3 of them returned to Hogwarts, cheerful, and presented their findings to Su-na, who was indeed surprised. However, she questioned why Tom's back resembled a checkered board. In the end, Su-na rewarded each of them with 2 galleons, and with newfound wealth, Tom was eager to indulge in the 3 broomsticks, disregarding Jerry and TYFFY's opinions, and took off with them in tow. As they ran, they rode on Su-na's carpet, entirely oblivious to how she would transport 10 bags of corpses to the classroom. They had counted their chickens before they hatched. Chapter 171. Smeagol's Masquerade. In order to avoid taking matters into her own hands, Su-na intercepted a few passing young wizards, enticing them with house points as a reward to assist in transporting the shadowy corpses away. It is well known that the most economical and readily available labor force in the school comprises the students. With merely a trifling incentive, they exhibit boundless enthusiasm. Observing their diligent efforts, Su-na felt a twinge of guilt for not informing them about the levitation charm. She refrained from allowing them into the new classroom. Leaving them outside the door, their curiosity piqued. Professor Su-na, what is this classroom for? It can't possibly be intended for us, can it? The young wizards gazed at a bag within, where something appeared to be writhing, swallowing hard. Well, this indeed has been prepared for you, but as for what it contains, you shall discover in a couple of days. The expressions of the young wizards turned ashen. One lanky boy ventured, it can't be something terrifying, can it? Su-na pondered momentarily and nodded. It was indeed rather unsightly. Any lingering hope they harbored was swiftly extinguished. All right, you may return now, each receiving an additional 5 points. The enchanted hourglass of Hogwarts automatically updated their scores, exhibiting remarkable intelligence. The young wizards departed, their spirits dampened despite their newfound points. Once she confirmed their absence, Su-na opened the classroom door, conjured an ice bridge with the freezing charm, and slid the bags onto a small island before closing the door behind her. The shadowy corpses contained within were exceedingly lively. Their unique nature rendered them particularly resilient. Su-na gave one a kick and then tumbled the corpses out like dumplings. Indeed, the size of an arm, the shadowy corpses bore a striking resemblance to dumplings. Speaking of dumplings, Su-na shook her head, attempting to dislodge the peculiar thoughts that had been flooding her mind from reading too many novels lately. Perhaps it was time to indulge in something more academic. The relocated shadowy corpses appeared somewhat disoriented. The absence of Voldemort's lingering dark magic left them akin to corrupted data, aimlessly drifting in the lake, some sinking to the bottom. Remaining still, Su-na attempted to splash the lake with her hand, and after a few moments of confusion, the corpses responded by swimming towards her. She deftly flicked them back into the lake, noting that they seemed to have lost some of their ferocity after leaving the cave. This won't do, she decided, contemplating seeking Snape's assistance while also inquiring about how to reverse the shrinking potion. Upon locating Snape, she found him engaged in a heated exchange with the trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Hiding behind a pillar, she overheard Snape accusing them of stealing his potion ingredients, citing their previous misdeeds as evidence. But yes, Harry Potter. The trio, aflame with indignation and protest, vehemently denied the accusations, yet Snape remained obstinate. Their back and forth was quite the spectacle. However, Su-na was bewildered. If she was not mistaken, it was indeed Tom and his cohorts who had pilfered Snape's shrinking potion. Glancing at the seething Snape, she resolved to seek Grindelwald's aid instead. Before departing, she mentally apologized to Harry and his friends, promising to restore their deducted house points in a couple of days. My dear students, Su-na arrived at the headmaster's office with a sense of trepidation. Having engaged in mischief, she refrained from barging in, opting instead to knock politely on the door, which caused Dumbledore to suspect she might be an imposter. However, upon hearing her voice he recognized her immediately. Her unique tone was inimitable. Intrigued, he fixed his gaze upon her, nearly tempted to use legilimency to probe her thoughts, fearing it might be too intrusive. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Dumbledore's scrutinizing gaze, Su-na fidgeted nervously. "Why do you look at me like that, my old headmaster?" "I'm merely curious as to why my fearless defense against the dark arts professor appears so sheepish. Has Tom and his companions stirred up trouble again?" Su-na shook her head, reluctantly divulging the predicament involving Tom and Harry's trio. Dumbledore erupted into laughter. Only Severus could possibly tame you. Poor Harry and his companions." With an awkward smile, Su-na acknowledged the unfairness of the situation. "I shall make amends." Dumbledore chuckled, gently patting Su-na's head. "As long as you know that, you've come to seek Gellert's help, haven't you? Indeed, you're quite perceptive." Dumbledore, adjusting his somewhat disheveled beard, offered her some sweets. Regrettably, he had to step out to find young Barty, a stroke of bad timing for her visit. A hint of schadenfreude laced Dumbledore's tone. Su-na pouted, casting a reproachful glance at him. "Old Dung, you've gone astray. Then do assist me." Dumbledore shook his head. "Me? That's out of the question. It's a product of dark magic, and my presence would be of little use." Su-na shot him a sidelong glance. "Are you really going to feign ignorance? Are you certain you want to assist?" Dumbledore's expression was one of innocent denial. "It's not that I want to help. It's that I simply cannot. My dear defense against the dark arts professor." "Very well." Su-na shot him a look that conveyed, "You forced my hand," and opened her mouth to wail. The sudden outburst nearly caused Dumbledore to choke on the candy. The portraits on the walls scattered in disarray, seeking refuge from the cacophony. After a considerable effort, Dumbledore managed to regain his composure, pleading with Su-na to silence herself. "Help, help, help! Let us go see this at once." Dumbledore glowered at Su-na, exasperation evident as he extracted his elder wand. "At my age, you should show some pity for this old man." Su-na chuckled. "Over 100 years old is precisely the prime of one's life. There's no need for self-deprecation." Dumbledore snorted, noticing Su-na still seated. "Are you not moving? A centenarian is about to assist you with your problem." Coming. Su-na scampered after Dumbledore as they made their way down. Upon encountering Snape, who was busy deducting points, they deftly altered their course, heading towards the underground classroom. The ensuing scene was one of the venerable headmaster of Hogwarts, renowned in the magical realm, bending over to assist his professor with her dilemma. After some diligent efforts, the shadowy corpses were reset to their original state, all sinking to the lake's depths, awaiting the arrival of the young wizards. Once resolved, Su-na lavished Dumbledore with effusive praise, for she had a knack for compliments, causing even the composed Dumbledore to crack a smile. "Flattery will get you nowhere." He feigned sternness, though his gait revealed his true sentiments. Chapter 172. This chapter lacks a title. With the issue of the shadowy corpses resolved, Su-na proceeded to arrange a practical lesson involving them. The young wizards who had assisted previously spread the word after returning, eliciting a mix of fear and anticipation among their peers. Upon learning of the impending lesson, Harry and his friends exchanged knowing glances. Professor Su-na wouldn't he actually bring the shadowy corpses over, would she? The first to attempt this was a second-year class from Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Due to the unique nature of the shadowy corpses, the practical lesson commenced at the second-year level. The young wizards, already aware of the news, wore solemn expressions, vividly recalling the incidents involving the Whomping Willow. Ginny, having been engaged in a fiery match with Harry, received a heads-up from him, leading her to diligently practice her fiery spells. The young wizards crossed the ice bridge crafted by Su-na to the small island, forming a circle under her guidance. "It seems that you have all heard about the new experimental course I have devised. Fortuitously, you are the first group to partake in it. Are you not exhilarated?" The young wizards responded to Su-na with silence, brimming with excitement, their hearts racing. Su-na feigned ignorance of their enthusiasm, recalling her words at the beginning of the term. "True knowledge comes from practice. I trust that you will integrate your learnings when confronting dark magical creatures." "Delicia, would you kindly enlighten us on the nature of a ghoul?" Delicia, a Ravenclaw with large spectacles adorning her freckled face, appeared quite unremarkable, and was a rather quiet girl. Upon hearing her name called, she instinctively adjusted her glasses and replied, "A ghoul is a common dark magical creature. It does not exist naturally. Rather, It is a corpse reanimated by dark wizards through black magic, devoid of consciousness, and entirely obedient to its creator's commands. Ghouls exhibit stiff movements yet possess immense strength, making them difficult to vanquish through physical means. They harbor a profound fear of fire and light, which can obliterate them with intense heat or magical flames. Excellent, Ravenclaw earns 10 points. Suna nodded in satisfaction, surveying the circle of young wizards. I trust you understand the formidable challenge that lies ahead. The purpose of encircling you is to prepare you to confront the impending onslaught of enemies together. In the upcoming resistance, you shall be allies. Your battles concern not only yourselves but also the safety of those around you. You must learn to collaborate and shoulder responsibilities, working in unison to attain victory. Should anyone feel fatigued, do not hesitate to inform your companions and step back to allow them to fill the void, but do not entertain thoughts of shirking your duties. Otherwise, I shall cast you into the lake to frolic with the ghouls. Despite Suna's cheerful demeanor, an involuntary shiver ran through the young wizards. Indeed, it was their familiar Professor Suna. Are you ready? The young wizards promptly drew their wands, prepared for action, with a few even securing their wands with a summoning charm. Every time Suna witnessed this charm, her lips twitched. It was a wand-retrieving tool conceived by Ron, akin to an automatic keychain from her past life, which could retrieve wands that had been flung away. Dubbed the unremovable charm, it earned its name because it could not be dispelled from the wand. Suna mused that it could also be called Harry Potter's nemesis, considering how Harry employed the charm as a basic attack. With a flick of her wrist, Suna cast pebbles in 4 directions, activating the ghouls that began to surface from the lake, their heads emerging before they lunged towards the shore where the young wizard stood. This spectacle was undeniably shocking for those who had never encountered such creatures. Some young wizards, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen, their minds blank. Launch your attack. Suna's voice roused them from their stupor, and they began to retaliate, flames of various hues igniting in the air, dissipating the dampness within the room. Suna channeled the young wizard's magical energy, restraining the ghouls' next wave of assault within their limits. Exhausted, the young wizards collapsed onto the ground, watching in awe as Suna effortlessly froze the entire lake's surface along with the advancing ghouls, a surge of envy swelling within them. When would they ever reach such proficiency? So impressive. Suna was thoroughly satisfied with their reactions, a smile tugging at her lips. You all performed admirably today, however. Your cooperation needs improvement, as it is all too easy to inadvertently harm your comrades. Reflect upon how you can exert minimal effort to repel a greater number of ghouls. This will be your assignment. Very well, Professor. Though the young wizards were reluctant, they complied, slipping out of the classroom one by one. Suna, not lifting the spell, awaited the next wave of young wizards. On this holiday, Suna gathered a few companions to visit Hagrid, motivated by her desire to prepare a meal of dumplings for Taifei before his departure. In her previous life, there was a saying in Huaxia, dumplings upon boarding, noodles upon alighting. Coupled with her own cravings, she resolved to make dumplings to bid farewell to Taifei. The reason for visiting Hagrid was primarily her reluctance to procure flour and meat from the kitchen, so she turned to Hagrid, who was known for his culinary skills. Upon learning of Suna's intentions, Hagrid was overjoyed. Not only did he provide flour and fresh meat, but he also presented her with his treasured mushrooms. Suna suspected that Hagrid must have indulged in mushroom-filled dumplings before. Since both Taifei and Hagrid had hearty appetites, Suna prepared 2 large bowls of dough. To enhance the meal, Hagrid ventured into the Forbidden Forest to procure 2 wild chickens as accompaniments, while Suna prepared a chicken and mushroom stew. However, the process of making dumplings was rife with chaos. To allow her friends to experience the joy of dumpling making, she encouraged them to participate. Hagrid, with his somewhat clumsy hands, managed to create dumplings resembling buns. Tom's dumplings, regardless of his attempts, always ended up taking on the shape of little mice. Jerry, much like him, produced identical cheese-like dumplings. As for Taifei, who could never resist sneaking bites of the filling, Suna dispatched him to entertain Yaya. The chocolate frog dumplings were so minuscule that Suna struggled to discern their shapes, with only Dobby's dumplings appearing relatively standard, resembling little ingots alongside her creations. Due to the varying sizes of the dumplings, they were boiled in 3 separate pots. The quickest to finish were those made by the chocolate frogs and Jerry, while Hagrid's took the longest. Suna feared that his fist-sized dumplings might leap out of the pot. To spare Hagrid from waiting idly, she invited him to join the feast, assuring him that they had made enough to satisfy everyone. Little Taifei delighted in devouring the dumplings, popping them into his mouth one after the other, occasionally requesting Jerry to feed him some meat. In a bid to ensure everyone could enjoy the dumplings he had made, Hagrid discreetly increased the flames beneath the pot. And just before the pot could burn through, the dumplings were finally ready. Quick, taste mine. Hagrid eagerly dished out the dumplings, even offering one to Yaya. Tai-Fei swallowed his in one go, but due to its size, his belly swelled to resemble a dumpling. After a gentle breeze helped cool the dish, Suna attempted a bite, only to find she had missed the filling. Chapter 173. Tai-Fei's departure. After enjoying the dumplings, Tai-Fei began packing his belongings the following morning, preparing to return home. In truth, the little ones felt quite reluctant, but Tai-Fei was still a child, and his parents awaited him at home. He could not remain at Hogwarts indefinitely. Thus, the little ones transformed their reluctance into an array of gifts, filling Tai-Fei's small suitcase to the brim. This was no ordinary suitcase. It was a custom-made, seamless expanding carry-all, crafted by several young wizards who adored him and hailed from respectable families, boasting a space comparable to Suna's office. Hence, the young wizards stuffed it with delectable treats, while Hagrid contributed some unique barbecued delicacies and rock cakes from the Forbidden Forest. Suna meticulously organized the gifts from others for Tai-Fei, adding a few photographs for good measure. As for Tom, despite his usual antics of bullying Tai-Fei or fantasizing about devouring him, he felt a pang of sadness upon learning that the little one was leaving. He rushed to Hogsmeade to procure a plethora of sweets for Tai-Fei to take along, and he even handed over his favorite pom-pom toy. The chocolate frog presented cookies and dried flowers, while Dobby gifted him a handmade garment. Unfazed by the notion of parting, the blissful Tai-Fei was overwhelmed with joy at the abundance of gifts, resembling a simpleton from a wealthy household. Jerry repeatedly reminded them not to consume all the food in the bag, insisting that they should bring some back for the other members of the mouse family to taste. He also cautioned them to be vigilant on their journey, advising against placing trust in strangers or other creatures. Once outside of Hogwarts, they needed to be discreet, for the magical realm was replete with owls. Taffy, however, was rather heedless, and Jerry, at his wit's end, sought out Suna for assistance. Suna, in turn, placed a protective charm on the gemstone brooch adorning Taffy's diaper, a gift from Professor McGonagall, which she cherished dearly. "There you go, Taffy," she declared. "This charm will shield you from harm, and should any insurmountable danger arise, it will transport you back to safety." Jerry was profoundly touched, grasping Suna's hand and showering her with affectionate pecks, much to Tom's disdain, who promptly flicked him away and cleaned the spot he had just kissed with his tail. Gazing at Suna with a haughty expression, "We are the best in the world," Suna cooed, scratching Tom's chin, while preventing Jerry, who was eager to brawl, from escalating matters. Their primary concern was Taffy. "Ah yes," Jerry exclaimed, clapping his hands as he approached Taffy, adorning him with a hat and scarf in Gryffindor colors, knitted by Dobby, and reiterating his earlier admonitions as they made their way toward the door. From Suna and Tom's perspective, it appeared as though Jerry was ushering Taffy out of the bedroom, waving a little white handkerchief fervently. Suna and Tom, intrigued, peeked out to discover Taffy's absence. They both queried, stepping outside to scrutinize the surroundings. Yet there was indeed no sign of Taffy. Suna could only marvel at how terrifyingly effective the concept of magic was. Taffy's departure did not significantly alter life at Hogwarts, perhaps due to their limited interaction with the young wizards. They only lamented to Suna for a brief period before their focus was swiftly diverted by Suna's latest round of critical discourse. Only the 7th-year students seemed to revel in the change. On the 3rd day following Taffy's departure, the Mouse family sent Jerry and Suna a letter of gratitude accompanied by an exquisite block of Swiss cheese. Jerry promptly sought out Suna to share in this expression of thanks, and together they perused the letter through a magnifying glass. "Dear Jerry," it began. "Oh my goodness! How marvelous! We have received the delectable treats that Taffy brought back from Hogwarts. They are simply delightful. Those hopping chocolate frogs, sizzling bee candies, and that color-changing pumpkin pie have driven the entire Mouse family into a frenzy. Your uncle casually nibbled on a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, and ended up spewing sparks for 3 minutes. My little cousin pilfered some floating cotton candy, and spent the afternoon dangling from the ceiling. And that butterbeer cake has left our wise and composed grandmother in a dreamy stupor all night long. Honestly, could you possibly bring back more of those extendable ear pies next time? The neighboring Mouse clan has already offered 10 blocks of cheese in exchange for the recipe. Of course, if it proves inconvenient, we understand. Taffy mentioned that your world is rather unique and likely perilous, so do take care of yourself. Once more, we extend our heartfelt thanks to you and the human who welcomed you, for transforming our pantry into a wondrous magical kitchen. With love, Elder Squeak. P.S. There are many things Taffy brought that we cannot utilize, But thankfully, your second cousin Merlin is quite interested in the magic of your world. He may come to visit you after completing his global magic performance. Suna and Jerry found the letter utterly amusing. Jerry's relatives were charming. And the Swiss cheese they sent was whole, evidently to avoid any possibility of Suna turning her nose up at it. How thoughtful. Suna felt a warmth in her heart upon reading it. Regarding the mention of cousin Merlin, Suna recalled him as a remarkable figure, an adept who had reached the pinnacle of magical prowess within the mouse family, wielding abilities that differed from those in the Harry Potter universe. Plus, there was a mouse named Merlin. When Dumbledore and the others finally met him, it would indeed be a spectacle. Yet, when Suna casually inquired about the duration of Merlin's global magic performance, Jerry calculated that it would likely take at least 5 or 6 years. 5 or 6 years. What a pity. I wanted to see him face off against Voldemort. Jerry lamented, suggesting that he could summon his older cousin Masser if need be. Suna politely declined, fearing that her older cousin might impulsively toss her out a window. Jerry reassured her that he could call for help whenever she wished. With the splendid items Taffy had brought back, Suna and the wizards of Hogwarts had become firm friends with the mouse family. Jerry proudly lifted his chin, casting a glance at Tom. Suna clearly favors me. Tom immediately bristled, springing from his nest. Who doesn't have relatives? Jerry laughed heartily, taunting him with gestures. Are you planning to invite your naive nephew Topus over? Or your timid cousin George? This infuriated Tom, who let out a howl and charged at Jerry, igniting a fresh round of chase. Suna shook her head helplessly, pondering how best to enjoy the cheese. Chapter 174. Valentine's Day, Not So Sweet. 1. After Taffy's departure, Jerry finally found a moment to settle down with a book and catch up on the newspapers he had neglected during this busy time. Tom, feeling ignored by Jerry, sought out Peeves and engaged in mischief around Hogwarts. Why weren't the Weasley twins joining them? Because they were currently in their 5th year. Caught up in a rigorous study regimen imposed by Suna in preparation for their OWLs. Suna was relentless. Regardless of their academic standing, she demanded they study tirelessly, leading to a significant dip in their earnings during this period. With no other recourse, the Weasley twins turned to Tom and Ron for assistance, offering them a commission as a reward. Though Tom agreed, his lack of financial need rendered him somewhat indifferent to the task, whereas Ron was quite invested, eager to earn more, and even approached young witches and wizards to promote their services. However, in his fervor to make money, Ron was oblivious to the burgeoning connection between Harry and Ginny. Since the last Quidditch match, an odd atmosphere had lingered between them. Ginny began to spend more time with the trio in an effort to draw closer to Harry. Yet Ron, the oblivious oaf, failed to recognize the subtle shifts. Despite Hermione being Ginny's close friend, he was Ginny's brother after all. He assumed her frequent presence among them was perfectly normal. All four were aware of this dynamic, except for one individual, whose identity shall remain unspoken. This Valentine's Day, Ginny chose not to send a love letter from afar. Instead, she boldly invited Harry for a stroll, and he eagerly complied. Hermione's 2 friends left her behind, prompting her to shake her head with resignation, a flicker of disappointment rising in her chest. Harry, in his obliviousness, had finally caught on. Hermione sighed, casting her gaze skyward, contemplating Ron's foolishness. "What's the matter?" Ron asked, peering from behind a pillar with a foolish expression directed at Hermione. Startled, Hermione nearly revealed her true feelings, her heart racing in anxiety. "What are you doing here?" Ron looked around, perplexed. "Why can't I be here?" At a loss for words, Hermione struggled to counter him, for indeed, anyone could be there. Rather than focusing on that, Ron inquired, "Where's Harry?" Hermione pondered for a moment, but ultimately withheld the truth. "He was called away." "Called away? By a girl?" "Ah." Hermione stared at Ron in surprise. "You didn't know?" Ron wore an expression of astonishment, exclaiming, "Is today really Valentine's Day?" Hermione's gaze shifted from disbelief to a realization that perhaps she had underestimated him. Someone sought him out for a matter of great significance. Indeed, a matter of utmost importance. After a moment of contemplation, Ron's demeanor lightened. It was evident that it was not a woman seeking him, for Harry was notoriously inept in matters of romance. Hermione cast an exasperated look at Ron. "By the way, are you unusually idle today?" "Ha, me," Ron responded, patting Hermione on the back. "Why are you so jittery today? You haven't even gone to practice like you usually do." "I'm perfectly fine," Hermione retorted, but Ron was unconvinced. He was well aware of her diligent nature. She and Slytherin's Knot were humorously dubbed the Study Kings by the younger witches and wizards. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Hermione, his warm breath brushing against her cheek, causing her heart to race and her face to flush uncomfortably. Ron whispered conspiratorially in her ear, "Is that time of the month for you?" Hermione's heart, already in a tumult, felt as if it had fractured at his words. She stiffly turned her head, her voice trembling as she asked, What did you say?" Ron shook his fluffy head and, with a mischievous glint in his eye, continued, "You know how it is with girls. When it arrives, you can be irritable and quite fragile." "Ron!" Hermione shouted in indignation. Her hair, unkempt from her earlier rush, looked like a lion's mane. Yet, Ron remained blissfully unaware of his faux pas, convinced he had hit the nail on the head. "Since it has come, you ought to rest well. Just look at your temper. What are you doing, Hermione?" he added, but Hermione, unable to tolerate his foolishness any longer, kicked him. With her face taut, she felt colder than if she were gutting fish. "Close your mouth. If you can't speak properly, you might as well donate your voice to Professor Snape." Ron rubbed his sore backside in a pout. "I was merely concerned that since no one asked you out today, I thought I'd check on you." Don't go, Hermione." Hermione had no desire to listen further. Otherwise, she might be compelled to deliver a proper thrashing. She must have been foolish to respond to Ron's proximity. Ron caught up to Hermione, and noticing her indifference, he swiftly thrust a warm bottle of milk tea into her hands. "Why are you giving me this?" Hermione inquired, perplexed. Ron scratched his head awkwardly, his gaze darting about. "I got this milk tea from Tom. I heard it was made by Professor Suana, and that all girls love it. I thought of you." Realizing his words were somewhat misguided, he quickly added, "I meant to get it for Ginny, but since she's not here, I thought I'd give it to you instead." Though his words suggested otherwise, the hesitance in his demeanor revealed his true intentions. Hermione recognized that Ron was merely being stubborn, and her irritation dissipated. "Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Ron." A smile crept onto Ron's face, savoring her gratitude, as he inadvertently straightened his posture. "No need for thanks, if you like it. I can get more from Tom. I have money now," he boasted, patting his pocket, buoyed by recent earnings from a collaboration with the twins, and his commission from this period. While Hermione felt a flicker of happiness upon realizing Ron had bought it specifically for her, both of them were too prideful to express their true feelings. She nonchalantly turned her head away, saying, "You should keep your money." However, Ron perceived this as a slight against him. Among their trio, he was the least affluent, lacking Harry's heroic aura and Hermione's brilliance, which earned her the praise of every professor. This insecurity had long lingered within him. Thus, when he finally had some money, he wanted to buy things for his friends, hoping to subtly convey that he was no longer the same as before. Yet, Hermione's dismissal shattered the fragile confidence he had just built, igniting his ire. "If you don't like it, just say so. No need to act as if you're bestowing charity upon me." Hermione blinked in surprise, exclaiming, "What a leap in logic you have. I didn't mean it that way." "Enough. I simply won't buy you anything anymore," Ron declared, feeling his pride wounded, and he stormed off, leaving Hermione in a state of confusion. "This isn't about you or me," she muttered, gazing at the milk tea in her hands, wondering what on earth had just transpired. Meanwhile, Snape had finally discovered Harry and Ginny on their clandestine rendezvous, relishing the opportunity to deduct 20 points from them, before continuing his search for the next unfortunate pair.